In order to prove that farmers are the strongest awakened profession, they actually planted 99 kinds of mutant plants in the yard in one breath, including the sexy Venus flytrap that only loves to eat zombie brains, the anti-aircraft clover that can kill all flying demons, the cherry bomb that can destroy the entire village with one shot, and even the corn cannon comparable to the Dongfeng missile is ready to go. The reason I did this is because in this world, farmers are just ordinary livelihoods. Awakening to this profession, one can only rely on farming for a living for a lifetime, which has led to the kind and amiable homeroom teacher looking at me coldly, and even my girlfriend of 3 years mocking me, faced with their disdainful eyes. As a time traveler, I sneered in my heart. I can summon various plants from Plants vs. Zombies. Even if I am just a farmer without any combat skills, I will have a terrifying combat power comparable to an army. So, as soon as the school's awakening ceremony ended, I couldn't wait to return to the old house to start planting plants. First, I exchanged all the basic sunlight for sunflower seeds. However, just a few seconds after I planted them, they sprouted and grew into sunflowers. Currently, I have a total of 4 sunflowers, with each plant producing 50 sunlight per minute. They will break even in just 1 minute, and the rest will be up to them. When I had saved up enough, I unlocked pea shooters and walnuts from the Skyward Awakening. With that, the 3 peat plants officially gathered. Later that night, I spent half the night setting up a small experimental field, successfully unlocking potato mines, marigolds, and planting over 50 sunflowers and over 100 pea shooters in one go. Since my old house is not in the city but in a small village on the border with the monster zone, I secretly buried rows of walnuts on the street leading to the city to defend against potential enemies. After all, monsters are the biggest threat humans face in this world, so I treat the monster waves as imaginary enemies. There is a lot of strategy in this formation. The outermost circle consists of indestructible walnuts, with 3 to 5 potato mines buried behind each one. The vacant lots on both sides of the street are filled with pea shooters. Checking the time, it's almost 1 a.m. I plan to rest in my bedroom first and expand my plant army the next day. However, as soon as I stepped inside, a sudden alarm sounded from the Cloud City wall, a monster attack. My drowsy mind instantly woke up as the alarm sounded in a pattern of 3 long and 1 short, a clear warning that a small-scale monster wave was approaching. My brows furrowed instantly as I gazed towards the city area. Torches were already lit on the walls of Yunzhou City, and the defending troops were assembling in an orderly manner. Within minutes of the alarm sounding, houses in the village were also quickly lighting up one after another. People hurriedly packed their belongings to prepare for evacuation. The old man living opposite my old house rushed out in just a pair of shorts, frantically knocking on my courtyard door. The beast tide is coming. Run quickly. Don't fall asleep. The neighbor aunt has also packed up her things, standing at my door shouting loudly. In a while, Yunzhou will be sealed off. If you can't get in before that, this beast tide is no joke. The two of them finished speaking and prepared to follow the majority towards Yunzhou City. Normally, when the alarm sounds, between the arrival of the tide, there is about 10 minutes for the people outside the city to prepare to return to the city, then close the city gates tightly, relying on the towering city walls and numerous high-level job changers from the military to fight against the beast tide. Fighting against monsters is the ability of combat job changers, and it is also their duty. In contrast, jobless individuals who fail to change jobs, as well as lifestyle job changers like me, only have the option of taking refuge honestly. But at this moment, excitement flickers in my eyes. Uncle and aunt, you go first, I will pack up and catch up with you. I pushed open the door and said calmly, the beast tide is no joke. Why not run for your life? Watching everyone's chatter, I just shook my head slowly and smiled without saying a word. For me, the beast tide is nothing but a heaven-sent opportunity. No matter how strong the plants I grow are, I am still just one of the farmers without self-defense capabilities. If my awakened abilities are exposed, I will definitely suffer suppression from certain forces and assassination from imperial spies. Perhaps this beast tide will draw attention from the Yunzhou official management, or even attract the attention of the imperial capital officials, thus achieving the goal of handing myself over to the country. After all, in this land, nothing is bigger than the country, and only the country's resources can help me grow better. The crowd tried to persuade me for a while, but seeing that I remained stubborn, they stopped saying anything more and left without looking back. I returned to the backyard, casually planted 2 pea shooters, took a deep breath, looked around, and since everyone had left, it was time for me to perform. The plants activated, and with a command from me, the entire village suddenly filled with rustling sounds. Plants that had been arranged in advance sprouted from the ground, growing to full size in just a few seconds. Hundreds of pea shooters emerged from both sides of the main road, swaying slightly in the chilly night breeze. A nearly human-sized wall of nuts stood on the ground, looking shaky and unstable, but I knew very well that with just these things, I could easily withstand a round of machine gun fire. Behind the nut wall on the ground, there were a few inconspicuous mounds. These were the potato mines I had planted before getting the melon pult. These potato mines with steel pipes inserted in them were the kings of cost-effectiveness. With just 25 sunlight, they could cause massive damage. I found a good vantage point to hide and eagerly awaited the performance of my plants. About 5 minutes after the villagers had left, the first group of monsters approached. Although their numbers were not many, their roars could be clearly heard from a great distance. The lead giant wolf monster raised a cloud of dust and swiftly charged towards the village, with a pungent smell of blood lingering in the dust. Then, the next moment, the sound of pea pods breaking the wind could be heard. The front pea shooters had already begun their first round of attacks, shooting fist-sized peas at the leading giant wolf monsters, creating a blurry mess of flesh and blood. Those guys were also obviously stunned, apparently not expecting to be hit by a few peas outside before they even got close to the city wall, while the other violent monsters hurled towards the main road of the village. However, the next second, they were stopped by those yellow-brown giant nuts. The first batch of monsters did not have any flying abilities, so they could only try to attack, attempting to break the nut wall. Strangely, these things that looked shaky and unstable were unexpectedly tough. Even their skill attacks were completely ineffective, and in the gaps of their attacks on the nut wall, they were shot down by a cluster of pea rain from behind. Some of the more intelligent monsters noticed something was amiss, chose to detour, and tried to pass through the gaps between some houses and the nut wall. The next second, accompanied by a huge explosion, the scent of roasted potatoes filled the night sky. Your potato ground thunder kills the phantom black wolf, LV. 18. Congratulations on gaining experience, 1,800 points. Your potato or thunder kills shadow gray wolf, LV. 26. Congratulations on gaining experience, 2,600 points. Your potato or thunder kills the phantom wolf king, LV. 40. Congratulations on gaining experience, 3,800 points. Congratulations, your level has been raised, LV. 18 LV. 19. Li Yang sat on the roof of his house and looked at the corpses of the magical beasts that were blown up several meters in the distance. No way. Potato mines are actually this powerful? Only one potato mine should have been detonated just now, and in one breath it actually killed 3 magical beasts. One of them is still a level 40 elite monster. This potato thunder line can place? There are strange it is true seconds detected that the host's level is about to reach the upper limit of the second turn, LV. 20. Please complete the transfer as soon as possible to unlock more purchasable plants, such as cherry bomb, vulpecula, big mouth flower, shell archer, etc. The system's prompt appeared again, reminding Li Yang that his level had reached the requirements and he could go for a second transfer. By the way, he was told about the new plants he could get after the transfer. Next round, get the cherry bomb. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately began to look forward to it. Good lord, even potato mines, which originally only exploded one compartment in one blast, are much more powerful than an unusual grenade. That cherry bomb thing, it couldn't have been worse at the very least. Other than that, just in terms of explosive range, cherry bombs are a downgrade for potato mines, which are primarily cheap and affordable. You know, the explosion range of the cherry bomb is nearly 9 frames. That's 9 times bigger than a potato mine with only one compartment. That explosion just now, multiplied by 9, almost half of the village can be affected. Not to mention the fact that things like cherry bombs have a long cooldown and don't need time to warm up like potato mines. If conditions allowed, Li Yang could even directly carry a big bag of cherry bombs to go inside the copy and bombard the whole scene in seconds. That scene is exciting just thinking about it. While Li Yang was guarding the beast hide and watching the show, at this time, in the office of the military department building in Yunzhou City, Wei Tsongfeng, the Minister of Military Affairs, was grasping the phone, frowning tightly as he asked the other side. What? The beast tide has stopped? What do you mean a wave of beasts branching off to the east and suddenly starting to fight in an area far from the city? Is there something holding them back? Just now, the frontline observers who were responsible for monitoring the movements of the beast tide called, informing the soldiers on the front line of something that baffled them. As before, the beast tide split into many strands, besieging Yunzhou from all directions. However, when all the other places started to engage in battle, the cluster of beast tide in the east was actually stopped by some contraption, and actually didn't arrive at the Yunzhou city wall within the expected time. The soldiers on the eastern wall stayed in fighting condition, always tense, all tense and tired without seeing even a single mosquito fly over from that direction. Unable to understand the situation, the people arranged for observers to resume monitoring the movements of the beast tide. Instead, it turned out that the eastern portion of the beast tide had gathered on the outskirts of Yunzhou city at a considerable distance, and then had stayed there without moving forward any further. When the beast tide broke out, it was like water that breaks the dike. and until it is killed off, it will keep on attacking the human cities. So in this situation now, it was obvious that something was holding back the tide of beasts in that area. But, what could stop the tide of beasts so airtight all the way out? It was only one branch, but at this scale, it wasn't something that could be easily intercepted in its entirety without strong firepower suppression. They asked themselves, even if someone from the Ministry of War went there personally, they might not be able to do such a watertight, all-round crushing interception in the face of the beast tide. So, that begs some curiosity. Who is the one who stopped the beast tide? Nowadays, beast tides are frequent, and it's obviously not a good sign. Now it's not just Yunzhou. Looking at the whole of China, and even the whole of the blue planet, all humans are facing serious survival problems. The increasingly frequent runaway copies and beast tide invasions are evidence of that. The other world is becoming stronger and stronger. I hope that we, on the human side, won't lag behind as well. Someone in the War Office mumbled. He sat right across from Minister Wei Songfeng, who was frowning and talking incessantly on the phone, squinting his eyes and muttering to himself. It was a middle-aged man, looking a little chubby, with a pair of square, black-framed glasses on his face and a very old-fashioned look. On his white shirt, pinned to a greenish-colored badge, which bore his name and position alone, Mayor of Yunzhou City, Zhang Mingshu. Shortly after Zhang Mingshu finished those words, Wei Songfeng's side also finally hung up the phone. Looking up at Zhang Mingshu in front of him, he shrugged slightly. What's the rush? The list of this year's top talent selections isn't out yet. Although in past years we haven't produced any big names in Yunzhou that could shake the four corners of the world, we have quite a few small talents here. After this selection, I'm going to grab someone with that group of academies. The military department is especially lacking in fresh blood right now. If we had those energetic young people joining in, the strength of our military department in Yunzhou City would be able to double again. And the thing that stopped the receiving tide this time, also hurry up and have the people below to look for it and find out which side it belongs to. If it's an infighting between magical beast clans, then so be it. But if it's a transmogrifier, even if we kowtow, we'll have to kowtow him into the military ministry. If things go on like this, when the older generation retires, who else will be able to guard Yunzhou? Both are actually saying the same thing. Zhang Mingshu slowly sighed and reminded, whatever the other side is, keep a low profile. After this beast tide, the internal environment of Yunzhou may become dark. Once this kind of existence is casually exposed, it will definitely lead to many unnecessary troubles. Also, so far, I haven't seen anything of note within those graduating students. The timing of this year's talent selection needs to be adjusted backward a little more. Early the next morning, seeing the splash of fish belly white rising in the east, the soldiers of the military department guarding the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed their tense nerves. Just in case, they kept their mental focus high for the duration of the night. It turned out that after waiting sternly all night, there was no sign of any so-called demonic beast invasion. By now, they could only lament the unpredictability of the world while hurriedly sending scouts over to observe the situation. Everyone is curious as to what happened last night. The scouts were even more aggressive. The moment the city gates of Yunzhou City were unsealed, they rushed out at a fast pace, afraid that if you go a little late, the clues will disappear. Following the direction marked out by the rear observers, they soon came to a small village that couldn't have been more unusual. As soon as I entered the gates of the village, I was immediately struck by the sight before me. Here, without a doubt, is the battlefield that lasted all last night, almost 2 or 3 people side by side. The main road was strewn with the corpses of magical beasts. On the surrounding walls, as well as in the grass, the blood of the magical beasts that had turned brown could be seen everywhere, as well as the miserable broken limbs and arms. Near the outer portion, you can see those bull-thick craters everywhere. Some of the more remote nooks and crannies were covered with very obvious signs of explosions. What the hell is this thing leaving traces? A crater this big can't be man-made, can it? But, it's also impossible for a magical beast in Yunzhou to be able to do such a thing. These marks look to me rather like something a highly ranked gunsmith profession could do. Several scouts returned from various locations, briefly discussed the situation, and came to a conclusion. But soon, another objection was raised. How is it possible that we didn't see any fire at all last night when there was such an extensive roar of gunfire? Besides, if the one who repelled that wave of beasts branching off here was really a gunnery expert, shouldn't there at least be some traces left here? As a result, you see, there's not much else to be seen here other than the corpses of magical beasts. Didn't even see any shell casings or grenade fragments. This is too weird, isn't it? Listening to these analyses, some people were left guessing. Could it be that the big guy knew that our military department had a hard time with the aftermath of the war, so he cleaned up the battlefield in passing before he left? Someone immediately shook his head at the words. But don't pull that. Even if it's clean, At least a little trace must be left behind. Moreover, how can there be no smell of smoke at all in such a large battlefield? It's reasonable to think that the smell of smoke would have stayed here for at least 5 or 6 days if this level of damage could have been caused. There was a moment of silence, and none of the villagers who had taken refuge last night rushed back to pack up their belongings until they had discussed the matter. Everyone was incredibly puzzled in their minds. Who is the big guy who stopped the whole beast tide? At this time, in the center of Yunzhou City, at the transfer plaza, Li Yang was squatting in front of a breakfast store that had just opened its doors, eating donuts and drinking soy milk. Yesterday, after dealing with the beast tide, he rushed early and returned to the city while it was just being unsealed. I wanted to take advantage of the small crowd so I could skip the line and go straight to completing the second turn. The results were not expected. Because of the impact of last night's beast tide, the transfer plaza, which had normally been open to the public 24 hours a day, had been closed. It has been detected that the host has reached the transfer requirements for the second turn, LV 20. Please complete the transfer as soon as possible in order to unlock more plants. Seemingly sensing that the transfer crystal was close at hand, the system's icy cold beep suddenly sounded repeatedly in his ears, as if urging, "Look, another rush. They haven't opened the door yet. What's the use of being in a hurry? Don't worry. As soon as the transfer plaza opens later, I'll make sure I'm the first to rush in." Li Yang took a bite of the donut and whispered. And then, looking up, he looked at a large screen set outside a department store building on the other side of the city center. The thing is on 24 hours a day, and usually just plays some news, or a jumble of commercials. Now, it's the only way for Li Yang to relieve his boredom. Just then, the news related to that disaster last night came on the big screen. The reporter on the screen briefly describes the scale of the beast wave, and the damage it has caused. That fight last night was almost complete. There were almost no losses on the military side, a feat that had never been done in Yunzhou so far. Also, in the middle of the battlefield, our reporter found some wonderful little things. As you can see, it's the remains of a plant that looks like some kind of bark, or some kind of fruit shell, but it's so hard that it can't even be pierced with a bullet. After seeing what was in the reporter's hands, Li Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That shit. That's the crumbs from his nut wall. Inside that video, the reporter who was on the scene carefully showed the camera how hard that nut wall fragment was. It was something that had never appeared in every beast wave before. Whether it had anything to do with transmogrification or the wraiths, no one could even tell. Luckily, though, the pieces of the nut wall caused no small amount of shock. But at the moment, no one is connecting that thing to Li Yang. These are really two things that don't go together. Li Yang smiled and finished his breakfast in silence. Then he lifted the heavy bag that lay at his feet and paid to leave. No one noticed a very bright golden glow emanating from the slightly open mouth of the bag. Inside the bag was the gold coins he had gotten through the marigolds last night. He had still only taken a small portion out of the total and used it to purchase the supplies he needed. The money exchanged for these gold coins was enough for him to enjoy for quite a while. After leaving the breakfast parlor, he casually opened his career panel again. Name, Li Yang. Occupation, farmer, subsistence. Rank, LV. 20. Stamina, 20. Defense, 20. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spiritual power, 20. Professional talent, Dave's Botanical Shop, White Common. If you have reached the level requirement for the second transfer, please go to the transfer crystal to make a transfer to unlock new talents and higher level privileges. After last night's night of fighting, his level had undoubtedly come to the upper limit of the second turn. Honestly, fighting off a wave of beasts on your own looks pretty cool, but in reality, it's still a loss. Although the one they encountered last night was only an offshoot of a large-scale beast tide, that number was not to be underestimated. There are hundreds of them, to say the least. Just those high-level magical beasts inside the beast tide that didn't make up a large percentage. In normal times, killing a few of them at random would be completely enough to push Li Yang up to that level. All that extra experience will just have to go to waste. But that's the rules of the gamified world, after all, and they're the same for all. And in a sense, this beast tide was a disguised proof of Li Yang's upper limit. With his strength, it was still very easy for him to meet a small beast tide of last night's scale head-on. Although it was only a branch of the beast tide, his strength should be more than this level. After all, those plants he set out last night actually only added up to a few hundred. It was far from his limit. As long as he was given enough time, he would even be able to fill every inch of Yunzhou with those plants of his. At that point, even if he faced a complete beast tide, he should still have the power to fight. Li Yang was able to determine that his own power would be able to become an existence that surpassed everyone after directed development. With that thought, his heart grew more and more excited. Immediately, he couldn't wait to complete the second turn, and take a good look at what heaven-defying new talents he could obtain under the system's arrangement after he turned again, and what new plants would be added to the store. Finally, After a short wait, the transfer hall in the square finally entered the open state. The crowd waiting for the transfer gradually gathered around him, and he walked over quickly and stood in the front row. It wasn't in vain to come over so early and wait. The cleaning ant had just withdrawn the sign of the self-help transfer area when Li Yang quickly walked in and pressed his hand on the transfer crystal. There was a flash of white light. Under the system's arrangement, all his talents are inevitably related to the system. As with the first time, these gifts are not of high quality. All plain white. Connection successful. Detected that your level has reached the requirement for transfer. Please choose whether to carry out the transfer or not. You have chosen to change jobs. The level cap is unlocked to LV 40. And the following are your newly acquired talent skills. New gift, subtle plant management. Talent description. With this talent, you can better manage your plants. Plants purchased from the store will remain in seed state. And you can control the state of all plants you have planted within a kilometer. Control when they start to grow. And eradicate them with a single click. Can be used with the sun shovel. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has received a boost that has opened up more unlockable plants. This talent had saved Li Yang a lot of effort. After repelling the wave of beasts last night, he had spent a whole 2 hours to deal with those plants he had planted. On top of that, there are new plants to unlock now. With his current reserves of sunlight, emptying the store would be a breeze. He went straight to strike while the iron was hot and bought all the unlockable plant cards in the store without even looking at them. Then, they were set aside for the time being. Finessing about plants could be put off a little bit. He had other things to do right now. This time when he came to the city, apart from transferring, he also had to change the gold coins given out inside the marigold flowers into money that he could use directly. Then consume it. Go get yourself a new outfit and some more suitable gear and stuff. He took a long breath, slung the money bag over his shoulder, and took a cab. The replica trading market is not far from the transfer square in the center of town. In about half an hour or so, Li Yang got off the bus here. Those various materials, even equipment, and jewelry that fell out from inside the duplicates were clearly priced in this world. After all, quite a few transmigrators would be busy coming over with large bags containing various bits and pieces of magical beast corpses to exchange for money just after they came out of their copies. Banks also evaluate various rarities and acquisitions based on uniform criteria. These bank counter girls think they've seen enough. However, when Li Yang silently placed a large bag of gold coins on the counter without changing his face, he still couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Those are real gold, the hard currency of the world. A brilliant gold coin, glistening tantalizingly under the overhead fluorescent lights. Sir, you wait a moment. The lady at the front desk called the manager, who hurried over to greet him and respectfully bowed to Li Yang. Yunzhou was a small city after all, and there were few magical beasts in the vicinity that exceeded level 40 or 50. The equipment and materials that popped out of those magical beasts were no more precious than hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this gold that Li Yang brought over, it's definitely more than that just at a glance. Gentlemen, are you here for deposit business? May I ask what your name is? The manager of that bank walked over quickly and asked with great respect. Li Yang nodded. Well, exchange these for money and deposit them in my account. My name is. Before he could speak, the bank manager made a very discreet gesture of silence. This gentleman, thank you for choosing our bank for your savings business. Our bank always emphasizes on customer privacy. Since your transaction involves a large amount of money, please follow me to the VLP hall to discuss it in detail. I don't know, what do you think? The bank manager in front of him, thin and tall, wore a smart suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. It looks like one of those things that people generally think of as a successful person. After saying those words above, this manager immediately instructed the front desk lady behind him. Put all these gold coins away nicely, weigh them and keep them well. Get a blank gold card for this gentleman. The information will be sent to you later. After ordering everything, he nodded to Li Yang again very politely. This guy, he's still pretty good at his job. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything more. Follow the manager around the corner to the VLP exclusive lobby. The arrangement of this place was rather luxurious, and it was specially used to serve some distinguished guests. The manager brought Li Yang to sit on a soft sofa while clapping his hands and called two young and beautiful waitresses in formal attire. This honorable customer, please allow me to introduce myself first. I'm the manager of this bank. My name is Lu Xian. His voice was very calm, but through the corners of his mouth that couldn't stop rising all the time, Li Yang could feel the uncontrollable ecstasy in this guy's heart. Li Yang nodded and spoke. My name is Li Yang. I'm from the Heavenly Cloud Academy. Sky Cloud Academy? Hearing this, Lu Xian was a bit shaken for a moment. To know, his good old son, Lu Xing, happened to be attending Tian Yun Academy. How come he didn't remember Lu Xing mentioning that there was someone from such a wealthy family inside the Heavenly Cloud Academy? Doubts were put aside for the moment, But he was a very professional person, and he was determined not to ask about the privacy of such customers unless it was necessary. So, Mr. Li Yang, in order to prevent unforeseen circumstances, can you reveal some of the sources of these gold coins of yours? Nowadays, it's not an easy thing to be able to take out such a large amount of gold coins in such large quantities, Lu Xian said respectfully, while taking the initiative to stand up and help Li Yang make tea. Seeing this, Li Yang took a sip of the tea and blandly said, "A family heirloom." Lu Xian froze for a moment and resolutely chose to believe in the face of an answer that seemed outrageous. In today's Blue Star, because of the existence of copies, the kind of equipment and props that were worth millions and millions of dollars, or even more outrageously valuable, would often appear. The amount of money in circulation in the marketplace became enormous, and the reserves of gold and silver, which were the backbone of the monetary system, were mostly stored in the hands of a few and became relatively scarce in the marketplace. Therefore, while the transmogrifiers were frantically pursuing power, the major banks and chambers of commerce, too, are constantly chasing something more essential like gold. There's even a saying among businessmen, since ancient times currency has been like running water. Only gold has won the hearts of men. Whichever bank stores more gold is more likely to stabilize its survival in the rapidly changing world market. People are also more likely to save and trade with banks that don't have as high a probability of bankruptcy. Of course, the reasons are so many and seem so complex that they are actually summarized in one sentence. Banks need gold. Li Yang needs money. Then an exchange would be good. Other than that, it doesn't matter. Faced with a big patron like Li Yang who came to his door, how could he not pay attention to it? This batch of gold sent by Li Yang is not considered a big property that can change the pattern, though, but it's precious for the Bank of Cloud State. When the receptionist lady just now finished weighing the gold, the information was sent to Lu Xian at the first opportunity. Lu Xian took the computer and did half a day's math, and finally got up and bowed to Li Yang. According to the current price of gold, this batch of gold you brought is worth $2,200,000. If you find it acceptable, I'll draw up a contract now and get you a VLP gold card. With this bank's gold card, all your future purchases in this replica trading market can be paid for at a 20% discount. Li Yang nodded and readily accepted it down. I didn't expect to come to save a buck and get a windfall. Lu Xian very nimbly helped Li Yang finish handling these things. While Lu Xian was printing the contract, Li Yang, who was sitting over here, suddenly asked coldly, I may make a few more trips to find you guys for money in the future if I get the chance. It can't be too small in terms of amount. Your bank should be able to find it, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian, who was standing in front of the printer, almost fell to the ground as his legs softened. And worried about whether the bank will be able to find it? The gold that Li Yang brought this time was already considered extremely rare. As a result of this, his family doesn't run a gold mine, does it? It's just horrible. Of course we find openings, as much as we can. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Mr. Li Yang, you are so generous at such a young age. I think you should be from a family. Ahem. Back to the point. If you do have enough total reserves of gold on your side, I actually have a small proposal. We might be able to make an agreement. In the future, your gold will only be collected by us, and the price we charge for the gold will be 20% higher than the market price. I wonder, what do you think? Lu Xian hurriedly gave his proposal. Looking at Li Yang's tone, the gold reserves in his hands must be unimaginably large. If you can seize this opportunity to get a sufficient amount of gold through the hands of Li Yang, using the gold as leverage, he rose through the ranks and made a fortune. Wouldn't the opportunity to even transfer directly to headquarters be at hand? As he thought about it, his heart grew more and more excited. Though the expression was still trying to remain calm, the reddened cheeks said it all. Li Yang didn't turn down this opportunity to get more money. Compared to those gold coins he collected last night, what he brought to the bank this time could even be considered a drop in the bucket. Even if he plans to defect to the country later, why not have a chance to make steady money and earn extra money? Seeing Li Yang agree, Lu Xian hurriedly tore up the contract in his hand and drew up another one. While printing, he also cheerfully chatted with Li Yang. Speaking of which, my family's son also attends Skycloud Academy. His name is Lu Xing. He also graduated this year. Maybe Mr. Li Yang has even met with him? Hearing this familiar name, Li Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Lu Xing? It was also true that one Lu Xing and one Lu Xian were father and son as soon as they were heard. That's more than a sighting. It's almost too familiar. But Li Yang didn't say anything about it, just following the process. After checking the contents of the contract, I signed it and took away my own VLP gold card. The contract took effect immediately, and because it was a deeper partnership, the $2,200,000 that should have been in the card became $2,644,000. Taking this money, Li Yang went straight to the trading market. Without mentioning anything else, the most commonly used storage rings for transmutants were bought in a single breath. 5 of them. With these in hand, he wouldn't be short of space to put things in the future. But by all rights, shouldn't a system normally come with a storage space? Li Yang wondered in his mind, but unfortunately did not get a response from the system. He shrugged and continued to wander. Take the money and eat and drink and change your clothes. Wandered around until mid-afternoon before taking another cab out of the area. On the way home, he heard another broadcast on the driver's radio about the timing of last night's beast wave. The municipality of Yunzhou and the Ministry of Military Affairs joined together to issue a statement expressing their gratitude to all those who had contributed to Yunzhou this time during the beast tide attack. And I hope that in the future, more trannies can be brave enough to stand up and defend their homes. The driver in front of him casually chatted with Li Yang, sighing that although Yunzhou was only a small city in a poor countryside in China, the municipal and military departments never dropped the ball in the face of danger and were very powerful. In response, Li Yang also nodded his head repeatedly, deeply agreeing. And in the time since, Li Yang opened Dave's store, ready to take this time to run through those new plants he got this time. But suddenly, a sharp ringing of the phone suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The phone picked up, and on the other side was an emergency notification from Skycloud Academy. According to the Academy, because of the unforeseen event of the Beast Tide invasion, the Academy's scheduled exam for the graduate brush exam could not be conducted normally. In order to safeguard the safety of the trainees, as well as to solve the problem of upgrading for those of them who had just switched, the Academy had decided to temporarily recall the graduates of this class in preparation for arranging a follow-up program. That beast tide last night didn't jeopardize downtown Yunzhou though, but it was a devastating blow to all the replicas in the vicinity of Cloud State City. Those various copies that were originally used to brush up on their levels were thrown into disarray, with all levels of magical beasts running around haphazardly in any copy. If they were to be thrown into a place like that at a time like this with no ranked new converts, it would be akin to a meat bag that would never return. After hanging up, Li Yang returned home and cleaned up his yard properly. By the way, all those collected gold and silver coins were stuffed inside the storage ring. Once that was done, he planted a few more sunflowers in some hard-to-notice corners. As long as the sunflowers are within the range that the system can encompass, the system can automatically collect the sunlight that they release. Something like gold coins casually coming in millions and millions would be enough to spend. But sunshine can't be beat. He didn't want to get stuck on something as basic as sunlight when he had a need. At this time, in the center of Yunzhou City, on the municipal building, Mayor Zhang Mingshu and Minister of Military Affairs Wei Songfeng stayed in his office located on the roof of the building, looking at the 2 brown pieces of wood placed in front of them and staring at each other. That's the only useful thing found by searching the entire battlefield. The efficiency of your military department. Zhang Mingshu sighed and said half the words. On the opposite side, Wei Songfeng was rubbing his temples with a headache. That's a battlefield that's engaged with a beast tide, and the ripple effect covers half of the village, and as a result of the search, we've only found 2. This thing? Originally, looking at the battle marks, I thought that big guy was a gun master or something like that, but look at this thing. There's no way to guess. There are still people judging that it's left behind by plant-based magical beasts. Why don't we sift through all the high-level transmutants in Yunzhou City, see if there are any careers related to them? Wei Songfeng made a somewhat clumsy suggestion. Zhang Mingshu on the opposite side shook his head repeatedly. It's too risky to engage in action like this, and it will also cause a lot of trouble for others. At that point, even if you do screen people, they probably won't want to work under us. We'll have to think about whether or not there's any way to recruit, or attract, that transmogrifier. Wei Songfeng sat on his butt in the chair, somewhat sullen. Ugh, if I may say so, why don't we just put up a bounty? Let him see our sincerity. Directly offer a reward of $5 million and tell him to come and claim it himself. I don't believe anyone would have a problem with money these days. It's $5 million. Zhang Mingshu glanced at him without any good humor. I just said I'd keep a low profile, and this is what you're doing? You're offering a reward of $5 million. Who are you showing it to? Judging by the man's leave no trace approach, he must have been reluctant to go overboard and draw too much attention to himself. It might even backfire if you do. However, you have a good point. We do have to let people see our sincerity. After all, it's such a powerful person. It can never be buried. Wei Songfeng sighed and picked up the 2 pieces of wood on the table. I'd better get back to working on this thing. What plant do you think this thing could have fallen off of if it's so hard? Wouldn't it be awesome if we made a weapon out of this plant? This talent, it has to be found, or else I can't get over it in my heart. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yang climbed up from the bed and stretched, glancing at the sunflower planted at the end of his bed that kept a smile on its face at all times. He looked at his system interface again. In one night's time, The total amount of sunlight he had now had soared straight to 500,000. So much sunlight, he couldn't even change it with a modifier when he played the game. Other than that, stock up on cherry bomb seeds for now. It was just right to stuff it inside the storage ring after tuning it out. Cherry bomb has a cooldown of 50 seconds. As long as one keeps this in mind and looks at it every now and then to keep the redemption going. After that, whether it's going into a replica or doing something else, something is blowing up for fun. Fun. Love to play. Looking at the time, it was getting late. Li Yang numbly dressed and walked out the door. By the time he stepped through the gates of the academy, the class bell had already rung some time ago. When I came inside the classroom, the homeroom teacher hadn't arrived yet. The entire classroom was a chaotic mess. Many people were discussing the beast wave attack that happened the night before. No one even noticed that Li Yang was late. Li Yang didn't care and directly walked to his seat with a big grin and sat down, not even noticing the pointed gaze of someone behind him. Che, what's the drag? Lu Xing, who was sitting behind Li Yang, secretly said in his heart, and his eyes were incomparably sharp as he looked at Li Yang. On the day of vacation, Lu Xing was choked by Li Yang's previous Swanan speech. Depressed at home for several days, the more he thought about it, the more angry, and even almost suffocated. Seeing that Li Yang was late today, according to his past habits, he had to take advantage of the situation and give Li Yang a hard time. But now he was a little afraid to do so. The class teacher had already told him about Li Yang's refusal of hush money. Previously, he conspired with the class teacher to bully Li Yang into being honest, suppressing him in the open and making small moves behind his back. The original Li Yang was coy because he was still thinking about his future, fearing that he would make enemies everywhere in the future, fearing that offending too many people would make it difficult for him to move forward. But the current Li Yang was simply like a completely different person. God is not afraid of him, and even dared to dislike him in public, scolding him to the point that he had no power to speak back. If this went on, once the conflict festered to an irreparable point, Li Yang couldn't help but say that he would really drag him and his homeroom teacher down with him even at all costs. I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble then. Damn it. The more you think about it, the more angry you get, and the more you think about it, the more you lose. Lu Xing cursed in the bottom of his heart, but he tried to collect his expression on his face. Not a moment later, the homeroom teacher finally walked inside the classroom and began to greet them loudly. Everyone be quiet and line up in the corridor. Later we'll go to the academy auditorium for the comprehensive quality test to be entered into the grand list of graduates. Having said that, he also spoke briefly about the arrangements of the academy. Because of the effects of the beast tide infestation, brushing the books in normal groupings like in previous years is definitely out of the question. But it's not like the academy is going to throw a bunch of blank slate trannies right out into the community. Without a base level, those fledgling transmuters would have a hard time even beating the novice copies, especially for one of the life class professions. If you leave the academy without any leveling base, you will be at a disadvantage in the workplace in the future. So the college then planned to do neither and just change its strategy and manage it in batches. A teacher led a large troop of students of different levels to clear a few novice copies closest to Yinzhou. For one thing, those copies were close enough to Yinzhou that the probability of high-level magical beasts appearing was smaller. Secondly, with the teachers sheltering the students, their personal safety is also guaranteed. On top of that, helping the officials clean up the copies would also increase the reputation of Skycloud Academy. With all the other academies pressing on, the Skycloud Academy had taken the other academies by surprise and started practicing early, and was able to grab some of the resources of the other academies as well. Wouldn't it be nice to get 4 in 1? But before that, it's time for a bit of practice from previous years. The information of all the graduates of this term will be counted in the last round first, and then the order of their entry into the replica will be decided according to the different comprehensive qualities of the graduates. This is also known as the Great List of Graduates. The ranking of the Grand List is mainly related to the rank, occupation, talent, and weekday academic performance of the trainees. This maximizes the overall quality of a transmogrifier. The ones that ranked high were naturally the ones that the academy focused on and allocated the recommended student quota. And in this ranking, others may be less clear to people, but there was definitely Lu Xing in the top few positions of the Grand List. At that time, after the occupational awakening ceremony, the trainees more or less knew what the situation was like inside each class. Inside the entire Heavenly Cloud Academy, there were only a handful of transmuters who had obtained the purple talent. Even the number of transmutators in the entire branch of combat classes wasn't too great. Things like profession and talent are again a big part of the rankings inside the big lists. Therefore, Lu Xing, who accounted for both, was bound to be at the top of the list. A lot of people are a little disconcerted, but that's about it. That's the way the world is. A person's success cannot be separated from a strong strength and a tough background. In other words, as long as you have the above 2 points, Even a pig can step on the wind and take off in place. After all the students came to take their seats in the auditorium, the Dean of Cloud Sky Academy walked onto the stage holding the microphone. Next, the staff of the academy will go from one to another to register the information for each student. Please be at ease. After the information collection is complete, we will drop each student's information directly onto the main screen in the auditorium along with their rankings. As an annual grand list of graduates, the ranking of this list will strictly follow the principle of fairness, justice and openness. The dean was at pains to talk about this kind of thing that he talks about once a year. Behind them, the two teachers, in turn, connected their computers and placed the big blank list on the main screen. The staff on stage moved quickly to use special devices to go and collect information about each student's career. After the students whose information was being collected chose to agree, their grades in each subject, occupation, talent, and level, were all transmitted to the large screen above them. The rankings of the big list of graduates are already being presented. Isn't that the one from class 2? It's really a rare profession, but it's a pity that his talent is a bit poor and he's only green. Otherwise he'd be a sure winner. Oh ho, which class is this from? Called Lu Xing. Oh yo, purple talent. This kid is awesome. Don't you all forget about Su Gue from our class. He's a royal fire mage, and his occupational talent has even awakened to the purple epic level. This year's number 1 on the grand ranking list has been booked for a long time. The dean himself said so. Almost halfway through, the big list was taking shape. Just as the crowd had guessed, the top few ranked people were all the pride of each class. Especially among them was Lu Xing, who had a good advantage over the others, sitting firmly in the top 3. There's no way, it really doesn't compare. These guys have good professions and talents. Each one of them is simply the chosen one. How can we ordinary people compare? Someone like Lu Xing has a great career in talent. Even though many people were a bit unconvinced in their hearts, they could only accept this result. Looking at the envious and jealous eyes of the people around him, Lu Xing also finally found some confidence. Even his own back is a lot straighter, though his academics dragged him down, resulting in him not being number 1, just a third-ranked goalie. But the collection of information is nearing its end. Those talented players who had been heard of earlier were also posted on the leaderboards. Unsurprisingly, he has secured the top 3 throne this time. So what if I can't get first place in the academy? When I get out of the society, little master, no matter whether it's talent, resources, connections, or power, I'm going to shake them off by 10 streets. At that time, these academy brats will truly see the gap between me and them. Looking at his high ranking sequence, Lu Xing began to feel smug. As it turned out, he didn't have long to be happy. A few exclamations of surprise suddenly came from the side. Geez, first, what's going on here? Squeezing in a new no. 1. Or a lifelike profession? Crap, is it my eyes that are blinking? This farmer transfigurator's level is actually 20. Accompanied by those exclamations, all the students present in the same class as Li Yang turned their heads in unison and looked at the students sitting in the off-back row. At this moment, Li Yang was wearing the academy's uniform, and calmness was written all over his face. Everything that was happening in front of him was expected. It was just as he had planned before. A farmer profession that had just graduated only 2 days ago and had wildly soared to level 20 was an extremely explosive existence no matter where it was placed. Watch the podium as a group of directors and deans get together and nervously discuss something. Li Yang understood that his purpose had been achieved. Looking at the heated discussion set off by the people around him, Li Yang's homeroom teacher, who was standing at the back, began to feel flustered. This isn't quite what was planned. The person who originally came out of nowhere should have been Lu Xing. As long as Lu Xing secured his position in the top 3 and received the academy's recommended student quota, he was expected to become an elite transmigrator who received national training. Similarly, as the homeroom teacher who had single-handedly supported Lu Xing for 3 years, no matter if it was this time the academy's evaluation of excellence, or the selection of the director of instruction a few months later, he then all but stabilized. Moreover, this Lu Xing's family was well off, and his father, Lu Xian, was the general manager of the largest bank in Yunzhou. Both in terms of talent and background, they were much better than the rest of the class. By allowing Lu Xing to rise above the rest, he can both get what he deserves as a teacher and win the favor of Lu Xing's father, Lu Xian. With Lu Xian's favor, plus his own promotion, and a nephew who became an elite transmogrifier, he was able to make a force within the upper echelons. As long as he developed according to this standard process, his identity and status would definitely surpass more than 90% of the people in the entire Yunzhou. By then, won't you have whatever you want? As for the rest of the class, he wasn't even going to bother. After all, the world is a cruel place. When you're out in the world, you need strength, brains and background. However, Li Yang's appearance broke all this. You have to know that the original Li Yang, but he was the least looked upon person in his class. What Li Yang had said to him at that time, he still remembered very clearly now. At that time, he slipped Li Yang $5,000, hoping that Li Yang could write off his grudge with Lu Xing. However, he did not expect that. Instead of being ungrateful, Li Yang directly stated that he wanted to grab the recommended spot with Lu Xing. At that time, he also only thought that Li Yang was young and impetuous, talking big. As a result, in today's graduate grand ranking, with everyone unable to level up due to the beast tide, Li Yang was directly ahead of everyone with a terrifying advantage of 20 levels. A freshly transferred life class profession had brushed up to level 20 in the 2 days after the beast tide attack. Who would dare to believe such a thing? The previous refusal of his hush money behavior. He thought it was Li Yang's stupidity with some small backbone. As a result, it now seems that this is entirely because at that time, Li Yang's chest was full of ideas. Level 20. How can he be level 20? Looking at the dean and his party who were walking this way, the class teacher who had a smile on his face instantly stiffened. Old uncle. This. Lu Xing also didn't recover from the fact that he was suddenly kicked out of the top 3 and stammered to the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher, on the other hand, fell silent, and after slightly adjusting his mind, he got up and greeted the dean with a smile. The matter at hand greatly exceeded his original expectations. The least he could do was find out what was going on. The dean brought a group of directors to Li Yang's side. The 70-something-year-old man, on his way over, because of his emotional excitement, directly opened a skill like Gale Step to use to accelerate. When he rushed closer, Li Yang even saw that his hands were trembling slightly. You're Mr. Li Yang, right? Your rank. Li Yang knew that he was skeptical. After all, it was indeed hard to believe that a life class profession transferee had brushed up to level 20 within 2 days after just awakening his profession. So he simply pulled up his information panel and set it in front of him, pointing to the information on it. Dean can rest assured that my rank is genuine and there is nothing fishy about it. And upon seeing Li Yang's information panel, the dean over here suddenly stared, his eyes dripping round. It's not just 20 levels. Li Yang had even completed his second turn. As a life class transfigurator who had just awakened his profession, he had completed a transfer in just 2 days. What a terrifying strength this is. Dean, this is Li Yang's message. One of the teaching directors around him had called for Li Yang's personal information as early as the first moment. His parents died in a tidal wave of beasts, and he lives alone outside the city. There were no relatives who could help, even with official aid payments. It seems that because of his poor family, Li Yang has always studied very hard. Despite his bad profession and talent, he still became the deserved number 1 in the grand list by virtue of his far ahead rank and his perennial excellent academic performance. In terms of family and background, Li Yang should be considered the lowest class kind of person in Tianyun Academy. It was because of this that the strength he had displayed today was even more astonishing. Classmate Li Yang, this rank of yours, did you raise it by yourself alone? It took the old dean a while to calm his agitated heart and turned his head to look at Li Yang. Li Yang nodded his head and replied without hesitation. The goods are real, and they are fair game. Then the dean asked the question that was on everyone's mind. But, how did the life class professions upgrade so fast? Li Yang looked into the old dean's eyes with a cloudy face. Plant some crops. The entire auditorium, at once, was silent and fell into a deathly silence. Many people were even a bit confused as to whether Li Yang was serious in his words, or whether he was joking in a serious manner. Growing crops to upgrade? If Li Yang was a purple epic level talent or even a golden legend level talent, then they would have recognized it. But he's just a farmer's profession plus white talent now. If planting things could be upgraded, what was the point of having them as combat class professions? But Dean is, after all, an old man who has lived for over 70 years. From Li Yang's tone, something was heard. He could sense that Li Yang's occupation must be very special. Public places, walls have ears. He nodded slightly and spoke. Student Li Yang, wait for a moment. Come to the office with me later and we'll talk about it. After saying that, he beckoned Li Yang to sit down first. Himself, he turned, impatient to return to the podium, and gave a cursory courtesy talk. The things that are said are just things that everyone knows. The danger of the beast tide attack, the difficulty of painting the book, the unity to overcome the difficulties, and so on. Then there was a little more encouragement for everyone to take advantage of the opportunity to upgrade and be safe. After everything was said and done, he drove his blast steps again and swished to Li Yang, surrounded by several directors, leading him hastily out of the auditorium. He headed over to the dean's office. Sky Cloud Academy. In the dean's office, the old dean Su Minghong quickly pushed open the door of his office and greeted Li Yang as he sat behind the desk. That, Xiao Lua, go and pour a glass of water for Mr. Li Yang. Su Minghong waved his hand and directly ordered. as Li Yang's homeroom teacher, or Xiao Lu as the dean called him. After listening to the dean's words, he immediately nodded his head and hurriedly ran over to the water dispenser with a paper cup and poured a cup of water for Li Yang. Now, the situation is sort of completely reversed. Li Yang, who had originally been completely disregarded, had now transformed into a talent that was extremely valued by the dean. At this point, as long as Li Yang slightly intentionally or unintentionally mentioned the matter of the previous official aid payment, let's not talk about promotions and raises, pleasing Lu Xian or anything like that. As a classroom teacher, he could have been expelled from the academy on the spot and returned overnight. Now he only begged Li Yang to disregard his past suspicions and not to mention this matter in front of the dean. Even if Li Yang would use this as blackmail afterward and blackmail him for a large sum of money, he was willing to do it. Student Li Yang, regarding what you just mentioned inside the auditorium, can you tell me more about it? About your means of upgrading and stuff like that. I'm feeling curious. Saying that, Su Minghong even laughed joyfully, put on as even-handed an attitude as possible. Li Yang, however, just picked up the water cup and took a shallow sip, glancing at the class teacher beside him with a complicated expression. Not a word was said, but it seemed to say a lot. Su Minghong reacted instantly and immediately said seriously, Xiao Lu, you go out first. Let me talk to Mr. Li Yang alone. A life class occupation that rises to level 20 in 2 days after transferring is the first in the history of our Heavenly Cloud Academy. No, don't even bother talking about Sky Cloud Academy. I'm afraid that this kind of thing is at a level that no one has ever seen before when looking at the entire cloud state. It must be taken seriously. As he spoke, Su Minghong's cheeks were visibly flushed. After working at Tianyun Academy for so many years, Li Yang's homeroom teacher had never seen Su Minghong look so happy. There was nothing for him to do but leave with trepidation. For a while, only Li Yang and Dean Su Minghong were left inside the large office. Su Minghong sighed in relief and eased his tone. Mr. Li Yang, we're the only 2 people in the office now, so there's no need to worry about ears through the walls. If there's anything you'd like to show, please feel free to bring it out. Seeing this, Li Yang was no longer formal. Raising his hand, he gently rubbed his storage ring and pulled out a seed from it. Then he got up and walked straight to a lotus pot that Su Minghong had placed on the windowsill. Bury the seeds. Then while doing the work at hand, he opened his mouth to explain. Actually, what I grow, not just any crop. If the venue is big enough, I can show the other killing weapons. But for now, it's better to simply show you the very basics. What you will see next is one of the crops I used in my upgrade, named Nut Wall. After saying that, Li Yang gently snapped his fingers and unleashed the occupational talent, subtle botanical management. In the twinkling of an eye, the plants he planted in the soil began to grow like crazy. In a matter of seconds, it swelled to the size of an adult's body. A huge brown nut instantly crushed the pot and hit the ground with a loud bang. Dean Su Minghong behind the desk immediately stared with wide eyes and open mouth, shock written all over his pale face, unrelated to anything else. The point that shocked Su Minghong was the color and texture of the wall of nuts in front of him. It was just too familiar. He has been a longtime friend of Zhang Mingshu, the current mayor of Yunzhou City. He had seen with his own eyes, and even touched it with his hands, the strange plant fragments that the military department had previously found when investigating the mysterious transmigrator. Because of this, the moment Li Yang's nut wall appeared, Su Minghong could then almost conclude that this was 80% the same thing that both the military department and the municipal government were struggling to find. But just to be on the safe side, still against the wall of nuts, he used a shot of appraisal. Plant name, nut wall. Plant characteristics, the nut wall can withstand any attack up to level 40, this limit will increase with the level of the profession, a total of 50 times, and the damage sustained while withstanding an attack cannot be repaired. Crouching. See, looking at the information panel returned by the appraisal technique, Su Minghong almost burst out in foul language. But, after all, he was over 100 years old. What great storms had he not seen before? Instantly, he took 2 deep breaths in place, ready to calm down. But, Nima, can't calm down at all. Shit, how is he supposed to be calm? Li Yang pulled out this thing called crops in front of him. The meaning was already obvious. The mysterious transmigrator that the military and municipal government had been searching for 2 days to repel a small wave of beasts by himself. It was the man himself. Ha! A farmer who had just performed a transfer and had a white quality common talent. On the night that the transfer was completed, he used his skills to stop an entire branch of the beast tide. In comparison, the fact that he was 20 levels distantly ahead of the entire school was nothing to write home about. After killing so many magical beasts, can't you be level 20? But this is even more outrageous. He had risen to level 20 after experiencing the beast tide. In other words, he hadn't even turned 2 when he fought the beast tide. What a small wave of beasts beaten by a transmuter who has yet to experience a second turn. Su Minghong finally realized deeply what it meant to live a long time. Dean, why don't you just calm down a little bit? Li Yang looked at Su Minghong with a look of shortness of breath and about to turn his back, kind of afraid the old man might get excited and GA on the spot. Su Minghong nodded repeatedly and sat back in his seat. Trembling, he took the glasses off his face and let out a long breath. And then, speaking up, Mr. Li Yang, I'm afraid that this Cloud Sky Academy of mine can't fit a big Buddha like you. At first, after seeing Li Yang's strength, Su Minghong had planned to give him that recommended student slot in the academy or something. But look at the strength Li Yang is showing now. Su Minghong then decided that this recommended student place should never be given to him. Because, simply not worthy of him. What lifelike profession and what white talent. In the face of true strength, none of it is worth mentioning. So why not just ask Li Yang what he really needs? Su Minghong is not someone in a high position and may not be able to see that far. But to his shallow eyes, Li Yang had only just switched over a few days ago and was able to stop a branch of the beast tide with his own strength. Then when he's level 40, he'll be able to directly overthrow the entire beast tide? At level 60, at level 80, it's almost too much to think about. Su Minghong could conclude that with Li Yang's strength, he would definitely be able to become the group of people who would change the world in the future. It can't wait. It absolutely can't wait. Mr. Li Yang, I'm going to report your situation to the higher-ups. I don't know what you think. Words. Li Yang nodded without hesitation. Then, holding his chin thoughtfully, he murmured a question. By the way, if we report directly, do we still need to take up the academy's recommended student quota? Hearing this question, Su Minghong on the opposite side froze slightly and opened his mouth to answer. That's not necessarily true. After all, your situation is unique and cannot be generalized. The details will need to be discussed in more detail after your situation is reported. In the time that followed, Li Yang didn't have any other questions. Then right after Su Minghong's inquiry, Asahi demonstrated the pea shooter. It also gives a brief overview of the new plants unlocked after the second turn. For example, Ice Archer, Cherry Bomb. He was thinking of showing it again, but it scared Su Minghong so much that he hurriedly called for a halt. That's what stopped a show of explosions big enough to lift the ceiling. Okay Li Yang, just to be on the safe side, I'll personally take these your, crops, to show them to the mayor. After some conversation, Su Minghong finally decided to personally take these crops from Li Yang and head to the municipal building. Preparing to continue to report up the layers through the mayor's connections, it would be best to report Li Yang directly to the imperial capital officials. After all, with Li Yang's strength nowadays, there was no need to level up with those ordinary transmutants. It would be better to let the country pay attention to it as soon as possible, so that Li Yang can also ride the wind and make great achievements. The two sides hit it off, and that's what was negotiated for now. And then, Su Minghong got up and sent Li Yang out of the dean's office. With a calm face, Li Yang returned inside his class in full view of everyone and sat down in his seat as if nothing had happened. All the students around them gathered around, incredibly excited to ask what had just happened. Where on earth did Li Yang get such a high rank from and what secrets are hidden in him? What exactly did the dean say just now when he brought Li Yang inside his office? But Li Yang simply prevaricated. He wasn't going to make it all public until the dust settled. Anyway, so far everything was going steadily as he had anticipated. At this time, Su Minghong, inside the office, had already changed his clothes. Afterwards, he put those plants that Li Yang left inside the office as evidence into the storage ring and drove the car towards the municipal building. After a period of driving, Dean Su Minghong finally stopped at the downstairs of the municipal building. Since he had not greeted the city in advance, he waited slightly at the door for some time before he was authorized to enter. When Su Minghong pushed open the door of the mayor's office on the roof of the building, the mayor in front of the desk, Jiang Mingshu, was organizing the latest batch of information. After seeing Su Minghong's wrinkled old face, he stood up with some confusion. Yo, old Su, what wind blew you here? Su Minghong smiled cheerfully and opened his mouth to reply. Got some good news for you, old buddy. The two were very close. Back in the day, they were actually old classmates who attended the same college. But although there is this layer of relationship at this time Su Minghong and Jiang Mingshu two people's appearance, is a world of difference. Jiang Mingshu looked like a middle-aged man with some blonde hair, while Su Minghong was already an old man with gray hair. This is the impact of the gamification of the world. Transmutineers can gain a boost in longevity by leveling themselves up, especially after level 60. This boost becomes very noticeable. It was a pity that Su Minghong wasn't considered a particularly talented transmuter, like most people in this world, stuck at a level below 60, unable to advance any further. Jiang Mingshu on the opposite side was actually about the same age as Su Minghong, but his level was slightly ahead of him, being over 70 levels. From the outside, it certainly looked younger than Su Minghong. After hearing Su Minghong's words, Zhang Mingshu instantly raised his eyebrows in confusion. Good news? What good news? With a lift of his hand, Su Minghong rubbed his storage ring and released Li Yang's plant. Bam! The huge wall of nuts smashed into the tiled floor of the office, accidentally making some cracks. Dash. Zhang Mingshu behind the desk sat on his butt, his eyes whiter than copper bells. Is this what those shards originally look like? Zhang Mingshu stammered as he asked, his tone filled with unbelief. To say who knows the most about those plant fragments recovered from the front line inside Yunzhou now, other than Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the Ministry of War. It was him. The texture and color embodied in the shard is identical to the nut that is sitting in the middle of the office at this time. This was the original body of the shard he had been searching so hard for. I wasn't even as dramatic as you were when I first saw this. Don't get excited just yet. I've got even more weighty news here, Su Minghong said with a smile, looking like he shouldn't make a fuss. These words managed to tickle Zhang Mingshu's curiosity. He pursued the question with interest. What's the deal? You met that mysterious transmuter? Su Minghong waved his hand. More than just an encounter. That transmigrant. That's one of our academy students. Zhang Mingshu jumped up again before he could sit still, letting out a sharp burst. Student. Su Minghong had a calm face. Yes, still a current student. He's about to graduate this year. Zhang Mingshu felt his brain buzzing inside and was already somewhat speechless. It was simply heavenly. If Su Minghong didn't have any evidence, Zhang Mingshu would definitely think so. But now, the huge nuts were a mountain of hard evidence, and there was no room for disbelief. But, Zhang Mingshu rubbed his head, still somewhat unable to believe it. But a student, how is it possible to do such a thing? Su Minghong smiled. Old buddy, there's something you may not believe in anymore, but it does explain a lot of situations that don't fit into common sense. This thing, it's called life. There are some people who are born with little to show for it, but are just capable of making amazing moves. Remember the heaven and earth vision that suddenly appeared and disappeared last Friday? I think that would have been made by this student of mine as well. What kind of farmer, if not destined, could grow such a plant? Zhang Mingshu froze in place, and his heart, which hadn't rippled again for decades, once again became throbbing. Such a powerful transmogrifier, and still a student. That tells you one thing. This Su Minghong mouth of the strange man is a no-brainer. Once in 100 years of the chosen one, heavenly wizard. He didn't even bother to test the plants. Straight away, he slammed the table and said with immense excitement, "Quick, get him over here. I want to see him now." Seeing his old buddy display this attitude, Su Minghong was also slightly relieved. Originally, I thought I was going to be met with some obstruction or something when I reported it, but now it seemed that Zhang Mingshu was quite a bit more active than he was about Li Yang. Only, Su Minghong wanted more than just Zhang Mingshu's appreciation of Li Yang. Old Zhang too. Before that, I want to discuss something with you first. According to the strength that this Li Yang student has shown so far, it's already a level that can be enshrined in the annals of our Yunzhou city. Is it possible to treat such a talent a little differently than others who are not so special? If I remember correctly, it seems that we in China have a policy that specifically targets this level of talent. Su Minghong didn't say it outright, but Zhang Mingshu, who was on the opposite side of the table, actually knew it by heart. He calmed himself and slowly sat back down behind his desk and opened his mouth to ask, "You mean, the Tongxian program?" After the world was gamified, the world landscape changed to a greater or lesser extent because of the transmutation system. In the original world, technology was the first productive force. And now, one thing has gone hand in hand with technology. That is talent. As the core of the transfer system, the attribute of human is magnified infinitely. Among them, those who stood out from the crowd who had utilized their professions to the extreme, even possessed the powerful power of turning their hands to the clouds and their hands to the rain as if they were gods. Because of this, countries around the world have begun to vigorously cultivate their own talent. And the Tongxian program of Huaxia is the product that emerged after this work was developed to the extreme. Tongxian takes the meaning of knowing the mysteries. It is designed to hope that the special talents in the program will be able to understand the subtleties of the special powers contained in themselves, and understand the subtleties of those otherworldly powers, and utilize them. To a certain extent, the talents recruited by the Tongxian program were the elites amongst a group of elites in Huaxia. The expression on Zhang Mingshu's face paused for a moment before he slowly said, "I didn't think you'd actually take the initiative to make such a request. However, to be able to display such power is already enough to show the strength of that Li Yang. Let's observe for the time being. I still want to personally find out what level of strength this Li Yang student has reached. It's really the first time since we've been in Yunzhou for so long. But if our cloud state really produces a special talent that can enter the Tongxian division, in my life, I, old Zhang, have lived to witness history. Alright old Su, make the call." Have someone from your academy quickly send Li Yang over to me. I want to personally find out what level of strength this Li Yang student has reached. After saying this, Zhang Mingshu suddenly felt that there was something wrong again, and immediately shook his head. No, it's better for me to personally send someone to pick it up. He is, after all, also that mysterious big man that we, on the side of the municipality and the Ministry of War, have been searching so hard for. After helping so much during the beast tide before, we have to show him the sincerity of the municipality. With that, Zhang Mingshu picked up the landline on the table and called his driver. Then, very skillfully, he reached under the table, briefly dug around, and pulled out a bank card. This is the 5 million bounty for the mysterious transfigurator that the two of them talked about when discussing strategies with Wei Tsongfeng earlier. At this moment, Li Yang, like the other students in the class, was busy packing his personal belongings in his seat. Since the big list of graduates had already been tallied, all that was left was to wait for those teachers of the academy's combat profession to finish their preparations and set out to brush up their books. Li Yang was actually originally torn about whether or not to go. After all, it was to go and level these unranked new transferees in the academy, and it was a bit of a waste of time for him, a transferee who had already passed level 20, to dally. But at this time, the system suddenly released a quest. New quest, kill 200 magical beasts below level 30, 0/200. Mission reward, Dave's prop shop. Props store? Li Yang knocked his head and carefully recalled the props inside zombies. Other than that, is it hard to believe that he can grow carts to play with like plants? A cross-country push for a straight second. No matter who you are, as long as you are in the line of the invincible cart, all of you will be crushed under the wheels. It's not purely a conceptual technique? TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like this one had to be brushed. By now, he's stocked up on over 100 cherry bombs. With these, you can blow up all the magical beasts as far as the eye can see in minutes. Finishing with 200 kills should be simple. As a result, Li Yang had only just packed up his things when a knock suddenly sounded outside the messy classroom. The homeroom teacher knocked on the blackboard and told everyone to be quiet, then walked quickly down the podium and pulled the door open. At the sight of a couple of suited and booted public officials standing outside, his soul nearly flew off in terror. The originally rosy face turned pale all of a sudden. The whole man stammered, half speechless. His body was also shaking like a sieve, shivering and unable to stand. Ditto. Gay. The homeroom teacher thought that Li Yang had reported the matter of the aid money and the municipal government had sent someone to arrest him. As a result, the oldest brother of the municipality who was in the lead just frowned and gave the homeroom teacher a thoughtful look, then directly skipped over him and opened his mouth to ask, "Excuse me, which one is Mr. Li Yang? Please come with us. Mayor Chang wishes to meet you personally." The rowdy classroom was in disarray again. What's going on? It's reasonable. After all, Li Yang is the #1 ranked existence on the grand ranking list. It actually caught the mayor's attention directly. That's too much, isn't it? Nonsense. A farmer who just transferred to level 20 in 2 days. Wouldn't you be curious if it were you? This time, the quota should be taken by Li Yang. It's just a pity that Lu Xing'a. Originally there was still a chance for the top 3, but now, TSK, actually being squeezed out of the top 3 by Li Yang. It's really suffocating. Before the words left his mouth, the front row coughed twice deliberately. The person who said this turned back and realized that Lu Xing was looking this way with a gloomy face. Scared, he craned his neck and ducked to the side. Li Yang threw his packed things into his storage ring, then got up and looked over there. "I am Li Yang." The attitude of those few municipal personnel became quite a bit more moderate, and they hurriedly nodded respectfully to this side, leaving Li Yang to leave this place together. And then the tiny classroom became silent once again. The people in the classroom looked at each other in disbelief, and no one dared to be the first to open their mouths to break the silence. The other side. Li Yang directly rode in the car sent from the municipal side and came inside the municipal building. The crowds coming and going were a bit curious about this young boy who suddenly appeared. However, after seeing this several men in suits surrounding Li Yang, they all showed a slight expression of awe. These are the mayor's personal bodyguards. To be picked up by these guys, it must be an important person invited by the mayor himself. Looking at the clothes he's wearing, it seems to be the uniform of the Skycloud Academy, right? I didn't expect such an ordinary-looking teenager to be personally received by the mayor. It's still a long time to live, but this little brother is still quite handsome. If it wasn't for the fact that there's too much work right now, I'd really like to go up and have a chat with him. If you get a chance, ask him for a contact? If this little brother doesn't want to work hard anymore, sister, I don't mind keeping him. A few passing female staff members exchanged words and chattering voices reached Li Yang's ears. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and glanced that way. Those few young ladies in black silk short skirts immediately hugged the documents and fled as if they were flying. In response, Li Yang could only sigh softly and follow the bodyguard all the way up to the office on the roof. Who would have thought that before he even knocked on the door, the person inside was already eager to welcome him out? This is the student Li Yang that old Sue was talking about? Ouch, you really can't tell the difference between people. I didn't expect that student Li Yang would be so capable at such a young age. The person who came out to greet him was a middle-aged man in a white suit with some hair loss. Li Yang had seen it on TV. He was the current mayor of Yunzhou City, Zhang Mingshu, sort of the most powerful and representative of officialdom in Yunzhou City. Li Yang was actually quite surprised. He knew he could quickly contact officials through Dean, but I didn't expect Dean to be so efficient. It's just been less than an hour, and he's been given direct access to the mayor. It's almost like a heifer riding a wire, all the way to the bull with lightning. Dean Su Minghong walked out from inside his office, still wearing that smiling, easygoing expression. He also joked with Zhang Mingshu, who was beside him. What did I just say to you, old buddy? Gotta save face in front of my academy students. If you don't want to call me Dean Su, you should at least call me by my real name. Zhang Mingshu waved his hand and hurriedly pulled Li Yang inside the office, then glared at the bodyguards beside him. Go out. Take the door with you. Guard it. And don't let anyone in. The black-suited bodyguards immediately did as they were told. And in a short while, Li Yang, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong were left in the entire office. After asking Li Yang to take a seat, Zhang Mingshu turned around and picked up a flat envelope from the desk behind him. Student Li Yang, if this Dean Su of yours is right, you should be the mysterious transmuter we've been looking for, right? What exactly did you do then? In the village to the east? It can't really be that he repelled that small branch of the beast tide with his own strength, right? Facing a personal inquiry from the mayor of Yunzhou City, there would be no need for Li Yang to worry so much. Immediately raising his head, he met Zhang Mingshu's unusually agitated gaze and showed his cards. Not bad. That small branch of the beast tide at that time was indeed repelled by me alone. I also happened to take advantage of the experience I gained while killing those magical beasts and rose to level 20. Two simple sentences instantly answered the biggest doubt in Zhang Mingshu's mind. And, again, it shook him deeply. Brush up to level 20 with the help of these beast tides. And the time when the beast tide broke out wasn't that far away from the time of the full transfer ceremony of the Heavenly Cloud Academy. In other words, it was very likely that he had repelled those magical beasts without a base level. Is this more than talent? This is simply genius. Thinking of this honorable mayor of Yunzhou was as happy as a 200-pound child. If I hadn't considered where my identity was, I almost couldn't resist jumping up on the table and doing a section of Subject 3. Afterwards, he hurriedly handed over the prepared prize money to Li Yang's hand and said solemnly, Student Li Yang, thank you for your willingness to step forward and share the pressure for the military department at that time. In the face of the beast tide, for the first time, our military department has achieved 0 casualties. You deserve a lot of credit. This $5 million is the bonus that the municipal and military side decided to give you after deliberation. You must accept it. We won't treat anyone who has contributed to Yunzhou poorly. In the face of Su Minghong's enthusiasm, Li Yang was somewhat helpless and could only be respectful. Upon tearing open the envelope, what was inside was a somewhat familiar gold card. This card, it seems like Li Yang has one too. But that one was self-administered and this one was from the mayor, which is of a different nature. Seeing Li Yang accept the gift, Mayor Zhang Mingshu finally sighed in relief, and then he raised his head, looked at Li Yang's face, and asked a more crucial question. Student Li Yang, what is the highest level of battle power you can reach now? How high is the ceiling? Li Yang pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I can't really say about the cap, but as of now, at least in terms of battle power, you shouldn't be able to find an opponent at the same level. Crooked day. An incomparably excited light appeared in Zhang Mingshu's eyes. Let's not talk about what Li Yang's specific strength actually is. Just based on the confidence and vigor he showed in his 3 words, Zhang Mingshu was already deeply attracted by this student who had not yet graduated. He even had a premonition that minister of the military department, Wei Songfeng, was surely going to love a child of Li Yang's character to death. However, he didn't realize that Li Yang's words had actually been rather understated. Pea shooters with their own percentage rules. Powerful potato mines with cherry bombs. There are these things, not to mention below the same level, even across 1 or 2 transitions. As long as Li Yang was given the time to prepare in advance, he would be able to do so by instantly lifting his hand and killing everything in seconds. Then Li Yang, about those plants of yours. I wonder if you can show us in detail. Of course, it's mostly an unspoken request on my part. I'm curious as to what kind of power you used to be able to engage a wave of beasts without a rank. What a way to demonstrate competence. This Li Yang is already very skillful. only to see that he took out a flower pot inside his storage ring and placed it on the ground. Next to him, Dean Su was still frozen for a moment. It's not a decoration inside the green belt of our college. Before the words were finished, Zhang Mingshu covered his mouth. Li Yang casually threw out a dual launcher and a potato mine. Unsurprisingly, it caused another gasp from Zhang Mingshu. And then, Li Yang followed up with something even more explosive. Mayor Zhang, I have some other killer plans here, but because it's so powerful, there's a chance it could blow up this office. So, why don't we go out into the field and find a place to test it? A field test? Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking. However, I do have a better proposal regarding this testing ground. Zhang Mingshu nodded and agreed. That beast wave from before has been resolved. Tens of thousands of magical beasts were stopped by the steel walls of Yunzhou City, but the other effects of the beast tide are not so easy to erase. Those copies that had become chaotic due to the beast tide couldn't be cleaned up in a moment. Copies, in turn, are one of the most important resources in this world. A large number of copies appeared to be abnormal, and with it, a substantial shutdown of the industries associated with them. The military and municipal sides have been busy trying to resolve these things, and finally things are slowly starting to get better. But that's what has caused both the municipal and military departments to be a bit understaffed today. There was also no way to go and help Li Yang temporarily clear a lab site for him to test his power. Thus, Mayor Zhang Mingshu decided to take Li Yang directly and go inside a copy outside the western city walls to do the test. The area outside the western part of Yunzhou had more barren forests and relatively complex terrain, and was the main target of the military department's cleanup. As a result, most of the military headquarters in Yunzhou City were also stationed over there. Going to the western copy will ensure the safety of the crowd on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is also just the right time to show Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the military department this good seedling who has come out from Yunzhou. And if the plant that Li Yang was going to test was really as terrifying in power as he said, it was just as well that he could also use Li Yang's hand to clean up the magical beasts inside the chaotic copy. 3 in 1. Half an hour later, a black sedan with an official license plate stopped outside the gates below the city wall in the western part of Yunzhou City. In order to prevent any magical beasts caught up in the chaos from running into the city, there were people standing guard both inside and outside the city gates. Upon seeing the familiar license plate, the soldiers moved out of the way and gave a respectful salute. The scouts who were quicker on their feet also told Wei Tsongfeng, who was personally stationed here with his team, the first news of the mayor's arrival. Not long after the car stopped, the burly man in the black uniform greeted him very warmly from the side of the military tent. Old Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Mingshu got out of the car, followed closely by Li Yang. Seeing Wei Tsongfeng, who took the initiative to welcome him with a smile on his face, Zhang Mingshu raised an eyebrow and casually greeted him. Old Wei, I see you're in a good mood. How's the copy cleanup going? Wei Tsongfeng scratched his head. That's it. It's all veterans, and it's not too fast to say it's not too slow to say it's not too fast to say it's not too slow to say it's not too fast. By the way, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be the kind of person who has nothing better to do than run around to the copies. That's a good point to ask. Zhang Mingshu smiled. I'm going to requisition a piece of your place to test something new. Testing something new? Wei Tsongfeng raised his eyebrows, gradually coming to be interested. What's that? A new weapon developed by the Ministry of Scientific Research? Zhang Mingshu mysteriously hooked the corner of his mouth and looked at Li Yang beside him. Mr. Li Yang, take it out and give him a long look. Li Yang was not ambiguous and raised his hand to fondle his storage ring. With a burst of white light, a seed the size of a fingernail cap appeared in his hand. After seeing this scene, Wei Tsongfeng's entire body suddenly froze as if he were a wooden chicken. Ask himself. He's lived most of his life, and he can barely be considered to have seen it all. But he hadn't really seen anything like it. He frowned and opened his mouth to ask, what is this? Li Yang replied with a straight face. It's a cherry seed. Wei Tsongfeng was momentarily speechless and raised his head to look at Zhang Mingshu in front of him. Not a word was spoken, but the silence was deafening at this point. This is what Zhang Mingshu came all the way here to test? Hiss. It's not April Fool's Day, either. Looking at Wei Tsongfeng's somewhat speechless expression, Li Yang then added another sentence. The explosive range of this thing should be more than 9 times that of a common standardized grenade. As for power, I can't say. Listening to Li Yang's serious explanation, Wei Tsongfeng's frown grew tighter and tighter. Instead of directly conversing with Li Yang, he looked at Zhang Mingshu at the back and quietly asked using the voice transmission technique. Old Zhang, where did you find this person? I'm afraid you're not letting people get away with this, are you? This isn't proper nonsense? Cherry seeds that explode, range or 9 times that of a grenade? It would be just as well if this thing was just a modified miniature fire weapon under the skin of a cherry seed. But suppose it really is a real cherry seed. Then, well, that's just bullshit. Zhang Mingshu, however, merely raised his eyebrows and similarly utilized the voice transmission technique to respond. Isn't it bullshit? Try it and see? Wei Songfeng was speechless for a while. And try. Now that the front line is in a tight spot. I'm busy as hell. There's a team here waiting for me to lead. So I'll leave you to it. With that, he waved his hand, ready to turn and leave. As a result, Zhang Mingshu's next sentence directly made him freeze in place. So what if I say that this teenager is the same mysterious transmuter we've been searching for 2 whole days and nights? Wei Songfeng's eyes glazed over, and an exclamation of shock came out. Crap you. Ahem, is it really him? Zhang Mingshu smiled faintly. The goods are real, and they are fair game. Although Wei Songfeng wasn't completely convinced, but Zhang Mingshu's words really tickled him a bit. That mysterious transmogrifier, he had dreamed of meeting, but it was never expected that it was such a young, even somewhat tender young man in front of him. This did not fit at all with what he had imagined, in his mind, of that mysterious transmigrator. But here's where the outrageousness comes in. If this teenager was really the same transmuter they had been looking for, or at such a young age, what will become of his future? Then, Wei Songfeng held back the curiosity in his heart, and his face returned to the kind expression he had at the beginning. He waved his hand to the 2 men in front of him and made a gesture of please. Come on, there's a position pulled up by the military on this side, and all the scurrying beasts out there. For a weapon power test, that place should be more than suitable. After saying that, he called a few soldiers from the military department who were standing guard at the side and led Li Yang and Zhang Mingshu together towards the depths. Soon, it was time to get to the place. This side is considered the front line of the war between the military and the wraiths. The Ministry of War dug out trenches on this side and set up a temporary stronghold to consume the remnants of the beast tide roaming through the replica. When Li Yang came over, a battle had just ended over here. The periphery of the stronghold was filled with a little smoke, and the repulsed beasts withdrew to the jungle 100 meters away to hibernate and wait for an opportunity to move. The soldiers guarding this place then hurriedly took advantage of this free time and hurriedly turned out to start cleaning up the battlefield. Hello, Minister. Good day, sir. Sir, hard at work. As Wei Songfeng led Li Yang and the others to this place, the soldiers stood up and saluted this way to greet them. The latter nodded and exchanged the battle situation with the person in charge of this stronghold, and then he came back and nodded to Li Yang. There's no need to pick any appropriate time. Just now, this open space is almost 100 square feet. It should be enough for testing. However, Li Yang looked at the empty space in front of him, but suddenly narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, when is the next round of wraith attacks? Probably. The terrain over here is perfect, and I can test something else besides the cherry bomb in the meantime. Wei Songfeng froze for a moment, then immediately understood what Li Yang meant. This kid, he's trying to get right into the real thing. He frowned. This side is just a makeshift stronghold, vulnerable as it is. If the battle is delayed, these walls that are thinner than iron won't be able to stop the magical beasts. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm sure. Li Yang returned without thinking. It's more than enough to deal with the magical beasts over here with my plants. If you don't mind, I'll get started here. Wei Songfeng did want to stop him again, but Zhang Mingshu beside him had already silently pressed his shoulder and gently nodded his head, indicating that it was fine. He had no choice but to stand honestly and send a few soldiers to follow Li Yang out of the position and run to the open space outside. Then, Li Yang was seen starting to take out a shovel and hoe from inside his storage ring, as well as a large pile of black seeds, and began to sow the seeds. This scene is not just Wei Songfeng. Even the group of soldiers in the position looked dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on here? The mayor himself brought over people who actually ran off to grow vegetables on the battlefield? What the hell is this guy doing? Wei Songfeng shook slightly and stammered. No, old Zhang. Tell me honestly, what exactly is this kid's profession? The corner of Zhang Mingshu's mouth hooked and he spat out 2 plain and simple words. Farmer. By the way, his current talent is at the white normal level. Wei Songfeng finally couldn't hold himself together and blurted out. No way. It's still too risky for you to let a life-class profession engage in this way. Even if he has his own superiority, the upper limit of each attribute value is after all placed there. So it's possible that a random battle aftermath can shock him into serious injury. Zhang Mingshu shrugged his shoulders, the same chesty smile still on his face. Don't panic. I was also surprised by Li Yang when I first learned about him. But trust me, Li Yang won't let you down. Moreover, he hits the output without having to be personally in danger at all. Wei Songfeng stared at Li Yang, who was still silently farming not far away. Incredulously, for the first time in years, he felt so lost. He really couldn't think of anything that this teenager called Li Yang in front of him could give him a whole lot of. However, Wei Songfeng's doubts did not last long. With a gasp from the soldiers under his command, what Li Yang had planted was finally shown in its entirety. Green vines broke through the ground and grew as if by magic at the sight of the wind. It took almost just a few seconds for all of them to grow into adulthood. But looking at those plants, Wei Songfeng was once again in a daze. Blue, spittoon jar-looking peas, purple, big grinning flowers, and a few other oddities. Half a man's height of lime green walks, a man's height of huge nuts. This last thing he seemed to have seen somewhere else. Looking over there at the plants that littered the battlefield and were arranged in some sort of order, Wei Songfeng turned his head and asked hesitantly, that branch of the beast tied at that time. It couldn't have been repelled by him with ease, could it? Zhang Mingshu nodded and spoke back. According to his own words, yes. Try putting an appraisal spell on that nut over there. Hearing this, Wei Songfeng immediately released the appraisal skill towards the wall of nuts that Li Yang had planted out. Plant characteristics, the nut wall can withstand any attack up to level 40, this limit will increase with the level of the profession, a total of 50 times, and the damage sustained while withstanding an attack cannot be repaired. Without even reading the whole thing, a woo-woo came out of his mouth. Crazy, right? You call that a plant? This thing is an introduction to plants? My god, this one nut is stronger than the shields uniformly distributed by our military department. The debris recovered from the village at the time was the remains of this thing, right? Saying that, he couldn't help it again and hurriedly released the identification spell to the other plants. Ice Shooter, consumes 175 sunlight points per planting. Cooldown 6 seconds, firing interval 4 seconds. Botanical characteristics, peas shot by an ice archer deal fixed damage to normal beasts up to level 40, increases with career level, and cause a forced slowdown. Every 5 rounds of peas maims an ordinary wraith, and every 10 rounds kills an ordinary wraith. The slowdown effect, which halves the attack speed and movement speed of the target in the mission, lasts for 10 seconds, and each pea refreshes the effect time. Big Mouth Flower, consumes 150 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 6 seconds, chewing time 42 seconds. Plant characteristics, the big mouth flower will devour all enemies below level 40, increases with career level, and of the right size, killing them in seconds by chewing them. Potato Mines, consumes 25 points of sunlight per planting, cooldown of 30 seconds, soil breaking time of 15 seconds. Botanical characteristics, potato mines will begin to break into the ground after being placed, and can be triggered by any enemy after breaking into the ground, causing a small range of group kills, and the explosion will directly kill all enemies below level 40. Increases with career level, within the explosion range, one after another. It was overwhelming. Looking at Wei Songfeng over here, he was getting more and more excited. This is a plant? Catch a level 40 magical beast for seconds on a plant? What kind of international joke is this? What is the concept of a level 40 magical beast? In a small, remote city like Yunzhou, the percentage of level 40 or so magical beasts in the surrounding copies was less than 30%. And the level of transmogrification in a city is often tied to the quality of the copies around it. The entire Yunzhou city didn't even have more than 10,000 combat class transmigrators above level 40. Normally, when brushing up facing those level 40 or so magical beasts, the transmigrants were cautious, fearing that a single mistake would lead to irreversible consequences. And Li Yang's plant, one could casually kill a bunch of magical beasts below level 40 in seconds. This level cap would even increase together according to Li Yang's level. What kind of concept is that? When Li Yang rose to level 60, 80, or even 100, how powerful these plants of his could be. Wei Songfeng couldn't even imagine it. Looking at the plants that were planted by Li Yang, Wei Songfeng's breathing became more and more rapid. Zhang Mingshu, who was on the side, revealed an expression of I told you so. At first, when he saw the information about these plants that Li Yang had pulled out in his office, he wasn't much less shocked than Wei Songfeng was now. The current Li Yang had only just reached level 20. The strength displayed was already so heaven-defying. What he could achieve after that was even more unimaginable. And according to Li Yang's own description, the plants he's showing now are just the tip of the iceberg. Going forward, as you level up, he can also unlock things like the big corn, which has the power of an ICBM, and the big mushroom, which can cause a nuclear explosion. Such strength could only be described as terrifying as hell. Report, abnormal activity detected in the nearby magical beasts. The next round of attacks seems to have come early. From the watchtower of the stronghold position, a scout on duty hastily sounded the alarm. The entire position instantly entered a state of strict readiness, and all the soldiers were instantly energized and ready to engage the upcoming magical beasts. At this time, Li Yang also happened to come back from outside. After hearing this news, he waved his hand to Zhang Mingshu's side. There's no need to put the soldiers on. Just leave it to me with these plants. It's more than enough. He actually wanted to take this opportunity to complete his mission. Moreover, his own plants didn't know how to stop when they fought, and it would be quite troublesome if he accidentally injured any soldier by mistake. Li Yang told Zhang Mingshu about the latter as a reason. Nowadays, Zhang Mingshu naturally had 100% trust in Li Yang. Upon hearing this, he nodded directly. Wei Songfeng, who was on the side, also wanted to see what these plants looked like when they fought, so he ordered the soldiers to hold their ground for the time being. Together, we'll observe the situation from the rear. The ground shook slightly. In all directions, the roars of different magical beasts began to appear. And then, a black wolf-type magical beast took the lead and rushed out of the jungle. Letting out a roar, he charged straight towards the human side of the position. The next moment, an ice blue pea flew out violently and smashed straight into the head of that wolf-type magic beast. White frost instantly spread out from the place of contact, wrapping all over the demonic beast's body in just a few moments. It was directly smashed out by that huge impact, but it slowed down in mid-air, slowly and stiffly falling down, and was slow to land on the ground. This deceleration is actually so overbearing. This isn't even a slowdown in the traditional sense of an ice attribute skill. It's some kind of rule, isn't it? This is too counterintuitive. Zhang Mingshu shouted in shock, completely disregarding how he looked. Li Yang's strength was far beyond his imagination. These rare plants are not just plain powerful, although reading the description it doesn't seem like that much of a stretch, but this is powerful above the rules of the world. With his experience, he could already think of what Li Yang's future would look like. In time, Li Yang would definitely be able to become an existence that no one had ever seen before or since on the entire blue planet. This. He stammered as he looked at Zhang Mingshu beside him and patted the latter's shoulder, trying to show that he had indeed been blind to the fact. As a result, he didn't expect that Zhang Mingshu would also have an unbelievable expression, his eyes wide open and his mouth so big that he could even stuff down a fist. Zhang Mingshu didn't expect this kind of situation right now either. He only knew that Li Yang's plants were strong. Who could have expected that these things would actually be strong to this extent? It's simply unfathomable. The plants on the battlefield have gone into battle. Peas of all colors flew in unison, and potato mines popped up at the right time. The wall of nuts in the front row rattled but remained standing, due to the fact that this time there were more plants among the rows that were not there before. The efficiency of killing monsters was more than a notch higher than Li Yang's first time. With the slowdown of the ice-cold archer in place, the magical beasts charging from all directions had trouble even getting close to the nut wall. Even if some of the guys made it close enough to hold out with the bodies of their companions as shields, and were able to barely give the wall of nuts a shot, that was for nothing. The big mouth flower behind the wall of nuts immediately popped out and opened its bloody mouth, instantly telling those magical beasts how to write the word death. And the gaps in the nut wall, as well as the various places that were difficult to be resisted by the nut wall, were densely stuffed with a number of potato mines by Li Yang. However, whenever any magical beasts tried to burrow through these places, they would inevitably suffer a roaring explosion. There was no smoke or fire in this battle. There were only magical beasts that were slow to take a step forward, and corpses everywhere. Even the Vulcan that Li Yang had planted in the back row to use as a precautionary measure was not triggered. This tidal wave of beasts. No, these guys don't even call it a wave of beasts. These magical beasts were crushed by the plants throughout, unable to advance even a centimeter. What level of firepower is this? Holy shit, that's awesome, isn't it? If we were to take these plants and plant them in a circle around the walls of our Yinzhou, where did this little brother come from? He's ridiculously strong. The soldiers protected by the plants discussed among themselves, their faces beaming with excitement. Ever since they joined the military department, this was the first time they had experienced such an easy fight. Just sit in the back and don't even worry about the monsters out there. It's simply awesome. New quest, kill 200 magical beasts below level 30, 128/200. Mission reward, open the props store in Dave's store. Li Yang over here also looked at the progress of the mission displayed in the system while squinting his eyes at the battlefield over there. Experience came in tidal waves, but these amounts couldn't level him up much. The more major problem was that the number of magical beasts launching attacks over there had begun to decrease significantly. If this went on, it wouldn't be long before these magical beasts fled in a great defeat. Don't say brush up. He couldn't complete any of the 200 magical beasts given by the system. Looks like it's time to reel in the final wave with a cherry bomb. Li Yang's thought had only just popped up when Wei Songfeng's doubts came from the side. Mr. Li Yang, inside all the plants you planted, I don't see any cherries that will explode. Li Yang smiled and casually touched out a seed the size of a fingernail cap. There's no rush. Cherry bomb. This is coming. After saying that, he casually threw the seed into the chaotic battlefield in front of him. That seed, like the other plants planted by Li Yang, grew when it saw the wind after it was integrated into the soil. In a second or two, it grew into a shape that looked like two basketballs bolted together. Immediately following the next second, boom! The ground shook. Those weapons and equipment lying deep in the trenches were scattered everywhere with that violent shaking. The soldiers, who had just come together to discuss the situation, were also frightened by the sudden explosion. Fortunately, the soldiers inside this stronghold were all solid veterans, as Wei Songfeng had said. For such a big scene, it was only slightly panicked. It didn't take long for them all to react and stabilize. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the incomparably violent explosion just now originated from Li Yang. However, no one thought that the plants that Li Yang planted could actually have such a terrifying power. What the hell is this? 2.5 years of practicing explosive basketball? Holy shit, that side of the battlefield. It's been leveled, with a few soldiers exclaiming. Everyone's attention was all focused on the battlefield that had been incredibly chaotic just a moment ago. All was silent, and the corpses of the magical beasts that were originally scattered all over the ground had all disappeared. Everything as far as the eye could see was reduced to scorched earth. This battlefield of several hundred meters, isolated by both the magical beasts and humans, was already empty. The trees that were closer were reduced to charcoal in a matter of moments. There were sparse undulations all over the place, all of which were already crushed magical beasts. The situation at the scene can only be described as tragic. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Yang couldn't help but get goosebumps. He expected the explosion of the cherry bomb to be quite stunning, but I didn't expect it to be so horrible. At a glance, not an inch of grass. The air was filled with the smell of burning skin and flesh, mixed with the fragrance of roaming sweet cherries, making the crowd present feel a bit like they were dreaming. Your cherry bomb kills the spectral ghost wolf, LV. 32. You gain 3,200 experience points. Congratulations, your level has been raised, LV. 31 LV. 32. Your cherry bomb kills the ghost firebird, LV. 28. You gain 2,800 experience points. Your cherry bomb kills the scythe dragon, LV. 25. You gain 2,500 experience points. Your cherry bomb kills. Current task, kill 200 magical beasts below level 30, 212 out of 200. Completed. Mission reward, Dave's prop shop. After all the silence had passed, the system's prompts kept echoing in his ears. Li Yang rubbed his eyes and turned back to see how Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng were doing. Sure enough, the state of the duo in the back wasn't that far off from their current selves. Shock was written all over both of their faces. Wei Songfeng, who was considered to have experienced quite a few big scenes, was in a slightly better state, still standing there with one hand over his chest, unable to calm down. Zhang Mingshu, on the other side, was a bit more miserable. People have to be in middle age with a bunch of chronic illnesses that don't affect them very much. The loud noise that had just risen up from the flat ground and the messy battlefield after it was over had brought him a great shock, causing his blood pressure to soar all the way up. It nearly killed him directly and suddenly on the spot. Holy shit, this fucking... What the fuck do you call a fucking explosion? It's unimaginable that this thing was actually planted. Wei Songfeng vigorously patted Zhang Mingshu's shoulder and shouted excitedly. Although Zhang Mingshu's body was a bit weakened, he still seemed unusually excited. Great, great, this power. It's too amazing. It's simply far beyond my imagination. Mr. Li Yang is the first transmigrant ever to possess this kind of strength at a young age in our Yunzhou. A meeting. Call a meeting as soon as I get back. Make sure to report Li Yang up as soon as possible. Meetings? Li Yang raised an eyebrow, but then understood Zhang Mingshu's meaning. Today there are three main sections in the city management of China. One is the municipality, which represents the crown, and the other is the military ministry, which is complementary to the municipality but independent of it. There is another, the representative of the public opinion of all parties in the city, the city council. City councils are generally made up of some of the most vocal people in the city as representatives. It includes the elites from various fields such as industry and commerce, and is the group of people who best represent the direction of the city's general environment. Usually when the city is about to make certain key decisions, the council is called together to deliberate. Just now, while Li Yang was lining up his troops, Zhang Mingshu wasn't idle either. He filmed Li Yang planting plants and the images of those plants fighting with the magical beasts, especially the explosion of the cherry bomb at the end. Even though Zhang Mingshu's heartbeat accelerated and his legs became weak from the tremor, he still insisted on recording until the last moment. All of these things, all of them, were important evidence to report Li Yang up and push him into the Tongxin program. Li Yang, how many levels are you now? I remember life class professions that unlock new techniques every time you change professions. You're a farmer, so it should be the same thing, right? While Zhang Mingshu was busy mulling over the matter of the parliament, Wei Songfeng, who was next to him, suddenly walked quickly and greeted Li Yang. Li Yang blinked and opened his occupation panel. Name, Li Yang. Occupation, farmer, second turn. Rank, LV. 32. Stamina, 32. Defense, 32. Power, 32. Agility, 32. Spiritual power, 32. Freely assignable points, 0. Professional talents, Dave's plant shop, white common. Subtle plant management, white common. I also wonder if the system is trying to keep a low profile. All of these ridiculously strong talents were actually defined as white normal levels. Li Yang told Wei Songfeng his rank truthfully. Wei Songfeng nodded his head repeatedly. 32 levels, just 8 levels short of the third turn. Yes, let's give this 8th grade to our military department. Xiao Feng, take the second team and go help Li Yang brush up to level 40. With that, he gave a big wave of his hand. From a few soldiers who were busy cleaning up the battlefield next to them, a young lady in uniform with a valiant look greeted them. Yunzhou City Military Department Special Commando Team, 2nd Squad Leader, Feng 1, Xiao Feng, as Wei Songfeng called him, came to Li Yang and solemnly saluted and introduced himself. Li Yang responded, while smiling down and following her example. He returned. Tianyun Academy's graduating class 2, ordinary student, Li Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you, MS. Feng 1. The corners of Feng Wen's mouth curved up slightly some before she nodded and called for her teammates. Now that it was still early, it shouldn't take much effort for them to find a suitable place to help Li Yang brush up to level 40. After all, Li Yang's strength is there. It's not certain who will steal output from who when the time comes. Hello, old Sue, move faster on your side. I'm going to call the council when I get back. And the meeting in response to the report on Li Yang is tentatively scheduled for tomorrow. Before tomorrow, make sure to straighten out Li Yang's student file for me. While Li Yang was busy introducing himself to each other with the so-called second squad, Zhang Mingshu, on the other hand, was chatting with Su Minghong, the dean of Tianyun Academy, about the matter concerning the promotion of Li Yang. The latter said yes repeatedly, and by now had rushed back inside the academy without stopping. Couldn't even take a break before heading straight for the archives. With several directors inside the college, a rummage through the box, and finally found out all the information about Li Yang. Before that, Su Minghong's understanding of Li Yang was very limited. All that is known is that his family lived in a village outside the city and that his parents died. While going through Li Yang's information, he noticed something else. It is almost a well-known fact that Li Yang's family is poor. He had also just recently improved his life by transferring his job and getting a plant that could produce gold coins. But before that, as a needy student, he had always been a target of the college's support work, and had always been a beneficiary of the second-class aid payments. By all rights, it should be. But, the aid is sent by the city every semester to be distributed regularly, and he sometimes goes over there to supervise it himself. Why would he have no impression of Li Yang at all if he would have been there to claim it every semester? This is so weird. He was old, but not old and confused. Could it be that the official aid payment quota for the second class was not in Li Yang's hands at all? He couldn't help but frown slightly at the thought. Now that business is important. He first put Li Yang's file into a file bag and tightened the bag, then turned his head and called a director in the academy who was responsible for managing logistics. Go, get me all the applications for aid money for the second class for the past 3 years. Check well whether the aid money for the second class has fallen into Li Yang's hands or not. That director nodded and turned to leave. Not a moment later, a direct phone call to Su Minghong. Dean, check it out. The name of the applicant for the aid payment is, indeed, Li Yang correctly. However, the photos and handwriting on the application are different from those on the file of Li Yang's classmates. I'm afraid, it's an imposter. Sure enough, it was just as Su Minghong thought. This old dean was so angry that his veins flared up and he said indignantly, "Dare to play the civet game under my nose, and even be so deranged as to go after aid money. It's simply bullying. Whose picture is on the application?" The director on the other side was silent for a moment, supposedly comparing them one by one. And then, finally, the result was found. Reporting to the dean, the photo is of a student from the second class. Su Minghong yelled angrily, "Get him over here." A few moments later, a monkeyshine cadet in the second class violently knelt down in the dean's office. While apologizing, he kowtowed vigorously. "Dean, I was wrong. Dean, I didn't want to be. Our homeroom teacher told me to. He said that I should claim the money under Li Yang's name, and that I could keep part of the money I received for myself and give the rest to him as it was. If I don't, he's going to dock my credits. Dean, I didn't mean to do that. Ooh, I've always regretted it. I'm sorry for Li Yang. I'm sorry for the municipality. I'm sorry for the academy's hard work." Eyes on the guy crying more and more exaggeratedly. Su Minghong behind the desk called him off with an impatient face. "You said your homeroom teacher told you to do this? What's the reason?" The guy said with a snotty nose and a tearful face, kneeling on the ground and crying. Our homeroom teacher said that good resources should be reserved for the right people. Li Yang has no talent if he wants talent, no background if he wants background. Keeping this money is just a way to survive. How about just At this point, the skinny monkey student began to stammer. Su Minghong glared at him. How about what? The skinny monkey quickly spoke up. Why don't we leave these resources for Lu Xing? And when Lu Xing gets his quota as an elite transfigurator, our class will follow suit. The guy's voice got lower and lower. On the opposite side, Su Minghong's brows were getting tighter and tighter, even gradually twisting into a ball. Good resources for the right people? You can make the whole class proud? This guy is simply crazy to want to make a difference. That there were such people under his own command, Su Minghong really couldn't understand. Sky Cloud Academy is huge and has a great reputation. Meanwhile, with his years of relationship with Mayor Jiang Mingshu and his dedicated management, Tianyun Academy had always been the most popular transmuter academy in Yunzhou. It seems to be vaporizing every single day. He never thought that such a thing would happen in the academy under him. It's so egregious. It made him, as a dean, simply ashamed. You, go call your parents and go stay inside the brig. Your homeroom teacher, right? What audacity! Su Minghong said, slammed the table fiercely, stood up and left the office. Originally, he planned to go directly to Li Yang's homeroom teacher to confront him face to face. However, he did not expect that after rushing to the teacher's office, the position belonging to Li Yang's homeroom teacher was empty. Ask the other people next to me to realize that this guy just suddenly said that there was an emergency at home, and he left on leave in a hurry. Well, you heard the wind and are ready to run, aren't you? Su Minghong was silent, and then, directly called Zhang Mingshu's side. Hello, old Zhang too? Cut the crap and run someone for me. On the other hand, in the western part of Yunzhou City, somewhere inside the replica outside the city, Li Yang was sitting under a tree, squinting and yawning. Beside him stood two heavily armed soldiers from the Ministry of War. Nearby, there were several positions made up of soldiers with large swaths of vegetation. Large swathes of magical beasts were killed, and the experience turned into streams of light pouring into Li Yang's body. Looking at his steadily growing experience bar, Li Yang stretched his back very comfortably. Sure enough, it's all about comfort when you're attached to the crown. Though something like killing monsters was something he could easily do on his own, but the nature of the next book is not quite the same. The original, though, he was able to efficiently kill the magical beasts by lining up his troops, but ontology is still a very fragile farming profession. When you just entered the copy empty-handed, but it is very easy to be attacked by a sudden beast, and right now, he was guarded by several soldiers from the War Department. Within a 10-meter radius, not even a mosquito could fly in. In this state, it's easy to finish putting the plants away and find a corner to lie down in. Don't mention how comforting it is. If it weren't for the fact that the rules didn't allow it, he could have even called up a few of his soldier brothers on the spot to sit down with him and have a landlord fight or something. By the way, it's a good time to be idle anyway. And it's a good time to see what goodies have been updated in Dave's store. Earlier, when he was demonstrating his abilities, he had completed the task of killing 200 magical beasts issued by the system in passing. The reward for that quest was to unlock Dave's prop store. The props in zombies, as we all know, are some extremely counterintuitive beings. The sunshine shovel you get when you first awaken your profession is this type of thing. And speaking of the most iconic props in the zombies series, it would have to be a non-trolley. As the only designated mass murderer in the zombies worldview, that thing is the ultimate means of killing everything in seconds except Dr. Stiffy. Even the red-eyed giant zombies that require 4 rounds of cherry bombs to kill are a second away under the wheels of the cart. It would be nice to be able to unlock that kind of stuff directly from inside the store. Li Yang didn't need to grow plants directly. Got to retire from farmer to relentless weed whacker on the spot. Buy hundreds or thousands of carts and he'd have more than enough to just level the world, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited Li Yang became. And then, with excitement, he entered Dave's store again. Familiar white clothes, familiar jeans. Crazy Dave, the friendly neighbor with the iron pot on his head, appeared in front of Li Yang with his fluent language of crooked babbling. And Dave himself was noticeably more excited by this appearance. He pointed to his car, which indeed had something new and very different from the plant card on it. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and scrutinized it. The first thing that comes to mind is the grass rake that all players get in the opening game, but aren't very impressed with. Grass rake, priced at 20,000 sunshine, can be used 3 times. Props characteristics: after entering the battle state, the grass rake will ignore any means of defense and force to kill an enemy whose level is not more than 10 levels different from yours, available 3 times. Ignore any defenses. Forced strike, the level is a bit limited, but it beats the hell out of the way the trigger is very easy to use. There was no need for Li Yang to take the initiative to release it, as long as it was activated automatically after entering the battle state. After all, Li Yang's original body was still just a life class occupation, and it was more or less easy to react when encountering certain sudden attacks. But having a grass rake as insurance, In the event of an attack on himself, the grass rake will simply appear in time to protect his master. Splat kills the enemy on the spot. In normal times, this level of life-preserving equipment without a few tens of millions of dollars is not expected to come down, and it's placed inside Dave's store and only needs sunlight to be redeemed. It's the limit on the number of times it can be used. Still, 20,000 sunshine is an acceptable price. Okay, buy it. Li Yang took it in full straight away, and then looked at something else. Gramophone, sells for 20,000 sunshine and can be used indefinitely. Props characteristics, this is a gramophone built in the void. It can play music near you anytime, anywhere, and the right BGM may promote the growth of plants. What was the point of this thing other than making his usual walk with its own BGM? How come there's this abstract stuff in the prop store? Li Yang shook his head and skipped over it for the time being. Next, unlimited flower pot, priced at 50,000 sunshine. Can be used unlimitedly. Props features, unlimited use and unlimited generation of planters that can support you to grow plants on any terrain. This is a good one, although slightly more expensive, but there seems to be no subsequent charges. In Li Yang's impression, something like a flower pot seemed to exist as a plant in the original work. It looks like the system has made some minor modifications at this point. However, the modification is considered benign. The planters in the original sold for 25 suns individually, and they still need to cool off for a while. When it comes to a situation that requires a lot of quick and massive formation, it's simply not enough. Even if you can hoard like a seed trip, it's extremely wasteful of space. And with the system's planters, you can just put them away after you buy them. That's still pretty good. Without saying a word, Li Yang took the full amount. Have to say, Dave's props for these can easily be 30-50k. You really can't spend too much. Go back and plant some more sunflowers in pots tonight. Thinking this way, Li Yang went through some other props in a cursory manner. He's looking for the cart he's been pining for. Following which, invincible cart, unlocked. Requirements for unlocking, kill 1,000,000 wraiths, 923/1, 000,000. Ha! It's a pitiful thing to do. Li Yang frowned and counted with his fingers. Nima 6 zeros. 1,000,000 magical beasts. He had only killed over 900 of them even when he had risen to his current level. 1,000,000. He may not even be able to swipe this number even if the sky is gone and the sea is dry, right? As expected. According to the system's path, such a heaven-defying, even leveling the entire world prop would definitely not let him get it so early. Forget it, tired, don't want to play, reopen it. Li Yang held his forehead, and as soon as this thought popped up, a new prompt suddenly rang out in the system. Host, please don't be in a hurry. As special props in the store, the trolley's unlocking task has a unique measuring method. Any kills that you or your plants participate in will be counted in this value. Hints? Li Yang raised his eyebrows, hearing the meaning of the words. As long as the plant is involved in the kill it counts. He, himself, didn't have to be present. Putting it this way, can we just have official soldiers manhandle a pot of pea shooters and go inside the replica to raid the wraiths? Just in time. This don't cost a flower pot is unlocked. He could have gotten someone to do it for him. 1,000,000 magical beasts. That number may seem large, but there was quite a bit of combat power that Li Yang could create on his own. Assuming that Li Yang can place 1,000 pea shooters, and that each pea shooter can only kill one wraith in an hour, that's 24,000 a day, 720,000 a month. When averaged with each other, the requirement of $1 million in the district is actually quite easy to meet. Student Li Yang, the magical beasts over here have almost been cleared. Should we brush up somewhere else? Just when Li Yang was busy fine-tuning his calculations and studying how many days he could get the cart, a pleasant voice rang out. Fong-Wen, the captain of the second squad, had appeared beside Li Yang at an unknown time and was calmly looking at him as she opened her mouth to inquire. Li Yang nodded, rubbed his stiff neck, and stood up with Fong-Wen's assistance. And then, looking at Fong-Wen's standard googly-eyed face, she suddenly felt a bit of déjà vu. He pondered in his head for half a day and finally came up with something. Then he slapped his head and opened his mouth to ask, Miss Fong-Wen, you used to be a student of the Heavenly Cloud Academy as well, right? I think I've seen you on the wall of pictures of the top graduates of the past years. After hearing this, Fong-Wen froze slightly. A soft nod followed. Well, yes, I graduated from Sky Cloud Academy about 3 years ago. Li Yang smiled. So it's a senior sister, becoming so powerful in 3 years. It's really admirable. But then again, senior sister, did your class ever produce any talents that received official support for cultivation? I remember that our college seems to have some recommended places for students every year. Do you know what's going on with that so-called Tongxin program? Li Yang's understanding of this world was basically limited to the memories of this body. During his conversation with Zhang Mingshu, he learned about such a thing as the Tongxin plan. However, at that time, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong both spoke in a rather generalized manner, so Li Yang only knew that it was an elite transmigrant training camp that didn't keep idle people. In Li Yang's understanding, that was basically some sort of higher learning institution or something like that. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Since the Fong one in front of her was the outstanding graduate of that year, she must have had a similar experience. Li Yang then decided to try and pry something out of her. As a result, after mentioning this matter, the expression on Fong Wen's face underwent some subtle changes. Her eyes moved slightly, seeming a little forlorn, and then spoke somewhat apologetically. Student Li Yang, there is no direct connection between the recommended student quota and the Tongxin program. And, I'm sorry to say that I didn't actually get that recommendation back then. Hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. This Fong Wen is an outstanding graduate. The number of outstanding graduate spots at each level of the Heavenly Cloud Academy was also only 3 in total, the same as the number of recommended spots. How could she not have a spot on the photo wall if she was able to be on it? Looking at Li Yang's puzzled expression, Fong Wen sighed slightly and said helplessly, Mr. Li Yang, there are many things in this world where hard work and talent alone are not enough. I did have the qualifications to get a recommended student spot, but that once-in-a-lifetime spot didn't end up falling to me. Instead, it was pocketed by another, at the time, named Lu Feng. With that, she sighed and was about to continue her story. However, he suddenly realized that his current job was to bring Li Yang to practice leveling, so he shook his head slightly and said instead, let's get out of here. If Mr. Li Yang is interested in this matter, I can talk about it on the way while walking. At this point, the sun was setting. Inside the city of Yunzhou, in a villa area, a flustered Lu Xing was pacing back and forth in the living room of his house, fear and anxiety written all over his normally arrogant face. Lu Xian, who was a father, was sitting on the sofa, watching his son walk around, and couldn't help but be a bit distracted, so he just called him off and frowned and asked, Lu Xing, what kind of wind are you smoking? What's wrong with making a phone call like it's a shot in the arm for you? Who the hell just made that call and what did it say? Hearing his own father's voice, Lu Xing's face instantly turned white. Finally, he stopped walking pointlessly and turned to his hands and feet, which began to shake uncontrollably. Father, out. Something's wrong. It seems that my uncle's allocation of aid to me has been found out. Will I go to jail? Lu Xian on the sofa almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Your uncle, aid payments? What the hell? You tell me clearly. Lu Xian's tone became serious all of a sudden. Lu Xing's eyes fluttered, never daring to meet his father's gaze. His uncle, his homeroom teacher, had been secretly working on his favor in private and had been doing it secretly without his father's knowledge. If Lu Xian knew about these circumstances, he would have to peel off a layer of his skin. But now, the only one who can help him out of his current predicament is his father. Lu Xian, Lu Xing swallowed, will be his own private and classroom teachers, use the relationship to find someone to fraudulently claim Li Yang's subsidies as a matter of truth. As his uncle's homeroom teacher, he hoped to indirectly tie up in relationship with Lu Xian, the general manager of Yunzhou Bank, by taking special care of Lu Xing. As it happened, Lu Xing was also unhappy with his father's stingy pocket money. The duo hit it off right away and began a 3-year-long squeeze on Li Yang, who had just enrolled in school at the time. It's been a good 3 years, but who knows, the only time when it is almost time to graduate. This Li Yang is like a sudden change of person. Not only had his temper hardened quite a bit, but he had even directly used the power from nowhere to raise himself to level 20 in 2 days during the Beast Tide invasion. You know that guy Li Yang is a farmer profession who chose the white talent. Just now, Lu Xing's uncle hurriedly called over, saying that the classmate they found at that time to replace Li Yang to receive the subsidy was taken away by the dean for questioning. The meaning of this is self-evident. Obviously, they were exposed. The homeroom teacher made an excuse to flee the academy at the first opportunity, but then received an urgent arrest notice from the municipal side. So he hurriedly called over, trying to find Lu Xian through Lu Xing to see if there was any way. After all, Lu Xian's home, except for this father and son. And what about a big shot who is currently in parliament? As a result, after listening to Lu Xing, Lu Xian directly slammed the table in anger and rebuked angrily, "Asshole! You two idiots! How dare you go and do such a thing for a small profit?" With that, he raised his hand to strike. Frightened, Lu Xing took 2 steps back, not daring to make a sound. But at this moment, Lu Xian suddenly frowned. Resting his chin, he muttered, "Wait, Li Yang, could it be him?" Lu Xian suddenly remembered the teenager who patronized the bank with a large bag of gold coins a few days ago. At that time, he felt that this teenager's temperament was extraordinary, and his background was definitely not ordinary. I didn't realize that my own son had actually provoked an existence like this. Snap. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more angry he became. He directly stood up and quickly stepped forward, ruthlessly giving Lu Xing a slap. You stupid thing. How dare you mess with anything? The sound of the slap was incomparably crisp, and Lu Xing on the opposite side hurriedly covered his face and knelt on the ground. And with that slapping sound, a young man in a white suit, elegantly groomed, walked in through the door. Ugh, Dad. What's going on? Did Ernie piss you off again? Don't get mad. Don't get mad. What can't we just sit down and talk about? Kneeling on the ground, Lu Xing covered his already swollen cheeks and looked up with tears in his eyes. Brother, you have to help me, brother. This person who suddenly walked in through the door was Lu Xian's eldest son, Fong Lu, one of the current Yunzhou City Council agents. After graduating from Tianyun Academy back then, Lu Feng obtained a recommended student spot inside the academy through some small means. After 2 years of study inside a high-ranking transmogrifier academy out of town, he managed to return home gold-plated, and with his father's influence and his own excellent grades, he entered the council to work. Mayor Zhang Mingshu urgently summoned the council, saying that he wanted to announce a major event that the entire Yunzhou had never seen before. It seemed to be a student who had also graduated from the Heavenly Cloud Academy and possessed some sort of very amazing talent. The mayor decides to go to the papers and does everything in his power to develop this fledgling talent. Parliament is officially held tomorrow, so Lu Feng this is specifically back to pack office supplies. As a result, I didn't expect to see such a scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety just as soon as I got home. Lu Xing was still kneeling on the ground and crying at this point. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Xian's face was then one of lingering anger. In Lu Feng's memories, his own father had always been a good-tempered man. Now with this behavior, it's obvious that he's really pissed off. So Lu Feng hurriedly asked what had happened. Lu Xing covered his face and retold what he had just told his father again, one by one. As a result, upon hearing Lu Xing say the name Li Yang, Lu Feng instantly reacted. Li Yang? Are you sure that's the name? Lu Xing was in tears. I've been his classmate for 3 years. How can I not know what his name is? Lu Xian on the side also frowned slightly. Xiao Feng, looking at your expression, could it be that you know this Li Yang? Lu Feng shook his head, recognizing is not to be talked about. It's just that this person is the subject of this mayor's call to council. I'm not familiar with the specifics, but our mayor gave him a rating of a once-in-a-lifetime top genius. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but those were Zhang Mingshu's exact words. Hearing this description, the entire Lu Xian beside him was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The mayor was a man he knew slightly. That's notoriously stable. Now to actually use such words to describe a fledgling transmogrifier, one could imagine how strong this teenager called Li Yang really was. And then when he thought about Li Yang's attitude earlier when he very casually threw a large bag of gold coins on the bank counter, this guy named Li Yang definitely has an unusual background, either the descendant of some military or political bigwig, or the eldest son of some noble family. In short, people of this level were definitely not something they could afford to mess with. I didn't expect Lu Xing to actually dare to provoke such a person inside the academy. If not, your whole family will be dragged down by this accident. Thinking of this, Lu Xian was again a bit unable to hold back, and his breathing began to become rapid. Seeing this, Lu Feng also sighed. Alas, this Li Yang. If I'm free, I'll go and ask someone to find out what's going on with him. Second brother, you said that it's not good for you to mess with anyone, but to mess with such a big redneck beside the mayor. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and left to pack his things. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa in deep thought. It should be known that Lu Xing had just celebrated his birthday not long ago and had already turned 18. Need to face the law of the land as an adult. The embezzlement of aid money, which constitutes a serious crime. Ugh, halftime. Lu Xian let out a long sigh. Although this second son of his was stupid, but after all, he was also his own flesh and blood. There was no way he was going to watch his son end up in jail. But this matter, again, was indeed Lu Xing's fault in the first place. There's only one thing to do if this goes on. Lu Xian sighed heavily and took something out from inside the nearby safe. And then he turned to look at his son and spoke. Before, this Li Yang has handled business on my side. When he was given that gold card to prepare, he left his address. What's done is done, and it's no longer some little gimmick that can handle it. Honestly, bring a gift and come with me to apologize to someone. As long as Li Yang is willing to write a letter of understanding to you, although it won't avoid you going to jail, it will minimize your sentence. When the time comes to get your brother's side fired up again, you'll be fine if you go in there for 10 days and a half. Tell him to apologize to Li Yang and admit his mistake. Think back to the very beginning of his relationship with Li Yang and look at the polar opposite now. Lu Xing bit her lip, her heart very twisted. But it is, after all, the only way. Even if there were 10,000 reluctances in his heart, he had to hold back. The sun was setting, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. With the help of the military department, Li Yang effortlessly rose to level 40, and during this time of leveling, Li Yang gradually became acquainted with Fangwen. At the same time, from the casual conversation with Fangwen, he also learned something about what happened 3 years ago. That's when Li Yang realized, this Fangwen was simply another version of herself. The same family is poor, and the same people are doing everything they can to try to get through school. Fangwen was even a bit stronger than Li Yang, and during the awakening ceremony, she was transferred into a combat class profession. Even if her strength was extremely limited due to her lack of talent and resources, she was still a distant second on the big list of graduates that year. However, it was such excellent grades that still prevented them from getting that recommended spot that everyone craves. Only because in her class, there was a Lu Feng, and her homeroom teacher, coincidentally, is actually the same person as Li Yang's. Speaking of this, she looked at Li Yang with some envy again. Classmate Li Yang, you're really great. You're already strong enough that you won't be bound by these worldly things, so you can break through these shackles that would limit ordinary people and go farther and higher. There's no need to be like me and set your life inside this tiny cloud state. If she could have the same strength as Li Yang at that time, I'm afraid that by now, I've already begun to unfold an exciting life in a big city like the imperial capital that's completely different from the one I'm living now. Li Yang was pondering, and he couldn't help but feel a little saddened in his heart. But before he could sigh, Fangwen, who was driving in front of him, turned back and asked, "You're actually living in a place like this? Do you need me to apply to Minister Wei to help you get a place to live in the city?" After taking on the task of sending Li Yang home, Fangwen followed Li Yang's instructions and drove all the way to this small village. Looking at the incomparably plain light around her, she even began to sympathize with Li Yang a little, especially when chatting and learning about Li Yang's life. She was feeling even more. In terms of misery, it's still Li Yang who's better. Li Yang waved his hand and rejected Fangwen's good intentions. Kidding aside, he wouldn't have this much land for him to squander if he really moved into town. He was counting on getting rich by stocking sunflowers and marigolds in the middle of the night. Fangwen kicked the brakes and the military department pickup truck steadily stopped outside Li Yang's yard. As a result, before she could go down, Fangwen suddenly frowned and muttered a question. "Li Yang, do you recognize these two people?" Looking in the direction Fangwen was pointing, Li Yang could not help but stare. "This is Lu Xing, Lu Xian?" The father and son duo of Lu Xing on the street were startled when they saw Li Yang step down from the pickup truck of the military department. Lu Xing, in particular, was almost scared to the point of cardiac arrest. He thought that Li Yang himself had brought the military department to arrest him. "Manager Lu, what are you guys?" After hearing Li Yang's question, Lu Xing took a slight step forward. It seemed as if he was about to say something, but he wanted to say something. It's literally suffocating. Seeing this, Lu Xian from the back directly took a big stride forward and courteously arched his hand to Li Yang. "Student Li Yang, it might be a bit abrupt to bring up these old stories now, but we have come on this trip precisely to remove those previous misunderstandings and unpleasantness. Although it's a bit abrupt, I hope that Mr. Li Yang will be an adult and accept my child's apology." As Lu Xian was talking on this side, Fangwen on the other side had already pulled open the car door and stepped down from the driver's seat. She was carrying a pair of handcuffs in her hands, leaning against the car door, looking this way in silence. She will be responsible for Li Yang's safety until they part ways. As long as these two people in front of her made any attempt to dare offend Li Yang, she would simply go forward and detain these two people on the spot. In the next second, only Lu Xian reached behind him and yanked Lu Xing out. The tone became a bit harsher as well. "Well, after waiting so long, isn't it just for now? Come on, hurry up and apologize to Li Yang's classmates." Lu Xing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his face suffocating into a pig's liver color. It took a lot of wasted effort to finally squeeze a few words out of his teeth. Li Yang. Yes. I can't get it right even after half a day." Seeing this, Lu Xian next to him, without saying a word, directly stepped forward and swung his palm round, and a big mouth smacked up. Snap! In the quiet and peaceful village in the evening, the sound was especially crisp and loud. Many people were attracted by the commotion. The neighbor's aunt took the brunt of it and couldn't even be bothered to cook, rushing out with a spatula in her hand, then spaced out and asked Li Yang what was happening here and if he needed help. Li Yang, on the other hand, gently shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Lu Xing was completely out of temper by this slap, subconsciously covering his swollen face with his hand, lowering his head and not daring to raise it. Lu Xian, on the other hand, made another very formal arching salute at Li Yang and opened his mouth. "Student Li Yang, what Lu Xing once did to you in the academy, he has already told me everything. To be honest, This child has committed these disgraceful acts purely because of his youthful ignorance, plus the misguidance of some people with ulterior motives, which has led him to take a detour because of his greed for petty gains. Lu Xing is at home, and has already deeply repented for all these wrongdoings he has done, and this time he came over here in the hope that Mr. Li Yang will be able to put aside his former suspicions with Lu Xing and get back together. It's just as well that today, all the neighbors, as well as this little girl from the military department, can come along to bear witness. After saying that, Lu Xian skimmed his head again and looked at Lu Xing, who had kept his head down beside him. Lu Xing knew that there was no turning back from the open bow. His own cheeks were still on fire. Any further hesitation would inevitably result in another solid slap in the face. Lu Xing had no choice but to hold back the anger in his heart and once again took 2 steps towards Li Yang. Then, bending heavily, he bowed 90 degrees. At the same time, under his breath, he whispered, "Li Yang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played tricks on you in the academy. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have colluded with the homeroom teacher and done that kind of thing behind your back. I thought a lot about it when I got home. I have eyes that do not recognize MT, Tai, and I am simply blind, not knowing the lesser of the two. Before I did such an excessive thing, I have deeply realized my mistake, and I hope you can forgive me." The sound was small, but still clear. The crowd next to him looked a little puzzled, because the original Li Yang had an honest and cowardly character, and because he was afraid of disappointing his townspeople, he had never told anyone about the fact that he had been bullied in the academy. The Li Yang who had crossed over, on the other hand, had no idea of discussing such boring things with others, so the surrounding villagers, for this sudden apology event, is really a bit unintelligible. And at this time, Li Yang also squinted his eyes, always feeling that something was strange. This kid, Lu Xing, would really apologize so honestly? According to Li Yang's understanding of Lu Xing, when things go wrong, they go wrong. Is it because they don't want people to know that they have something else in mind? As expected, shortly after Lu Xing's speech ended, Lu Xian once again took a step forward and with a kind smile, he walked to Li Yang's side and said softly, "Classmate Li Yang, this is considered a partnership between us now. The many no-nos of this kid Lu Xing in the past, I hope you can give in a little for my sake. That, it's embarrassing to say, in Lu Xing's current condition, if he's caught in, he won't be able to get out for 3 to 5 years. He's still so young and still has great years ahead of him. If he wastes them in prison, I, as a father, would really feel worse than death. So, I hope that Mr. Li Yang will take it easy, write a letter of understanding, and let's settle whatever we want privately for the many past upsets." A letter of understanding? Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Fong Wen who was on the side. Fong Wen also nodded knowingly and opened her mouth to explain. Letters of understanding are generally used to settle personal disputes, and when signed by one party, they represent a public declaration of forgiveness for all that the accused party has done, and the penalties imposed on the accused party are mitigated. After listening to Fong Wen's explanation, Lu Xian hurriedly fished out a thick craft paper bag from his own pocket and secretly slipped it to Li Yang. There was still a smile on his face. "Fellow student Li Yang, take it easy. Take it easy." Li Yang was speechless for a while. Sure enough, there's no good water in this father and son's stomachs. The so-called apology is nothing more than a means to help himself get away with it. Apologizing is just a passing phase. The focus is still this craft paper bag in Lu Xian's hand. Is it hard to believe that in their eyes, whatever conflicts can be resolved with money? Li Yang was dumbfounded, then grinned and said softly, "This thing, you take it back. Your apologies, I do not accept." Li Yang purposely spoke the words "I don't accept" a little louder. At once, a slightly embarrassed look appeared on the faces of the opposite duo, especially Lu Xian who had been accompanying the smile. Lu Xing, who was almost bowing his head to the ground in the back, was even more nearly spitting blood from anger. There was a burst of violent words in his heart, and he couldn't wait to eat Li Yang alive on the spot. But, in the end, it's only something to think about. Li Yang, I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you inside the academy, and I shouldn't have teamed up with the homeroom teacher to rob you of your grant money. I'm sure I'll change. I'll do anything you want me to do in the future if you forgive me. Lu Xing, finally forced by the pressure of reality, had to once again lowered his voice to go to the ground to beg for mercy to Li Yang. If it had been the honest Li Yang before, he would probably have been softened. But unfortunately, this Li Yang is not the same Li Yang. Li Yang smiled slightly, raised one hand, slowly rested his chin, and murmured, "Anything else? You wouldn't have any fucking use for me even if you kowtowed your head to me from here. You, honestly, wait for your jail time. Oh yeah, besides jail time, there's endless soap to pick up." Lu Xing's legs were a little weak from hearing this. Lu Xian followed suit. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to continue persuading some more, he heard Fong Wen's voice from the other side. I also received a message on my side requesting that Lu Xing's classmates pack up and rush to the municipal building. On the municipal side, there is going to be a serious investigation into the case of official grants in lieu of payments. Lu Xing student, it just so happens that I'm also going back to the city. Do you need me to give you a ride along the way? Turning her head, Fong Wen was leaning against the door of the military department's pickup truck with a bemused look on her face. Looking at Lu Xing's eyes, it did not look like he was looking at a human being, but rather at his newly arrived performance. Lu Xing winced, somewhat unable to stand on his feet. Lu Xian, who was beside him, had a black face and pulled his own son's hand to leave this place. Well, it looks like it doesn't want a ride in my car. Looking at the father and son duo who returned to the car and sailed away, Fong Wen sighed, looking a bit regretful. Li Yang smiled and gave her a symbolic nod. Thanks, Sister Fong Wen. Fong Wen shook her head. This is supposed to be my job. There's no thanks. Then I will return to the military headquarters to resume my duties as well. Feel free to contact me if you need anything afterward, he said, pointing to his cell phone and waving his hand before returning to the car. The engine started and the heavy military department pickup was gone in no time. The neighbor aunt came next to Li Yang at some point and asked somewhat anxiously, Yang, what kind of people are you dealing with here? That man just now. He's the general manager of the Yunzhou Bank, right? I've seen him when I deposited money. Why are you still working with him? You're not taking out a loan, are you? Xiao Yang. We can't do this. Never do it. If you don't listen to Big Mama will. When she first opened her mouth, the neighbor's aunt had a bit of a scolding tone in her words, but as he spoke, his voice suddenly choked up a bit. Actually, in the early years, Big Mom's own son was the one who couldn't pay back a loan shark, ended up ending his life at a young age. So for many years, the neighboring aunt has been very sensitive about such things, fearing that Li Yang will also go astray. Well. Li Yang gently patted the neighbor's aunt on the back and embraced her in his arms. However, the old man's mouth was still like a series of pearls, and he gave 1,000 instructions. Although some nagging, but over the years, is such a simple and kind person, treat Li Yang as his own. It is not a blood relative, but it is more than a number of blood relatives. After so many years, you still don't know me. I don't touch those things. Li Yang smiled lightly and simply stated that there was nothing wrong with him, turning to the fact that he received a commendation from the municipal side for his excellent grades. After saying that, he directly rubbed his storage ring and took out from it the gold card with $5 million deposited that Zhang Mingshu had given to him and stuffed it into the Big Mom's hand. Auntie had never seen such a thing, and $5 million was a rather distant figure to her. She wiped her tears. The card was carefully put away. Said his age cannot spend any money, as Li Yang put the money here. When there is a need can be on her here to take. Li Yang smiled and saw that Big Mother's emotions had calmed down, so he returned to his own yard. Listening to the chorus of insects in my ears and looking at the moon hanging overhead, Li Yang took a deep breath and opened his system panel. Sunflowers, start the seeds. After about an hour or so, Li Yang had planted more than 50 sunflowers inside his yard. All that sunlight, it was growing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute. Together with the flower pots in the system that didn't cost any money, Li Yang could even plant these things everywhere in his room as well. But sunflowers produce light when they produce sunlight. It's better for these sunflowers to stay honestly outside of the house in order to ensure their quality of sleep. After planting the sunflowers, Li Yang slowly returned inside his bedroom, checked up on those plants he had so far. As soon as he opened the list, a wide array of plants filled Li Yang's eyes. For a while it was actually a bit overwhelming for him, except for the pea shooter, sunflower, nutwall, marigold, potato ray and dual launcher that were already unlocked on turn 1. Li Yang had consumed almost half or more of the sunlight at that time the moment he had just finished turning his job, emptying his newly unlocked plant store. In addition to the chill shooter, cherry bomb, big mouth flower and vulcan, which have already been shown off not too long ago, there were two other little fellows that Li Yang didn't have time to show off together, the delightful cabbage pitcher and corn pitcher, respectively. Cabbage pitcher is, needless to say, in a sense, a slightly beefed up pea shooter, nothing worth mentioning. Corn pitchers, however, can be worth talking about. Corn thrower, sells for 100 sunlight, cooldown 7.5 seconds, attack interval 2.9 seconds. Plant feature, the ability to throw kernels of corn or chunks of butter that ignore natural terrain, dealing fixed damage to magical beasts up to level 40, increases with level. 10 rounds of corn kernels or 2 rounds of butter blocks will both kill the wraith, and the butter block will cause the hit enemy to pause all actions for 4 seconds. Same attack power as pea shooter, and comes with a high damage strong control that has a chance to trigger. This thing, in this world, is already considered supermodel quality. However, That's not even the most powerful ability of a corn pitcher. It is important to realize that the greatest use of corn pitchers is not for attacking the enemy. Instead, it is used as a fusion material, fusing into the largest plant in zombies, the corn cannon. The downside of that thing, probably more so. Slow to load, expensive to sell, long to cool. None of this, however, is enough to hide its great glory. The world will cheer the moment the giant corn rises into the air. Of course, thinking is thinking. It's better for Li Yang to keep his feet on the ground. He turned his attention back to the other three, what could well be described as incidental items. Sunshine mushrooms, small spray mushrooms, timid mushrooms. Looking at these poor bastards that don't do much and even strike in the sun. What kind of mental state does he have to be in to get these things involved in a fight? But, really, no harm done. There are some awesome guys inside the zombies' mushrooms, but to be able to use it properly, coffee bean is an essential part. Let's wait until we unlock coffee bean at some point. Then we'll consider something like chill mushroom, charm mushroom, or even destruction mushroom. Li Yang held his forehead and lay down on the bed. Looking up at the familiar ceiling, he fell asleep again. At this time, on the other side, within the city of Yunzhou, in the villa of Lu Xing's family, Lu Xing himself has been taken away by the military department. Originally, Lu Xing's entire family was going to be brought along for the investigation, but Lu Xing's heart was so strong that he showed his hand on the spot. One person took all the blame. At this time, his brother Lu Feng was sitting in the living room, crossing his legs and scrutinizing the information he had searched up. He also knew about the matter of Lu Xian bringing Lu Xing to apologize to Li Yang and being rejected just now. This was still the biggest defeat his family had ever suffered so far, and it could be said to have caused his Lu family to lose face. Lu Feng, who was one of the representatives of the Hall Council, could not swallow this breath. So he wanted to try to find out what kind of person this Li Yang was, and if he could trip up that meeting against Li Yang afterward. But as he watched, the expression on his face became more and more puzzled. He muttered as he held the printouts in his hand. Li Yang, a native of Yunzhou, his parents died in the beast tide, and he was raised by his neighbors. The family is poor and is a beneficiary of official grants. Such a person has actually turned out to be a big celebrity beside the mayor, and is rated so highly. That's really fishy. At the same time, Lu Xian, who was next to him, suddenly frowned and spoke. Are you sure this is Li Yang's information you have here? Look at that temperament of his, but it's definitely not something a poor man from a poor family should have. Your father, I've been a bank manager for half my life. I can tell at a glance what people have money and what people don't. The words and behavior displayed by Li Yang would definitely not be the kind of poor people you describe should look like. He definitely has some kind of ulterior motive behind him. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and the expression on his face became slightly more serious. Though most of what my father said at this point was a wild guess based on first impressions, but the voice of experience does, at times, make all the difference. TSK, I don't know what the identity of the person behind him is. I guess it's a city-level family at worst. To actually let him squander gold like that is simply too extravagant. I, a bank manager, wouldn't even dare to squander it like that. Lu Xian spoke again, but in his tone, there was less anger and more envy. After all, there were only two things that mattered most in his life. One is pushing his sons to pass on their heritage, and the other is making money. More money. Now that Lu Xing has been taken away and Lu Feng is busy with his work, the matter of passing on the family name can only be left to fate. Then the only thing he can do, the only thing he wants to do, is make money. It's so hard to have a client of this magnitude. It turned out to be a turn of events, and was spoiled by his own stupid son. That's a constant supply of gold. Look at the entire Yunzhou city. No, look at the entire China. Not many people have that kind of strength, do they? Gold coins. Squandered. Father, do you think it's possible that this Li Yang's family is actually very rich and has just been pretending to be a pig over there all along? Lu Feng issued a query, but then dismissed the hypothesis himself. No, it shouldn't be. According to the information gathered from our side, Li Yang's ancestors have lived in Yunzhou for 3 generations, 2 of which were outside the city. Records of property purchased, land set aside, and even some crop transactions are available. It's impossible to be this detailed if you're making a fake identity. Saying that, Lu Feng also gradually quieted down, holding his chin and thinking for a while, and then there was a flash of light in his head. Instead of suspecting what he is, we should suspect something else, such as those gold coins that he can just take out of his hand and squander at will. Where exactly did these gold coins come from and how did they get to Li Yang? That's the point. Dad, did you? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xian took out a Li Yang's gold coin from his pocket and set it on the table. At the same time, under his breath, he added, Li Yang said that this was passed down from his ancestors, and because the amount was huge, He planned to change it into a currency that could be used directly. Lu Feng slowly picked up the gold coins on the table and placed them in his hands to examine them carefully. And then, the conclusion was reached. The words and patterns on this gold coin do not belong to any part of our Chinese history. And there's not a trace of age on it. Instead of being an heirloom, it was just melted down last week. These gold coins, I'm afraid they're not from the right place. This Li Yang sent my brother to jail. It's a great humiliation for our whole family. I absolutely, positively won't let this simply pass, he said, clenching his fist slightly. Although Lu Xing's matter, in front of the mountain of ironclad evidence, could no longer be undone, but he was able to use his status to trip up Li Yang, which was a small revenge. The next day, the sun was shining. Li Yang got up from the bed in a single bound, looking out the window at the sunflowers blooming with bright smiles and constantly shaking. The mood has become much better. Check your sunshine value. With these sunflowers producing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute, only 7 hours had passed and Li Yang's sunshine value had directly skyrocketed all the way up to over 1 million. Looking at the amount of sunlight displayed on the system interface, Li Yang was even a little afraid of whether this thing would suddenly not be able to hold up and directly burst one day. He scratched his head and rolled out of bed. After locking the gate to the yard, he put on his coat and left the house. Today's goal was also clear. Yesterday, with the help of the military department, he had risen to level 40, so of course he had to transfer today. As he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Li Yang took out his cell phone and looked at the unfamiliar number displayed on it, feeling a bit puzzled. After clicking to answer, the incomparably enthusiastic voice of Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the military ministry came from the other side. Li Yang, I heard you're already level 40. We're going to the third turn today, right? I don't happen to have much to do today. Just wait for me, huh? I'll be right over to pick you up. I'm so excited to see what new plants you'll get when you transfer. Li Yang readily agreed to Wei Tsongfeng's request. After tidying up a little bit and dressing herself a little more formally, the sound of a high-powered car engine roaring was already coming from outside the door. Li Yang walked out the door just in time to see Wei Tsongfeng, who opened the car door and walked down. The latter's face was immediately filled with smiles after seeing Li Yang. Before Li Yang could greet him, he hurriedly waved excitedly first. Li Yang nodded and got into the car after Wei Tsongfeng. Wei Tsongfeng's car skills are very skillful, and the road is also unimpeded. The time it took to arrive at the transfer plaza was even quite a bit faster than what Li Yang had expected just now. Wei Tsongfeng parked his car outside the transfer plaza and watched Li Yang walk all the way to the front of the transfer crystal. Reach out and make contact. The cold blue crystal burst out with bright white light, connecting the system to Li Yang's body. Connection successful. Detected that your level has reached the requirement for transfer. Please choose whether to carry out the transfer or not. You have chosen to change jobs. The level cap is unlocked to LV 60. And the following are your newly acquired talent skills. New talent, plant empathy, white common. Talent description, through this talent, you can create a spiritual connection with all the plants you grow, and through this connection, you can share audio and visual senses with your plants. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has received a boost that has opened up more unlockable plants. The following are your newly unlocked plant cards: Pumpkinhead, Firecracker Pepper, Coffee Bean, Torch Stump, Ground Thorn, Seductive Mushroom. New plants, new talents. Moreover, Li Yang was becoming more and more certain that every time he gained a talent, it had definitely been tampered with by the system. Building senses with plants. How counterintuitive is this ability? On a smaller scale, this skill can be used to eavesdrop on certain specific people, making it a pretty good skill for gaining intelligence. And with the existence of this skill, there was no need for one to eradicate the sunflowers one had planted in the future in order to cover one's tracks. On a larger scale, as long as he grows all of his plants in large enough quantities to be miscellaneous, then the whole world will be on his watch, feeling omniscient and omnipresent about everything in the world. Is this not divine authority? Is this the white gift? It's a joke. Li Yang removed his hand and slightly calmed his inner excitement, and then refocused on the new plants he had unlocked. He opened Dave's plant store in the system. The first thing that comes to mind is a delightful picture. Quite a few brand new plant cards were glowing green and displayed invitingly on Dave's shelves. Li Yang no longer hesitated and directly lit up wherever he could. Anyway, there was enough sunlight that he could totally just splurge. Even if there is a situation where there is not enough sunlight, he just needs to plant sunflowers all over the inside of his yard and wait a little longer. How's it going, Li Yang? Have you unlocked anything new yet? Looking at your face, you seem to be looking quite good. You should have awakened something nice, right? As soon as Li Yang stepped out of the transfer hall, Wei Tsongfeng, who had been waiting by the car for a long time, greeted him very actively. Li Yang looked at his list of plants and picked a few of the more representative ones and briefly talked about them. Listening to Li Yang's words, The expression on Wei Songfeng's face became more and more exaggerated. Even at the end, his entire breathing began to become rapid again. Chili peppers that create massive walls of fire and mushrooms that turn enemies into teammates? I'm going to go. It's too much, isn't it? After Wei Songfeng exclaimed in shock, he then suddenly realized that this was a public place and he should pay attention to the impact. Then he hurriedly invited Li Yang back to the car, seriously straightened his back, and opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Li Yang, I'd like to find another place to test your new plant. I can't wait to see. Before Wei Songfeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sharp ringing of the phone. He pulled out his cell phone and put it to his ear, then very skillfully pulled out a cigarette and stuffed it in his mouth. Hello, old Chang. What's wrong? Ah yes, I'm with Li Yang's classmates. Okay, I get it. After some exchanges, Wei Songfeng hung up the phone. With an apologetic face, he turned back and spoke with some embarrassment. I'm sorry Li Yang student. Let's save the experimenting with new plants for another time. You've been approached on the municipal side to attend this council as a guest. This time, it seems to be about you and that what? What's the plan? Li Yang added. Tongxian. Wei Songfeng nodded. Yes, the Tongxian plan. The municipal side has already reported you to the imperial capital, but it will take some time for the imperial side to react. In the meantime, we'd like to help you apply for as many resources as possible, and train you to be strong enough first. Therefore, our council in Cloud State is a point of no return. In fact, in terms of the regular process, in order to report the average elite transmogrifier out, not only do you have to get the consent of the municipality, but you also have to be voted on by the council to elect the final result. But old Zhang said that your situation is different. We have to do special things. Just go over and go through the process. In this world's China, the municipalities and the councils are the main ones to manage matters big and small in each city. Municipalities are primarily responsible for officially related matters. Various other livelihood issues are related to the parliament. The municipal and military departments could of course use their rights to help Li Yang arrange the best copies and even arrange for specialists to assist in leveling. But a transmogrifier with only rank is certainly not good enough. The strength of a transmogrifier is inseparable from a wide variety of equipment, weapons and accessories. It was rare for a being like Li Yang to appear in Yunzhou. Zhang Mingshu naturally wanted to prepare for him with the highest specifications. And don't worry about whether the council agrees or not. Those old farts with their eyes on the ground must have more or less an opinion. Anyway, your strength was all captured on film yesterday by old Zhang. As evidence it is completely sufficient. Just go through the motions, meet the important people inside the council, and get some favors out of them in the process is all. Wei Songfeng spoke cheerfully, not seeming to take the council too seriously. Li Yang, on the other hand, nodded without saying anything more. Whether it was Zhang Mingshu or Wei Songfeng, the duo had been so good to him that he had literally seen it all. Although Mayor Zhang's starting point at the beginning was also out of a desire to cherish his talent, the benefits he brought to Li Yang could be real. If he had the chance, he could also try to do something for these people who had helped him. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go over there now. It's almost time now, Wei Songfeng said, starting the car with a kick of the gas. Li Yang, the co-pilot, asked casually as he fastened his seatbelt. Say, Minister Wei, are you interested in gold? I'll go and fill 2 sacks for you if I have time. At the end of the sentence, the car boom, on the spot stalled. Wei Songfeng choked on his own saliva and held the steering wheel and kept coughing. Li Yang's words were simply astonishing, and even Wei Songfeng, who prided himself on being well informed, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, he then realized what was going on. While discussing Li Yang with Zhang Mingshu had mentioned that among Li Yang's many plants, there was a flower that could produce gold coins. That's why Li Yang once stated that he didn't want to get any money or anything like that from the municipality. It's not like he's poor anyway. Wei Songfeng shook his head slightly. Granted, he did want the so-called sack of gold. However, as the minister of the military department of Yunzhou, he was still very professional. Wei Songfeng immediately politely refused Li Yang, and then he started the car, carrying Li Yang all the way to the direction of the municipal government. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive at the bottom of the municipal building. Municipality looks extraordinarily busy today. There were all kinds of luxury cars parked outside the gate, and some even had specialized bodyguards watching. At a glance, there were a number of big names who had come with unusual status. We came at about the right time. They're not all here yet. Go up first. Wei Songfeng opened his mouth and led Li Yang towards the inside of the municipality. Inside the municipal building at this time, in one of the largest conference rooms, there were quite a few people sitting in the stepladder seats. All of these people were from the council and most of them were elites from all walks of life in the city of Yunzhou. Anyone attending this meeting will be forced to sign a confidentiality agreement at the highest level. So this meeting was not destined to be common to all from the beginning. However, Zhang Mingshu on the stage saw that the people had almost arrived, so he did not intend to waste any more time. Already operating the computer, he began to tell something about Li Yang. Everyone, you should all know something about the strength of the transmigrators in Cloud State, right? Because Yunzhou is located in a remote area, the nearby copy resources are not really abundant. That's why most of our transmigrants here can only reach this level of 40 or 50 in their lifetime. It's able to barely resist the invasion of the beast tide, but on top of that, it's hard to achieve anything great. And right now, I'm going to tell you something very important. Nowadays, I'm afraid that Yunzhou has turned into the legendary land of divine blessings. Zhang Mingshu's shocking words really set off a wave of fluctuations among the people on the stage. The people on the stage were more or less people of extraordinary status who had seen great scenes. But one mayor declared in public that his city was some supposedly God-blessed place. It's a scene they've never seen before. Looking at the incomparably astonished expressions of the crowd on stage, Zhang Mingshu nodded in satisfaction. And then, with a big wave, "Please watch the VCR," he said, opening the video he had recorded earlier. What was captured on the screen was exactly the previous display of Li Yang's strength. A great formation of plants that resisted the tide of beasts so that they could not push further. And the kind of violent explosions that open up the sky. Those blood-curdling scenes were all teasing the nerves of those present. Holy shit, what kind of strength is this? I didn't expect that we actually have this kind of powerful character in Yunzhou. No wonder it's said that our Yunzhou has become a place blessed by the gods. Wait a minute. I remember the meeting materials that were sent out earlier said that the topic of this meeting was a teenager named Li Yang coming up. Hardly? The members of the council were shocked, exchanging words with each other and discussing very enthusiastically what was displayed on the screen, while in the back row of seats, Lu Feng, who was one of the representatives of the council, became a bit gloomy. Today's situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that the reason Zhang Mingshu had called this meeting was because he had found a newborn transmigrator with extremely rare talent and high cultivation value. While that's true, he didn't expect that this so-called freshman transmigrator actually possessed such a strong strength. Freshman? In terms of that incomparably violent explosion inside the video, it couldn't possibly be the strength that any low-level transmuter could display. This is smashing. He originally wanted to trip up this Li Yang, but he didn't expect Li Yang to be so powerful. SSSH. It's a little hard to get a handle on it. Looking at the crowd's discussion, Zhang Mingshu on the stage smiled faintly. And then, as at the very beginning of the preparation, he opened his mouth and spoke in detail about Li Yang and the Tongxin plan. He intended to report Li Yang to the imperial capital, and with Li Yang's strength, being included in that so-called Tongxin program should be more than enough. If successful, this would be the first elite-level talent to join the Tongxin program to appear in Yunzhou. For the entire Cloud State, it was considered a great step forward. At that time, the overall strength and status of Yunzhou would be enhanced. Definitely a good thing for Cloud State. Therefore, after Zhang Mingshu said that he had already made a special deal and bypassed the council to report Li Yang's matter in advance, the crowd present did not show dissent. After all, someone who could willingly sign the highest level of secrecy and attend this meeting. Essentially they are all the same group of people who want Yunzhou to become better and prosper. Zhang Mingshu's choice is correct. And what reason do they have not to pursue it? At this time, it so happened that Wei Tsongfeng also brought Li Yang to the conference room. The duo entered through the back door and found a seat. Not drawing much attention, was about to sit down and wait for the results. A voice, however, suddenly and abruptly sounded. I have a problem with that. The sudden sound caught the attention of the crowd. The crowd looked in the direction from which the voice had come and saw a young man seated in the center stand up with his hand held high, looking at what was playing on the big screen on stage. Chopper added, I have a problem with that. This person called Li Yang has had some contact with people in my family, so I know him more or less. Although Li Yang's strength is strong and his talent is extremely rare, there's no doubt about that. But he has a rather fatal problem that Mayor Chang didn't mention. That is, this Li Yang's character and lifestyle have great problems. When we push for talents, especially those at the level of the Tongxian program, we must do our research. This is both responsible for the Tongxian program, and even more so for the whole of China. Sitting in the back row watching the show, Li Yang just received a bottle of water from Wei Tsongfeng's side. Just drank a mouthful of poof sprayed out. No, who has a lifestyle problem? Luckily, before he could say anything, Zhang Mingshu on the stage had already asked for him. This, Representative Lu Feng. Empty words are not evidence. Everything is evidence. How are you going to prove what you say is true? Empty words, no evidence. Come up here and say that there are problems with people's lifestyle and character of Li Yang. It's ridiculous. Some of the other delegates saw this and exchanged pleasantries. Lu Feng, who was in the seat, stood up and glanced at the other delegates around him who were casting glances at him, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up, and then, in 3 steps, he went straight to the stage and took some papers out of his own pocket. Those who were closer could easily see what it was. It's in black and white, and it's stamped. That's obviously a contract. But what does a contract have to do with Li Yang? There was some confusion among the people present. Even Li Yang frowned, showing great interest in this. He really wanted to see what was wrong with his lifestyle. Lu Feng on the stage raised the copy of the contract in his hand high and opened his mouth. For those of you attending this meeting, you should have read Li Yang's profile, right? The information says that Li Yang's family has been poor for generations, and has always lived in the countryside outside the city, and since the beginning of time, his family has been poor, and there is not a single rich relative. When you're at the academy, you even have to rely on official grant money to barely make ends meet. But it was such a person who managed to find my father's bank a few days ago, use a large amount of gold to apply for a gold card that normal people aren't even authorized to apply for, and sign a trading contract with my father, Lu Xian, for a period of time. The explanation given by that Li Yang as to where the money came from was a family heirloom. Ask how a normal farmer, a poor kid whose family lives outside the city, could have so much family gold. There is a great deal of doubt in this, and it is only right that the report should be postponed until it has been clearly explored. The rhetoric is compelling. At those words, the crowd of delegates on the stage burst into an uproar. So, what Representative Lu Feng means is that Li Yang's identity is packaged? Also, how can a child from a commoner's family have such a strong power? Some opposing voices gradually resounded from the stage. Most of these words came from some business predators who had interests with the Lu family. Lu Xian, as the general manager of the Yunzhou Bank, had a good personal relationship with them and would naturally side with Lu Feng at a time like this. At this time, Lu Feng received support and stood on the stage with the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. However, he completely failed to notice that Zhang Mingshu on the stage and Wei Zongfeng on the VIP seat below the stage both coincidentally revealed an expression of stifled laughter. Where did this gold come from? They can be too clear. Honestly, in the beginning, when he heard Li Yang say that he could create endless amounts of gold, both of them were a little surprised. Unbridled growth of gold could undermine the market economy in Cloud State. It's a good thing that Li Yang doesn't intend to keep these things lying around all day long, but says he knows the consequences and will exercise restraint. So Zhang Mingshu took it as if he had unearthed a gold mine, and as long as he didn't throw it around without restraint, there was no need to restrict anything. I didn't realize that this kind of thing would actually be taken out and made a big deal out of by someone with a heart of gold. This Lu Feng, he doesn't have a grudge against Li Yang, does he? This time, on the offstage seats, a burly man with a rugged face stood up, clasped his hands to his chest, and said slowly, "One size does not fit all. We are now discussing whether Li Yang should be supported. Moreover, before questioning others, let's first annoy Representative Lu Feng to put himself in his place. Our ultimate goal is to support talent, not to deliberately make things difficult." Lu Feng's face changed and he looked slightly embarrassed. Other people who stood on Lu Feng's side also began to speak up for Lu Feng one after another. It looked like a good meeting was about to turn into a scolding. Zhang Mingshu had no choice but to wave towards Li Yang on top of the VIP seat. And then, coughing, he addressed the crowd. "Gentlemen, this mindless discussion won't get us anywhere after all. Why don't we just let Li Yang himself come and tell everyone about it?" With that, Zhang Mingshu waved his hand and invited Li Yang to the ring. In response, Li Yang did not excuse himself and directly patted his butt and stood up, walking straight towards the stage, passing next to the burly man who had spoken for him. He even gave him a slight symbolic nod. The burly man waved his hand without saying anything more. Li Yang quickly walked to the stage and glanced at Lu Feng who was standing over there straightening his back. Zhang Mingshu smiled gently and opened his mouth. "Student Li Yang, since there are people who are curious about this matter, it would be more appropriate for you to say it yourself. By the way, you can also take this opportunity to introduce yourself to the representatives of the councils on stage. After all, the main purpose of this meeting was to help Li Yang get as much support as possible, to facilitate Li Yang to get enough resources before he left Yunzhou. Moreover, the marigold thing was not exposed in Zhang Mingshu's video. Whether or not to come out publicly is largely up to Li Yang. Li Yang, on the other hand, opened his storage ring very calmly, pulling out 2 sacks of gold coins from inside. He threw them on the ground and spoke leisurely. "Since everyone has questions, I'll reiterate them. And these gold coins, they are all from my ancestral home. Some time ago. Actually, Mayor Zhang and Minister Wei can both attest to this, so there's no need for me to say more. But again, because of the Lu family's character and style issues, I've decided to unilaterally cancel the cooperation with Yunzhou Bank. I still have quite a bit of this family heirloom gold, and there's not much use in keeping it, so I'd like to slowly exchange it for currency that I can spend. If you are all interested, I happen to want to take this opportunity to find a new partner as well." After hearing the words that needed to be proven, Wei Tsongfeng also stood up from the VIP seat at the back and nodded with a slight smile. The heads of the War Department and the city testified at the same time. The authenticity is no longer in doubt. Even if it's not true, it has to be true now. Unless Lu Feng wants to go against both the military and the city at the same time. On the other hand, under the stage, some of the bigwigs from the business sector who were originally on Lu Feng's side, after seeing the glittering gold coins on the ground, they were all a bit unable to move their eyes. Especially when he heard Li Yang say that he was no longer willing to cooperate with Lu Xian's Yunzhou Bank and needed to find a new partner. He looked very excited. After all, in the business world, money is all running water and gold is eternal. The reason they stood on Lu Feng's side was purely just because of the few thin points of Lu Feng's father, Lu Xian. But since both Zhang Mingshu and Wei Tsongfeng had clearly sided with Li Yang, Li Yang's own character was no longer in doubt. All beings are equal before interest. There are clear benefits at stake. A mere general manager of the Yunzhou Bank. What the hell? Cough cough cough. I think that since the student Li Yang has already received the support of the municipality and the Ministry of War, there's nothing for us to doubt. That's right. Since Mayor Zhang thinks it's fine, then we naturally have no objections. That. Student Li Yang. I'm the branch president of the Huaxiao Huanyu Bank. If you need to exchange a large amount of checks on hand, we can provide the relevant services. Ugh, running for the hills? Ha, student Li Yang. We are from the Gilded Years Real Estate Development Company. We also have a savings business that can also be exchanged for fixed properties all over China. If you're interested, student Li Yang, consider us. Our members are highly reputable, and we're popular all over China. Mr. Li Yang, and us, it's okay to make friends. It was originally Lu Feng who wanted to use the topic to trip up Li Yang. However, he did not expect that this operation of his own, in disguise, created an opportunity for Li Yang to publicize himself. Closer the distance between him and those business tycoons. Shucks, what a bunch of snobs. Watching the bigwigs who were on their side the last second fall in line, Lu Feng was so angry that his back teeth were clenched, but he could do nothing about it. It didn't take long for this meeting, called by the city, to draw to a close. Lu Feng couldn't steal the chicken but lost the rice, and he had wanted to escape in dust after the meeting was over. However, Li Yang was not going to spoil him. Taking advantage of the fact that people from the municipal and military departments were present, the matter of the replacement of the recommendation slot of the former one schoolmates years ago was brought up. Without saying a word, report it on the spot. Directly send Lu Feng in for investigation as well, accompanied by his brother Lu Xing for company. And in the time since, after Zhang Mingshu's introduction, Li Yang had also managed to hook up with bigwigs from all walks of life in the council. As representatives of the majority, most of the people in the council, in fact, also make considerations on the collective side. It was an undoubtedly good thing for everyone that Yunzhou City could produce a transmuter with such a strong strength. If Li Yang could really join that legendary Tongxin program, it was even more like giving Yunzhou some good publicity. It was all good and no bad for the people present. The meeting ended without a number of members of the council leaving. Instead, they lined up inside the conference room, hoping to get acquainted with Li Yang. Student Li Yang actually hasn't graduated yet? He just transferred last week. And now he's already turned 3. What a hero. This kind of strength is simply astonishing. Worthy of being someone that Mayor Zhang values. When we fought against the Beast Tide before, it was also thanks to Mr. Li Yang's ability to thwart the progress of the Beast Tide's attack that Yunzhou was able to be so well protected. All of us owe you a thank you. Mr. Li Yang, I'm from Daqin Heavy Industry, and my usual main business is to make that specific kind of heavy carriers for the group or the military ministries of various places. Although it may not have much to do with your profession. If there's anything you need, please do contact me. Here's my business card. Student Li Yang, I'm from Jiajile Real Estate. In order to thank you for your previous protection of Yunzhou, our group would like to send you a real estate property in Yunzhou. I hope you can accept it. Student Li Yang, I am the head of the Yunzhou Blacksmith Association, and I also come from a civilian background. So when I first saw your profile, I already wanted to give you something. This wrist guard is a special prop from our association's collection. I hope you can use it. The last person in charge of the Blacksmith Association who presented the gift was the same burly man who had just spoken for Li Yang. Li Yang thanked them one by one, and the things in his hand were already a bit cupped. Looking at these people in front of him spreading things out like they didn't want money, Li Yang even felt a bit outrageous. Unlimited supplies of potions, clothes customized to the highest specifications, treasures from the Blacksmith's Guild, Even the Yunzhou Agricultural Association had gotten a set of enchanted hoes and rakes from somewhere to give to Li Yang. Looks like it went well this time after all. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng looked at each other and smiled. Their mood had never been so good. Today's Li Yang was considered the most important talent in the entire Yunzhou. After today, Li Yang would even be able to walk sideways everywhere in Yunzhou. Together with the military and municipal side sending out their efforts, they might be able to push Li Yang all the way up to the 60th grade before the investigation team from the imperial capital side comes over. Level 60 was already considered an insurmountable peak for an ordinary transmuter. In a small place like Yunzhou where resources were relatively scarce, upgrading was not an easy task in the first place. After a transmuter reaches the level of 60 with 4 turns, each subsequent turn is 10 levels at a time. The difference that each of these levels makes is quite dramatic, and according to Li Yang's own description, it seemed that by the time he reached the 4th turn, he would be able to have the kind of thing that was comparable to a missile in terms of power as mentioned before. I think it's called something like corn cannon? Of course, his current strength wasn't weak as all. Report, Mayor Zhang, the imperial capital side just contacted this side. They've already read the information sent over from your side and have shown great interest in Li Yang. The investigation team is ready to depart and will probably arrive in a few days. At the same time, they want cooperation from our side to do an experiment together. A secretary came through the door and whispered to Zhang Mingshu to report the situation. When he heard the last sentence, Zhang Mingshu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Experiment? What experiment? The secretary scratched his head. I'm not sure. They didn't reveal too much. They only know that it's related to the Tongxian program. In addition, according to the judgment given by the Imperial Capital Observatory, the next hidden copy should appear near our Yunzhou. So I hope we can prepare ourselves and gather people to explore. Zhang Mingshu nodded and said in a deep voice, Alright, I understand. Hidden copies. As a limited time copy that appears randomly and contains a large amount of loot, it is bound to cause quite a stir when it appears, and the level of the hidden copy is mostly related to the level of the other copies in the area. That is to say, according to the average level of copies near Yunzhou, this time, the hidden copy was probably around level 40 or 50. And such a copy would simultaneously open rifts around the world to reward, causing all parties to fight over it. Just make the final pass and get the hidden copy reward. Often it's just a matter of bringing some little unexpected surprises to your own city, or even country. For example, copy resources increase, wraith level increase, and so on. In a more specialized analysis, it's some sort of small world-class copy. All in all, this is a godsend. A great opportunity to give Yunzhou a jumpstart. It must be taken seriously. It was almost evening when Li Yang left from the municipality. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng temporarily left first because of their busy business, and then helped him arrange a car to go home. Li Yang pulled out his pockets and after confirming that the 5 or 6 storage rings sent by the bigwigs from all sides had not been lost, he got into his car and went back home. It's time to say no. These people inside the council are really giving it away when they say they're giving it away. When he came over this morning, Li Yang was still considered a transmigrator with nothing but a few sacks of gold and overpowering strength. Now, he had 10 sets of real estate within the city of Yunzhou alone, 6 of the apartments and 4 of the villas. Some places are even located by the mountains and the water, the kind of residence that only the extremely rich deserve. On Wei Songfeng's side, he had also expressed his hope that Li Yang would move to the military side. After all, Li Yang's identity was already different, and it was better to be safe than sorry and have someone to protect it. But it was politely rejected by Li Yang. After all, the most important thing to Li Yang right now was those plants of his. Therefore, sunlight, water and soil are essential. The aspect of taking care of plants will be more affected if you move inside the city. There was no way around it. Wei Songfeng could only hand him an emergency communicator with a locator to interface directly with the military headquarters. As long as Li Yang needed help from the military department, he could always use this thing to contact the military department. Li Yang only had to take it, which made Wei Songfeng feel relieved to let him go. As for the rest, apart from those strange enchanted farming tools, and various storage rings stocked with potions, the wrist guards given to him by the president of that blacksmith association was considered the most satisfying thing for Li Yang. Name, Blood Spring Wrist Guard. Rarity, Purple Epic. Item description, when your blood level falls below 20%, the wrist guards will automatically trigger, continuously restoring 50% of your blood level. Passively triggered blood return effect. In a pinch, it might save a life or something. There is still quite a lot of rare and weird equipment in this world. An epic piece of equipment will do that. So won't the future legendary equipment be better? He'd like to get one for fun if he had the chance. When Li Yang returned home, he skillfully continued to plant sunflowers inside the yard. It was getting dusk, but it didn't look much darker with the sunlight released by the sunflowers. Li Yang rubbed his hands together and began his usual routine. Unlock all those newly acquired plants and experiment with them one by one. He was more interested in practicing how strong all his plants were and what they could do than on paper. Thus, Li Yang opened his system interface. The first thing that comes to mind is the fiery red hot chili pepper. Hot chili peppers consumes 125 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 50 seconds. Preparation time 1 second. Botanical characteristics. A hot pepper will explode into a wide range of fiery flames after a 1-second buildup. The fire will continue to scorch all magical beasts below level 60, increases with level, that come into contact with it, and create a wall of heat that lasts for 10 minutes. Another explosive skill. It's nothing compared to a cherry bomb. Moreover, Li Yang noticed one thing. After he had risen to level 40 himself, the killing range of plants, from being below level 40, had also changed to below level 60. Just to make sure he wasn't mistaken, he also pulled up information on the pea shooter's plant. After seeing that the enemy level limit on it was also 60, he nodded in satisfaction. This world of universal transfers, everything is tied to stats, whether it's people, equipment, or magical beasts. The level of data directly determines the strength of the individual. His plants, on the other hand, are completely outside of that framework. No data, just rules. Don't look at the cute, cuddly, messy-looking plants. Under the rules of the 60th grade, if I say you have to die, you have to die. And Hades can't keep you. Sure enough, there's truth in the saying never compare your fighting skills with a funny character. Li Yang exchanged a copy of the fiery pepper's seeds and received it inside his storage ring. He wasn't stupid enough to test such a highly powerful plant inside this small yard of his. If a fiery chili pepper was planted here, the entire village could turn into an instant ash. I'm afraid. TSK, TSK, TSK. After the hot chili peppers test, the next one is coffee beans, big spouting mushrooms, charm mushrooms. Other than that, let's just talk about this coffee bean. It could be considered as revitalizing those mushroom plants that Li Yang had exchanged out earlier, with coffee beans sitting in the background. Things like the chill mushroom that would be used later, or even the destruction mushroom, wouldn't have to be summoned out to sleep in the middle of the day. Li Yang first dropped the charming mushroom on the ground with a try-and-see attitude. With the sound of growing plants, a patch of white fungus stalks spread out on the ground. The rods rapidly merge and spread upward. In no time at all, it turned into a mushroom with a 7-colored umbrella cap on its head. The image was quite similar to what he had seen in the game. But it's too big, isn't it? I was under the impression that the charming mushroom, but it only works after being eaten by a zombie. It's such a big pile of stuff, and it's just dangerous looking. How could anything come over for food? Keeping a skeptical attitude, Li Yang opened the plant's information interface. Charming mushroom, consumes 75 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 30 seconds. Range of effect 50 meters. Plant characteristics, the charmed mushroom can release an irresistible aroma to creatures below level 60, increases with level, and when consumed, it will cause them to fall into the charmed state for 8 hours, during which time the charmed unit can be affected by your third talent. It can control creatures directly. No thanks to the charmed mushroom, it can still be eaten quite actively despite its dangerous looks, though it's still essentially a disposable plant that simply disappears after being eaten. But this 8-hour-long charm effect is pretty outrageous. And this charm, and a few other uses. A charmed target can be affected by his third talent. Li Yang slightly squinted his eyes, and in his career interface, he selected his third talent that he had awakened, plant sympathy. This talent allows for a sensory connection with all the plants one has planted. Those creatures that are charmed by the charmed mushroom can also. Thinking of this, Li Yang turned on his talent. With that, his consciousness instantly entered a pitch-black space. But the pitch black is just the base color. Looking closely, there were quite a few white points of light floating in this space. These points of light could be pulled farther and closer at will by virtue of his consciousness. As you get closer, you realize that it's not a point of light. It's simply a vision that exists on its own. All the perspectives in the eyes of the plants he was able to see clearly. That's an outrageous talent. If it wasn't for the system forcing it down to a white common rarity, it is estimated that at the moment of its birth, it will directly cause heaven and earth to come to be abnormal, right? But what's the system doing suppressing your talent rarity all the time? For the sake of neatness? Li Yang couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. Then, in a flash of inspiration, he pushed open the gate and called the big yellow dog that was the watchdog in the house across the street Moncler outlet. Feed the charmed mushroom to it. And then, almost immediately, in the next second, he found something else in that myriad of horizons, the charmed yellow dog. Li Yang selected it and then directly established a sensory connection with it. And then moments later, it was like an entire person's consciousness was stripped from their body and shoved into another body that was completely out of proportion. Looking down at his dirty two-dog legs, Li Yang suddenly had a feeling of being in a different world. This was the first time he had experienced what it was like to be a dog. Because of the effect of the charming mushroom in place, Li Yang could even directly control the dog's body and drive around the nearby dirt road twice. Awesome. So unbelievable. Li Yang sked and then cut off the mental connection with the yellow dog, returning its freedom. That big yellow dog still kept wagging its tail toward Li Yang, presumably in its eyes. It had just eaten a big meal for nothing. Li Yang smiled and closed the door. Then, the next one. Torch stumps, pumpkin heads, groundhog. Li Yang relied on the fact that there was enough sunlight, so he was assured that he could boldly spend it at will. After experimentation, it was found that all these plants were more or less enhanced. The torch stump has the additional ability to enchant blank weapons in addition to changing the properties of peas. The big spray mushroom also has the ability to directly corrode armor and deal real damage in addition to its wide range attack. The pumpkin head is even more interesting, and can be placed not only at your feet, but also at the feet of your enemies, directly turning them into a fairly punch-resistant one-man cage. After they had all played around, Li Yang was satisfied and shoveled them all up. The current him couldn't wait to try the true power of these plants inside the replica. As usual, Li Yang tidied up the yard and planted a new round of sunflowers. By the way, some marigolds were also mixed in with the sunflowers. After all, after taking the favors given by the parliamentary crowd today, Li Yang had also signed new cooperation agreements with several larger banks in passing. Get them a few sacks of gold every now and then, and you'll have endless money to spend yourself. Under Zhang Mingshu's guidance, those in the council gradually accepted that Li Yang's family had an ancestral gold mine. There were even some mining companies that wanted to come and work with him, but they were rejected. But it's time to say no. The life of this mine owner is pretty plain and boring. After planting the plants, Li Yang returned to his house, and after simply washing up, he laid down on his bed and prepared to fall asleep. As a result, I swiped my cell phone before going to bed, but I swiped the latest news released by Yunzhou officials not long ago. The Imperial Capital Replica Observatory reports that a limited-time hidden replica will be opened near Yunzhou City tomorrow, and we hope that all transients will seize the opportunity and head to the replica to actively explore. Successful explorers will receive up to $50 million in prize money and the opportunity to customize a set of epic defense equipment for free with the Blacksmith Association. Li Yang looked at the cell phone screen and slightly raised his eyebrows. From memory, inside the limited-time copy, whether it was the type of magical beasts or the type of rewards, it could be a worldwide smorgasbord. After successfully clearing the hidden copy, you can even get a whole area of gain or something like that. Yunzhou might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to soar. No wonder the municipal side was willing to put up $50 million as a bounty. The money could even feed and clothe a large family for the rest of their lives. And look at the appendix to the message. It seemed that the military department side had also organized their own raider squad, ready to participate in this hidden copy raid together. Because of the special nature of hidden copies, the same copy will open up multiple rifts around the world. So there was definitely more than just one city in Yunzhou that had their eyes on this copy. It's even likely that China is not the only country. The competition looks like it's going to be fierce. Ding! New quest. Complete the raid on the hidden copy. Dawn Canyon, 0/1. Mission reward, 100. 000 sunlight value. 1 plant formation saving card, capacity 500 plants. As he was thinking, the system suddenly rang in his head. Sure enough. Say what you want. Li Yang laughed, turned off his cell phone, and laid down on the bed muttering, Alright Tuzi, you don't have to rush either. Let's go into the copy tomorrow and see what's going on in there. Li Yang specifically looked at it. The opening time of the copy was tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Early to bed today, early to rise tomorrow. Should be able to catch up. Thinking this way, Li Yang set another alarm by hand. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial capital on a flying airship about to set sail, a young girl in a white plush nightgown with a full head of silver hair was standing on the deck, staring. A cold wind whipped through her hair and burrowed through her collar, causing her to shiver. Ms. White, go back to your cabin. The airship will be taking off soon. It's going to get a lot cooler after liftoff later. A soldier-looking man stepped out of the cabin and spoke. The young girl known as Ms. White looked back with a slightly tired, kind smile. Okay, I get it. The soldier nodded and was ready to leave. But before she left, the young girl suddenly called out to him. By the way, sir, do you know much about Yunzhou, and that transmigrant named Li Yang in Yunzhou? The soldier froze slightly before shaking his head. I'm sorry, that place is so remote and I've never been there. As for the transmuter named Li Yang, we haven't gotten any relevant news from our side yet either. I only know that he has the ability to grow some very special plants. I think that the purpose of Tong Zuanji sending you there should be the same. For detailed information, You can ask Director Orient for clarification afterward. Please also rest assured, Ms. Bye, that we will do our best to ensure that nothing will go wrong with this outing of yours. Ms. White nodded and owed her head slightly. Such formal etiquette made the soldiers on the other side of the room a bit formal for a moment, not knowing how to respond. For her part, Miss White didn't care too much about it, but smiled lightly and returned inside her cabin. This is that Miss Bai of the Bai family. Ha, sure enough, she's as elegant as the rumors. Another soldier came up and said thoughtfully, more than elegant. She is also one of the very few life-class transmigrators in our China who have entered the Tongshin division, a title that no one has ever held before. That's but, whether it's family background or personal ability, Miss White is among the top. Honestly, to be able to come this far as a life-class transfigurator is something to be admired. This is no nonsense, come on. What's the point of lamenting all day long? Hurry up and check the ship's facilities again. We're ready to set sail. With the latter's cry, the ship began to sway slightly. The ship's anchor was pulled up and the anti-gravity array was activated. The huge airship slowly floated up and set sail towards the distant city of Yunzhou. The time turned, and it was just dawning. Li Yang was woken up by the alarm and rubbed his sleepy eyes while stretching very comfortably. New quest, complete the raid on the hidden copy. Dawn Canyon, 0/1. Mission reward, 100. 000 sunlight value. 1 plant formation saving card, capacity 500 plants. The familiar voice of the system echoed in his head. Li Yang rubbed his face, which had become stiff from sleep, and casually flirted as he got up to change his clothes. Okay, don't rush. Aren't we about to go? Say, what's the formation save card you have inside this reward for? The system responded instantly. Plant formation save card, capacity 500 plants. You can save a set of your customized plant formations as a preset, and when you need to use them, you can release the formation directly through the save card. During this time, it will consume the sunlight value required by all plants at once, but all the plants you summon share the cooldown time. Note that there is only one save opportunity for each save card preset, and it will not be possible to reset the save once it is completed. Simply put, it's a chance to summon 500 plants at once with a single cooldown. The sunlight value required is still the same, but the time savings can be significant at all. Establishing formations instantly is great no matter where you are, so it seems like this thing is pretty good value for money. However, Li Yang still needed to find some time to deliberate a little on what formation to save. The immediate priority, of course, was still to check out that so-called hidden copy. After packing up, Li Yang took a taxi to the reported location where the copy appeared. Hidden copies are similar but not the same as other normal copies. Generally speaking, a normal copy consists of a steadily existing rift as the core, plus a large area near the rift that has been transformed by otherworldly creatures. Most of the time it takes about 5 to 10 years for an average copy to form. Hidden copies, on the other hand, are rifts that suddenly appear and then suddenly disappear when the time comes. It can only be predicted by certain specific methods and cannot be stabilized on its own for a long period of time. The appearance of hidden copies is almost completely random. Therefore, for the average transmogrifier, just miss this one opportunity. I'm afraid I won't get to meet them again for the rest of my life. This time, the hidden copy appeared in an unexplored forest west of Yunzhou City. Because it was close enough to the city of Yunzhou, it was naturally left in the hands of Yunzhou officials. The military department of Yunzhou City had sent people overnight last night to set up temporary facilities around where the replica would soon appear. By the time Li Yang came over, the place was already overcrowded. The copy opened at 8 o'clock, and Li Yang came over at 6 o'clock. It's almost 2 hours early, but the place is still packed with people. Transmigrants of all ages were gathered around this neighborhood, some coming together in groups of 3 or 5, while others were alone and remained silent in the corners. Others, outright yelling, wished to team up with strangers to go in and explore together. The level 55 full power team is missing a milk. Which handsome man is willing to enter the team in the front row? Into the team to send the pastor lady's black silk photo. Paid leveling team. First half only. Anyone? Beautiful ladies, come play with us. Our team has a lively atmosphere and friendly environment. We have a lot of handsome guys. Li Yang passed through the crowd and leaned slightly toward the front row. Without taking 2 steps, he saw 2 familiar people. Ugh, Li Yang? You haven't been in class for a few days. Something isn't wrong, is it? Did you and Lu Xing in that affair? It looks to me like Lu Xing and our homeroom teacher were arrested and sent in. The ones who spoke were a pair of twin brothers from Li Yang's class. The duo's talent is not considered good, and their grades are middle of the pack. Therefore seeing them in such a place somewhat surprised Li Yang. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, "You two are here to brush up?" At those words, the 2 brothers across the table smiled slightly. Sort of. He. I'm ashamed to say that the two of us are actually brazen enough to follow our academy's ranking 2 big brother over here to practice. After all, hidden copies are unattainable, and as long as we clear them once, we can greatly compress our novice development period. Ah yes, you don't have much of an impression of our academy's second oldest brother, do you? Actually, it's the one who ranks second on our academy's big list at that time, Su Gue, the fire mage from the class next to ours. In fact, if you hadn't come out of nowhere and suppressed everyone by 20 levels back in school, with Su Gue's ability, he would have deserved to be number 1. Hey yeah, speaking of which, Li Yang, how on earth did you manage to rise to level 20 just after awakening your profession back then? Even as a life class profession, that's outrageous. Li Yang smiled. It was just a fluke. The two brothers waved their hands, obviously not believing this rhetoric of Li Yang. And then, seeing Li Yang appearing here, he reacted to a terrible thing all of a sudden. No, Li Yang, you've only just transferred not long ago too, right? And you have the nerve to ask us, what are you here for? Not here to level up too, are you? Do you want to join us? Let's go talk to Big Brother Su. It's okay to bring an extra person later. Li Yang shook his head. No need. I just came over to join in the fun. Upon hearing this, the two brothers on the opposite side of the table immediately revealed expressions of disbelief. No way, Li Yang. This is a wild monster average level 40 to 60 book. Aren't you afraid of going in and encountering danger? No. Seeing as you're so chesty, it's hard to believe that you've. Li Yang was calm. I'm level 40. The brothers had a black face. Li Yang smiled helplessly. Actually, my own talent isn't that outrageous. It just happened to be looked at by the municipal side. So they took the time to help me level up a little. The result is that the more you explain, the paler it gets. The two brothers on the opposite side interrupted this precise speech of Li Yang by waving their hands in succession. Okay brother, you stop. Say it again and my brother and I will die of jealousy. But congratulations, after going through so much inside the academy, now the bitterness is finally over. Li Yang nodded and proceeded to exchange pleasantries with them for a while. And then, a familiar voice was heard coming from behind. Li Yang, you're here too? Following the voice, he turned back just in time to see Fongwen in uniform walking towards this side. When the twins saw Fongwen, their eyes straightened in shock. After all, she was a character printed on the wall of outstanding graduates' photos, and Fongwen's face value was at the level of an uncompromising school beauty even a few years ago. Now after entering the military department, her long exercised body, paired with her more and more mature temperament, made her appear to have a different kind of charm. This young lady wouldn't be the Fongwen on top of that photo wall, right? I've heard about you for a long time, and now I've finally met me in person. Sister Fongwen looks several times prettier than inside the photo. I'll go. Li Yang, how did you meet Sister Fongwen? The two weren't too loud, and Fongwen over there didn't hear them. Then he saw Fongwen walking straight to Li Yang and laughed in a low voice. Speaking of which, Li Yang, you're also interested in this hidden copy, right? You seem to be alone to me. Why don't you just join us? The official raider team is short of an output class occupation position over here. If you're willing to come, we certainly won't be less efficient. Saying that, she also extended her hand to Li Yang with great sincerity. Li Yang pondered a little. He's aiming for a pass anyway. It's also a break-in by yourself, and it's also a break-in when you team up with an official team. The latter is a little more secure and professional. Well, why not? So he nodded and took Fongwen's outstretched hand. The sight was truly another one that made the twin brothers next to him look dumbfounded. Crap, Li Yang actually has this relationship? When you think about it like this, the fact that he used 2 days to level up 20 levels in a row before is explained. What a face it must be to have an official with a brush. Looking at Li Yang, who was talking eloquently with Fongwen, the tone of the twin brothers was full of sourness. Even more than just them, some of the other civilian transients around them were also somewhat shocked and envious. The official raider group of the Ministry of War would actually take the initiative to seek out such a young transmogrifier to ask for cooperation? Who the hell is this young man? Li Yang's addition to the team had surprised the others inside the raider team as well. Several of them had witnessed Li Yang's strength. There was bound to be no doubt about Li Yang's fighting prowess. It was said that it was convenient to take care of each other. But in fact, there were already people who felt that this time, the copy of the raid, it would be Li Yang alone who would take them flying. This raider group that had been formed by the officials of Yunzhou was composed of the elites of the first and second teams of the military ministry, with a total of 8 members, 2 front rows, 2 assistants, and 4 outputs. Only one of them had a situation today and couldn't make it in time. As for the leading figure, it was naturally Fongwen. On the other hand, the twin brothers who had just exchanged pleasantries with Li Yang had also completed their rendezvous with their own team. Big Brother Su, we're back. The two brothers waved their hands. Not far away, a young man wearing a fire-red mage's robe slowly raised his head in response to the voice and smiled faintly at the two brothers. He was the Su Gue that the two of them were talking about. The number one person under Li Yang in the Academy's grand list. However, unlike Lu Xing who had already been taken in, Su Gue, as a person, is obviously much better. It was not in existence in the same class as Lu Xing at all. If Li Yang's was as unreasonably strong as a plug-in, then Su Gue's strength was as strong as it was justified. A rare combat class profession. The Imperial Fire Mage, plus a very rare epic talent, with an excellent personal academic record. If it wasn't for Li Yang, he would be the deserved number one amongst the entire academy. After the effects of the beast tide gradually subsided, he also did his best to raise his level in the shortest possible time. This, coupled with the fact that he himself had also awakened an epic level professional talent, gave him the strength to kill monsters across levels. Although it was also taken seriously, it was not as sensational as Li Yan was at that time. Yet even then, Su Gue, himself, just blamed it on the fact that he hadn't tried hard enough. Li Yang, a life class occupation, was able to achieve that level. Then there's no reason why a rare profession like his can't do it. So, taking advantage of the opening of the hidden copy, he also came to look for his own opportunity. After all the basic preparations were completed, it was almost time for the replica to open. Accompanied by a sound of space being torn apart, a pitch-black fissure appeared impartially in the long-prepared open space. With that, it quickly expanded to the size of a door and held steady. The hidden copy of Dawn Canyon opens. Please prepare and enter the arena in an orderly manner. The municipal officer in charge of monitoring the state of the replica and managing the rift rose and shouted, and then withdrew the barricade blocking the front of the chasm. Immediately, countless transmigrators immediately fishtailed into the replica, rushing into the copy in a rush. Su Gue's squad, naturally, was the same. Their squad was also 8 people, with Su Gue as the core. However, the purpose of their entering the copy was mostly to practice. There is an experience bonus for killing magical beasts above your level. Su Gue, on the other hand, with his own strength and talent, could easily fight against enemies whose levels exceeded a certain range of his own. Copy, Dawn Canyon. Recommended level, LV. 40 LV. 60. Introduction. This is the place where the dawn rises and where the souls fall. There are 5 replica chasms open this time, accommodating a total of 300 human transmutants, along with the crowd entering the replica. The information of the replica was gradually displayed in front of everyone's eyes. After briefly looking around, Su Gue led his teammates and slowly explored forward. There was nothing of note along the way until they encountered the first magical beast inside this copy, a level 40 plus Dawn Demon Wolf. Although it wasn't as if Su Gue hadn't fought level 40 plus magical beasts before, but for some reason, the magical beasts inside this copy, whether it was from the intelligence, or from other levels, it was completely different from the ones he had previously fought against in other copies of Cloud State. Just one magical beast made them go through a lot of effort. Watching the kill alerts and the experience shared to each, Su Gue couldn't help but be in deep thought. And at that moment, the other side, the group of transmigrators led by Fong Wen and Li Yang was steadily advancing. The magical beasts that had been encountered along the way, under the incomparable tacit cooperation of the team members, basically did not survive more than 5 minutes. Ordinary magical beasts that were over 40 levels were all cleared up as if they were directly chopped up. All that remains is a mess. Your teammate defeated Dawn Demon Wolf, LV. 45. Congratulations on gaining 1100 experience. Your teammate defeated Dawn Demon Wolf, LV. 48. Congratulations on gaining 1250 experience. Congratulations. Your experience has reached its limit and you have gained a level up, LV. 40 LV. 41. Your teammate defeated Dawn Demon Wolf, LV. 46. Congratulations on gaining 1255 experience. According to the process given in the replica, the outermost part of the replica only had demonic wolves, the lowest and most basic magical beasts. Li Yan didn't even bother to make a move. Just follow the group forward, eat the experience your teammates kill, and take your time leveling up. Although the experience gained is definitely lost because of the group status, but it's not a big problem. Anyway, it's the comfort of being taken for a brush that counts. During that time, he also planted out some coffee beans on the ground by hand. After harvesting, they were used as a small snack and distributed to the crew around the area. The coffee beans redeemed from inside Dave's store, in addition to making mushroom-type plants act normally in broad daylight. For humans, there is also a certain amount of increase. Take 1 capsule and you'll get rid of the tiredness straight away and recover a lot of energy. Although this effect means very little, when you are tired and sleepy just go straight to bed. There is no need to hang on to your spirit with coffee beans. It's usually only reluctantly taken out and used when exploring a copy like now, or other times that require a high level of concentration. After using the coffee beans, the team members were refreshed and the fatigue they felt after waking up so early in the morning was cleared away. The efficiency of slaying the magical beasts and advancing forward increased by a lot. With such speed, it wasn't long before they encountered the first boss in this copy. Elite level monster beast, Dawn Wolflord. Rank, LV. 54. Description, an existence that stands out among the wolves of the dawn. After experiencing countless life and death battles in the Dawn Canyon, he eventually grows up to become a veteran and venomous wolf master. He can use the power of the wolf master to summon wolves, or use his terrifying speed honed from battle to pose a threat to enemies at any distance. If you read the blurb, this thing's specialty is speed, and it seems like it's pretty powerful. But, so far, here too, just light pops up on cue. There wasn't any wolf lord or wolf pack or anything like that in front of a few people. Looking at the empty clearing in front of them, the people present were a bit confused. If you don't kill the boss, you can't get in with a wall of air blocking the path in front of you. They dawdled in this category for a while, not finding any sign of the boss until the other Cloud State transmigrants behind them had rushed up. It's really strange. Can it be that this boss doesn't dare to fight us and has already sneaked away? We're not going to get stuck on the first level with a boss that can't be painted, are we? There was a lot of chatter from the surrounding transients. But the next moment, someone from an unknown team suddenly let out a cry of alarm. It's coming, it's so fast. Almost the instant the sound was made, a black shadow instantly sprang out from the bushes on the side and rushed towards the back of the crowd with a lightning-fast speed. The moment the movement occurred, one of the archers from the military department in Li Yang's team immediately replenished the damage, instantly reaping the life of that black shadow. Settle it. Scared me. I thought this was such a marvelous magical beast, but it turns out to be so brittle that it dies at the slightest touch. One of the archers in the group waved his hand and summoned the arrow back, shaking the blood off of it before sticking it back into the quiver behind him. Your teammate defeated Dawn Demon Wolf, LV. 48. Congratulations on gaining 1250 experience. The moment they saw this prompt pop up, everyone in the group couldn't help but stare. This is a regular Dawn Demon Wolf? But its speed was clearly different from all the ones it had just encountered. What's going on here? The crowd was confused, but these doubts were answered the next moment. With a mournful wolf howl, the surrounding bushes gradually lit up with one red eye after another. One of the lurid pairs, with a lingering gaze, was staring straight at the transmigrants over here. Again, all hands, prepare for battle. The transmutants present immediately took up a defensive stance and prepared to meet the battle. That's when the crowd realized, the boss wasn't even a so-called wolf lord, but an entire wolf pack led by the wolf lord. Under the wolf lord's enchantment, all of the nearby Dawn Demon Wolves received an extremely terrifying speed bonus. Obviously, a second ago, he was able to fight with quite a few level 40 or so transmutants, but now he suddenly started a one-sided hunt. The wolves came from all directions, forming large black shadows that kept pouncing on the transmigrators who had fallen behind, and they are still very much on target in their attack. All of them are the most vulnerable and important support professions in each team. All it takes is a slight oversight, or a teammate not following through in time. The support professions that had brittle skins and not much in the way of life preservation would be dragged away by the wolves in an instant. Sudden chaos began to spread amongst these Cloud State transmigrants. The transmigrators who originally had the mindset of brushing for fun are considered to have truly appreciated the gold content of the hidden copies. This place, Yunzhou, placed in China, is considered to be the kind of city that is extremely inconspicuous, with very few resources and a very slow pace of life. The highest that the Cloud State's transmigrators could brush was a magical beast of around level 50. They don't usually go above that level themselves. They have long been accustomed to comfortably brushing up on their books and breaking in. Have even forgotten one thing: copies, or these otherworldly coming space rifts. The purpose of appearing on Blue Star in the first place was a real invasion. The magical beasts in the replica were each and every one of them were things that hated to eat human flesh and bones alive. Once the two sides engaged in battle, the only end that could happen was only immortality. Is this really a level 40 or 50 magical beast? How come the strength is so high? I don't want to brush. I want to go home. What are all these? Why are the magical beasts inside the hidden copies so terrifying? Everyone stabilize your formation. Once the formation is messed up, it's completely hopeless. Otherworldly beasts. Sneak attacks are nothing. Come and fight Grandpa head on. The scene became unusually chaotic for a while. Shrieks, angry curses, and the howls of wolves mingled together. It made the crowds of onlookers outside the replica scared. Although you can often see on TV how many people died and how many battles they went through during the opening of a copy of so-and-so's area. But really, none of them have much of a concept. After all, although this small place in Yunzhou was poor, It was really too comfortable. It had been years since they had touched something like a copy opener. What the hell is going on with this copy? This is too scary, isn't it? Holy shit. This is a wolf pack? Don't we also have wolf pack type magical beasts over here in Yunzhou? There's no comparison to these guys. At this rate, it's going to be hard for those transmogrifters in there to make it out in one piece. Not to mention the raid, right? You guys look at the eyes of that head wolf. That thing. It feels like human eyes. It's humane. Only after hearing this did the crowd of onlookers outside shift their attention to the pack's head wolf, the so-called boss, the Dawn Wolf Lord. The guy was covered in steel-needled black fur, his muscles bulged high, and his teeth glinted with a cold light. Inside those blood-red eyes was a cunningness that did not match its race. This guy, he seems to know how to hunt humans. The intensity of the monsters in the replica is a bit high, so come back and regroup before making plans. As he stood tightly waiting, Wei Songfeng's voice rang out from Fong Wen's ears. As the Minister of Military Affairs, he of course had to keep an eye on this rare hidden copy of the raid operation. So before entering, he had Fong Wen prepare a miniature camera and communicator in advance, so that it was convenient to keep in touch at all times. Even the matter of recruiting Li Yang into the team was actually a decision he made after much consideration. But at the moment, it seemed that if they continued at this pace, let alone succeeding in the raid before the teams from other countries, I am afraid that Li Yang's personal safety will also be jeopardized. On one side is Li Yang, and on the other side is the opportunity for Yunzhou to gain development. Without even hesitating, Wei Songfeng and Zhang Mingshu, who was watching alongside him, resolutely chose the former. Immediately instructed Fong Wen to execute the evacuation order first, even if it was just to protect Li Yang. Fong Wen nodded and prepared this matter to be relayed truthfully to Li Yang. But once you turn around, instead, she realized that Li Yang had disappeared. Fong Wen was startled and hurriedly looked around. Instead, it turned out that Li Yang was standing on top of a huge nut that had been planted at some point and was examining the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, Fong Wen was not the only one who noticed Li Yang. The Dawn Wolf Lord, who had been hiding in the shadows, narrowed his eyes at this moment and noticed the tallest standing fellow. Next, the Dawn Wolf Master let out a low growl and commanded the wolves to change their target of attack, charging towards Li Yang's direction. The result was a couple of pops. The wolves that rushed at the front actually had their carapaces covered in a layer of blue frost. Ow! The Wolf Lord froze, a little confused. The transmigrators on this side also noticed the wolves that were trying to launch an attack at the same time, but their speed had significantly slowed down. What? What's going on? In this state, the wolves are being slowed down by some ice attribute magic? You're kidding. Whose magic can keep up with this wolf pack? Wait, there really is. The crowd dispersed a bit, revealing light blue plants that had been planted inside at some point. The nearly man-high plant swayed gently in a very rhythmic fashion, spitting out extremely fast blue peas at a fixed frequency from what resembled a mouth. The fist-sized pea smashed into the wraith and shattered instantly, sending it flying. The magical beast that was hit also had a layer of white frost instantly attached to its surface, and its entire body took on a greenish color similar to frostbite. It's Li Yang's ice-cold archer. In the municipal building, Wei Songfeng and Zhang Mingshu, who were sitting on either side of the desk, both recognized it at first, couldn't help but shout out in excitement. And the power displayed by Li Yang was much more than that. When the crowd created a commotion just now, he had actually been laying out his plans in advance. Positional warfare? He's the best at it. Chill shooter slows down and double launcher outputs. The wolf pack led by the Dawn Wolf Lord was not small though, but compared to the beast tides that Li Yang had dealt with before, it could be a bit worthless. While the wolves were being held back by a network of fire pulled together by several cold shooters, the nut wall seeds that had been scattered by Li Yang in advance also began to develop rapidly. An impenetrable wall was formed, with Li Yang at the center, layered on top of each other. Many people saw Li Yang standing on top of the center nut wall, but did not know who he was. There are still people trying to ask for his name. In the end, there was only one answer: Li Yang. Where the family lives and what their background is, no one seems to know. These trannies know one thing. This Li Yang who suddenly came forward to save everyone. Definitely a super hung big man. Everyone, crouch low. Li Yang, who was standing on top of the nut wall, slowly opened his mouth. It wasn't loud, but some of the closest people below were very active in helping to shout. Little brother Li Yang has spoken. Everyone crouched down low. All heads down. The crowd hastened to comply, crouching behind the shelter of the nut wall with their heads in their hands. Fong Wen and the others were no exception, but still looked up with some curiosity, wanting to see what Li Yang was planning to do here. However, he only saw Li Yang's finger move and took out an inconspicuous yellowish-brown seed from inside his storage ring and casually threw it on the ground. As soon as that seed touched the soil, it instantly took root and disappeared. And then, with great speed, It breaks through the ground and draws roots and buds and bears fruit, all in one go. It was actually half a man tall, growing out of the ground. Chili? Some looked curiously through the gaps between the nut walls, their minds filled with doubt. The wolf lord on the opposite side also slowly appeared from the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes staring deathly at the thing that had been planted out, baring his teeth and letting out a low growl. And then, its gaze slowly moved upward, for eyes with Li Yang standing on the nut. The look in that human teenager's eyes. Was it contempt? He raised his head and hissed, commanding a surge of wolves hiding in the bushes. Under its gain, the speed of all the dawn demon wolves was boosted by more than 2 times. The ground looked like a pitch-black storm had scraped across it, sweeping blood and gore in Li Yang's direction. But Li Yang over here was not panicking. Very calmly, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the red pepper that had been planted swelled up at an extremely fast speed. After a brief second, an incomparably hot flame erupted. Rumble! A wall of fire several meters high instantly enveloped the bushes. A large number of demonic wolves that had not yet approached were caught in the flames and burned to a crisp. Those hard hairs, at this point, turned out to be excellent fuel for the fire. The wolves that had been raging in the last second had turned into mourning dogs that were crying all over the place and had nowhere to flee to. Your fiery pepper kills the dawn demon wolf, LV. 42. You gain 4,200 experience points. Your fiery pepper kills the dawn demon wolf, LV. 49. You gain 4,900 experience points. Your fiery pepper kills the dawn wolf lord, LV. 54. You gain 5,400 experience points. A bright light representing experience wafted from the almost carbonized corpse of the demon wolf. A brain fell on Li Yang's body, and after flickering slightly for a few moments, Li Yang's body once again lit up with an aura symbolizing upgrading. Congratulations! Your experience has reached its limit and you have gained a level up, LV. 41 LV. 42. Congratulations! Your experience has reached its limit and your level has been raised, LV. 42 LV. 43. Congratulations! Your experience has reached its limit and your level has been raised, LV. 43 LV. 44. 3 levels in a row. Most of the transmogrifiers who could enter this copy were veterans of around level 50. Between the more scarce resources of the duplicates near Yunzhou, at this level, the time they needed for each level up would even be stretched out to several years. Li Yang, on the other hand, had used less than a few minutes to ascend 3 levels in a row. This, looking at the surrounding transmigrators, was something that could only be envied. After all, Li Yang's strength was here, and even if he had risen 10 levels in a row, everyone would still be convinced. Congratulations to Transfigurator Li Yang, who has successfully killed the boss Dawn Wolf Lord. The second route that Transmuter Li Yang is on. The air wall to deeper depths has been unlocked. Please speed up the progress of transmuters on other routes. The broadcast from the system instantly echoed in the ears of every transmuter in the copy. Looking at the prompt that popped up in the career system in front of him, Su Guei and the others who still remained near the entrance, fighting with the lone wolf, were dumbfounded on the spot. This is Li Yang? Is this the Li Yang from our college? Are farming careers so outrageous these days? Holy shit, our old class still just said that people like Li Yang won't be successful in the future. I didn't expect that after only a few days of not seeing him, he's already so strong. Big brother Su, why don't? Let's go defect to Li Yang. On the other side, at the municipal building, Zhang Mingshu and Wei Xongfeng, who had been staring at the screen dead on, wanting to see what action Li Yang would take, directly stood up in excitement, constantly circling the desk. Just how many things does Li Yang still have left to show? It's too strong. This chili, compared to that cherry before. A big killer. This is just a big killer. How long has it been? And that wall of fire is even still burning. Such a large group of wolves, or wolves with an average level of around 50, directly vaporized in an instant. When will those investigation teams from the imperial capital come? If they don't come, then Li Yang will directly take over the mountain on our side, and we won't even need to enter that laborious Tong Xin division. On Li Yang's side, after seeing the Dawn Wolf Lord's kill message, he flicked his sleeve and eradicated all the plants present with a single click. The wall of fire burned out by the fiery chili peppers faded out, leaving behind a floor full of dark, scorched earth. The trannies warily stepped out from the shelter of the nut wall, choking and coughing at the smell of roasted meat mixed with chili peppers in the air. Standing not far away, Li Yang's entire figure seemed to have become much taller and more majestic. Many of them were still a little stunned, and after finally realizing that they were safe around them, they sat down heavily and gasped for air. Fong Wen also walked through the crowd and went straight to Li Yang, asking worriedly, Li Yang, are you okay? Are there any injuries anywhere? I'm sorry, we were supposed to be the ones to protect you, but we didn't expect to end up being protected by you. Li Yang, on the contrary, waved his hand politely, It's fine. It happened suddenly. There's nothing you guys can do about it. Get some rest and let's move on. Upon hearing this, the other Cloud State transmigrants next to them let out a gasp of surprise. Little brother Li Yang, you guys are still going forward? The strength of the magical beasts inside this copy is abnormal. Going further inside, in case we meet something more deadly. Li Yang smiled. What's the point of putting this thing called a copy without brushing it? The stronger the magical beast, the more resources the copy has. Such a good resource. Wouldn't it be a bloody loss if it was snatched by another country's team? The transmigrants next to him looked at each other, not knowing how to respond, until a muscular man in a tank top raised his fist high in the air and yelled, Little brother Li Yang, other times aside, today inside this copy, you are my own brother. We'll go with you. Hidden copies rarely appear in Yunzhou. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can't it be that because the magical beasts are hard to fight, we have to give away the good things in the copies to outsiders? Are you still a man if you wimp out at the slightest difficulty? After a short break, some left the copy out of fear, while others decided to follow Li Yang and continue on. After proceeding forward to clear some more small monsters on the line, the system's broadcast was once again displayed on each person's career screen. Congratulations to Transmigrant Ian Jones, who has successfully killed the boss Dawn Undead. The first route the Transmuter Ian Jones is on, the air wall to deeper depths has been unlocked, and Transmuters on other routes are asked to speed up their progress. All transfers need to move forward as fast as possible. Another new transmogrifier has completed the first boss crusade. According to the information presented in the copy, when the hidden copy of Dawn Canyon appeared, a total of 5 chasms opened up in several random places in the world. This copy, therefore, exists in 5 different lines. Huaxia is in the second line, led by Li Yang in a distant second, and the transmogrifier, named Ian Johnson, followed close behind, leading his country's transmogrifiers after him. The 5 entrances to the Dawn Canyon were different, but there was only one final boss to be crushed, counting on the same path. The people present looked at each other and unconsciously quickened their pace. The first transmogrifier to be able to take down the first kill of a copy boss will not only receive permanent access to that copy, but will even receive bonuses from the copy for his or her region. It's kind of a fly in the ointment for the whole region, and the Cloud State's team of transmigrators did indeed advance for some time before encountering the foreign team that had defeated the gatekeeper boss shortly after them. Compared to the team on Yunzhou's side, the other side was obviously a bit more professional. Uniform attire and uniform weapons. Clearly a squad of transmutators formed by the officials specifically to take down this copy. And the symbols on their cuffs were a direct indication of who they were, the country of Sunset. The two sides met and briefly looked at each other. After seeing the situation of each other's personnel, the transmigrators from the opposite side of the Sunset Kingdom, one by one, revealed a very puzzled expression. They seem hard to believe. This large force made up of Chinese transmigrators was actually so casual and scattered. From a distance, it looked like a bunch of jerks on a field trip. The result was that a group of such people were actually the fastest team to raid the gatekeeper boss inside the entire copy. The captain of the Sunset Kingdom, who was in the lead, nodded slightly and spoke. These people, they remind me of an old saying of their Chinese. It's called, you can't make a man look like a man. You can't measure the sea. These Chinese people, whether in the current hidden copies or in the future world-class copies, are not to be underestimated. After saying that, he had some respect in his heart and saluted towards the Chinese side. Seeing this, Fangwen, who was leading the group at the front, returned a slightly serious salute as well, before leading the group straight through. Before encountering the final boss, all the transmutants present were heading in the same direction and on different paths. Congratulations to Sakura Nation Transmigrant Yuji Fushigahara for successfully killing the boss Ghost of Dawn. The air wall leading deeper has been unlocked on the 4th route where Transmuter Yuji Fushigahara is on. Please speed up the progress of the transmuters on the other routes. It wasn't long before a new prompt popped up as well. Li Yang looked at the names of the transmigrants on the new tips and didn't need to guess what kind of bullies were on the 4th line. The crowd behind them gradually began to talk as well. Shit, what's the situation? There are Sakura people inside this copy? I really don't want to deal with these guys. It's just annoying. Those unscrupulous dwarves. If we get caught up in them, the consequences. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like the Sakura Nation doesn't have a very good reputation on the blue planet. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself in his mind. It continued on for some time, with prompt after prompt in his ears. It was only an hour after Wasia had already resolved the first boss that all lines were completely and officially open. The group that Li Yang was in had more or less met up with the transmigrants from other countries as they advanced. But the only thing I didn't see was the so-called Cherry Blossom country. It seems like they couldn't make it because of the distance, right? Thinking like this, Li Yang followed Fangwen and continued to move forward. That's the boss area up ahead. So everyone get ready and get pumped up. As they walked, the scouts in the group brought back the situation at the very front. With that, he recruited a group of warriors and cleaned up the other small monsters nearby. After having suffered a loss at the hands of the Dawn Wolf Lord, they could have begun to not underestimate this in the face of the influence of small monsters. After all, being careful was a good idea if you got caught in a pot by a stronger magical beast, let alone going for first place. It may not be certain whether you can keep your own people safe. So this time, to be on the safe side, start by killing small monsters. Li Yang also casually lined up his troops here. A number of double launchers and cabbage pitchers were planted to clean up the wraiths that were forced out of their corners. After gradually familiarizing themselves with the intensity of this replica, the various transmogrifiers also found their fighting touch. The efficiency of brushing monsters was significantly higher than when they first came in, but no one noticed. In a big tree 100 meters away, a dark figure crouched in the leafy bushes, utilizing the skill of enhanced vision to keep a close eye on everything over here. Upon seeing Li Yang casually summoning a plant that could kill a level 40 or 50 magical beast in 3 or 2 hits, a gloomy look gradually flashed across the dark shadowy man's face, while the transmogrifiers in front of them were still going around clearing out small monsters in order to pass the level. On the other side, the practicing squad led by Su Gue also gradually found their rhythm and began to gradually cooperate, and the efficiency of brushing monsters began to soar. Speaking of which, it seems like there's been no new movement from the hordes in front of us for a long time. I also don't know how things are going on Li Yang's side. Big brother Su, after we clear this wave of magical beasts, why don't we lean towards the large army as well? At this moment, Su Gue and the others were pushing a masterless Dawn Wolf pack into a dead end through their own efforts. Those twin brothers opened their mouths to chat as they utilized their skills and kept forcing back the wolves that were trying to break out of the encirclement. Su Gue stood a little farther away and used his skills to build a firewall, blocking the last escape direction of the wolves together. This wolf pack, there were almost 20 or so Dawn Demon Wolves. Every single one of them was at a level of 45 or above. After killing this batch of magical beasts, all 8 people in their team would basically be able to rise to level 30. At this pace, they should be able to level themselves up to something like level 40 before the copy was cleared. Thinking of the shock within himself when he saw Li Yang's successful boss kill prompt from the replica interface just now, Su Gue's mood became more and more complicated. Obviously coming out of the same academy, how could the gap be so huge? It was reasonable to say that his profession and talent, when placed in the entire cloud state, belonged to an unrivaled level. He was supposed to be the chosen one, but he was slow to catch up to the back of a life-class career. This, well, it must be because one is not trying hard enough. Su Gue clenched his fists and mentally pumped himself up, seeing that his teammates had pretty much cornered the wolves. Then he was ready to release his skills and reap the rewards. But the next moment, a bright light, however, exploded violently from the middle of the wolf pack. The sudden explosion immediately caused Su Gue and the others present to freeze in place. When did the Dawn Wolf Pack learn the explosive class skill? They haven't seen it even after all those kills. Smoke filled the encirclement. The twin brothers who were closer were even lifted out on the spot by the impact of the explosion aftermath. Seeing the situation, the priest girl in the team rushed forward and quickly helped the two of them up. For his part, Su Gue gripped his staff tightly, sensing a hint of threat. The smoke raised by the explosion gradually cleared. 2 slim guys in ninja suits appeared in front of Su Gue. In the hand of one of them, there was also a still burning piece of talisman paper cupped. The explosion just now, there's a high probability that this guy set it off. The wolves that had been chased all the way here were all blown to pieces, and bright lights representing experience drifted from the corpses and slowly flew into the 2 guys in ninja suits. Ha ha ha, Kamido-kun, you're really getting good at using the explosive charm. When releasing the talisman paper, these stupid Chinese transmigrants didn't realize it at all. The guy who was on the chubby side let out a big laugh. The ninja who was pinching the talisman in his hand, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that these Chinese transmigrators are too weak. Look at them. I'm afraid they haven't even reached level 40. They actually dared to come directly inside the hidden copy to brush the monsters. It's almost as if he doesn't know how to write the word death. So with this behavior, I'm actually helping them understand the cruelty in the middle of the replica. Ha ha ha. Watch this scene. Su Gue frowned slightly, having understood the status quo. It seemed that these 2 little cherry blossoms had come to steal the monsters from them. But, it's just a couple of ordinary wild monsters. What on earth is the need to grab it worthwhile? I'm really impressed. What's with the cherry runt in this place? Robbing monsters and being so arrogant. Are you looking for death? The 2 twin brothers lying on the ground had only just recovered a little when they jumped up from the ground with a sharp carp. Each of them then raised their weapons and were about to fight those 2 little Sakura. Across the street, Sakura seemed to be waiting for this. They also instantly pulled out their weapons from behind them and drew up in formation in preparation for the battle. Robbing monsters? What a joke! In a copy, whoever kills the monster is the one who owns it. Where's the robbery? If you're not capable, don't complain about others. What's more, with this level of yours, what can you do to rob your monsters? Don't disgrace yourself from here if you're a bunch of losers. Saying that, those two little cherry blossoms looked at each other, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing this scene, the two twin brothers were furious, and without saying a word, they were about to go up and strike, but he was stopped by Su Gue, who was next to him. Calm down, we're too far away from the large force of Huaxia here. Our people won't be able to arrive in time for support. Moreover, these two guys are obviously taking the initiative to stir up trouble, wanting to provoke us into making the first move, so that they'll be justified in making their move. We should have been doubly careful. Looking at such a cautious Su Gue, the two Sakura Nation transfigurators on the opposite side of the table instantly became a bit impatient. Standing in place, he began to constantly provoke and harangue in an attempt to completely enrage Su Gue and the others, but Su Gue doesn't eat that. At this point, they are still considered to be staying in the middle of the line where Huaxia is located, and can still be sheltered by Huaxia. Even if the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had the intention to cause trouble, they could not just strike out and hurt people. There was no way around it. Those guys could only let out a scoff as they witnessed Su Gue's few people getting farther and farther away. After everyone had left, a black-armored warrior from the Sakura Kingdom slowly stepped out from the shadows of the trees on the other side. Can't keep them? The voice was hoarse and full of majesty. The two ninjas who had stepped in to rob the monster were the first to bend down, bowed hastily, and opened their mouths. Reporting to Lord Fushihara, these few Chinese transmigrators who deviated from their route, especially their captain, is just too cautious. We really didn't have a chance to get down and dirty. This black-armored samurai named Yuji Fushihara was the one who led Sakura Nation to defeat the gatekeeper boss on the fourth line. He sighed, then said slowly, it can't hurt. We have other ways to go about slowing down the advance of the Chinese team. Let's go back and meet up with our own group first. Meanwhile, Li Yang sighed. Countless plants were unleashed, killing every magical beast that appeared in sight with a mountainous momentum. After the plants had been planted to a certain scale, this was not a battlefield at all for unusual transmutants to meddle in. Many people were guarding Li Yang's side, watching the army of plants in front of them volleying and destroying every magical beast in the vicinity. After entering the second level, the intensity of the magical beasts also received a more significant boost. As a result, apart from the Chinese troops that Li Yang was in, other countries are not advancing as fast. The area where the boss is located is just around the corner. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and watched the situation around him. It was only when all the plants had lost their movement and could no longer locate hostile targets from their own vision that they waved their hands, signaling that the warriors in the front row could go in and start the monsters first. The latter certainly carried out Li Yang's orders honestly, although everyone entered this copy with a variety of purposes. However, after experiencing those events just now, Li Yang had undoubtedly become the backbone in the hearts of everyone in the current Yunzhou troops. It was accompanied by a beastly hiss from within the boss area. A new tip popped up. Elite level monster, Dawn Reaper. Rank, LV. 56. Introduction, the Reaper who watches over the Dawn Canyon for years, in the darkness, with a heart for the dawn, and eventually, in a deep self-contradiction, becomes a demon who reaps the souls of all those who pass by. The Reaper uses his scythe to attack, has the power to blend into the darkness, can use shadows to move instantly, and has a reaping effect on low-blooded enemies. This seems to be another boss that is known for its speed, but unlike the previous Wolf Lord, this time the Dawn Reaper was not simply fast. Instead, it's instantaneous, high agility, high burst, and a self-reaping effect. If it was a normal copy of the raid all the way through, you would have been viciously sickened by this thing. But okay, this time, they have Li Yang. Li Yang needed to consume a bit of time to arrange the plants. Therefore, under Fong Wen's command, some of the transmutants took the initiative to go forward and engage the Reapers, taking on the job of buying time for Li Yang. Since the magical beasts this time weren't purely speed types, it was obviously not enough to simply go and use the cold ice archer. Li Yang pondered for a moment and casually threw out some seeds of corn. Corn thrower, sold for 100 sunlight, cooldown 7.5 seconds, attack interval 2.9 seconds. Plant characteristics, the ability to throw kernels of corn or chunks of butter that ignore natural terrain, dealing fixed damage to magical beasts up to level 60, increases with level. 10 rounds of corn kernels or 2 rounds of butter blocks will kill the wraith, and the butter block will cause the hit enemy to pause all actions for 4 seconds. Butter ban, which is a real strong control, when a golden corn pitcher rises out of the ground. The transmigrants around Li Yang were all excited and full of curiosity. Li Yang had been throwing plants around like magic along the way. Almost every time you pull out something strange, it doesn't come with a duplicate. The big corn this time, again, was something none of them had ever seen before. Therefore, the crowd was eager to see what kind of flower work Li Yang's new plant could bring them. Whoosh! The first corn thrower to be planted threw out a palm-sized cone of golden kernels with a stone thrower-like organ on his head. After the thing smashed the reaper's head with a pop, then it disappeared. The crowd blinked and were a little confused. Logically speaking, didn't Li Yang usually prescribe the right medicine for the right situation, choosing whatever plant to face whatever magical beast? How come this time? Did he pick the wrong one? The crowd looked at him in disbelief. However, Li Yang smiled faintly. Don't worry, let the corn throw a little longer. With that said, another well-developed corn pitcher pulled up. There was a sudden sinking in the pitcher on top of his head, and a large pile of creamy butter appeared out of thin air inside. It smells so good. Little brother Li Yang. What is this? A few of the transmigrants were talking and even wanted to directly open their mouths to ask Li Yang. But before Li Yang had a chance to speak, the corn pitcher had already thrown the piece of butter. The speed was not much different from the corn kernels just now, but when it cut through the air, it imparted a slight feeling of momentum. The watchers over there were too busy engaging the transmigrants to bother themselves with these flying props that were flying in the distance. The self-tan was also pretty good, so it wasn't even going to be dodged. As a result, the next moment, poochie pop, a big pile of butter hit the watchman squarely on the head. That watcher went into a 4-second-long freeze, and the corn pitchers planted on Li Yang's side are still endless. The chances of pitching a butter block are not great though, but there's enough corn pitchers to go around. One goes down and always picks up a new one within 4 seconds. Going to refresh the control time of the butter block. The assassin professions on the side who had just circled around with the reapers and nearly exhausted themselves to death all had their eyes widened, staring at the scene before them in incomparable surprise. Some people also tried to dip some butter off the reaper's head, trying to sneak it into a bottle to hold it and utilize it in a moment of crisis. Unfortunately, the butter block is only useful when it's just been cast. After that, it's just plain old butter. Looking at the transfigurants over there who began to output without risk, Li Yang, who was watching the battle over here, couldn't help but TSK. I have to say, the accuracy of these plants is just scary good. He had just been focusing on a marksman profession behind the troops. It's all too easy to shoot ineffective blanks when it comes to fighting. As a result, on the contrary, his own plant shooters and pitchers, one by one, although they didn't shoot fast, their accuracy was as good as if they had self-targeting on point where you want to shoot, and you can't miss a shot. It made Li Yang even want to move a flower pot, put some plants in it and directly pick it up and go away. Report, Captain Fongwen, something to report from the rear. Some of the leveling teams in our rear have been attacked by Sakura's squad after falling behind, and it seems that this is not an isolated case. A member of the official raiders group, a member of the military department who is now assigned to manage the followers, quickly stepped forward, saluted Fongwen, and opened his mouth. Fongwen was next to Li Yang at the moment, responsible for keeping Li Yang's safety close. After hearing this, he couldn't help but frown slightly as he opened his mouth to ask, Sakura squad? What are they doing harassing us for some reason? The member of the military department who reported the news shook his head. I don't know, but we found some relevant people who can describe the situation, he said, waving toward the back. Not a moment later, a few familiar people appeared in front of Li Yang. Two of them, the twin brothers he had greeted outside the duplicate. There was another, a woman he had talked to a few times in his class. The rest were not quite recognizable, but they should also be trainees inside the Heavenly Cloud Academy. And this red-robed mage at the head of the group should be Sugue, the second oldest brother on the list in the mouths of the twin brothers. Li Yang did not squeak, while Fongwen next to him opened her mouth first and asked about the situation. The twin brothers and a few other members of the team spoke at length, hating to pour out all the aggravation he had just received. Sugue, who was leading the team, however, was filled with a complicated look. At one time, his vision for Li Yang was the same as that of the twin brothers. Although Li Yang had always done well academically in school, he did not have the ability to fight in his own right as a life class occupation. To be able to rush straight to level 20 in just 2 days, there was 80% someone behind the scenes with a brush. But nowadays, the scene he saw in front of him, however, completely overturned his perception. Inside the boss area not far away, densely planted with a variety of oddly shaped plants, and these things, obviously came from that farmer Li Yang who was surrounded by the crowd in the center. Once again, recalling the time when Li Yang was leading all the graduates of the academy, rising to level 20 in one breath during the Beast Tide invasion, Su Gui's mind couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. It couldn't be that Li Yang's rank at that time was gained through him taking on the Beast Tide by himself, could it? After the night of the Beast Tide, there had been a rumor going around. It said that a mysterious transmigrator had fought off a small wave of beasts outside the city with his own strength. The city didn't publicly acknowledge the incident at the time, but it didn't outright deny it either. And these things were never reported after the city took Li Yang away. So, the situation was that Li Yang had just completed his transfer and utilized his ability to solve a small wave of beasts on his own, and then that level 20 that surpassed all the graduates of the academy. And only because the upper limit of the first turn was just level 20. How is this possible? Thinking about this, Su Gui's eyes grew wider and wider. Looking at Li Yang in front of him, the gap that could have been filled by effort in his mind had turned into an insurmountable chasm. You're the Su Gui who was ranked second in our academy's grand list, right? Just as Su Gui's mind was in chaos, Li Yang suddenly jumped to the ground and took 3 or 2 steps over. Su Gui froze for a moment and looked up. Yes, I'm Su Gui. Li Yang smiled casually. I saw your information at that time. Imperial Fire Mage. Second in the entire academy. Besides your rank, you are just a little bit behind me in theory classes. I have to say, you do rely on real skills to eat, no matter what. You're much better than the kind of goods like Lu Xing. Within your age group, you're already quite impressive. Listening to Li Yang's words, Su Gui looked up in a daze and met Li Yang's encouraging eyes. All the bad suspicions about Li Yang in his original mind had suddenly dissipated. Overnight, in a body of poverty, against all odds, and yet, he remains poised, without arrogance or extravagance. This was what a genius really looked like in his mind, and an example for him to follow. Compared to that, his own little bit of talent and effort was nothing. Mr. Li Yang, thank you. Su Gui nodded solemnly, feeling strength in his heart. Li Yang, on the other hand, gently patted his shoulder as a sign of relief. Then the conversation was turned around. By the way, I heard that you guys just encountered little Sakura's people provoking trouble, right? Don't worry. For the sake of our classmates, I'll help you with this. Just as Li Yang was in the middle of his words, Fan Wen on the side suddenly tapped him on the shoulder and pointed towards the boss's side. Don't worry first. Li Yang, look over there. At a glance, under the combined attack of Li Yang's plants and a large group of transmigrators, the Dawn Reaper, who had been unable to act the previous second, actually cracked open suddenly. That scarecrow-like body of its began to wither rapidly, collapsing in its entirety as if something had been drained from it. The shadows underneath them, on the other hand, grew larger and larger, even gradually spreading below each of the transmigrants in the venue. And then, the shadow suddenly erupted with large swaths of black mud-like spikes visible to the naked eye, launching an attack on everything on the ground in the boss area. Holy shit! Groundhog? Li Yang thought that other things using similar abilities had appeared in this world besides himself. It was only when I fixed my eyes on it that I realized the difference between that thing and a ground spike. Ground thorns are things that are planted in a fixed area, like vine ground moss. And this black substance, on the other hand, it was a complete mass of black shadow that could move. The transfigurators couldn't even launch an effective attack on the thing, and had no choice but to flee in panic. Looking at the transmigrators over there who were caught in a bitter battle, Li Yang sighed slightly and opened his mouth. Not a big problem. I'll just double-line the operation, fighting the boss, and cleaning up Sakura. 2 things at once. After saying that, he took out some seeds of the charming mushroom from his storage ring and casually threw them on the ground. While the crowd was still wondering what Li Yang was going to do, several large, brightly colored, and invitingly smelling mushrooms grew out of the ground. I'll go. This flavor, it smells so good. The twin brothers over there instantly glistened with both eyes and unconsciously drooled from the corners of their mouths. The smell attracted all the nearby transmigrants. While anyone with a clear eye could tell that there was something wrong with this stuff, the flavor just made you want to take a bite. Go find some magical beasts and feed them these mushrooms. Just leave the rest to me. Li Yang said that, and with a wave of his hand, he called for 2 agility-type output class professions. While handing them the charming mushroom, he instructed them. Ah yes, this stuff is poisonous. Be careful not to eat it. The 2 men looked at each other, then nodded together and left the area. And then, Li Yang reshifted his focus to the boss side. Looking at the melee in the boss area, he fell into deep thought and muttered, what's the best way to effectively attack this guy? In the midst of his thoughts, watching the Reaper's frantic movement beneath the ground, Li Yang suddenly noticed something strange. Whenever it turned its shadow into a spike to launch an attack, the shadow that served as the base would instantly become partially smaller, and its shadow, likewise, lightens and fades from the glare. Such demons can be broken with sunlight. In that case, Li Yang blinked and directly pushed through the crowd, heading that way. The transmigrants on the side were a bit surprised, but no one dared to make a move to stop them. In front of everyone, Li Yang took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage ring and sprinkled them into that area, and then a new seed was thrown out where all the sunflowers were opposite each other. Simply line up and wait a few moments for the right moment. Before the patch of reaper-turned shadow reached the middle of the field, Li Yang snapped his fingers and instantly released all the sunflowers he had just planted. Enough dozens of sunflowers rose up and produced the first wave of sunlight for Li Yang at the same time. In a flash, an incomparably bright light instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The reapers that were hidden in the ground had nothing to hide under the intense light, and could only be forced to reveal their true forms. Under the pressure of the sunflower, it could only flee towards the front. Up, Li Yang let out a murmur. A large pile of yellow pumpkin heads grew out of the ground, holding the reapers, who were unable to burrow back into the ground, squarely inside. Pumpkinhead consumes 125 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 20 seconds. Botanical characteristics: pumpkinheads can be used to protect or imprison any unit up to level 60. This limit will increase with career level, from attacks up to that level 100 times. The thick pumpkin hard shells drew a wall that could not be destroyed, possessing a hardness that was more terrifying than any bronze wall within the constraints of the system's rules. The reaper let out a raspy hiss and unleashed a large chopping blow to his side, but for a short time there was no way to break free, and before the light had cleared, the corncasters who had found their targets simultaneously hurled a dense stream of bullets upward. One or two corn pitchers may not be able to throw enough butter, but when it's a whole army of pitchers who launch the attack, that would have turned out differently. A roiling barrage of corn kernels and chunks of butter cut across the sky. The centrally located Dawn Reaper was instantly overwhelmed by butter. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers beside them let out a gasp. This little combo of moves made some of the battle-hardened trannies around them fight with heartfelt admiration. Ask yourself, if they were in their place, could they make such a calm choice in such a situation? The two of them, Zhang Mingshu and Wei Tsongfeng, who were far away in the office of the municipal building, looked at the real-time broadcast on the screen and also raised their eyebrows coincidentally. I didn't expect that this Li Yang's ability to make judgment on the spot is quite good. I remember that at that time, Old Su also said that Li Yang's cultural course results inside the academy were basically in the top 3 all year round, especially in the replica technical and tactical subjects, which were the first in the whole academy. TSK. No wonder, if he hadn't already been booked by the Tongxin program, I would have really wanted to recruit him into the military department. Zhang Mingshu smiled and ignored Wei Tsongfeng's words. In the meantime, this side of the copy, after making a move to control the boss, Li Yang turned around and left the area where the boss was. There are sunflowers to shine, pumpkin heads to imprison, and corn pitchers to control. It was only a matter of time before he killed this guy, and on his side, he had some other work to get done. Li Yang took a deep breath and opened his third talent, plant empathy. Relying on this talent, he can share his senses with any plant he has planted, and even control the targets that are charmed by the charmed mushroom. At this time, the charming mushroom had already been fed into the mouths of the nearby magical beasts, and through the control of Li Yang's third talent, it gradually gathered in a certain area, forming an existence similar to a small wave of beasts. The issue of hitting the boss has now been properly dealt with. All that was left, then, was to settle those little cherry blossoms that had been provoking trouble earlier. Li Yang's line of sight began to travel through the space of his talent. It didn't take long to find the ones you needed in a sea of branches. The charmed mushroom that you accounted for yourself was only about 10 units in actuality. A few of them, however, were lucky enough to land in the mouths of some of the alpha magical beasts. Social magical beasts that live in groups tend to follow the leader. Therefore, Li Yang could even directly control the beasts under the chiefs of these magical beasts by controlling those chiefs. It looked like there were only a dozen or so charming mushrooms, but the magical beasts they could control were almost 100 or so. In terms of combat power, it wasn't much, but it was more than enough to be used to disgust people. The amount of information brought to Li Yang by the large number of controlled magical beasts traveling through the forest was simply terrifying. System, help me organize these and find where those little cherry blossoms are now. After these several days of research, Li Yang had almost figured out the pissiness of this system. Ask it what kind of nonsense it is and it won't always answer you, but with a slightly tougher attitude and a direct request for it to do something, the odds are that it will all work out. Available information has been compiled for you and automatically mobilized to your view. Sure enough, with Li Yang's order, a great deal of useless information in the talent space was eliminated altogether. There were less than 10 wraith perspectives left that were moving quickly. Select Establish Connection and the next. Baka. Still one step too late. That group of Chinese transmogrifters have already started raiding the second boss, and they're crushing it the entire time. If it continues like this, they will be the first team to defeat the final boss. Damn it, at this pace it'll all be over. A vulgar curse came from the perspective of some wraith side. Li Yang controlled this wolf-shaped magical beast to set aside the grass and hid in the shadows and observed without moving. The other magical beasts around them also took their positions. And before those Sakura transfigurators even realized it, they gradually surrounded this forest under Li Yang's control. Sasaki-kun has just sent back new information from over there, and according to his tracking, there is a very powerful plant-based summoner present in the Chinese team. And the reason why the Chinese team's copy raid went so smoothly this time is because of the assistance of that summoner. The scouting profession in the group turned back to him, earnestly. Fushihara Yuji, who was the captain, frowned slightly. A powerful summoner? Can it be that it's a special talent sent from the Chinese side? If we let it go, whether it's seizing this hidden copy or fighting for it later in the world-class copies, the existence of all these kinds of special talents poses a great threat to us. At this point in his speech, he paused, took a deep breath, and solemnly exclaimed, even if we are not official, we must have the determination and courage to make an effort for the empire. Let those foolish Chinese transmutants see the strength and determination of our Sakura transmutants. With that, the guy let out a slightly raspy laugh. Even though he couldn't see it at all from a long distance away, it was as if Li Yang could already see the rampant grinning face of this guy underneath his black mask. An obese guy beside him even bragged in agreement. And that's Sasaki-kun. He's a professional ninja that we've found connections to hire officially from the Sakura military. Unlike us folk transmigrators, that guy's level is the highest limit of this copy. Level 60. It's crushing against everyone in this copy. Such powerful ninjas, plus our team. It's bound to take the top spot in this hidden copy. The team member next to him bowed slightly. Lord Fushihara, shall we notify Sasaki-kun's side to start the operation? Yuji Fushihara nodded. Let him get ready first, and continue to observe the movements on the side of the Chinese transmogrifier. Wait for our orders, and once we're in position on our side and make some noise, let him get inside and go straight for that plant summoner. Also, if it's feasible, have him perform some interference work. We can't let the raiders on the Chinese side go on so smoothly any longer. The rest of the team hurriedly straightened their backs and nodded heavily toward Yuji Fushihara in the center. Hi! The Sakura Nation squad begins to move, seemingly determined to win this. See this scene. Li Yang held his chin, and the expression on his face gradually became grave. From the words of these Sakura people, he had learned two things. For one, it was that this group of Sakura people wanted to grab the first pass for this copy, and to that end, they could do anything, and even plan to look for an opportunity to attack Huaxia's large force. The second is that they intend to take advantage of this opportunity to get it themselves. Originally, Li Yang just wanted to slightly fix this bunch of little cherry blossoms under the premise of aggravating the conflicts on the surface. I didn't realize they'd already gotten the idea into their heads. It's so crazy that you can't tell the difference between big and small kings anymore. Good. Then there is no need to wait any longer. Li Yang's gaze flashed as he controlled the magical beasts ambushed in the surroundings to launch an attack. Just in the twinkling of an eye, several unlucky people standing at the edge of Little Sakura's team were flooded by the magical beasts that came like a tidal wave and disappeared without a trace. Quickly, prepare to meet the battle. All hands prepare for battle. Damn it, we've been ambushed. These magical beasts aren't even of the same race. Why would they join forces and cooperate to ambush us? This is not scientific. With over 100 magical beasts, it would definitely be difficult to destroy these Sakura Nation's transmigrators in a group. But in the face of a sudden ambush of magical beasts, these guys more or less have to shed some blood, or even account for one or two people here. In the future, before you make a move, weigh whether you're worthy or not, Li Yang muttered, breaking those connections. As it happened, his side's crusade against the second copy boss was nearing its end, with a couple of corncasters tossing huge chunks of butter once again. The Dawn Reaper, deadlocked in his pumpkin-headed prison, finally saw the end of his life. Congratulations to Li Yang, a Chinese transmigrant, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Reaper, the second route that transmuter Li Yang is on. The air wall to deeper depths has been unlocked. Please speed up the progress of transmuters on other routes. New hints appeared and blocked roads opened up completely. Your corn thrower has successfully killed the elite level Wraith Dawn Reaper, LV. 56. You have gained experience, 11. 200 points. Congratulations. Your experience has reached its limit and you have gained a level up, LV. 48 LV. 49. Congratulations. Your experience has reached its limit and you have gained a level up, LV. 49 LV. 50. As the first transmogrifier to kill the second boss, congratulations on receiving your copy reward, Dawn Treasure Chest X1. After all, it was an elite-level magical beast, and the experience rewarded for killing it was much more than a normal magical beast. The aura on Li Yang's body that represented upgrading flashed twice in a row, and then, with the last broadcast, a dazzling beam of white light burst out from where the Reaper was. A silver-white treasure chest then emerged from the light and landed on the ground. Great! I didn't expect this raid to go so smoothly. At this rate, In less than an hour, we should be able to clear Dawn Canyon without any problems, right? Thanks to being lucky enough to meet little brother Li Yang this time. Otherwise, with the intensity of the magical beasts inside this copy, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to walk such a long distance. By the way, this treasure chest, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yang slowly walked towards the treasure chest that emerged from the light. 1 step, 2 steps. He narrowed his eyes and deliberately slowed his pace. At the same time, the eyes kept sweeping over the faces of those around him. From Sakura's information just now, Li Yang had learned that his side had been under surveillance by a ninja named Sasaki. That ninja's level was a top copycat level 60, strong, and was held in high regard. Most of all, the target of that so-called official ninja hire from Kyoto, Sakura country, was himself. Those Sakura people saw him as a threat, and after discovering Li Yang's extraordinary ability, they intended to seize this rare opportunity to strangle him in the cradle. Of course Li Yang wouldn't just wait honestly. If it was a few seconds ago, Li Yang might have been more or less worried when he realized that he was being watched. But right now, he wasn't panicking at all. It so happened that after killing the Dawn Reaper, Li Yang's level 2 broke through the ceiling and came to level 50. There was only a 10-level difference with that level 60 ninja. With this hierarchical difference in the relationship, today's Li Yang could be said to be emboldened. Leave out the cherry bombs and fiery chili peppers that are only used when you're really pushed to the edge. Nowadays, he can also have a prop that he purchased from Dave's store a long time ago, but never had the chance to use it. Grass Rake, used 3 times, 0/3. Current status, inactive. Props characteristics, after entering the battle state, the Grass Rake will ignore any means of defense, forcing to kill an enemy whose level is not more than 10 levels different from yours, available 3 times. Once that guy attacked himself, it was the equivalent of putting himself in a combat situation. Beyond, he didn't believe that a mere level 60 ninja could react faster than the system. Unfortunately, he made it all the way to the treasure chest without encountering anything. Come to think of it, that ninja, even if he was overpowered, was just alone. It was impossible to do something as stupid as attacking Li Yang in public in front of a large crowd. If you want to attract the guy out, you first have to deliberately show a hole in yourself. Li Yang first opened the treasure chest in front of the crowd and looked at the purple light that burst out from it, raising his eyebrows in slight surprise. I didn't expect to get a purple epic level reward for just killing a level 50 plus boss. This copy is also strange generous Lu. The purple light faded away, and a silver-white cane slowly emerged. Upon getting a good look at the cane, a gasp erupted from the crowd present. Oh my god, isn't that the thing that was on TV before? It's that shadow staff that fetched several $100 million at the Imperial Capital Auction House. I remember that at that time, this thing was taken away by the Imperial Capital Museum at a high price, right? I'm afraid I can't find a few of these in the whole of China. I didn't expect to actually see it here. Holy shit, it's been a few days of witnessing history non-stop for real. Dude, watch the civilized language. Fuck civilization. Little brother Li Yang, can you let me take a picture with this staff? Holy shit, I want it too. This is a good thing that can be put into the Imperial Capital Museum. Brother Yang, can I touch it? Just once. Ha? Li Yang looked at the crowd around him that was gradually going crazy and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What the hell? Isn't it just a normal monster brush that explodes a piece of equipment? Is it worth making such a big deal out of it? He raised an eyebrow and released an appraisal spell on the silver-white staff floating in the air in front of him. Name of equipment, Shadow Staff. Equipment type, two-handed mace. Equipment quality, purple epic. Equipment description, a staff containing the power of shadow. The holder can control the shadow through the staff. Release the fixed skill Incarnate Shadow, transforming himself into shadow form, blending into the shadows and moving quickly. The state lasts for 10 minutes at the most, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Hiss. After looking at the equipment, Li Yang had only one question in his mind. The quality of this thing is purple? What makes it purple? Is the epic quality worthy of such an unbelievable equipment effect? Control the shadows. Take on the form of a shadow. Also move quickly through the shadows. With such top-notch life-preserving abilities, it has to be a legend at the very least. Li Yang's jaw dropped for a while before he realized the problem. This thing is, indeed, a top-notch life-preserving piece of equipment no less. Its type, however, was coincidentally a weapon. It's still a two-handed weapon. To use its skills, you have to make sure that you are in a two-handed grip. Generally, when encountering danger in battle and wanting to use this thing to get out of trouble, you have to complete the tedious and complicated set of operations of opening the backpack, changing equipment, and using skills. If one were to intentionally keep this weapon equipped all the time to save one's life, for the professions of the combat classes, it's like putting the shackles on themselves. Li Yang also specifically looked at the attribute bonus of the staff. For each value, the bonus is 0. You know, even the white clothes that could be bought at any blacksmith store would have an increase of 1 or 2 points for specific attributes. Let's just say that this thing is really superb as a life preservation prop, but as a weapon, still a weapon that must be equipped with both hands. It's just a little bit of a chicken shit. No wonder after seeing this piece of equipment, the first reaction of the surrounding transmigrators was surprise, shock and incredulity, but none of them offered to pay a high price for it. Also because of the really rare amount of this item in existence. To a normal combat class transmuter, it's obviously far more collectible than practical. Able to. Li Yang isn't a combat class occupation. Apparently, Fong Wen and the others on the side also realized this problem. The expression on his face went from the joy he felt when he was happy for Li Yang. It slowly turned into contemplation and then shock. Li Yang's output was not even remotely related to the equipment on his body. Even if he removed all the equipment on his body, it wouldn't affect the output of those plants in the slightest. No, don't even have to unload. Look at Li Yang's current equipment. Apart from those defensive inner armor that the military department had arranged for Li Yang to put on before entering the replica, a plain white shirt and a pair of black slacks is basically all you need. Aside from that rather handsome face, there really wasn't a single noteworthy point on his entire body. At most, he wore 2 life-preserving wrist guards on his wrists that had been given to him by the previous president of the Skyfall Association. In comparison, the group of transmigrants next to them were dressed in what was called a fancy dress. Dressing up like Li Yang and entering inside this copy. Either you're a chest-thumping bigot, or you're just plain crazy. Another combatless staff in hand could not be more appropriate. Alright, pack up and get ready to move on. Li Yang held the staff in his hands and waited slightly. The crowd next to them immediately came back to their senses and hurriedly responded in a chorus, regrouping and preparing to proceed on their way. On the other hand, on Li Yang's side, he raised the shadow staff up thoughtfully and aimed it at the bushes on one side. What's wrong, Li Yang? Fong Wen noticed Li Yang's strange movements, so she walked up with some curiosity and asked. Li Yang nodded and said slowly, "This piece of equipment. It seems to add more to me than expected." Fong Wen froze for a moment. What do you mean? Li Yang pointed to the ground thorns that had grown out at some point in the shadows under the trees in the distance and opened his mouth. Look over there. With my power, it's impossible to throw seeds that far, but with the help of the staff, I was able to place the plant directly over there. The description of the staff says it can control shadows. I didn't realize there was a use for it. Fong Wen was stunned, her expression a little perplexed. Meanwhile, in the office of the municipal building in Yunzhou City, Mayor Zhang Mingshu also nodded slightly, holding his chin and murmuring, using the properties of the shadow staff to extend the distance of one's attacks? Although it's not a novel usage, but with Li Yang's ability, it can indeed do many unexpected things. Old Wei, didn't you say you'd give Li Yang something to remember him by when he leaves? Let's see. Why don't we just give him some props and trinkets that can extend the distance of his attacks? He shouldn't refuse. Wei Songfeng, who was sitting on the other side of the table, didn't reply. On his hand, he had already opened the software of the official auction house of Yunzhou and started to look for something similar for Li Yang. Bagger, where on earth did so many magical beasts come from? It's just too damn bad. While Li Yang's side had revitalized and started to push deeper, the Sakura Nation squad, which had originally planned to launch a surprise attack, had only just managed to settle that large group of magical beasts that had been messed with by Li Yang. Looking at the broadcast that Wasia had successfully defeated the second boss that came out from within the career system in front of him, Sasaki, the ninja in charge of monitoring the movements of the Chinese team, also sent back the news that Li Yang had opened the shadow staff from the treasure chest. Fushigara Yuji, who was the captain, was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn, but without those magical beasts messing up, we would have killed behind those Chinese transmutants by now. If we had been lucky enough, the shadow staff would have been ours to take. 2. Bagger, the scout in charge of keeping in contact with Sasaki, ran back from the front and bowed to Yuji Fushihara. Lord Fushihara, Sasaki-kun says that the Chinese side is ready to move on. At the rate they're continuing to raid, I'm sure it won't be long before they defeat the final boss. By then, although he didn't continue, Yuji Fushihara was well aware of the consequences. At this rate, before the main team on the Sakura country's side could defeat the second boss, the Chinese side would have completely completed the raid and returned with a big victory. They've done so much for this copy of the raid. If they can't even guarantee the most basic of victories, they will have no face-to-face with their countrymen. No, it can't wait any longer. All teams, increase speed, immediately rush over to the Chinese team to create a disturbance, creating an opportunity for Sasaki-kun to assassinate that special talent. Yuji Fushihara barked out a command, and the team around him responded in unison. Hey! Then together, they activated their acceleration skills and sped off in the direction provided by Sasaki. the group no longer hid their murderous aura, having reached a state where they would completely do anything for victory. Even the nearby magical beasts were forced back by this aura and hid in the nearby bushes, not daring to show themselves. Each of Sakura's transmigrants' faces were filled with an expression of incomparable determination, willing to do anything for their Sakura kingdom. And then, within 5 minutes, they were stopped halfway by the plants that Li Yang had set up in advance. Walls of nuts wrapped in pumpkin heads densely blocked every piece of necessary path that could be traversed. The rest of the openings that could have been drilled through were all stuffed tightly with ground spikes that had never been used before. Ground spike consumes 100 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 7.5 seconds. Botanical characteristics: ground spikes attach to all surfaces to which they can attach. Cannot be damaged by conventional attacks. Automatically grabs nearby enemies and extends its spikes, inflicting fixed damage to enemies up to level 60. This limit will increase with career level. Some bold guys tried to cross, and after stepping on those lichen-like plants, they were instantly tethered tightly by the vines spreading out from above, unable to break free. A large number of white spikes burst out from those vines, and each hit was enough to kill them. Damn it, it's a trap. This is a trap laid in advance by that plant summoner. No. How come Sasaki didn't tell us ahead of time? Buggerhead. Wow. The ninja named Sasaki who was in charge of the surveillance couldn't tell them. Of course, this was because all of these plants were secretly arranged by Li Yang using the shadow staff. Only after leaving a certain distance did he give the order for these plants to start growing. Even if Sasaki had been staring closely at Li Yang's side, without being clear about the principle of how his ability worked, he simply couldn't guess what exactly Li Yang had done. Yuji Fushihara violently cut off a white spike, reaching up with the katana in his hand, withdrawing from the range of the ground spikes. Looking at the nearly half of his teammates trapped in front of him, he shook his hand in hatred. Those who can still move freely, follow me around. There's no time for us to waste now. We have to stop the transfigurators of Huaxia from advancing further, at any cost. After that, another half hour passed. Li Yang, who was deliberately following at the very back of the group, was carrying his staff and moving forward slowly and leisurely. After successfully defeating the second boss, the magical beasts encountered later were of a much higher level, but accordingly, there are far fewer of them. With a large number of transmutations all gathered together, those magical beasts with good strength in single combat would be instantly taken away without even having the chance to launch an attack. The little bit of experience that popped out basically didn't leave much behind when such a large number of people were affected. Li Yang wasn't interested in the experience that wasn't much left. His attention was now on that so-called ninja Sasaki. He's been selling his ass out so much, and that Sasaki who's going to carry out the assassination hasn't made a move yet. Not bad for a ninja. That's a lot of patience, isn't it? If we don't do it, Wasia will be able to pass the gate smoothly. Oh, Brother Yang, Sister Fongwen said that if you're tired of walking, she'll have the large group stop and rest for a while. The twin brothers at the end of the line suddenly ran up waving their hands and shouting. It turns out that Li Yang's deliberate act of slowing down his pace was interpreted by Fongwen as exhaustion. After all, Li Yang had already experienced 2 boss battles and both existed as the main force. Fongwen was worried that he was exhausted, so she sent someone to ask Li Yang if he needed to rest. The large troop side had stopped, and Fongwen was heading this way with a few people. Li Yang cried and laughed, shaking his head to show that he was fine. Let's move on and take the first pass first. I was waiting for someone. The twin brothers looked at each other in disbelief and spoke together. Waiting for someone? Waiting for who? Li Yang smiled and didn't say it outright. Instead, he silently used his talent space to shift his viewpoint to the plants placed behind him that were used for roadblocks. Would have thought those ground spikes and walls of nuts would have slowed them down for quite a while, but after the field of view was pulled over, Li Yang realized, those Sakura trannies are really unscrupulous. So many people inside the original squad had now disappeared by more than half. Those teammates who were entangled in the ground thorns and couldn't break free were simply left struggling on the thorn side. The rest disappeared without a trace, and it didn't take much to realize that they had gone for a detour. The guys who were trapped by the ground spikes and the wall of nuts couldn't break free without the help of their teammates. Someone had even been run through by the spikes and died on the spot over there. These motherfucking little cherry blossoms. They don't even want to die. They're too heartless, aren't they? Li Yang mumbled something that was heard by the twin brothers next to him. Yang, what little cherry blossom? What's wrong with little cherry blossom? Li Yang shook his head. Let's go and meet up with the large troop first. Later on we might. Before the words were finished, a loud bang suddenly came out from the jungle at the back. Boom! A beam of white light rose up and rushed into the sky, then exploded violently. The magical beasts in the jungle were startled and began to become restless. Li Yang frowned and knew what had happened without having to think about it. Those little cherry blossoms are going to start acting up. Almost at the same time, a shadow instantly flashed from the trunk of a nearby tree. A short man in a pitch-black ninja suit landed behind the group, grinning as he spun the short sword in his hand. Li Yang, right? But it's been a long time for me to hold back. Those organs in the back. You put them down ahead of time too, didn't you? I can actually set up the mechanism without moving in front of me. What a formidable character. Who would have had a great future if he had been born in our country? For the prosperity of Osakura. You will die here. After saying that, he didn't give Li Yang a chance to react. Directly casting his skills, he created 5 or 6 shadow doppelgangers and lunged at Li Yang in unison. Sasaki's heart knew very well that the current Li Yang had temporarily fallen behind, but was not that far away from the Chinese army. As long as one's movements were a little slower, there would be little hope of killing Li Yang when the large force arrived. He would complete the assassination before anyone could react, and then complete his escape under the cover created by his own team. The whole thing leaves no trace. Holy shit, there really are little cherry blossoms. Brother Yang, what to do? The twin brothers were completely out of their element and were taken aback by the sudden killing of Sasaki. However, they still pulled out their weapons at the first opportunity and blocked in front of Li Yang. The situation in front of him, one could think with his ass and know that it was Li Yang who was being targeted by the Sakura Kingdom. Since the enemy wanted Li Yang dead, it meant they were afraid of him. At this time then, it was inevitable that they would not be able to give Li Yang away. Although they were students who had not yet graduated, they still understood this point. If you want to make a move on Li Yang, step over them, drag it out if you can. Wait for the large force from Huaxia to kill back and see what this guy can do. Sasaki's level was already a ceiling-level existence in this copy. It was nearly half as high as the twin brothers who came in as jerks to practice. This level of rank suppression is not only reflected in the data. The auras that erupted from both sides were also worlds apart. Sasaki's doppelganger had rushed in front of the trio almost instantly, and the shimmering ninja sword in his hand passed directly between the two twin brothers, almost stabbing into Li Yang's neck. Fong Wen and the others who rushed from afar were scared to the point of cardiac arrest by the scene in front of them, and hurriedly raised their weapons, hanging onto a bunch of skills and rushed over to Li Yang's side. But it was too late. There weren't many min-attack-type professions among them, let alone the fact that the ninja on the opposite side had already stuck to Li Yang's face. Even if they could increase their speed by 10 or 20 times now, it would simply be too late in time. Host detected in combat mode. Props, grass rake activated. Next moment, that ninja sword, when it was about to pass through Li Yang's neck, but it came to a hard, screeching halt over there. The ninja named Sasaki's eyes widened as if he had seen some horrifying sight. The shadow doppelgangers around him that were used to sound off instantly dissipated, and the sword in his hand couldn't advance any further by half a point. Something threatening him. He couldn't describe what it looked like, but his keen perception, brought on by years of training, still sensed signals of danger into his mind. Alarm bells went off in his head. One more step and he would undoubtedly die. What the hell is it that has such a strong oppressive power? His gaze slowly moved down to land on a plain, unimpressive grass rake. No! When did a rake appear here? He hadn't seen it when he rushed over earlier. What kind of person can put a rake on the ground in such a fast time? And I don't know if he's crazy or if the world is crazy. The thing that brought him an extremely strong sense of oppression was clearly the one in front of him, the grass rake that appeared inexplicably. Looking at Sasaki, who suddenly stopped and closed his hands, Li Yang had a very contemptuous expression on his face. Do it instead. Goon. Wasn't he quite a bully just now? Why did you suddenly shrivel up? If you don't do it, don't blame me for doing it myself. After saying that, Li Yang directly bent down to pick up the grass rake on the ground and wheeled it towards Sasaki. All of a sudden, an immense sense of oppression pressed towards Sasaki's head. The grass rake, which was less than 2 meters long, seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds in an instant. With a mountainous momentum, it smashed heavily towards him. In this instant, it was as if Sasaki saw everything around him being crushed by the mountainous grass rake, the sky crumbling and the earth falling silent. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as if they were glued to the ground with death, unable to move a single bit. Ah! Sasaki screamed out in terror and randomly choked on his hand to make a double jutsu that could only be used once a day. The whole thing poofed into a stake. He instantly appeared a dozen paces away, covering his chest and looking in shock at Li Yang over there, who was holding up a grass rake. There's no such thing as the sky falling or the end of the world. It seemed like an ordinary grass rake that hit the ground and didn't even create much movement. Baka-chan. Damn Chinese monkey, how dare you tease me? Baka-yalu. Sasaki covered his chest and gasped for air, seemingly still in a bit of shock. He couldn't understand what the hell he had just seen. Is it a hallucination? But that feeling of oppression is definitely real. That grass rake. No, it's that Li Yang guy. What's going on? Where's your mom from that baka? Fucking son of a bitch. Get back here and die. Li Yang is just a farmer by profession after all. The speed attribute could be far worse than other combat class professions. However, he still relied on the fact that the grass rake skill had not been fully triggered, and he was emboldened to swing the grass rake in direct pursuit. Anyway, there was exactly 10 levels difference between the two sides. One swing from a grass rake and this Sakura ninja would instantly die a violent death. Sasaki seemed to understand something when he saw Li Yang like this. Once the idea of attacking Li Yang arose in his mind, what followed was that heaven-destroying level of oppression. If he were to be controlled by that state for a bit longer, he wouldn't be able to escape with his current state. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this China? He couldn't understand it. In the distance, Fong Wen and the others, who originally thought that their support was hopeless, saw Li Yang, who was swinging a grass rake and chasing the ninja all over the ground. One and all were dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on? Wasn't Li Yang attacked just now? How does this? What about bipolar reversal? Who's assassinating who? Anyway, looking at the speed and the skills possessed by that ninja who had just burst out, his level was definitely not low. Now he would actually be chased by Li Yang, not even daring to close the distance between him and Li Yang. It's just so weird. And what was the grass rake grasped in Li Yang's hand? Why have they never seen it before? But after freezing for a second, Fong Wen immediately reacted. Come on, get that guy, don't let him get away. Actively invading another country's lines in a duplicate and premeditatedly attacking another country's transients. He's already seriously violated Chinese law. Don't try to just slip away. Su Gue followed closely behind, immediately closing the distance and establishing a wall of fire, sealing off Sasaki's path of escape. Li Yang also chased after him for a while before suddenly stopping, raising the shadow staff in his hand and pounding it on the ground. All of a sudden, all kinds of plants began to spring up in the shadows under the nearby bushes. A large wall of nuts broke through the ground, blocking all access around it. The Sakura squad that tried to support from the rear was also directly blocked and unable to push further. Sasaki could not retreat and was forced to the edge of the nut wall. Looking at Li Yang, who was pressing step by step, he opened his mouth and shouted, I surrender, I admit defeat. Private Marseille, I know it's wrong, I'm willing to be your prisoner. You're just a tranny with no right to execute. You can't kill me. Forgot that? Attacking another country's transmogrifier in a copy is a violation of your Chinese law. Violate the law? I violated your mother's law. Fuck the stinking F********. For this vile little cherry blossom. Li Yang wasn't used to it at all and directly cursed. At the same time, the shadow staff was inserted next to it. From inside his storage ring, he took out a green-colored Vulcan seed and dropped it at Sasori's feet. Vulva, consumes 50 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 30 seconds. Plant characteristics, 3 seconds after the birth of the Vulcan. It can lock onto a level 60, this limit will increase with the level of the profession, or lower unit within 5 meters of itself, leaping up high and slamming down to cause a spike effect. Watching that half-human tall green voodoo grow wildly, Sasaki across the table turned pale with fear, and his voice changed tone when he shouted, Wait, don't you want to know why I'm here? Don't you want to know why I attacked you? I have information on me that you do not know, and I am going to give it to you. And I have information that I have not revealed. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Li Yang interrupted his pleas for mercy with an incomparably flat voice. Save it, and hurry up and close your anus. I've had my eyes on you since the moment a bunch of you discussed your plans to go after me. Fury thing, still want to make a fuss from here? Those words instantly made Sasaki feel like he had fallen into an ice cave, a piercing chill spreading from his feet all the way to the top of his head. How can, as a ninja trained by the official Sakura country, specializing in infiltration and assassination, his actions were actually seen by Li Yang from the start? A simple sentence is more damaging than any insult. Sasaki froze in place, his mouth stuttering and his eyes becoming slightly dull. At that moment, the neighboring voodoo also finished growing and let out a ha sound. Then he leapt up and slammed down heavily with the force of 1,000 pounds. Boom! The ground was smashed with a large fissure visible to the naked eye. The huge voodoo disappeared into the dust raised from the sky, leaving behind a blur of blood and flesh whose shape could not be seen. Li Yang, leave your hands. It should be possible to ask something from this guy. Fong Wen stumbled in, through the smoke and dust, dumbfounded by the sight of the mess in front of her. Li Yang shrugged. This guy is an official trained compiler from Kyoto, Sakura country, hired to clear the copy, and has been following me with the intention of killing me ever since the first boss was resolved. These guys intend to take the first pass of the copy, and for that reason they don't hesitate to pull this kind of underhanded trick to obstruct us. That's pretty much all the information. Is there anything else you want to ask? Then there's someone back there. Saying that, Li Yang raised his hand and pointed at the layers of rumbling nut walls in front of him. At that moment, The guys who had made a commotion and were preparing to cover Sasaki's evacuation had been met with a new round of ground spikes outside. The wail that was emitted could be heard clearly here as well. Fong Wen's jaw dropped. I didn't expect the stalking and assassination of the enemy. These heavily plotted contingencies. It was actually all within Li Yang's calculations, including this fall. It was also an operation that he entered with his body. Li Yang had arranged everything long ago, laying a dragnet and waiting for the enemy to come to his door. It's simply horrible as hell. Looking at the way Fong Wen and the others looked at themselves, Li Yang shrugged slightly, picked up the shadow staff, and stepped aside. It was only when the larger group of men had approached that they raised their hands and removed the cascading walls of nuts. Those firmly bound Sakura transmigrants were still trying to escape, but unfortunately, they were entangled in these ground thorns, and any struggling movements would only cause the thorns to wrap around tighter. Yuji Fushihara. Fong Wen very skillfully stepped forward and drew away the copy passes of the men, examining them one by one. After confirming the identities of several people, he slowly frowned. Trespassing on another country's lines, looting magical beasts, and plotting to attack another country's transmigrants. Such behavior on your part can already be regarded as a serious aggression. Hearing Fong Wen say that, Fushihara Kumoji himself didn't show any timidity. He even righteously stated that he had no regrets and that this time it was just a bad move on his part. If he were to do it again, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Now that we've been caught, it's up to you to kill or die. The numerous little cherry blossoms beside them did the same, each tilting their heads and showing great backbone. It's as if they're not evildoers who attack the routes of other countries without authorization, but some kind of messengers who carry out justice. The thought of having to follow along and interrogate these guys after she went out made Fong Wen's head spin with worry. And looking at those determined Sakura people, Li Yang suddenly walked up with great strides and came in front of that Fushihara Yuji. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly as he locked eyes with him. When dealing with a son of a bitch like you, it's time for some extraordinary measures. Yuji Fushihara hadn't reacted to what he was about to do. In the next second, he saw Li Yang lift his foot and violently kicked his crotch with a swift momentum. Bang! No! Fushihara Yuji's face instantly turned purple, and then turned iron blue in a matter of seconds. Chicken and egg. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch sharply at a highly unnatural frequency. And then finally it did not hold on. Plop on the ground, convulsing in pain. Seeing this, those teammates of his were all scared pale and hurriedly begged for mercy. We were hired to just meet the ninja named Sasaki here. We didn't mean to go after the Chinese transmigrants. Yeah, we were just following orders and didn't do anything to hurt you guys. We know it's wrong. We won't dare to do it again. We're all yellow. We're all in the same family. Hey, we're all in the same family. Looking at the fawning expressions of those guys, the two twin brothers standing at the back revealed a look of disgust. Shit, who's in the family with your kind? Don't take a piss and see what you're made of. You guys, vomit. Don't be disgusting, okay? Looking at Li Yang's move that had achieved good results, Fong Wen on the side also had a slight expression of admiration on her face. And then, after entering all of these guys into the local criminal database in Yunzhou, Fong Wen called for them all to be tied up. There's nothing these Sakura trannies can do about it. Originally, I had heard that the official personnel of Huaxia were quite rigid and would only do things according to the prescribed process. It was only then that they wondered if they could use this to test the bottom line of these people. As a result, after seeing Li Yang's tactics, they completely lost the divine spirit they had at the beginning. One hung his head in shame, apparently having foreseen his future. Even if they were to be dealt with lightly, there are still years of jail time waiting for them. With that, Li Yang used his pumpkin head and pressed all of these guys into place. Right now, they still had copies to paint and had no time to waste with these guys here. After the copy is completely cleared, then you can slowly take care of them. At this time outside the replica, the military department that had gotten the news had already prepared a special car and a luxurious single room for the transportation of these uninvited guests. Wei Songfeng personally ordered that these guys be properly interrogated. After that, another almost half hour or so passed. Without the strange guys messing around, Li Yan didn't need to prepare any means of preventing sneak attacks. Utilize those plants and push all the way across the copy. The last boss was resolved at light speed before the second nation to defeat the Dawn Watcher showed up. Congratulations to Li Yang, a Chinese transmigrant, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Monarch. The second route, where transmigrator Li Yang is located, has been successfully cleared, and the strategy for this hidden copy comes to an end. The teleportation port to leave the duplicate has been opened. Please return to the place where the duplicate started in the same way as the transmigrants on their respective routes, and wait for the final settlement. Under analysis, this copy of the raid, the Chinese transmogrifier from the second line, created the highest output of the whole game. accounting for 65% of the total output damage, hereby rewarding the region where the transferring person belongs with a 10% increase in damage to magical beasts. Hidden copy of Dawn Canyon has been converted to a fixed copy in Yunzhou City. The hidden copies will remain absolutely random at all times, so please don't be discouraged. Transfigurators. The news of the successful passage of the duplicate quickly spread to everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone in the Dawn Canyon had heard this name that had already appeared 3 times in a row: Li Yang. What's going on with this transmuter named Li Yang? Could it be because of the level? But the highest level cap here is only 60. And given the intensity of the magical beasts in this copy, even if there really were a whole bunch of level 60 transmutants, it would be impossible to finish the 3 bosses at such a fast speed. The speed of Huaxia. How can it be so fast? Even though China has been at the top of the list in the field of copy exploration before, this is a bit too counterintuitive, isn't it? That's strange. Is it possible that they have a problem with that line? Today's Huaxia may be in possession of some power that we don't know about, and should definitely not be underestimated. The teams on the other routes were slowly advancing as usual, and as a result, many of them didn't even get to see the face of the second boss before they got the news that the copy had been cleared without incident. For Huaxia to be able to take the copy at such a fast pace, they just don't feel like it makes sense. If he were to do it himself, even if he stuffed his team with 5 or 6 level 60 or so transmutants, he wouldn't be able to manage to clear the level so quickly. How in the world did Wachovia do it? Forget it, willing to gamble is good enough. Let's just double our efforts next time. I didn't realize that the quality of transmutators in Huaxia is actually so high now. It's really impressive. I just don't know when the next hidden copy will have to appear. Quest, complete a raid on the hidden copy of Dawn Canyon, January 1st. Quest reward, 100,000 sunlight value. 1 plant formation saving card, capacity 500 plants. Already obtained. Your dual launcher has successfully slain the Lord class Wraith Dawn Monarch, LV. 60. You have gained experience, 400 points. Congratulations. Your experience has reached its limit and you have gained a level up, LV. 52 LV. 53. Congratulations. Your experience has reached its limit and you have gained a level up, LV. 54 LV. 55. As the first transmogrifier to kill the final boss, congratulations on receiving the final reward for your copy, Dawn Treasure Chest X5. With the final boss's head falling to the ground, that white throne nestled in the deepest part of Dawn Canyon was also completely shattered. New prompts also began to pop up in front of Li Yang's eyes one after another. Not only did it accomplish the system's mission, as the person who killed the boss at the end, he also received the most significant experience and clearance rewards. Looking at the 5 treasure chests that gradually formed a complete structure from the white light in front of him, Li Yang no longer hesitated and directly chose to open them all. Accompanied by those purple rays symbolizing epic quality lit up from the treasure chest, the vapors of some equipment appeared in front of the crowd. The rewards for this one are not as special as the Shadow Staff. 2 sets of epic Dawn armor, 1 Dawn heavy sword, and 1 Dawn staff, and 1 copy each of a number of materials. Most of these things were linked to high attribute values, which didn't mean much to Li Yang, but for all those other transmutations, they were extremely rare existences. Watching the group of transferees around him let out an incomparably excited cheer, Li Yang couldn't help but smile too. There wasn't much point in keeping them anyway, so he might as well just distribute them. After all, he wasn't the only one who was responsible for clearing the copy this time. He's only about 70 or 80% of it. Not much. And so, the time after that, Li Yang then took advantage of the gap before the large force left the copy to casually send all those equipment and materials. One of them, the Dawn staff, was also moved by Li Yang with a bit of selfishness and threw it directly to Su Gue. Many of them insisted on paying Li Yang, and all of them were strictly refused by him. Anyway, something like money didn't mean much to Li Yang, who owned marigolds. It's just a matter of having fun with all this rare gear out and in and whatnot. After Li Yang sent these things out, the large troop also went all the way back to the place where the replica started at the very beginning. Through the rift, back to the cloud state. The transferees around them were still discussing with immense excitement what had just happened. Those captured Sakura transmigrants had no way to escape and were escorted inside the car sent by the military department with their heads hanging down. Looking at the convoy that drove away, Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and stood still in thought. There's no need to worry. With the evidence we have so far, this Yuji Fushigahara is definitely going to be punished severely for being the instigator. There's no way that guy is going to make any more waves. After Fong Wen had docked with her colleague from the military department, she noticed the frowning Li Yang, so he came over and spoke. But Li Yang was not actually worried about what these little cherry blossoms would do. Rather, he couldn't wait for the other side to take some radical measures. If those little cherry blossoms really make any more waves, then he'd have good reason to lay down the law. 2. Having been a Chinese in both of his lives, Li Yang's feelings towards the Sakura country need not be mentioned. If we can catch a chance to make the Sakura country completely subjugated or even overthrown, he certainly doesn't hesitate. What's more, these days he has more than ideas. More than that, there is enough power to support one's ideas being put into practice. So, I'm going back to the military. I can give you a ride if you need one. After a while of silence, Fong Wen suddenly said. Li Yang, on the other hand, shook his head, indicating that he still had things to do. After saying a brief goodbye to Fong Wen, he left the location of the Dawn Canyon portal by himself. After Li Yang completed the first pass, the hidden copy that was timed to disappear became a normal copy that could exist permanently. Thereafter it will exist steadily in Yunzhou, becoming one of the many local copy resources. When Li Yang was almost back to the city, he also encountered Su Gui's squad that had gathered together. At this moment, Su Gui and the others were talking about Li Yang's performance in the copy. Obviously, a few days ago, we were still classmates under the same roof, but as a result, now, Li Yang was already an expert who could bring the entire Yunzhou together to set foot on a hidden copy. The impact of this kind of thing on them was extremely shocking. Let's just say when you're inside a copy, they had a hard time just brushing some small monsters to upgrade, and Li Yang directly took 3 boss kills in one breath. The difference, it's horrifying. Brother Su, why do you think the gap between people is so big? What on earth did Li Yang go through to become like that? That's a real stretch. How do you think I can't change like that? Li Yang. I don't know who shouted, but several people in Su Gui's squad turned their heads and waved their hands very enthusiastically towards Li Yang. It is also because of this call. The other transfigurants who were returning to the city alongside one another also turned their gazes this way. At this point in time, the crowd, regardless of whether or not they had participated in the large group of copy raiders just now, had already learned about Li Yang's great name through a variety of ways, to a greater or lesser extent. Some reporters with a keen sense of smell even directly drove their cars all the way here, wanting to do some exclusive interviews with Li Yang. Regardless, Li Yang's performance in the replica had managed to cause a citywide sensation. Nowadays, he basically walks up 2 steps and he can hear himself being extolled inside the streets and alleys. Overnight, it went from obscurity to becoming a household name. For Li Yang, it was still a bit uncomfortable, but at this point he didn't really have to worry too much. After all, he's not the same as he was. For a change, it was the once obscure and honest Li Yang. What such horrible popularity can bring is only all kinds of messy paparazzi and endless trouble. And now, behind Li Yang is the municipal and military ministry of Yunzhou. Li Yang's status was not even inferior to the duo of Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng. People from all walks of life in the community are too busy to flatter him. Where else would trouble dare to come forward? Thus, Li Yang returned to his residence outside the city in this manner, welcoming the gaze of all the people. I was going to use my free time to test out that reward that the system gives when you complete a mission. As a result, just as he arrived in front of his house, he saw a black sedan with municipal license plates parked over there. Mayor Zhang Mingshu had a smile on his face, and when he saw Li Yang return, he waved his hand slightly in a gesture. Mr. Li Yang, are you free now? The people from the imperial capital side have finally arrived. Why don't we go meet together? The mayor himself came to pick it up. It's still very dignified. For the people in the village, this was even more shocking than the last time they saw Li Yang return in a pickup truck from the military department. At this very moment, one by one, the villagers stood in front of Li Yang's house and looked over curiously. Many of them had learned about Li Yang leading the team to speed through the hidden copies from the news reports on their own TVs. At this moment, the eyes that looked at Li Yang also had a little more respect. As for Li Yang, he also learned an important piece of information from Zhang Mingshu's words. The empire has finally arrived. As the capital city of China, the representativeness of a place like the imperial capital needs no introduction. The officials of the imperial capital were not comparable to the local officials of Yunzhou. Directly engaging with these people was exactly what Li Yang had aimed to do in the beginning to show his strength to the municipality. Ever since Zhang Mingshu reported his matter, Li Yang then waited for the arrival of the so-called imperial capital officials. Especially when you've only just experienced the hostility of the Sakura people in your copy today. Li Yang's mind like this became more and more obvious. Right now, he wasn't even level 60, and the strength he had displayed had already attracted guys like the Sakura ninja. If he had gotten up a bit more later on, and performed a bit more outrageously inside the replica, how many of these guys could be lured over then? Li Yang just couldn't even think about it. One is, after all, a living profession. While it's now uncharacteristically strong, that's really only on a class-by-class basis. With the help of the system, the matter of me being invincible under the same level, Li Yang was considered to have done it easily, but above the class. To be honest, there is still that much risk. All offensive plants and even self-defense props in Dave's store were limited by Li Yang's level under the system's rules. With similar levels, Li Yang could utilize the rules and easily solve his enemies, and after leveling up, the rule of using level as a limit is diluted. At that time, specific rules such as the P-shooter's 5-shot must be disabled and 10-shot must be killed would not be able to be used as Li Yang's only means of suppression. Against a high-level enemy, one would have to rely on numbers to win. A P-shooter under the same level will be crippled by 5 shots and killed by 10. Then the enemy on top of that. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of rounds. As long as Li Yang's number of plants stacked up, he could do the same in seconds. It's just not the same level of difficulty. Wanted to avoid this ninja assassination happening again and again. Quickly leveling up is the most practical way to do this. So what with the Tongxin program and the official cultivation and all that? Serve it all up. With that in mind, when Zhang Mingshu offered to take him to meet those imperial capital visitors, Li Yang didn't even hesitate for a moment before nodding his head in agreeing. And then he directly got into Zhang Mingshu's car and drove towards the middle of the city. On the way, Zhang Mingshu was still praising Li Yang's performance in the copy. They were all impressed with the strategy and boldness he had shown. It was even stated that if Li Yang decided to stay away from the Tongxin program in the future and exert himself in other fields, the doors of both the municipality of Cloud State and the Ministry of War will remain open for him. Good lord, this is not even graduation yet, and the iron rice bowl is coming to me by itself. Li Yang smiled and didn't agree, but he didn't directly refuse either. Just looked out the window at the flurry of the city and took a long breath. Alas, yes, Mr. Li Yang, there's something else very important I forgot to tell you. This time, the imperial capital side sent someone over. In addition to formally recruiting you to join the Tongxin program, there are some other arrangements. Zhang Mingshu drove the car and suddenly opened his mouth. Li Yang blinked and asked a shallow follow-up question. Zhang Mingshu didn't make too many useless explanations. He just pulled out a personnel information from within the storage compartment of the passenger side and handed it to Li Yang. You can read this first. Li Yang took it with a puzzled face and put it on his lap to look through it page by page. The first thing that caught my eye was a portrait. The photo was of a sweet-looking girl with silver-white hair. At the bottom, there is information about her. Name, Angelica de Hurica. Sex, female. Occupation, confidential for the time being at my request. Special gift, herbal bounty. Relevant achievements, principal leader of projects such as the China Grain Yield Enhancement Program, wheat, corn, soybeans, rice, which has now successfully solved food production problems for the vast majority of poor areas in China. Looking at those achievements, Li Yang was a bit perplexed. This girl, she's pretty good. Just, why show him this? Mr. Li Yang, what do you think of her? Her? Well, it's this white girl on the profile. It's still quite impressive to have achieved this at such a young age. Hearing this kind of answer, Zhang Mingshu, who was driving in front, smiled and asked again. This time, the imperial capital side sent someone over, and aside from confirming your strength, there is also a very important task. Just introducing you to that white girl. Li Yang was a bit incredulous. Why? Zhang Mingshu smiled. It's a bit troublesome to explain now. You'll know when we meet. Li Yang blinked and buried his doubts in his heart. There was no excuse for those imperial visitors to come and test his abilities in person just in case. He was mentally prepared for all of this and was pretty confident that he had no problem with it. But what's the point of introducing a girl to him all of a sudden? An official blind date? Hiss. You can't be that casual, can you? Li Yang was sweating a bit as he secretly pondered in his heart. Without realizing it, the car soon came to this side of the municipal building. Stopping the car and pulling open the door, I was greeted by the usual number of limousines and crowds several times over, as well as a large number of journalists from various media outlets carrying a variety of long guns and short cannons. When they saw Li Yang getting down from the mayor's car, the crowd there let out a gasp of surprise. Various flashes competed for attention, and cameras were constantly alternating and clicking. Mayor Zhang, may I ask how the successful rate of this hidden copy will affect Yunzhou's economy? Mayor Zhang, regarding the transmuter named Li Yang who led the team to clear the hidden copy this time, what kind of reward will Yunzhou City give? Is the teenager beside you Li Yang? Can we take a few minutes of his time for a little interview? A whole bunch of reporters with microphones up, scrambling to try to squeeze in. At this time, the municipal bodyguards who had long been waiting here swarmed up and formed a human wall, blocking in front of those crowds. Zhang Mingshu, on the other hand, put on his trademark smile in a very sophisticated manner, and after waving his hand towards the camera, he led Li Yang into the interior of the building with him. While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Mingshu was still casually chatting with Li Yang. It just so happens that those reporters have brought up this matter again. Student Li Yang, this time's copy raid was thanks to you. With this high-quality replica resource sitting there, our Yunjo will definitely develop better and better in the future. You've done so much for Yunjo that I'm a bit at a loss as to how to thank you. Tell you what, see what you need. As long as it's within the capabilities of our municipal and military departments, you can mention it. What's the need? Li Yang walked into the elevator and held his chin in thought for a while. To be reasonable, he didn't really need a garage, money, or even a position or anything. After all, he had the presence of a plant as counterintuitive as marigolds, supplied with mountain after mountain of gold. The problems of the world, in all their sevens and sevens, were of no concern to him. The only thing he wanted now was a way to upgrade at the speed of light. Better yet, let's just have him level up to over 100 the next day and crush the world. But apparently, this kind of thing is not to say about Cloud State. Even giving it to the Empire was a bit unrealistic. After thinking about it, Li Yang suddenly thought of something else. With that, he stretched out an index finger, gently tapped his temple, and opened his mouth. Speaking of which, I really do have something that I hope Mayor Zhang can help with. Zhang Mingshu waved his hand. What's to help or not to help? We're rewarded this time. There's no need to be so polite. If you have any requests, just ask. Li Yang nodded his head and slowly spoke. Mayor Zhang should know about the mine in my village. With this first sentence, Zhang Mingshu barely managed to strain himself. Of course he knew that the mine Li Yang was referring to was his kind of small flower that could spit out gold. But why would he suddenly bring up such a thing? Li Yang smiled and briefly recounted his thoughts. After all, he had grown up eating 100 meals in that village outside the city, and had received a lot of care from the villagers. Nowadays, he also wants to leave more or less something in return to the village through his ability. He intends to plant some marigolds in the village in the name of opening up a gold mine. For one thing, a sufficient amount of gold could raise the overall standard of living in that village. Secondly, a gold mine that existed in a fixed manner and was officially protected by the Yunzhou municipality could also become a good pillar industry in the area. Nowadays, in this day and age, something like gold carries quite a bit of weight in business. With a gold mine that is 100% not going to lose money as a backing, it's a profit for Yunzhou anyway. Zhang Mingshu had thought that Li Yang would make some very exaggerated demands to fulfill some small personal desires or something like that. I didn't realize he was actually thinking about something like that. At such a young age, you actually have this kind of ideological awareness. After hearing Li Yang's words, Zhang Mingshu opened his mouth and did not come back to his senses for a long time. In the end, it was Li Yang who repeated his request again. It was only then that Zhang Mingshu finally came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded. Of course. Ding dash. The elevator gave a crisp beep. They finally arrived at the mayor's office on the top floor. The visitors from the imperial capital, as well as the so-called white girl, had been waiting inside for quite some time. After Zhang Mingshu pushed open the door of his office and saw the person inside, Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. This so-called visitor from the imperial capital. Sort of. Less, right? Li Yang thought that after opening the door of the office, it would be a crowded and lively scene. There would be a whole bunch of old imperial brothers in military uniforms gathered around, yakking about a bunch of stuff he couldn't even understand. Out come the large office. There's just 4 of them, minus Li Yang's dean, Su Minghong, and a heavily armed bodyguard from the Ministry of War. For the rest, there was a slightly familiar white-skirted girl, and a tall, thin, young man with glasses. That's the so-called investigation team sent by the imperial capital? This investigation team? Well, at least it has to be a group. Li Yang didn't know where to start spitting for a moment. Instead, it was the tall, thin young man on the opposite side who reacted first. Pushing the square-framed glasses on the bridge of his own nose, he gave a svelte smile. Hello, Mayor Zhang. If I'm not mistaken, this teenager should be the legendary classmate Li Yang, right? And the legend. Li Yang almost choked on those 3 words. That young man pushed up his glasses, revealing some sharp light in his eyes. Then, he took 2 quick steps and came to Li Yang. A harmless and kind smile was revealed, while a hand was extended. Hello, Mr. Li Yang. Nice to meet you. I am the director of the freshman department of the Imperial Capital Tongxian Division. Dongfang Changming. Tongxian Si? Li Yang heard a slightly unfamiliar name. The Tongxian program, he knew, was a kind of special talent cultivation program in Huaxia, but this Tongxian Division, he didn't seem to have heard of it. However, in conjunction with the Tongxian program, this Tongxian Division should be the kind of organization that is similar to a training camp for special talents. Thinking of this, Li Yang also matched the smile and shook the outstretched hand of that Oriental director, and briefly greeted him. Director Dongfang, you should have read all that information just now, right? In fact, with the growth rate of student Li Yang, this information is already severely lagging behind and cannot represent the current strength of student Li Yang. if there's anything you need to know, it's better to ask directly from Li Yang's mouth. Zhang Mingshu took the initiative to introduce himself to Dongfang Changming while closing the office door. Meanwhile, Su Minghong on the other side was also very active and bragging. Yes, Director East. Student Li Yang is not only powerful, but his growth is one of the most terrifying I've seen in the decades I've been teaching. As a novice transmuter who just awakened his profession, it's only been less than a week that has passed and he's risen to. Facing the stuck Su Minghong, Li Yang directly flung his hand, unfolded his career information panel in front of everyone and opened his mouth. After brushing the copy just now, it's now level 55. Yes, 55 levels. Su Minghong smiled, and then in the next second, he was struck by lightning, and his entire body trembled violently. Wait, 55 levels up, weren't you only level 22 days ago? Su Minghong had heard about the military department's side taking Li Yang to brush up on his rank. Originally, it was thought that Li Yang's 40th level would already be considered the limit. Results: a freshman transmigrator, after transmigrating with an event that was still less than a week old, soared all the way up to level 55. It was even 5 levels short of officially stepping into the ranks of a 4th-turn turner. Is this something people can do? To know that within the combat class transmutators in Yunzhou City, there weren't many more than this level in total. Upon hearing this, the opposite party, Dongfang Changming, also revealed a slightly shocked expression. Ever since the launch of Huaxia's Tongxian program, he had been in charge of recruiting talents for the Tongxian program. Ask yourself, up until today, you've seen quite a few gifted transmuters, but a freshman transmogrifier, who had risen wildly over 50 levels in a week's time of transmogrification. Let's not talk about Yunzhou. Even if you look at the whole of China, there is only this one person. Inside the office, there was a bewildering silence. Apart from Zhang Mingshu, who had been watching the battle with Wei Songfeng inside the office before, everyone showed great shock at such an age and such a rank of Li Yang. Oriental Changming's mind was clear. For these transmigrators who had reported their candidacy for the Tongxian program, high rank was not considered a point of particular bragging rights, because the transmigrators who could get the attention of the local municipalities and were even willing to report directly were more or less sure to be a bit overpowered. In people-oriented China, such talents would surely all be practiced by the local municipal and military ministries to assist them. Generally speaking, surpassing other transmutants of the same age by 1 or 2 dozen levels is not a problem at all. But it wasn't just 1 or 2 dozen levels that Li Yang had exceeded. Su Guai, who was also hailed as a genius but was slightly lower than Li Yang, was left aside for the time being. In the academy, those trainees who were in the same class as Li Yang, with teachers and various directors leading the brushes, were now almost all at level 1 or 20. Plus, the higher the level, the more experience you need to upgrade. Li Yang was afraid that the number of magical beasts he had killed in the past few days was more than the number of kills of his entire class combined. That's amazing enough. And yet that's not the main thing. Li Yang's position in the occupation system was a real-life class occupation. However, the combat power he had displayed had been exaggerated to a certain realm. During this time of waiting for Li Yang, Su Minghong took all the previously saved photos and videos related to Li Yang's skills and showed them to Dongfang Changming. After seeing the cherry bomb that was strong enough to withstand the rain of gunfire from the beast tide and instantly explode a mushroom cloud, Dongfang Changming then had understood. This talent, Tong Xianxi must take. This was simply not a matter of whether or not Tong Xianxi was willing to accept Li Yang. Rather, it was the question of whether this Li Yang was truly willing to join the Tongxian division. After a long period of shock, Dongfang Changming took a deep breath and the look on his face finally returned to normal. He smiled softly, looking gentle. Facing Li Yang in front of him, he slowly asked the most crucial question. Mr. Li Yang. Though before that, Mayor Zhang, along with Dean Su and the others, should have all popularized all sorts of things about the Tongxian plan to you, but I still want to ask, how much do you know about the Tongxian program, and the Tongxian division? Li Yang pondered for a while and briefly told what he knew, but it was nothing more than what Zhang Mingshu had said before. Special talents, special cultivation type of things. He could guess that something like the Tongxian division should be a product under the Tongxian program, some sort of special talent training institution directly affiliated with the official Chinese government. The ones staying inside should be the talented elites admitted in from all parts of Huaxia, but there was little he knew about anything more above that. Dongfang Changming nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Mingshu behind the desk, on the other hand, shrunk his neck somewhat awkwardly. It is logical that this kind of popularization of science should be carried out by the municipal side. However, because of the harsh environment and scarce resources in this part of Yunzhou, it resulted in a generally low quality of transmigrators. The ones who could be recognized as elites and get a recommendation slot were few and far between. not to mention the kind that could be pushed and elected into the Tongxin division. Over time, as a mayor, he had only treated things related to the Tongxin program as tasteless and discarded chicken ribs. Totally didn't expect this kind of thing to come in handy one day. With student Li Yang's strength, joining the Tongxin division is bound to be more than enough. The main thing now is not my vision, but your opinion, Mr. Li Yang. Before that, let me introduce in detail all the various things about the Tongxin plan, so that it will be easy for student Li Yang to make a decision. Dongfang Changming said, casting an inquiring gaze at Li Yang. After Li Yang nodded his head in agreement, he began the introduction that he had long done countless times and knew by heart. The so-called Tongxin program is taken to mean the understanding of the subtle principles. It was an important project that was set up by the Chinese officials from the very beginning of the world's gamification. The wide range of its involvement was one of the top levels when looking at the entire Blue Star. The purpose of the Tongxin program was first established in order to respond to the rapidly changing world situation. All the countries of the Blue Planet have responded to the changes in the world, and have begun to cultivate their own special elite talents. Naturally, Huaxia is not likely to be absent. And as the times go by, more and more things are associated with the Tongxin program. In addition to training a fighting force that can take on the top trannies from other countries, the exploration of the other world, the containment of the beast tide, and even the exploration of new ways for humans to survive and such things all began to be more or less connected to the Tongxin program. The Tongxin division, which was born in response to the Tongxin program, had also transformed from a training camp for combat class transmutants with strict standards in the beginning to a secret institution that emphasized both academics and combat. In addition to the training of talents, there are quite a few other important responsibilities in the Tongxin division. For example, next to this Bai Ji, Miss Bai, she was also a trainee in the Tongxin division, but like Li Yang, she was an uncompromising life class occupation. That series of achievements she had made, such as realizing the blowout increase in grain production in China and developing new varieties of grain and such things, would have nothing to do with the battle. But looking at the whole of China, her achievements are still all considered to be feats that no one can achieve. To this day, the Tongxin division had experienced the departure and retention of many people, and had also witnessed the splendor and decline of many people. In the eyes of Eastern Changming, of these, yet none of them had a talent that compared to the present-day Li Yang. He could even pack his bags. After Li Yang joined the Tongxin division, he would definitely be able to become an existence that had never existed before, one that was strong enough to create history and open up the future. He didn't forget to lift Li Yang a bit when he said the last. The tone of that serious compliment almost embarrassed Li Yang. At the end of his words, Dongfang Changming put away his smiling face and replaced it with a rather serious expression as he slowly asked, "Then, Mr. Li Yang, I wonder if the Tongxin division of today is different from what you had in mind. Regardless, I personally hope that you can join us and make something of yourself with the strong support of the Chinese officials. Of course, that's not to say that you won't achieve something if you don't join. After all, Li Yang's classmates are unquestionably powerful. It's just that from your point of view, I think it would be more cost-effective if you chose Tong Zuanji. What do you think?" Saying that, Dongfang Changming slowly stretched out his hand, not from the perspective of some lofty bureaucrat or elder. Instead, the invitation was extended to Li Yang as an equal partner. After all, today's Li Yang was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. The strong official support is not really necessary for him, but rather the icing on the cake. Li Yang's strength far surpassed all the transmigrators that Dongfang Changming had seen in the past. And there is such a thing as strength, which in today's world is more persuasive than experience or capital. What Dongfang Changming had said was not much different from what Li Yang had envisioned at the beginning. Therefore, naturally, Li Yang would not object. In the face of the invitation from the Tongxin division, Li Yang raised his hand and shook it directly, almost without hesitation. "Director Dongfang, please give me more guidance in the future." Dongfang Changming nodded his head repeatedly, the smile on his face becoming much more soothing. It couldn't be helped, though he had deliberately maintained a cool and collected appearance. In the face of the moment when Li Yang was about to make a choice, he also still felt nervous from the bottom of his heart. After all, the pursuit of Li Yang just now, actually, to be blunt, it's all from his heart. Li Yang is a rare encounter in 100 years. No predecessor and no successor of the wizards. If we let such a precious talent go for nothing. From now on, every day before he went to bed and thought about it, he had to give himself 2 big smacks in the mouth with the phrase, "I'll be damned." Dongfang Changming was slightly relieved. Li Yang, on the other hand, was contemplating another matter at this time. Just now, when Dongfang Changming described the duties of the Tongxin division, he mentioned the phrase curbing the tide of beasts. From memory, the predecessor's parents had died in the large beast tide that had once erupted in Yunzhou. The tragic scene of the beast tide entering the city had caused a serious psychological shadow on him as a child. Although the Li Yang of today was no longer the same predecessor, but something like a beast tide was still something he felt curious about from the bottom of his heart. Does anything exist to contain something that has been defined as a natural disaster? Those related certificates, on the contrary, can be done after returning to the imperial capital. But before that, I have something else I hope that Mr. Li Yang can help with. Mr. Li Yang? Director Dongfang's voice interrupted Li Yang's thoughts. After raising his head, Director Dongfang happened to call the one next to him, the girl who had been sitting quietly. Over. A favor? What favor? Li Yang was a bit puzzled. Director Dongfang, on the other hand, gently patted that white-haired girl's shoulder and spoke. You guys get to know each other first. Student Li Yang, I hope you can help us complete an important experiment. If the experiment works, then it's not just for you, it will be a great help for the whole of China. Seriously? You're making a big deal out of this? Li Yang was a bit confused. The white-haired girl on the opposite side gently twisted her skirt and performed a rather complicated salute to Li Yang. Nice to meet you, Mr. Li Yang. I am the main person in charge of the Tongshan Division's food production increase program. Bai Ji. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. Ah, hello. Li Yang blinked, and for the first time, he seriously scrutinized the girl in front of him. A proper look of a classical woman with fair skin and elegance. Whether it's such tedious and complicated etiquette, or speaking in that awkward written syntax, giving the first impression, she was definitely not the kind of girl from an ordinary family that was common on the street. At the very least, the education she had received was definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Not bad for being from the imperial city. That's a long way to go. Li Yang nodded repeatedly and secretly sighed. Meanwhile, next to him, the Oriental director began to make acquaintances. Student Li Yang, there's no need to be too formal. Bai Ji's age is similar to yours. She just joined the Tongshan division a while earlier. She is also a life class occupation similar to yours, but has awakened an extremely rare talent. At that time, Mayor Zhang should have already shown you the information, right? Li Yang nodded. Thinking back to Bai Ji's personal file at that time, the column of talent was clearly written with the 4 big words, herbal abundance. It sounds pretty high up. It feels like it's at least as awesome as whatever. Crazy Dave's plant shop. 2. Immediately after, only Dongfang Changming cleared his throat and began to explain. Bai Ji's talent, to summarize, is actually very simple and crude. She was able to use her gift to create a substance that could mutate any plant. This mutation, we call it abundance. Her accomplishments, in fact, speak for themselves. Of the plants we've experimented with, staple grains like wheat, corn, soybeans, and rice, we've gotten varying degrees of yield increases. One of the most exaggerated of these was the percentage of wheat output from a single acre of land, which ballooned to more than 10 times what it used to be, though the introductions were made in a flat tone. However, Li Yang was still slightly shocked when he heard the so-called more than tenfold increase in production. A similar thing had been done by an unrivaled old man of the country in the middle of his original world. With the power of abundance, food production will increase, so that the whole of China will have enough to eat. That's a pretty great cause. One time, Li Yang couldn't help but have a little more admiration for this white-haired girl in front of him, who looked a little unearthly. And the state of abundance exhibited in quite a few of the plants we've tested actually varies. Some of the fruits become extremely large, while others take on strange additional characteristics out of nowhere. And as it happens, your power, too, is plants. So, Mr. Li Yang, we'd like to test it if we can. Can those plants you grow produce even more exaggerated effects under the influence of Angelica de Hurica? While Li Yang was curious, Dongfang Changming said everything that needed to be said in one breath, plain and simple. And it also managed to tickle Li Yang's interest. He also wanted to see what the power of abundance, which could increase wheat yields by more than 10 times, could do to the plants he purchased out of Dave's store. Li Yang directly raised his hand and casually took out the seed of an unknown contraption from inside his storage ring. This move instantly scared Su Minghong and Zhang Mingshu, who were next to him, and stood up on the spot, screaming in shock to stop them. Ah, no, Mr. Li Yang, wait, not here, never. If the power of those plants of yours suddenly doubled more than tenfold, wouldn't they blow up this office on the spot? Words. Li Yang was dumbfounded. Seems like they were worried about that the last time they were demonstrating their power. In that case, what should we do? You can't just toss it all over again and test it in a duplicate, can you? There you go, Mr. Li Yang. How about using that nut? Yeah, that nut you used as a fence. That thing looks honest and solidly defensive, too, so it shouldn't possess any lethality. Zhang Mingshu had a flash of inspiration and remembered Li Yang's nut wall. That thing looked harmless enough, so even if it mutated it probably wouldn't be far off the mark. Li Yang nodded. Alright, listen to you guys. Then summoned the infinite summoning planter and dropped the seeds of the nut wall into it. Next to him, Dongfang Changming was still puzzled as to why one of Li Yang's farmer profession skills was summoning flower pots. A large nut, 1 man tall, thrived from inside that pot. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Dongfang Changming couldn't help but tsk. Although he had already seen the related video, this was his first close encounter with Li Yang's plants. This thing looks like it could be a lot bigger than it was in the video. Then, Bai Ji, do it. He surveyed the situation for a while before turning his head to look at Bai Ji next to him. Bai Ji nodded and walked straight to the wall of nuts, slowly raising her hand to activate the skill. Just as Li Yang was thinking about how hard a defense-oriented nut wall could become under the influence of abundance. Click! The planter cracked on the spot, along with Bai Ji's bountiful power being injected into the nut wall. Just a few seconds of work. That one-person tall brown nut, right in front of everyone present, pulled right up out of the ground. With unstoppable momentum, the breath stabbed through the roof of the house and straight up into the sky. Bam bam bam. Quite a bit of rubble fell from the ceiling with a loud thud. This sudden scene caused the few people present to freeze in place. This roof, it's hard to escape death after all. Dean Su Minghong sat on the sofa, helplessly holding his forehead as he slowly said, Zhang Mingshu, on the other hand, tilted his head a bit and looked at the sunlight that poured down from the gap, crying and laughing a bit. Luckily no one was hurt. Bai Ji took a few steps back in fear at the sight of the nut suddenly getting bigger. It wasn't until he was sure it wouldn't show any other mutations that he patted his chest in reassurance. On the other hand, Dongfang Changming, who had been closely watching this side since a moment ago, looked very excited on his face, though the expression on his face was still one of immense composure. But his twinkling eyes had made his feelings at the moment known. Mr. Li Yang, if it's possible, I can, he said, turning his head to look at Li Yang next to him. Li Yang nodded, signaling him to go ahead. Dongfang Changming then raised his hand and unleashed an appraisal spell towards the giganticized nut in front of him. Nut wall, bountiful plus version consumes 50 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 30 seconds. Plant characteristics, the nut wall can withstand any attack up to level 60. This limit will increase with the level of the profession, a total of 50 times. And the damage sustained while withstanding the attack cannot be repaired. Abundance increase, each property of the nut wall, hardness, durability, volume, is increased by 5 times for 3 hours. Li Yang's original plant ability was already terrifying enough. It was enhanced by as much as 5 times on top of that. To think that this was still the most harmless of all Li Yang's plants. Dongfang Changming then couldn't help but breathe a bit heavily. Other plants may be even more terrifying in their strength when they get an increase. He already wanted to see how terrifyingly powerful a cherry bomb could be after getting an increase. A wall of harmless nuts is enough to poke through a ceiling made of reinforced concrete. If it were any other way, would the whole municipal building be torn down? At this moment, there were a few more points of appreciation in Dongfang Changming's eyes as he looked at Li Yang. At this moment, Li Yang, in his eyes, was simply synonymous with the word talent. Who? That. Director Dongfang. While Dongfang Changming was planning to discuss with Li Yang about future welfare benefits and such things, Bai Ji suddenly covered her head and her whole body stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Dongfang Changming's quick eyes and hands held her up, smiling somewhat apologetically. I'm so sorry, I got all excited and forgot about you. Go sit over there for a while first, and after I finish discussing business with Mr. Li Yang, I'll take you back to the hotel to rest. Bai Ji nodded softly and staggered back to the couch, looking at Bai Ji, who had suddenly become weak. Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked with some curiosity, Director East, what is she? Dongfang Changming smiled and simply explained, this situation is actually quite common in Bai Ji. Sort of a small price to pay for her great talent. Whenever she uses her talent, she loses a lot of energy. Following that, there's this state of extraordinary exhaustion. Of course, normally, the reaction shouldn't be this big if you use your talent normally. Maybe it's because Li Yang's classmate's plant has received a greater increase, so it seems that you have a good aptitude for each other. And in the future perhaps. No, it is certain that there is still more room for development. After saying that, Dongfang Changming looked back at Bai Ji again. Bai Ji over there was doing her best to maintain a decent seated position, but had apparently begun to resist dozing off. Dongfang Changming laughed and resumed his normal expression, looking at Li Yang once again. Well, Li Yang-san, don't worry too much about her. Since we've already decided to join the Tongxian program, it's time for us to talk about the relevant treatment. Even though it's the official Chinese government that's behind it, the resources of the Tongxian program aren't endless. Therefore, as a general rule, We will arrange different resources and education for each transmigrant according to their different talents and strengths. But, while it may be a bit sudden to say such things now, between your situation and all the people we've recruited in the past, I think it should be necessary for us to develop some new standards for your situation. After that, Dongfang Changming had an in-depth discussion with Li Yang. From the resources that the Tongxin division could provide for Li Yang, to the monthly subsidies, as well as targeted cultivation programs and things like that, everything was arranged in detail, profoundly making Li Yang realize the degree of professionalism of the official personnel of the imperial capital. Dongfang Changming was not a person who liked to dawdle. After all things were pretty much discussed, the question of when to depart was discussed very directly with Li Yang. Finally finalized the choice of the day. As long as Li Yang's time permitted, they could take the airship and fly directly back to the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. And, according to Oriental Changming himself, on the imperial capital side, it seemed that Li Yang's help was also badly needed. Naturally, Li Yang would not refuse. After agreeing to do so, it made the two of them, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong, who were next to him, become agitated. This can't be right. Such a big deal. Just to leave like that? I would have liked to take advantage of Li Yang before he left to organize a farewell party in the college. When the time comes to let your old classmates and whatnot send you off, how good. Things were going well, but the duo's faces were full of regret. Although the time spent together wasn't too long, but they also didn't expect Li Yang to leave so quickly. Yesterday, they were still immersed in the joy of discovering a supreme genius, receiving the shock of Li Yang over and over again. Today it was time to watch Li Yang leave the poor countryside and go to a bigger place to show his skills. Granted, this is the outcome everyone wants, but when it really came time to face the parting, all of them were still a bit reluctant to part. After a period of silence, Zhang Mingshu slowly opened his mouth. In fact, when I first realized that Mr. Li Yang was the mysterious transmuter we were looking for, I've been thinking about when I should represent the municipality and publicly express my gratitude to you. But then, for the sake of secrecy, we couldn't go public with you so soon. Afterwards the bonus will be sent to you thing. Also all without a sound. Nowadays for the outside world, I am afraid that all of these things have not been able to set off any waves. I always wanted to wait for an opportunity to come and tell every citizen of Cloud State about you. I didn't realize it had dragged on so long. As it happens, there's also a big fuss going on outside about you leading the team through the hidden copy. We might as well just take that chance. Let's make you look good before you leave. After Zhang Mingshu made this proposal, immediately, in the name of celebrating and also going away, he invited Dongfang Changming to join him and directly chartered a hotel. The reception unfolded as promised at 8 p.m., and the entire lower level was filled. But the real heavyweights, all of them were arranged in the box on the second floor. There was the mayor of Yunzhou City, the minister of the military department, the members of the investigation team from the imperial capital, and the deans of the colleges in Yunzhou City, even those in the previous council. Anyone who had some relationship with Li Yang or wanted to establish some relationship with Li Yang had gathered here. And among them, the one who attracted the most attention was naturally Li Yang, who had already become the center of attention in the whole room. Mr. Li Yang, congratulations. Good luck with your future. It's going to be a blast. Cheers. Wine glasses were shaken and guests pushed and shook their glasses. Li Yang held up his wine glass and looked at the constantly shaking wine in it, slightly embarrassed. He's not really a big drinker at all. But now, all eyes were on him. Being the center of attention in the room, the arrow has to be fired. He had no choice but to tilt his head back painfully and drink from his glass. As soon as the highly alcoholic drink went down, it felt like all the organs were warmed up. In no time at all, his entire face turned red as well. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mingshu, who was sitting next to him, hurriedly came up to help him block 2 glasses of wine, afraid he'll get drunk and drop another cherry bomb in his hand to liven things up. On the contrary, Wei Songfeng, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, appeared to be very happy, and cheerfully stated, he is used to being shocked by Li Yang on weekdays, and this is the first time I have seen him not being good at anything. Good or not, no one is perfect, otherwise I really have to wonder if you're human or not. The comment managed to elicit some laughter, making the scene more and more lively. After the drinking game was over, Li Yang was also sent to his home by a special car arranged by the municipal side. Couldn't care less about anything else. Then that drunken energy went right into dreamland. Early the next morning, Li Yang covered his dizzy head and rose from the bed. It appeared that he'd had a little too much to drink last night, and to this day he could still feel a little aftertaste. But, although drunk all the time, he still remembered very well what happened last night and the enthusiasm of the crowd. I vaguely remember that the time set for the boat ride with the Oriental director was the following evening. He still had one more day to take care of his unfinished chores on the Yunzhou side. Li Yang washed his face, changed into normal clothes, and slowly walked out the door. Looking at the sunflowers moving in the wind in the yard and the sunny sky, I can't help but feel good, and then pushed open the door to the courtyard. Li Yang almost thought he was dreaming. The entire village was filled with a joyful atmosphere inside. Everywhere was plastered with window decals and banners, and many of the neighbors, who usually looked up but not down, changed their giddy attitudes and came over to say goodbye and thank you to Li Yang. Looking at what was written on top of the banners around him, Li Yang realized that he hadn't been dreaming. Warmly celebrate Mr. Li Yang won the first place in the grand list of Tianyun College, the first place in the overall ranking of freshman transferers in Yunzhou City, and achieved the title of Outstanding Graduate. Tianyun College. Transferee Li Yang has been credited with fending off the beast tide and leading the large force to first pass the hidden copy, and is hereby thanked for his encouragement. Yunzhou City Municipality. Congratulations on the successful mining of a small gold mine in Li Yang's name, and a mining and processing license is hereby issued. Yunzhou City Council. Although the matter of Li Yang's entry into the Tongxian program needed to be kept secret to a certain extent, but with the achievements that Li Yang had already possessed, Jiang Mingshu had every reason to make Li Yang famous. As for that last little so-called gold mine, it was exactly what Li Yang and Jiang Mingshu had talked about earlier. He hopes to use the name of the gold mine to plant some marigolds inside the village that gave birth to him. In this way, the living conditions of the folks can be improved and the development of Yunzhou City can be promoted to a great extent. After going back last night, Jiang Mingshu contacted several council heads responsible for mining development in Yunzhou City and discussed the feasibility of the matter with them overnight. Eventually, in one night, it was handed over to Li Yang. Looking at the faces of the familiar villagers around him, they all had expressions of either delight or admiration. Li Yang's heart, too, could not help but feel a sense of comfort. The neighbor's aunt, who had treated him like her own since he was a child, seemed to sense something. When he saw Li Yang coming out of the courtyard, he had a strong premonition. Li Yang is leaving. She had been standing inside her yard, smiling and waving to Li Yang. There was something inexplicable in his heart. She wanted to say to Li Yang that one must be careful when venturing out alone. If one day you don't want to fight outside, then come back. This village will always be his home. With a lot of pushback from several media outlets and careful preparation by the city, things about Li Yang were gradually spreading throughout Yunzhou, fending off beast tides, clearing hidden copies, and opening up a public gold mine. What he has done is incalculable in terms of his contribution to the entire city of Yunzhou. The whole city became rowdy. There were even some more enthusiastic citizens who directly pasted slogans of gratitude to Li Yang on their cars and skipped up and down the streets. The large city became joyful. Smiles filled almost every face. Apart, the three men who just got out of jail, Lu Xing, Lu Feng, and Li Yang's former homeroom teacher, because today is a special day. So the three people who were being held in the underground of Yunzhou City prison were also able to have a chance to come out and let off some steam under the guard of the relevant personnel. Looking at the word Li Yang that was plastered all over the streets, these three people's mood could be described as poor. Lu Feng and the homeroom teacher both hated their guts, while Lu Xing looked extraordinarily disoriented. If they were put before, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have imagined that Li Yang would be so scenic nowadays. And himself, he would be reduced to this. Coming. That little brother called Li Yang is here. Thanks to him, we have our own new copy and a gold mine in Yunzhou Public. I don't even dare to think about how good the days after that will become. Wow, is such a handsome and strong little brother real? Ooh, little brother Li Yang. Look at me, I love you. Li Yang sat in Jiang Mingshu's open-top sedan, enjoying the compliments coming from the crowd on both sides. The driver also followed Jiang Mingshu's instructions and tried to slow down a bit. There's no particular reason. The limelight today is what Li Yang deserves. The car turned through the intersection in front of the transfer plaza, pausing slightly for a few seconds because of the crowd. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and noticed the three members of the Lu family hiding behind the crowd, wearing electronic shackles. At this moment, Lu Xing, too, was craning his neck and looking through the crowd. The moment the two beams of eyes met, it seemed like a glance of a million years. Buzz! With the engine started, the car carrying Li Yang sailed away. A large number of citizens stayed behind, discussing all about this talented young man with great interest. Night, an ornately decorated, bulky airship. Li Yang was standing on the deck, looking down at the cloudy state that could vaguely be seen below, blowing the cold wind very comfortably. This airship was the one that carried Dongfang Changming and the others from the imperial capital at that time, rushing to investigate Li Yang. In today's world, magical beasts run rampant. There were naturally not a few flying magical beasts among them. As a result, the development of transportation, which used to be the usual means of human transportation, has been greatly affected. It was different from the kind of supersonic airplanes in Li Yang's original world. The direction of development of flying carriers on the blue planet favors thick armor and long-lasting endurance over speed. In some cases of necessity, a well-prepared airship can even hover in the air for months without landing. Of course, Li Yang and the others were just on an unusual short trip this time. Can't use such an outrageous ability yet. According to Dongfang Changming, with the sailing speed of this airship, they only needed a day and a night to reach the imperial capital. On his side, he had contacted the imperial capital there in advance. As soon as they landed, they would immediately arrange for a specialized person to handle the formalities for Li Yang, and it also promised to prepare a field large enough for Li Yang to study the arrangement and combination of plants. Think about it. Li Yang pulled out the blank plant formation save card gifted by the system and briefly looked at it. Plant formation preservation card No. 01. Codename, unnamed. Major plant species, none. Total number of plants, none, 0/500. Required area, none. Required sunlight, none. Cooldown time, none. Follow the system as previously explained. The usefulness of this item was that it would allow Li Yang to save the plant formations that he had established in advance inside this card. When you need to use it, you consume all the sunlight needed for the formation at once, releasing all the plants stored inside at once. No need for him to activate them one by one. It's all about an efficiency. There should be a lot more of these cards to follow through the quest, but this is the first one. After all, Li Yang wanted to mull it over and see if he could come up with a preset that was powerful enough to be amazing all at once. For example, 500 cherry bombs? If that's a set of explosions, I'm afraid no one in this world can catch it for a second. But again, that level of explosive power is just not well controlled. Just releasing it would be a devastating blow to whatever place it was. It might even spread to innocent people. Thinking about it, it's better to be honest and set up the formations you commonly get. The outermost row was a wall of nuts covered with pumpkin heads, corn pitchers in the center, and then torch stumps plus double-shot peas. This completes a true jack-of-all-trades formation. There are controls and outputs, no matter what kind of enemy you are facing. It works well. Well, this one can be written down first. When we got to the Empire, we immediately started trying it out. Li Yang put the card away and crouched down on the railing again, looking at the distant Yunzhou whose outline was already gradually becoming invisible, and suddenly remembered something interesting. There is a saying that when one man gets a government position, all his cronies get a government position. That's really not a bad line to put on him. Before the trip, Zhang Mingshu also specifically approached him for a chat. The matter of sending Li Yang out of Yunzhou had changed the fate of more than just Li Yang. Because of Li Yang's influence, as the mayor, Zhang Mingshu was honored by his superiors and succeeded in applying for more resources for the development of Yunzhou. Su Minghong, the dean of Li Yang, became the director of education in Yunzhou. It's amazing that you can get a promotion and a raise at a great age. It really made that old man so happy that he didn't close his eyes all night. On the contrary, the Lu family, which had once had many unpleasantries with Li Yang, it has also lost its original influence under the extreme rejection of many parties in parliament. Lu Xing and Li Yang's homeroom teacher both fell off the grid, not to mention. Afterwards, Li Yang privately conducted another round of reporting, so that the city and the council's renewed investigation to identify what Lu Feng did that year. Lu Feng was removed from the council and lined up behind Lu Xing waiting to stand trial. The original scenery of Lu Xian, also implicated, was swept away by the bank. The family property was all seized. Left alone, I don't know where to go from here. As for senior sister Feng Wen, who was forced to go to the military department to work in the first place because she was squeezed out of the quota by Lu Feng and lost the chance to become an elite transfigurator. Because of his excellent performance, he was also valued by Minister Wei Tsongfeng. When the next round of changeover came, Wei Tsongfeng planned to strongly push Feng Wen to take his place as the new head of the military department in Yunzhou. Everything, because of Li Yang's influence, presented a thriving scene. I'm sure that when Li Yang returns to Yunzhou sometime in the future, he will see a completely different Yunzhou from what he remembers. Mr. Li Yang, would you like some fruit? As Li Yang recalled the various things in the city of Yunzhou, a clear, and somewhat tired, voice sounded from the direction of the cabin. Li Yang turned his head back and saw Bai Ji, who was wearing plush pajamas, carrying an exquisite silver tea tray over to this side. Tea tray with some unusual fruit. Li Yang looked at the things on the plate and for a moment, he didn't know how to start. There was quite a variety of fruit on the plate. Watermelon, apples, oranges, whatever. But, the proportions of all these things, however, are a little less than normal. Gee, the imperial city is really a big city. Even the fruit is so big. Who's a nice guy with an orange that can fucking look like a watermelon? Looking at the orange petal that was the size of a palm, Li Yang fell into deep thought. On second thought, though, it didn't seem like he was qualified to say such things. After all, his wall of nuts was still almost 2 meters high. Look at Li Yang hesitating. Bai Ji then placed the tray in her hand on the deck table, picking up a petal of orange in her hand and handing it to Li Yang, smiling gently. Student Li Yang, there's no need to worry. These aren't strange plants. They're just affected by my abilities. The size gets a little big, but it doesn't take away from their own flavor. Li Yang blinked, took it with confidence, and stuffed it into his mouth. All of a sudden, the full, juicy flesh of the fruit exploded in his mouth. The cold, sour and sweet juice filled Li Yang's mouth in a flash, causing him to praise it. This is good stuff. Much better than the normal fruit you can get out there. Bai Ji smiled down, with a small surprise in her eyes. Really? Then realizing his outburst, he hurriedly coughed and said with some embarrassment, to be honest, these fruits are actually new varieties that are being researched and bred. It's great to get a comment like that from you. These words made Li Yang feel a little emotional. Research on increasing food production and breeding new varieties of fruits. I really didn't think that this kind of business actually existed within the Tongshan division. Upon hearing Li Yang's exclamation, Bai Ji, however, sighed slightly regretfully. Actually, if there's a choice, I want to do more by fighting like most people do. Inside the Tongshan division, it was a wealth of talent no less, but the vast majority of them are, in fact, still traditional combat types, like Bai Ji, who was specially recruited in because of her own special abilities. The bright side says it's some kind of techie, but in reality, it doesn't play much of a role for the copy attack side of things. After all, in today's Blue Star, almost 80% or so of the resources were obtained directly from the copies, through battles. But wherever Bai Ji's ability could be utilized in combat, she could be useful many times over than she is now. She stayed honestly in the Tongshan division tinkering with agriculture. Actually, it's because that's all she can do. If only there was a chance to get, first-hand, involved in the fight. As she said this, she also raised her eyes inadvertently and looked at Li Yang in front of her. Li Yang sort of understood what she meant. This girl called Bai Ji, is she looking at herself? No, I shouldn't say that. More than looking at herself, she looked at her own abilities. After all, Li Yang's ability was to create many plants that could be used directly in combat, and Angelica's ability is to strengthen plants. It was equivalent to giving Bai Ji the opportunity to indirectly participate in the battle in disguise. With some reasonable development, the two of them doubling up on the sword might have a rather unimpressive effect. This was actually the reason why, on the side of the Tongshan division, Bai Ji was sent along to find Li Yang, but Li Yang was still a bit curious. Bai Ji's current status has already surpassed 99% of the life class transmuters in all of China, right? As a result, instead of resting on her laurels, she was very motivated to get into some kind of fight. That's not the mindset of a life class transmogrifier. Everyone in this world is educated to convey this idea. If you've transmuted into a combat class transmuter, then you're meant to be stronger than the others. You must cherish the opportunity to fight your way up and strive to get stronger. Protect your family and your country, and bleed in sweat and not shed tears. And once you've switched to a lifelike profession, there's only one thing to do. Alive. Moreover, in this world, the ratio of life-type professions to combat-type professions was actually around 6-4. The number of life class transfers is greater than the combat class. In the context of such a Buddhist world, Bai Ji, as a life class occupation, was actually full of thoughts about fighting. Where the hell did that idea come from? Her character doesn't seem like the kind of cranky old sister who would strike at the drop of a hat, either. That's too puzzling. Look at Li Yang revealing a puzzled look. Bai Ji gently bit her lip and tangled herself up in self-consciousness. And then, seemingly gathering courage, he smiled slightly helplessly, raised his eyes to meet Li Yang's, and briefly recounted his past. When introduced by Dongfang Changming before, Li Yang already knew that behind Bai Ji was the biggest mining family in all of China. But what Li Yang didn't know was that it wasn't luck and intelligence that enabled him to climb steadily to the top of an industry in such a chaotic world. And real strength. Strength here, of course, refers to the combat aspect. In addition to mining all over China, the Bai family was one of the first families to guard the northern frontier. During the spatial disorder and the great invasion of magical beasts 100 years ago, it was the several great families in the north that had joined forces and together formed an impenetrable wall of steel with their flesh and blood, keeping hundreds of millions of magical beasts out of the wall. They have so far been unable to take a step into China. One of them, the Bai family, was one of these great families that specialized the most in auxiliary professions. The family style is such that Bai Ji grew up listening to her father's heroic stories, also fantasize about being a valiant female general like those in the story. She worked day and night to learn the complicated etiquette of the military rules and regulations that had long been abandoned, and prepared her whole body and mind for her future military life. But I don't know what's going on. As her relatives and friends around her, one by one, became strong enough to hold their own. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family with the highest expectations, she had become the only living class occupation in the Bai family for nearly 100 years. Although, she still possessed an extremely strong talent and was even able to obtain the favor of the Tongxin division. Though her parents still treat her as they did before, they think that a career in life doesn't matter, as long as their daughter lives her life happily. But for herself, such an experience is obviously full of regret and irreparable. Until, that is, Li Yang's appearance. A powerful lifelike profession that can grow a variety of plants with devastating power. She couldn't even dream of imagining that there could be such a coincidence in the world. Inside the Cloud State Municipal Office, when she saw it with her own eyes, the nut that had stabbed right through the ceiling due to her ability to surge several times, that's what she had begun to feel. It's all as if it was meant to be. Of course, she was also very aware that so much of it was really just her own wishful thinking. How Li Yang's thoughts were, she didn't really know yet. So before that, she hopes to work on closing the distance with Li Yang first. At the very least, don't let Li Yang hate himself beforehand. After recounting the trivialities of her past, Bai Ji immediately closed her voice. After calming himself a little, he raised his head and looked at Li Yang again. The energy lost earlier had not been fully replenished. Saying too much in one breath made her a little hypoxic again, as she thought. In fact, Li Yang wasn't too resonated by her past. After all, whether it's a fighting family or a mining conglomerate, these things, to Li Yang, were at most something he had seen in some novels or TV dramas. How could he empathize with her when he hadn't experienced it at all? However, out of politeness, Li Yang politely expressed his understanding. And then he noticed Bai Ji's slightly distracted eyes. Li Yang suddenly had a flash of insight and immediately took out a brownish coffee bean from his storage ring. In fact, when he heard about the side effects of Bai Ji's talent before, Li Yang had already thought of this thing. Only at that time he was too distracted to care about that. But honestly, Li Yang also really wanted to see what changes Bai Ji could bring to those plants of his in the future. This non-stop dozing problem, just go along and help her out. Li Yang put the coffee beans in front of Bai Ji and signaled her to eat them. Across the room, Bai Ji froze slightly, looking a bit puzzled, until I heard Li Yang say, "Consider it payment for eating your fruit." Only then did he put his heart down and took the coffee beans from Li Yang's hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Cluck dash. Silver white shell teeth crunched the tan fruit. A rich, mellow flavor filled her mouth at once. It made Bai Ji's brain, which had been in a bit of a trance, instantly become incredibly lucid. A ray of light also erupted from his eyes. This is, looking at the astonished expression on Bai Ji's face, Li Yang then understood. It seems that her own coffee beans, indeed, had an effect on her. This feeling, so marvelous. My head, it's been a long time since I become this clear. This feels, it's unbelievable. Bai Ji's voice trembled a little as she spoke. Even the chest underneath the cream-colored plush pajamas began to undulate quite a bit with the increasingly rapid breathing. Ever since she awakened the talent, herbal abundance, she hated sleeping 20 hours out of the 24 hours in a day. Just by using one of his powers once, his own mind was basically in a state of chaos for 2 or 3 days afterward. And now that mushy feeling inside her head disappeared without a trace. The whole person reached a level of clarity that he had never known before. Even the slow pace of speech became slightly faster. Student Li Yang. She subconsciously stood up and looked at Li Yang, who was sitting across from her, desperately wanting to know what spell Li Yang had used to help her solve this difficult problem that had plagued her for so long. Li Yang, on the other hand, yawned and stood up calmly to stretch. Clapping his mouth, he said very casually, "Okay, it's pretty good, as long as it works for you. I don't use much of this coffee bean right now, so I don't have much saved up. I'll save up a batch for you in a couple days, so you'll have nothing to do but eat them for fun as a little snack. It won't cure what's wrong with you, but it's not too bad to alleviate your symptoms a bit." Bai Ji opened her mouth, and a never-before-seen emotion surfaced on that beautiful face. She searched her intestines and exhausted her rhetoric, wanting to formally express her inner joy and gratitude to Li Yang, but the lines that almost coalesced into poetry had yet to be said. Li Yang on the other side stretched his waist, casually said okay, sleepy, leisurely left the place. Bai Ji swallowed back the emotion she had just expressed and stared blankly at Li Yang's gradually departing back. Then he gently twisted the skirts of his nightgown and performed a tedious but dignified ritual. The day passed quickly. As Dongfang Changming knocked on Li Yang's room door and told him that he had arrived at the station, Li Yang was even a bit unresponsive. "Change your clothes and step out of the cabin." Bai Ji, who had already put on her regular clothes, had already waited on the other side in advance. She first smiled and nodded, and then she made a set of etiquette that was so standard that it was harsh, but Li Yang could not understand it at all. After this period of time together, Li Yang had also long been surprised by these habits of hers. When she was done with this routine, she asked with some curiosity. That said, Miss White, you didn't come up with this set of moves off the top of your head, did you? How come it's one day at a time? Bai Ji visibly froze for a moment, and then hurriedly explained in a serious manner. These are the actions recorded in the third set of amendments to the standard etiquette. Sergeant, Far North Army, China, good morning and good night, paying respects to peers and elders, and saluting men and women, are only possible with the appropriate standards. Li Yang had only asked casually, not expecting to hear such an answer. He was a bit staggered and secretly admired. Well, it's worthy of being a great lady of a great family. To actually be able to remember this kind of stuff is just too much. This sounded like a compliment to Bai Ji. She responded softly, scratching her head in some embarrassment. Although, nowadays is when no one cares about these things. But I think there are no rules. Since we are warriors of the Tongshan division, we will definitely shoulder a lot of responsibility to save the weak and uphold justice. And in today's world where everyone is at risk, rules made by humans, representing reason, are the things that give others the most security and represent justice? This guy talks like a class. Li Yang blinked inside again. Worthy of being a young lady from a big family? This ideal of life and thinking is a big step higher than him. Unfortunately, he, Li Yang, was a rough man, but he didn't have such a magnificent idea. The only thing you want to do is to improve yourself through your country, and then make your country stronger through yourself. All that can be said about Bai Ji's thoughts is, not really understand it, but respect it. Li Yang, why don't you take you inside Tongshan Sea first? I'll have your luggage sent to your lodgings first, and we'll go to the Tongshan division first, and I'll go and get all the various formalities out of the way for you. Dongfang Changming's voice came from the side. Afterward, two soldiers immediately came forward and took the luggage in Li Yang's hands. The group walked down the gangway and left the voluminous airship, walk out of the mooring area, go through security and then leave the waiting hall. Li Yang was finally considered to have officially entered the imperial capital. Looking at the dazzlingly busy city in front of him, Li Yang still has that exclamation. Not bad for an imperial capital. Towering skyscrapers rise up and emit quite a bit of modernity-filled light. Huge billboards flashed between the tall buildings, broadcasting a variety of eye-catching advertisements. Transmutineers in all colors of dress weave through the streets and alleys, with notches and slashes of all shapes and sizes on their defensive gear, as if writing one unique story after another of their own. The intermingling of various regional dialects creates a wonderful harmony against the noise of the traffic. The Tongshan division and the imperial capital's military headquarters are very close to each other and not in the city. I've already called for a car, so wait a little while. Dongfang Changming put down his cell phone and opened his mouth to explain, and then he looked at Bai Ji beside him and asked in passing, also, Bai Ji, do you intend to return to Sealy with us? Or, do you need help calling a car to Section 6? Bai Ji shook her head. Student Li Yang is new to the city and should still be somewhat unfamiliar with the imperial capital. Later on, Director Dongfang should still have to go and help Mr. Li Yang with all the necessary procedures, right? If Mr. Li Yang doesn't mind. In the meantime, it will be up to me to take student Li Yang to familiarize himself with the imperial capital, especially the Tongshan division. After saying that, she also hurriedly turned her head to look at Li Yang next to her and smiled slightly at him. Director Dongfang also looked at Li Yang with an inquiring expression. Li Yang shrugged his shoulders, still not calling it too much. He didn't really care much who showed him around. He only cared about what kind of big house Dongfang Changming had promised to share with him before. Oriental Changming himself has said it. Li Yang's case is unique and specific criteria have to be set. The accommodation application piece alone was given to him directly on the basis of the highest configuration. I heard that in order to take care of Li Yang's ability, on the official side, directly following the standards of the 6 ministries, he was helped to create a large enough vegetable garden inside the Tongshan division. The so-called 6 ministries are in fact important organs of power that have continued since ancient times in China. It was similar to the previous Cloud State's military department, but the imperial capital's planning on top of that was much better and more detailed. In addition to the Ministry of War, which is in charge of the military and calls for the registration of soldiers and armaments. Among the 6 ministries, there are also in charge of personnel and official mobilization. As the head of the 6 ministries of the Ministry of Mandarins, the Ministry of Revenue, which is in charge of the affairs of the frontier, fields, taxes and salaries, the Ministry of Rights, which is responsible for diplomacy and education, the Ministry of Justice, which is responsible for judicial matters, and the Ministry of Works, which is responsible for engineering matters. Each ministry has its own responsibilities and cooperates with each other. It's only together that they have created the incredibly prosperous and colorful metropolis that is the imperial city. Now, the Tongshan division that Li Yang was about to go to was a special department that was independent of the 6 ministries and directly interfaced with the highest level of the imperial capital. the Tongxian division's power was as high as any of the 6 ministries. The responsibilities to be shouldered are naturally dabbled in. There is no need to go into the most basic transmogrifier training, combat and copy crusade. Ever since the discovery of all sorts of special transmutations, people like Bai Ji, who were directly targeting the household ministry, had slowly begun to become more numerous. The Tongxian division is apart from the most basic task of cultivating special transmutants. Gradually, it has become a 7th division parallel to and even superior to the 6 divisions. Speaking of this, Dongfang Changming's words changed and suddenly mysteriously brought up another matter. So, while it's not my place to say this, but it's better if I mention it in passing, in the imperial capital, or even in all of China, using the Tang Xuanji's identity wisely can actually gain a lot of convenience for us. For example, when using public transportation in normal times, our Tongxian division's token can even be used as a merit card. During some special missions, in our capacity, we can also temporarily requisition local military forces or directly interface with local municipalities. There are also some copy resources that are prohibited from occupying due to various restrictions, and one can also utilize the Tongxian division's identity. That's all there is to it. The Tang Xuanji has no small amount of power, but equally, all of these privileges come from the obligations we carry. The internal punishment within the Tongxian division is also very strict if one is found to have abused their power. In the lesser case, they will be permanently stripped of their status as a Tang Xuanji, and in the greater case, Dongfang Changming said, gently reaching out a hand and scratching at his neck, but immediately shook his head with a light smile. However, student Li Yang doesn't need to be too nervous. It's been quite a few years since the Tongxian division was established, and basically, there hasn't been a situation like this. Those who are able to enter the Tongxian division have varying abilities and personalities though, but the character of every one of them has been personally supervised and approved by us old-timers. All in all, I hope that Mr. Li Yang will be able to live happily within the Tongxian division. Feel free to call me if you need anything during that time. This kind of introduction seemed to have been carried out quite a few times by Dongfang Changming. As the last sentence was said, the driver in the front row happened to kick the brakes, stopping the armored car, which was sent from the military ministry. At the entrance of the Tongxian division, Dongfang Changming got out of the car and pulled open the door for Li Yang and Bai Ji, and then nodded to Li Yang and spoke. Then, fellow student Li Yang, I'll first go through those formalities related to you, and apply for a token for you by the way. In the meantime, let Bai Ji show you around the place properly. There's no need to be too formal. From today onwards, we're all members within the Tongxian division and are considered family. There's no messy rules here. Just make yourself at home and do whatever you want. After saying that, he briefly said goodbye to Li Yang and Bai Ji. Then he turned around and left in the opposite direction from them. Looking at the huge park in front of him, built directly on the outskirts of the city, Li Yang subconsciously thought of something like a military base. The scenes that he had only seen in movies and television were now right in front of his eyes. Looking at the several armored vehicles parked inside the gate, and the soldiers of the military department standing guard deep inside, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a bit of a surge in his heart. Mr. Li Yang, after watching director Dongfang leave, Bai Ji turned her head. He had just opened his mouth, and before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a popping sound that rang out directly above the two of them. Rumble. The loud sound was like a thunderclap, scaring the two of them. He looked up just in time to see a light, high-speed airship sticking to the duo's heads as it flew out of the Tongxian division, flying low into the distance. Li Yang opened his mouth and once again let out an exclamation. Awesome, awesome, not bad for a big city. What about traveling all the way in this thing? It's awesome. Bai Ji was a bit embarrassed. That, Li Yang student. I don't think this would be a normal trip for the Tang Xuanji. These airships, generally used by the War Department for short-distance transportation, are combat carriers. Looking at this situation, it should be some squad within the Tongxian division that has gone out on an urgent mission. This is actually still quite common, so don't worry too much about it. Li Yang nodded, and then he walked through the gate and into the Tongxian division on his own. The imagined sight of young students hanging out all over the place with an air of youthful exuberance did not appear. On the contrary, when he just walked in, the scene in front of him really made Li Yang a bit puzzled. A number of armored vehicles and transport boats were parked on both sides of the main road. A number of heavily armed men in their respective squads were trotting their way up to board those War Department carriers. There was a solemn anxiety in the air. Seeing this kind of scene, Li Yang could only think of one situation. Start the war. Whether it was against a wave of beasts or something else. Anyway, this kind of mobilization scene he had only seen in many war movies in his previous life. And this is common? Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Ji next to him. But the doubt on Bai Ji's face was no less than Li Yang's. She was also a little confused. He himself had only left Tongxianxi for 2 or 3 days. Why does it feel like you've missed 2 or 3 years? MS. Bye. I heard that you appeared at the Imperial Capital Airport just now, and I didn't expect that you'd really come back. Is this outing another study of some new crop, or did you go to some conference? Who's this guy next to you? While Li Yang and Bai Ji were looking puzzled, a boy wearing a dark green suit and a somewhat overly short stature ran over from the distance with an excited look on his face. The guy waved at Bai Ji with great excitement. A smile piled on his face. As a result, after coming a little closer, the creases on his face instantly piled up in a crumpled fashion like solidified lava. Moreover, Li Yang had a sentence that he didn't know whether to say or not. A green suit with the guy's excessively short stature, running from a distance hit the eye. Li Yang thought that someone's kobold had run out. After seeing that Goblin-chan run over, a trace of abnormality flashed across Bai Ji's face. Before entering, she was still thinking about where to take Li Yang for a stroll. Who to start introducing Li Yang to. But, whoever it is, it's better than this guy who's not quite right in the head, although Bai Ji wasn't too familiar with it either. But she'd heard it from Director East's description. This guy, it seems, is there because of his family environment. It causes the whole mind to be a little childish. However, Bai Ji is at least an educated young lady. Expression management in this regard, or very good at it. Moreover, it is now also serving as Li Yang's tour guide. She then put on a businesslike smile and introduced herself to each other between the two. Li Yang, this is Meng Qing. It's also a cadet who was accepted by the Tongxian division. And like us, it's a life class occupation. Meng Qing, this Li Yang. It was me who went to Yunzhou with Director Dongfang to pick it up. An extremely gifted life class transmuter. Hearing this, the guy named Meng Qing narrowed his eyes. Started looking up and down on Li Yang. Extremely gifted life class transmogrifier? Or did MS White pick it up with Director Dongfang? Really? I didn't even get this treatment in the first place. This Tongxian division is not a place where ordinary people can come in. Those who are qualified to step inside this door are monsters within monsters. This Li Yang student, what level are you at? What powerful means do you have? Quickly show me. Li Yang didn't give a damn. Full of light airships behind this guy. It had to be said that Blue Star's technology as a whole was not as developed as his original world though. But with the aid of otherworldly forces, all sorts of black technology still abounds. This so-called light airship actually already has the shadow of an unusual swept-back wing fighter. And on top of that, the thing is constructed with a lot more strange and weird morphing structures that are quite sci-fi looking. And transformers like, crunchy handsome. What kind of man can stand this? Kind of wanna pull out my cell phone and take a picture. I just don't know if they let you take pictures inside Tongzuanji. Li Yang just wanted to ask Bai Ji about this. The guy across the street, Meng Qing, just crossed his arms and chanted to himself. By the way you're dressed, I don't suppose you're some rich family's son? From Yunzhou. What kind of place is that? How come I've never heard of it? But since you were able to get our director Dongfang, and the beautiful MS Bai to go along with the invitation, it means that you are more or less capable. But, as your senior, I have to give you a heads up. The most important thing for us to do when we come out is to have power and a background. Where are you from? Seeing as you're on good terms with MS Bai, call me Brother Meng and I can consider covering you. The words were not yet spoken. With a loud bang, the airship that Li Yang had always cared about rose up from the ground and shot into the sky. Didn't get a chance to take a picture. Li Yang was a bit depressed. Then he glanced at Meng Qing and turned to Bai Ji. Your friend? Bai Ji shook her head. No, not that familiar. Not familiar. Li Yang looked at the guy in front of him who was gushing and trying to continue to put on a big show. A cordial greeting. Straight off the bat. Who do you send it to? One sentence directly caused Meng Qing and Bai Ji next to her to freeze on the spot. Meng Qing's eyes darted round, and she didn't react for half a day. Ah, what did you say? Li Yang wiped honey on her small mouth and followed up with an unkind. I say, who are you sending it to? Are those dog ears on either side of your head? Can't you understand a word? Such a harsh statement directly dealt a heavy blow to Meng Qing's young mind. He opened his mouth and ate for a long time before he could stifle a sentence. You, how dare you say such vulgarity in front of Miss Bai? Li Yang directly interrupted the spellcasting. The stuff that can't even speak in one whole word. Don't come out and disgrace yourself, okay? Meng Qing's chest tightened for a moment, almost suffocating himself with a breath that couldn't come up. Looking at Li Yang's disdainful expression, he was instantly annoyed. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm the #1 combatant in the Tongshan Division's life class transfiguration. How dare you mess with me? Li Yang was almost amused. Okay, he admitted that he had overstated things earlier. This goblin-like kid has a talent for being funny. #1 in combat in the life class transmogrifier. Isn't this purely the tallest of the short? LOL no. I seem to be in that position myself. Shit, laughed Early. Li Yang smiled to himself and looked at Meng Qing in front of him, who couldn't even jump up as high as him, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional again. This Tongshan division, there are really all kinds of people. He wasn't worried about this. The other party's title of number 1 in combat power among the so-called life class transmuters. After all, if you came over yourself, you had to make some comparisons with the combat class professions at the very least. The district is a life class occupation that can participate in combat. It's really not enough. If it wasn't for the side effects of Baiji's talent, I guess using abundance to strengthen a durian 5 times the size of the one used to hit people could take that title. Next to her, Baiji was still a bit out of it. Still immersed in Li Yang's amazing words just now. Look at Li Yang's elegant and easygoing face. How he doesn't seem like the kind of guy to say something like that. Is it possible that I'm hallucinating? What's going on over here? Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Li Yang was still preparing to continue his output. Dongfang Changming suddenly walked in from outside. A palm-sized black token was also held in his hand. Because of some unforeseen circumstances, the formalities for Li Yang needed to be slowed down a little. He only processed a temporary token from above to facilitate Li Yang's free movement during this period of time. As a result, just as he came back, he saw that Li Yang's side seemed to be in conflict with someone. Li Yang hadn't had time to speak. On the opposite side, Meng Qing then raised his hand very seriously. Director Dongfang, is this Li Yang someone you brought back? I don't know how he passed your test, but there's definitely something very wrong with his character. These words were more than provoking Li Yang. They were saying that there was something wrong with Dongfang Changming's vision. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Meng Qing, who had a serious face in front of him. As expected, Dongfang Changming, who heard this, immediately frowned. Walking slightly faster, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's going on?" Meng Qing stared at Li Yang and said decisively, "He swears so dirty." Silence. The scene was as silent as death. Dongfang Changming looked like he had choked on something and almost didn't raise his breath. After a few moments of calming, he let out a long sigh. Reaching out his hand, he patted Meng Qing's shoulder. "Okay, got it. Go play." The tone was extremely perfunctory, but Meng Qing actually didn't hear it. The corner of that guy's mouth hooked and he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Li Yang with an expression of revenge, and then turned away with a great swagger. Only after watching that guy walk away did Li Yang open his mouth to break the silence. "Sue the teacher if you can't win a fight. This guy is too mentally fragile, isn't he? Is that guy 3 years old?" Dongfang Changming propped up his forehead. His face was a bit unsettled. "Mr. Li Yang, excuse me. After all, the people within the Tongshan division come from all over the world and have all kinds of personalities. This Meng Qing, as a child, was indeed coddled quite a bit, resulting in a somewhat overly simple mindset. But he's also someone I took in, so there's nothing really wrong with the character aspect. Just think of him as a 3-year-old and ignore him. By the way, over here is the key to your place. Let Baiji take you there, and on the way, you can let her familiarize you with this side of town." With that, Dongfang Changming handed a silver white metal card to Li Yang. Li Yang took the key and nodded slightly, and then Dongfang Changming left again in a hurry as if he was still busy with something. Baiji slightly owed her body and opened her mouth. Then, "Mr. Li Yang, why don't I take you to see the accommodation first? Just as well you can see if there's anything else you need." Li Yang didn't have any objections, so he let Baiji lead the way and walk in front. From the main gate to the residential area, a short 10-minute journey was really a way for Li Yang to see the 100 states of Tongshan Division. The transmigrators within the Tongshan Division were more or less all capable of something. This he knew very well. Some gifted but not yet properly developed transmutants are certainly not in the minority. After all, Baiji is in this category. But after strolling around for a while, Li Yang realized, in comparison, Baiji's drowsiness after excessive spellcasting was really nothing in fact. For example, halfway through the proving grounds, Li Yang had seen with his own eyes that there was a beast spirit assassin who had mutated into a Spider-Man, possessing the strength of a spider, the reflexes of a spider, as well as the ability to climb walls, and could even spit out extremely tough spider silk. But spiders come out of butts. There is also a Qigong master who can control the flow of air and easily do it across the mountain. However, controlling the gas will uncontrollably vent the gas. There were a large number of such transmutations, which really opened Li Yang's eyes. "Here it is, Mr. Li Yang, this is your residence." While Li Yang was still sighing that the world was a big place, Baiji, who was walking at the front, had already stopped and turned her head back. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Li Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. What configuration there is inside the house can be set aside for now. This front yard alone, which is the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts, already shows enough sincerity. Near the corner of the house lay Li Yang's luggage. After unlocking the door with that card-like key, the inside of the house was a beautifully decorated and minimalist scene. With the help of Bai Ji, Li Yang used not more than 2 hours to organize his place. Was about to go outside and plant some sunflowers in the yard. A familiar person, however, appeared outside the compound and was waving at him. The person who came was Dongfang Changming, who had just left on business. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li Yang, you might have to put off cleaning the house for a while. Now, there is something temporary that I wish to ask you to accomplish." Li Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit puzzled. He had only just arrived himself and hadn't even done the paperwork. That's something to go on? No way. Seriously? To the current Tongshan division. He was only a freshly enrolled student. This Director Dongfang really trusts him. Director Dongfang sighed helplessly and spoke. The incident happened suddenly, and although the local military department has rushed up at the first opportunity, the situation is not very optimistic, and there is even a tendency of an emergency. In order to ensure that the northern wall is not the first to be lost, we will have to improvise our war effort from the nearest location. The beast-tied demonic beasts to be dealt with are generally around level 60, similar to the ones you dealt with earlier in the hidden copies. If we can succeed this time, I will definitely report to the top and apply for the highest level of reward for you. At this time, Li Yang still somewhat didn't quite understand the situation. What's going on here? The Great Wall of the North? A beast attack? How did this suddenly come to me? This familiar feeling. Li Yang squinted his eyes and opened his system. Current assignment, none. Well, it doesn't seem to be the system screwing up. He thought he had inherited the special physique of certain protagonists who had accidents wherever they went. It seems to be just a coincidence. Li Yang pondered a little in his mind. Thought of some information about the Great Wall of the North. Walls, as an important means for humans to defend themselves against beast tides, were built quite a bit after the world was gamified. One of them, the Great Wall of the North, is one of the largest walls in the entire history of China. During that time, it spanned 4 or 5 cities, like a huge dragon lying between the mountains, keeping a large number of undeveloped copies of the far northern lands with the associated beast tides firmly at bay. And once the Great Wall of the North is breached by a wave of beasts, several cities along the border will fall instantly. Without these most basic blocks, the imperial capital, as the core city of China, would be directly exposed. In short, the Northern Great Wall can be said to be one of the most important, and one of the few most solid lifelines in China. And why is this suddenly an emergency? If it's decided, follow me. We'll go straight over in the fastest airship we can find and help you pull up your defenses first. I'll talk to you more about the details on the way. The fastest airship? Li Yang followed Dongfang Changming's hand and looked. In the distance there was a thief-cool airship that had just completed a round of transportation and was slowly landing. Yoo-hoo! And a windfall. Now that's more than a photo op. He even got to go up and sit down. Li Yang nodded in agreement and looked at his rank in passing. 55 levels. 5 more levels to go, and you'll be able to transfer again. Just in time to take advantage of this beast wave to brush up on that leveling. Li Yang thought silently, while Dongfang Changming on the side cast his gaze towards Bai Ji. Bai Ji, why don't you tag along as well? The far north is your old home. You are the most proficient in geography, and it would be more than appropriate to have you as a guide. At the same time, this is also the first time that you and Li Yang, for the first time, rub shoulders in a real battle, which can be very significant. After hearing that, Bai Ji immediately nodded seriously and agreed. Then they followed along and boarded the cabin. To say that this airship is really fast, take off from the imperial capital and land behind the Great Wall in the north. It took just under 2 hours total. And during the airplane ride, Li Yang was again helpless. His own system was acting up again. New quest, kill 500 magical beasts of level 60 or above, 0/500. Mission reward, 20 million sunlight. A rare prop card. A plant formation saving card. I haven't even started using this save card on my own hand yet. Here's another one. Still, this rare prop card is pretty good. Spent on impulse once since I last unlocked the prop store. Li Yang then didn't spend any more money in there for a long time. And after all this time of settling in, there's just enough sunshine on hand to stock up on a couple of big firepower lineups using cards when the time comes. Also, this time, the beast tide broke out very suddenly. The Great Wall of the North was built in such an important location that when it was first constructed, the craftsman's aim was that it would remain intact for 1,000 years. So by definition, the Great Wall of the North counted as one of the strongest and most robust walls in all of China. It's also true that in all these years, nothing has ever gone wrong. But it was not so long ago. The walls of this immensely strong city have suffered one of the worst damages to date. On the outskirts of the far northland, A large number of magical beasts that had never appeared before suddenly and inexplicably appeared. Although the level was not high, the number was extremely terrifying. The townspeople within the northern Great Wall reacted immediately, closing all the gates as fast as they could and pulling back their lines. However, these magical beasts that suddenly appeared were completely different from the types of magical beasts they had previously fought against. It was almost as if all the magical beasts in the entire blue planet had been mixed together to form a hodgepodge. There are leopard species only found in the tropics, demons only found in the west, and even fish only found in the deep sea. These are the kinds of things that the local military department has never dealt with before. Thus, despite the quick response, they still suffered heavy losses due to the onslaught of the beast tide. The engagement directly in front of us is fine for the time being, but the number of magical beasts is too large, and the line has been stretched extremely long. Mr. Li Yang, probably the disaster situation is more serious over there in the eastern region. Can I please leave it to you? I'll go ahead and contact the frontline troops to send men that way, and when it's almost cleared out, I'll come and let you know. Li Yang shook his head. If the magical beast levels are determined to all be around level 60, I'm actually good enough on my own. As the words came out of his mouth, Dongfang Changming froze slightly before nodding his head in conviction. Understood. Also, there's another one of our Tongxin division's transmigrants holding down the fort over there. You guys could use a little cooperation. And, it's just a matter of not caring. We'll know who it is when we get there. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and called up Bai Ji. Let's go. White girl. Let's take this opportunity to try a few more plants in abundance while we're at it. After landing, Li Yang brought Bai Ji and moved towards the target location while pondering over it based on the current situation. Everywhere is now providing support to the north as fast as they can, but the war effort on the northern side is still obviously very tight. Before a follow-up squad from the War Department was sent up, with the available combat power on this side, it was basically just a matter of using the Tongxin Division's elites to move up to the top. It was a good thing that the transmigrators of the Tongxin Division were not people who ate their food, though the numbers are nothing compared to the military branch. But each has the strength to fight with one, especially those exceptionally gifted transmigrators who could almost hold down a level by themselves. The surrounding civilians living near the northern wall were evacuating in a panic under the direction of the logisticians, the uniformed soldiers of the Ministry of War, as well as the elites of the Tongxin Division, became the unwavering retrograde marchers in the raging tide of people. Walking in the midst of the countercurrent, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If it had been before, he would never have imagined that he would be one of these people. The bustling crowds on both sides made Li Yang think of those villagers in his hometown in Yunzhou. Every time we encountered a beast tide, it was almost the same situation. Mr. Li Yang, look over there. Upon arrival at the target location, Bai Shi suddenly raised her hand and pointed to an abandoned house in the distance near the northern Great Wall. Follow the direction of her finger. A 3-story house in the distance was suddenly lifted off the ground by a huge, nameless force. On the ground, quite a few sea-dwelling species of magical beasts densely crawled all over the ground and were crushed by that huge force. Large swaths of dust mixed with gravel flew high above the ground and covered the entire street. And from the thick, lifting dust, a huge humanoid figure more than 10 meters tall slowly emerged. Giants, your magical beasts in the north are quite chic-looking. The moment he saw that giant, Li Yang froze slightly and opened his mouth to snicker. Bai Ji, on the other hand, shook her head, and some worry surfaced on her face. This side of the northern realm, has it actually gotten to this point of chaos? Mr. Li Yang, she wanted to ask Li Yang how she should fight. Previously, though, countless times he had envisioned fighting a magical beast, but this was, after all, also her first real battle. Compared to Li Yang, who had faced a wave of beasts directly, her experience was basically zero. Li Yang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the giant over there that was letting out bursts of angry roars, looking a bit puzzled. Wait a minute, that guy doesn't seem to be a wraith. Li Yang noticed that the giants over there seemed to be constantly killing the magical beasts that were pouring in through the cracks in the Great Wall. Did the wraiths implode? This is obviously unlikely. Li Yang suddenly thought of what Dongfang Changming had said not long ago. To be on the safe side, this side had already sent a Tongxin Division transmogrifier ahead of time to hold down the fort. In that case, it seems that this giant that is fighting the wraith might be the so-called another transmuter. That guy, he can turn into a giant? This kind of talent was really unheard of for Li Yang, so he asked Bai Ji, who was next to him, but looking at Bai Ji's reaction, it seemed that she also knew nothing about such things. It seems a lady from a big family doesn't know everything. Li Yang shrugged and casually rubbed his storage ring. From inside, he took out the shadow staff that he had swiped from the hidden copy in Yunzhou earlier. Carrying it a few slow steps forward, he found a similar spot. With that, a downward jab. At once, All the shadows within a few hundred meters were connected to him. It transformed into an extension of his arm and also connected to his storage space. Quite a few seeds poked their heads out of the shadows and housed themselves wherever soil might exist. Looking at Li Yang, who stood still after pulling out his staff, Bai Ji on the side was a bit strange. Didn't she remember that Li Yang was a farmer by profession? How come you have to pull out your staff before a fight? But the next moment, as Li Yang opened his eyes, he gently snapped his fingers. All of Bai Ji's doubts were replaced by an even greater shock, only to see that the originally gray scene inside the abandoned town in front of him was suddenly covered by a wave of emerald green. Countless plants grew out of the shadows, following everything that could reach the soil, growing to the size of several meters in a matter of seconds. Some of these ground thorns even climbed directly along the cracks of the walls to the roofs of houses as high as 3 or 4 stories. An unusually intense outpouring of firepower began against all the magical beasts as far as the eye could see. Bright green and ghostly blue peas shot out like bullets. Green cabbage with big piles of butter were also thrown high into the sky. As soon as the one-person tall chili peppers showed their heads, they swelled up at a rate visible to the naked eye. The next moment it was a prairie fire, raising a wall of fire several meters high and engulfing the deserted street. A large number of sea-dwelling species of magical beasts that attempted to surge in were directly swept into the sea of fire, emitting incomparably mournful screams, accompanied by crackling sounds, and were turned into pitch-black charcoal. The giant fighting at the very front was also startled by the sudden change that had set off, and subconsciously turned his head back, just in time to see the Li Yang duo standing in the distance. Then, the hostility of his gaze tightened up. It casually snapped off a few houses and smashed them on the path those beasts were bound to take as they continued deeper inward. And then he violently crossed over a few houses and walked towards Li Yang's side. While walking, he also let out a deafening roar. As it did, the ground shook violently. The sense of oppression this giant brought was extraordinary. This stance truly startled Li Yang. This can't be angry, can it? No. Why doesn't this guy have a good face when he sees someone helping? Is it hard to believe that this is a really weird beast? Just as he was thinking that, the low roar of the giant over there that was originally filled with anger gradually faded. The huge body slowly turned into a mud-like mush at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to collapse in large swathes. A giant that was over 10 meters tall actually melted away in front of Li Yang. The scene. Li Yang has never actually seen it. Most of those melted down meat slimes, before they even touched the ground, turned into a cloud of white vapor and disappeared without a trace, and an incomparably ordinary silhouette walked out of it through the layers of white mist. The man wore the combat uniform of the Tongzuanji, and a pair of thick, and somewhat comical, round-rimmed glasses on his face. Underneath was a pair of jeans that were washed almost to the point of losing their color, with a pair of plain loafers. And I don't know if it was Li Yang's illusion. The way this guy walks, he seems to have a bit of a limp. It gives the impression that it's really mundane. One of those guys who throws himself into a pile of people and can't be found on the turn of an eye. It was simply two extremes from the giant that was tall and powerful just now, with eyes that revealed a murderous aura. Hey, howdy y'all. This support is so timely. If you guys had come a little later, I'm afraid I would have missed quite a few magical beasts on my side. After approaching some distance, the guy who had lifted his giant form hurriedly thanked Li Yang and the two of them, bowing somewhat clumsily. Meanwhile, a goofy smile emerges on his face, looking a bit like an alpaca. This naive and honest image was a far cry from the murderous and decisive look just now. Look at these clothes. You're the senior of the previous Tongzuanji combat department, right? Bai Shi recognized the identity of this person at a glance, and after slightly saluting, she opened her mouth to introduce him. I'm Bai Ji. This is Li Yang. We are the new class of trans-migrants from the life department of the Tongshin division, and we have been ordered to rush here for support. Li Yang nodded. Well, she finished what I had to say. Bai Ji covered her mouth in some embarrassment and whispered an apology. The person on the opposite side was also unsurprisingly. Having never seen Bai Ji's so formal way of greeting her at all, he instantly became rushed. Rubbing his hands together and scratching his head, he could then only say with an apologetic face, sorry, I didn't specialize in that. I am Du Shengding of the Tongshin division, 82 levels, Berserker. Thank you both for your support. With that, he arched his hand again. Between his hands and feet, he displayed a humility and simplicity that was completely at odds with his own strength. Hearing this, Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked a little puzzled. An 82nd level berserker. If this kind of character was placed in Yunzhou, he would probably be able to hold the position of military minister casually. Also, the berserker. The key is that people don't look crazy at all. That's really interesting. Though still wanting to have a good chat with this dude named Du Shengding, but now is not the time for that. The number of plants that Li Yang had planted using the shadow staff was very limited, and in the midst of such a complex terrain, there were many corners that couldn't be taken care of on the side. After the magical beasts over there gradually became accustomed to the presence of these plants, they began to slowly go around the dead ends of the plant's attacks and burrowed inside the various gaps. That's how it is with the beast tide. I don't know what principle they actually use. Anyway, when a large group of magical beasts gathered together, they could always know exactly where the densest part of the nearby crowd was, and then launch an attack in one fell swoop. Behind the Great Wall of the North, less than 100 miles away was the city of the far north. Once these magical beasts catch a chance to kill in, when the magical beasts entered the city, the damage that would be caused would be incalculable. Li Yang patted Du Xingding's shoulder and spoke. Dude, more support will be here in a few minutes. Try harder and hold out a little longer. You buy me some time. I'll try to plant some more plants and line up some good troops, and try to keep all these magical beasts out of here. Growing plants? Platooning? Moreover, Li Yang said this in a tone as if he was very confident that he could block the beast tide over here all by himself. Anyone else would have been caught asking these questions. But Du Xingding just glanced behind him at the green shade that spread over a small half of the city, with the towering wall of fire. In his heart, he already had a rough estimate of Li Yang's strength, and so it nodded slowly. Good, brother Li Yang, we'll have to rely on you more this time, but don't push yourself too hard. If we really can't hold out, we'll just pull back a few miles. Li Yang waved his hand, signaling Du Xingding to rest assured, and then he took a step forward and took out a number of seeds from his storage ring. Straight away, he walked towards the tide of beasts that gradually came out in front of him. Looking at Li Yang's incomparably determined back, a wave of excitement gradually flooded Du Xingding's heart. With that, he took 2 quick steps forward, a fierce light showing in his eyes, then raised his hand toward his face, slapped his 2 big pussy pocket. The sound was incomparably crisp, startling Li Yang who was walking in front. Li Yang hurriedly turned back. Not buddy, not really? If you're tired, I've got a pick-me-up here. Li Yang thought that it was because Du Xingding was physically and mentally exhausted after a long battle and was trying to force himself to get refreshed, was about to pull out some coffee beans to give him a boost. As a result, the next moment, the changes that happened on Du Xingding's body made Li Yang understand everything instantly, only to see an extremely fierce expression emerge on Du Xingding's simple and honest face. Steaming heat began to rise over his entire body, and his skin became redder and redder, following which, roar! A deafening roar that was completely unlike anything a human being could emit rang out violently like thunder from the flat earth. Du Xingding's entire body was surrounded by rolling white smoke, and the blazing, steaming steam surged upwards, straight into the sky. Countless scarlet flesh and pale bones intertwined and reorganized in it, generating tough muscles and skin within half a second. And then the next moment, a full dozen meters tall, athletic and bursting with muscles giant rushed out of the white smoke. Along with that roar, his eyes revealed a ferocious light as he charged straight towards the tide of beasts. The earth trembles and the houses wail. The furious giant seemed like an out-of-control beast, and the entirety of it pounced into the tide of beasts, lifting off large swaths of flesh and blood. Can you become a giant after anger? I didn't realize that in this world, there was actually such a talent. It's truly amazing. Bai Ji's silver-white hair was blown about by the gusts of wind kicked up by the giant, but it didn't take away from the shock she felt at the moment. She pulled a hand through her long hair around her ear and looked over at the giant rising from the ground, her mouth slightly open. People like that have always been in the Tongshan division. Why had she never heard of it? TSK. With this level of rage, it's hard to know which side is the villain. Li Yang in front of him had already walked to the right place and looked at Du Xingding over there who was blocking the beast tide with his frenzied battle and casually flirted. And then, slowly, he raised his hand. Well, then, it's almost time for me to start. Pa dash. A ringing finger. With Li Yang himself as the center, roughly 2 soccer fields worth of land. The solid ground was toppled by turquoise vines, and a mass of strangely shaped peas drew up roots and stems and broke through the ground. 100 shill shooters with 60 corn throwers as a hold. 40 torch stumps are lined up for enchantment. A wall of 100 nuts in the front row seals the gap, and then 200 double launchers closing. At this point, the formation has been completed. Li Yang pulled out the plant formation save card that he had obtained from the system and casually threw it in front of his eyes. Go ahead. Go save this. Then duplicate it for me 5 times in the same formation. 2,500 plants were set out in columns. It was enough to prevent those magical beasts from taking another step forward. Host command detected. Preservation of existing plant arrays has begun. Plant formation save card no. 001. Activated. Codename, not yet available. Main plant species, double launcher. Torch stump, nut wall, ice shooter, corn thrower, total number of plants, 500. Required area, 40 by 50. Required sunlight, 75,500. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Has accepted the host's request to duplicate the formation 5 times. Total sunlight required, 377. 500. Total time required, 150 seconds. Detecting the existence of obstacles in the terrain. Whether to allow the system to automatically adjust the position of plants within a certain range. A whole bunch of tips popped up in Li Yang's mind. After selecting allow, all prompts were instantly cleared. What followed was the spectacle of a large number of plants breaking out of the ground. As the 150-second countdown began, the plants that Li Yang listed out became more and more numerous. It even overpowered those magical beasts that came through the rift by a head. Quite a number of smaller-sized sea-dwelling species of magical beasts that moved nimbly, slipped out from around the giant's feet and rushed towards Li Yang's side. But one simply couldn't run more than a few steps before being shattered by the raining peas, unable to leave even a whole body. Some of the higher-level rates that can't be easily spiked by plants can go slightly farther instead, but it's only slightly farther. You can't walk very far before you're hit by a chunk of butter thrown by hundreds of corn pitchers, and you're frozen in place on the spot. Peas of both ice and fire attributes spew towards the wave of beasts, crackling and snapping in a continuous stream. The wave of beasts that had been so imposing just a moment ago had been hardened back quite a bit. Even Du Shengding, who had transformed into a giant, couldn't help but show a very astonished expression as he looked at the scene before him. Looking over to Li Yang again, the heart couldn't help but feel a little more admiration. Of course he knew that there were many experts within the Tongshan division, but Li Yang possessed this kind of power at such a young age, and have been able to control it completely, with ease. It really took him by surprise. Looking at the magical beasts that were forced back by the plants, Du Shengding hesitated a little, and then began to clean up this side of the building, flatten all those houses next to them as a way to create a better output environment for Li Yang. After all, it was dealing with a wave of beasts, compared to his own clumsy giant body. Still, Li Yang's cleanup was a bit more efficient. Looking at Li Yang over there stretching his back with a leisurely look, Du Shengding understood. There was no longer any doubt about how this battle would end. Come on, pick up the pace. The key area over here has been breached. Quickly dispatch manpower to station it. The ones in front run up quickly. There are only a few Tongshan division elites holding down the fort over there right now, so I don't know how long they can hold out. I can't believe I forgot this side. Damn it, we're really seriously understaffed right now. If this keeps up, not a moment too soon. A small team stationed locally in the north arrived this way without stopping. The battle on the front line had taken up a large number of troops, and although a slight advantage had been gained, the northern lands were still in a state of empty backfill today. In this case, the various squads of the non-frontline military headquarters needed to keep rushing to the various gates of the northern wall against the pressure of the front line, skimming the front lines where the fighting was most intense. The Wraith's attack was a simultaneous one from many angles. The other local passes were broken by the beast tide, which would inevitably cause the large frontline troops to go belly up. At that point, let alone the advantage that is so hard to gain today, once surrounded by the raging tide of beasts, without the shelter of the Great Wall of the North, even the most battle-hardened transmigrator would find it difficult to retreat in one piece. Therefore, after hearing the news that there were already magical beasts on this side that had passed through the city walls and entered the interior, the person in charge of the frontline battle immediately dispatched 2 squads to this side for support. 30 or so heavily armed soldiers made some hasty marches and finally arrived this way, but after seeing the scene, many people froze in place on the spot. There was no raging tide of beasts crossing the walls over here. All there is full of verdant plants, with projectiles flying in the sky, as well as flattened houses, and large swaths of the beast tide that had been beaten to a pulp, unable to penetrate any further than half an inch. Most of the huge number of magical beasts were just around level 60. In front of Li Yang's already fully formed army of plants, it was simply unbeatable. Du Shengding, who had transformed into a giant, didn't have the capital to participate in the battle at this time. You can only be on the sidelines, helping to tear down houses and build positions, blocking the entry of the wraiths while clearing enough space for the projectiles to fly apart. Those swishing peas could barely take more than a few rounds to finish off a wraith. It's incredibly efficient. What's going on here? Are these lush green plants the skill of some transmogrifier? No, that's overbearing, isn't it? 3 young men guarding a pass. It's also too incredible. Is this the strength of the Tongshan division? I've long heard that the transmigrators in the Tongshan division are all monsters, and now that I've taken a look, they really live up to their name. A group of soldiers stood at a distance, looking dazed at the battlefield in front of them. They're here for backup. But look at this situation. These 3 Tongshan division transmigrators couldn't even use their support. Your dual launcher defeats the sea-dwelling demon augur, LV. 59. Congratulations on gaining experience, 7,860. Your corn thrower defeated deep sea ninjas, LV. 63. Congratulations on gaining experience, 9,862. Your experience value has reached its limit. Congratulations on your level increase, LV. 58 LV. 59. Your experience value has reached its limit. Congratulations on your level increase, LV. 59 LV. 60. Current mission, kill 500 magical beasts of level 60 or above, 385 out of 500. Mission reward, 20 million sunlight. A rare prop card. A plant formation saving card. Li Yang found a not-so-small piece of rubble and sat on it, looking at the kill prompts that swiped like a screen in front of his eyes, and secretly sighed at his current efficiency in brushing monsters. Although right now, many of these magical beasts inside were over level 60, which was already beyond the range of the plant rule's seconds. However, as long as he grows enough plants, there is absolutely no need to worry about such problems. Just as he had thought before, the most powerful thing about these plants is the chain reaction they create when they pile up. Quantitative change produces qualitative change, and the overwhelming number of plants is more than enough to offset any deficiencies. The bullets shot by Li Yang's plants had now pushed all the way over to the city wall, but wherever a magical beast showed its head, the next second it would be in pieces. Brush on for a while longer. Once the system quests are complete, you can patch up the gaps in the walls with a wall of nuts. Li Yang thought like this and yawned slightly. I have to say, hanging out and brushing up on monsters is cool, but it does get a little boring when you play it too much. Besides, there's no chance for Baiji to try out the other bountiful plants just yet. Sometime later, have her take a random shot at a pea shooter or corn pitcher or something. We can't let her do nothing on her rare visit, can we? While Li Yang was pondering about the matter concerning the bountiful plants, the soldiers who had rushed behind to provide support had already come to Li Yang's side one after another. At the sight of those upgrade halos emerging from Li Yang's head, the crowd could basically guess from whom the plants all over the ground came from. Each and every one of them had an expression of either surprise or reverence on their faces as they came over to hand over to Li Yang. After realizing that this place had basically been suppressed by Li Yang alone, the crowd all let out very shocked exclamations. The several squad leaders leading the group looked at each other and coincidentally expressed their heartfelt admiration for Li Yang. It's worthy of being a talented transmigrator from the Tongshin division. I've heard for a long time that one of you people can be as good as 100 ordinary transmuters. It's really better to see than to hear. And it's actually so young. Looking at the two of you, you should be about the same age as my son, and you actually have this kind of combat power. It's really admirable. Thank you for your support. If it wasn't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable if the main force had gone belly up. Saying that, those squad leaders with their soldiers bowed repeatedly. When he was in Yunzhou, Li Yan was already accustomed to this kind of praise and just smiled politely and made a polite remark. However, the Baiji beside her was the first time she had heard this kind of praise. There was a sudden gleam of delight in his eyes. Hastily twirling her skirts, she returned the greeting to the crowd that bowed in succession. And this action instantly drew the attention of a few more soldiers behind them. Wait, this conspicuous silver hair, or someone from the Tongshin division, isn't this the great lady from the White family? Hearing this, the several soldiers next to him, as well as the squad leader in front of him, also reacted at the same time. The White family's reputation may not be as high elsewhere. The name of the White family's eldest young lady was not something that everyone could hear. Just like Yunzhou, for example, had never heard of this character. But this is the Northern Territory, the extreme north of the entire Chinese nation. To put it bluntly, it's almost considered the White family's territory. The Bai family's fame over here could be said to be unknown to everyone. Even if no one had ever seen Baiji's exact appearance, they would more or less have heard about her. And in front of his hometown fathers and mothers God soldiers to participate in the battle, to restore the situation on the front line, to make an important contribution. This simply fits in with all of Baiji's childhood fantasies about the future, and has the feeling of a dream shining into reality. It was also thanks to Li Yang that all this was possible. Thinking of this, she turned her head and cast a grateful look at Li Yang. It happened to meet Li Yang at eye level. At this time, Li Yang was also looking up and down at Baiji, who was all in white. White dress, white skirt, white skin. It looks like the color of the pupil is also off-white. This White family isn't all like this, is it? Li Yang imagined it largely in his head. But right now, his biggest interest in Baiji was actually still, when should that gift of abundance be brought out for her to use? As soon as such a thought popped up, the giants in front of them, who were cooperating with the plants to stop the beast tide, suddenly let out a deafening roar. At the same time, a violent tremor suddenly rippled along the city walls. All the people present raised their heads in unison and looked that way. In the next moment, a huge claw suddenly reached out from the wall over there and smashed heavily on the giant rock-stacked wall. What's going on here? Something's coming that way. These claws, they're huge. What is this? The people in the room were shocked. The eyes looked at the giant claw that reached in over the wall over there. revealing an expression of incomparable astonishment. The problem of the beast tide on the front line hadn't been solved yet, and now there was this. This newly appeared large enemy was definitely not comparable to ordinary magical beasts just by looking at its size. At a conservative estimate, it would have to be Lord level. And the appearance of this guy was completely different from the sea-dwelling species of magical beasts gathered here. There couldn't possibly be any sea-dwelling species of magical beast that would have such huge claws. In this situation, it could only be that the tide of beasts outside the wall had shifted. They focused their attacks in other directions. For example, here. Oh shit. Call for backup. A magical beast of this size will just tear down the city walls. Damn it. How could this happen? We underestimated the scale of this beast tide. Call for help. Call for help. The soldiers became anxious. Most of them copied their weapons and rushed that way, while a few were busy contacting support from all over the place. One of the squad leaders hurriedly put down the walkie-talkie in his hand and spoke with a frown. I've already called the several great clans that are holding down the rear of the Northern Realm, and the closest one, the White Clan, is assigning personnel to head our way. Several other clans have also sent support, but most of them are assigned from the front line. If this goes on, the advantage that was so hard to establish at the front line will. Another man next to him interrupted indignantly. What a time to care about advantages. If that thing crashes through the northern wall, that's not to mention the advantage of the front line. Our entire rear will be killed by the wave of beasts rushing in. Call for backup. A few people were in disarray. Li Yang, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards the huge beast over there that was picking at the city wall with its huge claws. The Great Wall of the North was a full 20 meters high. How big must a magical beast be that can hitch a ride on it with one claw? At the very least, it has to be bigger than the giant Du Shengding turned into. The damage caused by a guy of that size tumbling in must not be underestimated. But that's okay. If that guy relied on his massive size and just blasted through the wall, the magical beasts piled up outside and unable to enter would fish in and engulf everything in an instant. At that point, the consequences are unimaginable. However, if it's rated within a reasonable range, with Li Yang's strength, it might not be impossible to take care of him. Thinking of this, Li Yang slightly narrowed his eyes. Raising his hand, he unleashed an appraisal spell towards the beast. Elite level beasts, fierce beasts, Stygian abyss. Rank, LV. 75. Description, a beast that crawls out from the bottom of the abyss, possessing highly specialized wings and a mouthpiece that fits its environment perfectly. It is a demon that only exists in the abyss. As a beast, he can drive any beasts below him to form a wave of beasts. A level 75 elite monster. I don't know what runaway copy it came out of, but it came just in time. Li Yang narrowed his eyes, already thinking about what kind of plants could cause effective damage to him. Cherry bombs, and plants like firecracker chili peppers definitely don't work. These things have too much killing range and their effectiveness is limited by their class. If you rely on quantity stacking to force firepower, in the end, the monsters could be blown up, but the northern city walls would have to collapse along with them 80% of the time. And the plant that does the most damage to a single body for a short period of time now is his. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and noticed the twin launchers outputting fiercely in front of him. Seems like his highest DPS plant so far is a dual launcher that has been enchanted with a torch stump. If you add the abundance buff to both. Li Yang thought of this when he thought of this. More magical beasts had poured in over the city wall. According to the relevant information fed back by the appraisal technique just now, this Stygian abyssal fierce beast possessed the ability to drive low-level magical beasts. So much so that under its command, more and more magical beasts began to converge from all directions. Roar! The giant incarnated by Du Shengding erupted into a roar, from picking up an abandoned tower and wielding it as a weapon. Under his attack, large swathes of magical beasts were smashed into meat paste and died extremely miserable deaths. But, after all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. What's more, the number of that demonic beast on the opposite side was simply more than 4 hands? Even if the giant's power is strong, it's impossible to take care of every corner. A large number of magical beasts lifted up like frenzied wolves and slapped heavily. The flurry of plants on Li Yang's side was able to barely keep this raging wave at the periphery. However, the wave of beasts was still advancing inward, inch by inch, under the command of the Stygian abyssal fierce beast in the rear. The battlefield was filled with smoke, and the charred corpses of the magical beasts that were burnt by the fire-burning peas emitted a stench that went straight to the sky. Huge chunks of butter showered down like rain, blocking off the foremost magical beasts, but still unable to stop the advance of the following wave of beasts. Li Yang raised his shadow staff, saw the right time, and released a few cherry bombs underneath the shadows of the beast tide. In a flash, a blinding white light flashed. With a few loud bangs, several clusters of mushroom clouds lifted up at the feet of the giant over there. The original cherry bomb that was able to kill an entire area of magical beasts in seconds in Yunzhou had more or less lost some of its original effect. though the explosion made a big mess of the scope. However, for those magical beasts that exceeded the 60-level limit, they did not pose a fatal injury, half-crippled at best. With more than 2,000 plants on fire, it was able to largely curb the speed at which the beast tide entered. But this must not be a permanent solution. The guy in the back is the main course, and it hasn't even made a move until now. While Li Yang was narrowing his eyes and scrutinizing the movements of that Stygian abyssal fierce beast, a phone call suddenly came through. Li Yang picked up, and Dongfang Changming's voice came from the other side. Student Li Yang, I heard that an abnormal elite-level magical beast has appeared on your side? That demonic beast is already a bit beyond our control. Retreat back first. This side of the front line has decided to change its strategy for the time being, giving up its advantage and prioritizing sending troops to support your side. Leave the back to the regulars. It's too dangerous over there. You guys back up first. Dongfang Changming's voice appeared a bit anxious, obviously solidly worried for Li Yang. He had asked Li Yang to come over and join the battle because he hoped that Li Yang would be able to utilize his strengths to help them open up the situation. Instead, they let Li Yang get into deep danger and risk his life to fight. Nowadays, Li Yang could almost be considered to be in the top tier of talent in the entire Tongxin division. Together with Bai Ji, the combination of these two undoubtedly possessed the power to change the future. To be unkind, regardless of whether this battle was won or lost, Li Yang and Bai Ji, both of them, had to return to the imperial capital safely. This time, because of Li Yang's participation in the war, the depletion of the frontline troops was eased to a great extent. They didn't need to assign a large number of soldiers to defend this side of the line, so they could naturally devote themselves fully to the battle at the front. That's how the front line is dominant. Li Yang had already done enough. There was no need to put him in direct danger again. Li Yang, if anything happens to you, it's a loss for all of China. Well, we can just try a little this time. So hurry up and pull back. In the Tongxian division in the future, there will still be plenty of opportunities to fight monsters and upgrade. It's not that bad for a while. Facing Dongfang Changming's request, Li Yang did not respond at first. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge-sized Stygian abyssal fierce beast in front of him, as well as the surging tide of beasts behind it. Taking a deep breath, he then spoke slowly. Okay, I understand. But before that, I want to finish what needs to be done. After all, this time is exactly the opportunity to experiment with the fit of my ability with Miss Bai Ji. It's quite rare. It would be a bit of a shame to miss it just like that. Later, I will successively withdraw to a safe distance, and then retreat completely after I have ascertained the power of the bountiful plants. Dongfang Changming was momentarily speechless. He had intended for Li Yang to directly return to the imperial capital by airship, but since Li Yang said so, he then opened his mouth and asked after Li Yang's current rank exactly. Li Yang laughed a little, checked his panel and reported his rank. Name, Li Yang. Occupation, farmer, third turn, rank, LV. 60. Stamina, 60. Defense, 60. Power, 60. Agility, 60. Spiritual power, 60. Freely assignable points, 0. Professional talents, Dave's plant shop, subtle plant management, plant empathy. If you have reached the level requirement for the fourth transfer, please go to the transfer crystal to make a transfer to unlock new talents and higher level privileges. After slaughtering a large wave of magical beasts just now, Li Yang had finally reached the threshold of the fourth turn. 60 levels, 4 turns. For the transferees, this was considered a transfer that produced a qualitative change in their profession. The fourth turn was a threshold that many transmigrators could not cross even after a lifetime of exhaustion. Again, a new beginning in the life of many masters. To know, as long as one was able to complete the fourth turn, the lifespan of the transmuter would be significantly increased. Previously in Yunzhou, clearly the same age of the mayor Zhang Mingshu and the dean Su Minghong, but showed a very different two-age state, and for the same reason. Is it level 60 already? After hearing that Li Yang had reached level 60, there was a brief moment of silence from the Eastern Changming. It was both frightened by Li Yang's horrifyingly high level nowadays, and at the same time, it was also critically analyzing Li Yang's winning percentage. That Stygian abyssal fierce beast was reported to be level 75. There was a 15-level difference with Li Yang. The power gap brought about by this level difference was not something that could be bridged by an average person relying on skill. But look at it the other way around. Li Yang isn't an average person at all, either. Carefully counting, Li Yang had gone from awakening his profession to his upcoming fourth turn. There was less than half a month between them, up to level 60 in such a short time. Is this something a normal transmogrifier can do? So, this 15-level gap might actually be able to be bridged by Li Yang. After all, there's still Bai Ji. Even if Li Yang was unable to defeat that demonic beast, as long as he could successfully release his skills with Bai Ji's cooperation and cause effects on the demonic beast, collecting real-world data would not be a waste of effort. Thinking of this, Dongfang Changming hurriedly opened his mouth. Okay, classmate Li Yang, you and Bai Ji will first distance yourself from the magical beasts and conduct the abundance experiment. Also, the White family's side has already rushed over there as fast as they can, and it won't take more than a few minutes to get there. If you can't do effective damage to the magical beasts, there's still the White family to cover your bases. Remember, who you are today is very important. Always prioritize your protection. Words. Li Yang smiled and nodded. Although Dongfang Changming couldn't see it through the phone, he more or less gave an attitude. And then, looking at the giant claw that was picking at the city wall, Li Yang glanced at Bai Ji. Miss Bai. Do it. Targets. It's these two things. Let's make this quick, said, pointing to the twin launchers and the torch stump in front of him. After hearing Li Yang's instructions, Bai Ji nodded and walked up quickly. But after extending his hand, he hesitated slightly. One at a time. 2 plants? Since the last time I tried to use abundance on the nut wall in cloud state, she then realized a problem. Li Yang's plants were completely different from those crops she had once come into contact with. Originally, with her abilities, she basically had to plump through an acre or two of crops before she began to feel tired and sleepy. Li Yang's plants, however, could top several acres of fields with a single plant. Straight away, it would drain her whole body, and her body just couldn't handle it. Bai Ji can be sure that the sleep she had after Feng Rao passed the nut wall was the deepest sleep she had ever had in her life. Now to use it on 2 plants at once. Bai Ji shook her head and shook off the refuted thoughts in her mind. I can't believe I'm showing weakness at a time like this. What an uncharacteristic thing to do. Luckily no one noticed. Just now, Li Yang had actually talked to her some. In the words of Li Yang, let's leave aside for the moment any lofty justice and ideals. Thinking purely in terms of talent discovery, if she doesn't show the strength she possesses, no one will know exactly what she can do. Without showing enough strength, naturally you won't get enough attention. That kind of result is clearly the opposite of her dream. Miss White, what's wrong? Li Yang, who was next to her, saw Bai Ji standing there motionless and thought that she had made some mistake there. Like the abundance ability suddenly fails at a critical moment or something. Bai Ji hurriedly shook her head. No, it's nothing. Don't worry. I'll get right on it. Li Yang's comment was a small nudge. Bai Ji took a deep breath, her eyes gradually becoming firm. And then she pulled out the coffee beans that Li Yang had given her earlier from her pocket. With this as support, she could at the very least hold out until she finished releasing 2 sets of skills. Li Yang watched as Bai Ji's figure flew like a white butterfly to the 2 plants he pointed out. Slowly, he stretched out his hand and mouthed the words. Some ghostly green points of light flew out from her fingertips, mixed with a hint of earthy fragrance. It swirled through the air. Most of these points of light were incorporated into the 2 plants in front of them. Crunch dash. Before her eyelids fluttered, Bai Ji gently bit her shell teeth and chewed and swallowed the coffee beans. Steel yourself and maintain it until the end of the skill. After about 5 seconds or so, a new tip finally popped up in Li Yang's system interface. Dual Launcher, plus version, a bountiful upgraded version of the Dual Launcher, which is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation save card. Plant characteristics: the state of abundance lasts for 20 minutes, during which time the dual launchers will change their output pattern to a single shot of 3000 Ps every 10 minutes, which can be paused at any time. Torch Stump, plus version, a bountiful upgraded version of the Torch Stump, which is a special plant and cannot be entered into the formation save card. Botanical characteristics: the bounty state will persist, during which the torch stump's flames will change to blue fire, increasing the damage increase to 5 times, and the flames will have an adhesion effect. The flames will automatically attach themselves to the target of the attack, causing continuous burning damage that cannot be extinguished by conventional means. 2 new bountiful plants are born, almost at the same time. The 2 plants in front of Bai Ji also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dual launchers are actually okay. Just the stem got a little thicker and the head got a little bigger. After gently shaking his head twice, he didn't even wait for Li Yang to issue an order. It then shot out a mass of peas from that dark mouth like a well. The whole 3000 rounds. It all came out in a flash. For a single target. This has been devastating damage. And this, as yet, is not the final form of Li Yang's plan. Next to the stump of a torch tree, flames rose from its head more than 3 feet high. The original blazing red flames had also turned into a blue color similar to that of natural gas after it had been burned. A dual launcher that instantly fires 3000 rounds of peas, paired with a torch stump that increases damage by 5 times. When these 2 things are sacrificed, they can be said to destroy the sky and the earth. The countless peas came together in a whole parabola, and after passing through the stumps of the torches that were smoking blue fire, they headed straight toward the raging tide of beasts in front of them. In an instant, it set off a large cloud of smoke. A straight line of magical beasts was instantly cleared. The tide of beasts at this point was as hard and straight as the biblical parting of the Red Sea by Moses, which was shot out of a large vacuum in a straight line. The ground burned with a roaring blue fire, heading straight for the Great Wall of the North. It smashed against the thick walls with a rumbling sound. For a while, the spectacular sight caused many people in the room to gasp. Holy shit! What is this? Is it a meteor shower? This scale is simply terrifying as hell. The soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. Although they didn't know the principle, they already felt a huge sense of oppression just by looking at that sight of flying fire. A large group of people unanimously stopped the movements of their hands and looked at the flames in the sky, their eyes dripping round. Half the time he couldn't even speak. On the other hand, the sight of the beast tide was likewise stopped in its tracks by this sudden catharsis of firepower. The Stygian abyssal fierce beast at the back, who commanded the entire situation, seemed to have sensed the problem as well. Starting to get a little restless, it didn't take long for a dull roar to escape. It flipped violently over the other side of the wall. And this guy, it was really quite different from what Li Yang had imagined it would look like. The Stygian fierce beast looked like a huge and bloated mole. Without the tail, it stands up almost as tall as the Great Wall of the North. The back where the wings would have been grew into massive claws that, individually, were about the size of its own torso. The so-called mouthparts, which are extremely well adapted to the environment in which they live, are also split into 4 petals, which open up like a flower. The body of that thing was covered with a layer of green-colored scales, and it was also covered with quite a lot of rocks and thick dirt. It seems to move underground a lot. The thing opened its mouth wide and slowly climbed down the wall, while letting out a deafening roar. He began to drag his body forward with those 2 extremely developed, alienated clawed wings. The sight that the soldiers guarding this place least expected had finally happened. This massive magical beast began to enter in person, leading the beast tide to launch an onslaught. That, little brother Li Yang, that attack just now. The few soldiers around Li Yang seemed to see hope and rushed to Li Yang, hoping that he would make a move to release it again. However, Li Yang held his chin and gently shook his head. The only thing that misses the mark is that the dual launchers after plenty. You have to cool down for 10 minutes once you use them. It's got enough firepower, but that cooldown is a little too long. Li Yang was now quite certain that the next round of P-Flurry, this Stygian fierce beast would definitely not survive. But here's the thing, with this guy's speed, charging all the way over here doesn't seem to take 10 minutes at all. By the time the dual launchers had cooled down well, I'm afraid that even the yellow flowers would be cold. So right now, the best solution would only be to make Bai Ji work hard again. Thinking, Li Yang turned his head and looked at Bai Ji next to him. At this point, she was in a state of overexertion and exhaustion. The upper and lower eyelids were fluttering, as if the slightest inattention would cause both eyes to close and pass out. At this rate, if another wave comes on, she's afraid she'll die suddenly on the spot. Seeing this, Li Yang was a bit torn. However, Bai Ji, who was on the side, slowly and forcefully climbed up, fighting back that intense drowsiness. He pulled another coffee bean from his own pocket. Before he ate it, he also slightly looked back at Li Yang. Mr. Li Yang, later, can I trouble you to take me back? I want to try and see just how far I can go with this power of my own, but after this time, I might actually have to get some sleep. Li Yang understood and nodded slightly. After all, he was also curious as to whether or not the dual launchers after the abundance could actually manage to kill this demonic beast by going over the top. But fearing that she didn't know, Li Yang still reminded her slightly. The coffee bean's ability to keep a person awake only temporarily does not completely eliminate fatigue. Nowadays, Bai Ji would be off her feet with every release of her abundance skill. Strongly release it 3 times in a row if. What would become of him after that? He couldn't say. But Bai Ji just shook her head. And although she didn't have much strength, her attitude was very determined. Since she had made up her mind, there was no need for Li Yang to stop anything. Raising his hand, he adjusted the position of the torch stump and then made a pleased gesture. Bai Ji also bit the coffee bean in her mouth and once again raised her hand towards the twin launchers in front of her. Abundance is unleashed and change occurs in tandem. With the lesson we just learned, Li Yang learned that before a plant receives an abundance, it should temporarily stop its own plant's normal activities and cancel its automatic attacks. Otherwise, one can easily fail to react after the plant shifts its output mode, thus wasting the number of attacks. After Bai Ji did everything she had to do, then he shook gently twice and fell weakly downward. Li Yang was quick on his feet and stepped forward to help her to the side, while summoning a pumpkin head to protect her inside. Then it took control of the second double launcher that had been affected by the abundance, and made it aim far ahead of the battlefield, at the gradually approaching ferocious beasts. Li Yang, do it! The giantized Du Shengding who was clearing the beast tide in front of him let out a roar as he rushed out of the ruins with an arrow step, directly blocking the ferocious beast. Opening his arms, He stiffly broke open the Stygian abyssal ferocious beast's mouthpiece that had split into 4 pieces. With his flesh and blood, he was able to stop the advance of the ferocious beast. The Stygian fierce beast's speed was slowed down quite a bit, and it could only hiss with open teeth and claws while wrestling with Du Shengding, who was a circle smaller. Li Yang in the back was slightly resting his chin, waiting for the right moment. The battle over there was ultimately better for the behemoth. The behemoth let out a fierce roar and vigorously pressed downward. Du Shengding, who was supporting his entire weight with his arms and legs, let out a muffled grunt and dropped to one knee. The solid ground, already crushed by the weight of these 2 behemoths, was riddled with cracks, but at the same time, a gap appeared above his head, and this was the opportunity that Li Yang had been waiting for. Accompanied by Li Yang's command, countless peas burning with ghostly blue flames were shooting out from somewhere in succession, connecting into a bright thin line in the sky. The pea cut across the sky, whisking over the raging tide of beasts and rushing straight towards the ferocious beasts in front of Du Shengding. The peas with flames attached to them slammed hard into the ferocious beast's muzzle, which then burst into flames. From a distance, it looked almost as if the ferocious beast itself was spewing fire out. Ow dash! The Stygian fierce beast let out a blood-curdling scream. It was the first time since its appearance that it had made such a miserable sound. And with the miserable screams of the Stygian abyssal fierce beast, a large number of magical beasts underneath them also seemed to begin to empathize with the situation, stopping their forward charging movements and turning to roll all over the ground, screaming miserably. The originally unstoppable attack collapsed without a trace in an instant. The dual launchers were still outputting, and 3,000 rounds of peas wasn't going to be easy. With the number of hits taken, the huge-sized magical beasts also began to gradually fall apart under this horrifying firepower. The hideous flesh crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As P's attack reached its end, the life of the Stygian fierce beast began to count down step by step. Eventually, as the last of the fire-burning peas disappeared into the flesh and blood of the ferocious beast of enormous size completely disintegrated, turning into ashes in the sky charging ghostly blue flames. Your dual launcher, plus version, has successfully slain an elite-level magical beast, Fierce Beast, Stygian Abyss, LV. 75. Congratulations! You've won the Abyssal Treasure Chest X1. The Abyssal Treasure Chest can be used to open Abyssal Series weapons and defense equipment, and the recommended level of equipment is LV. 70 or above. It is recommended to open it after reaching the level requirement. Current mission, kill 500 magical beasts above level 60, 500/500. Completed. Congratulations on your mission reward, 20 million sunlight, a rare prop card, and a plant formation save card. Congratulations, you have won a rare item card. Do you want to draw it now? After successfully killing that ferocious beast, a number of tips popped up on Li Yang's side once again. Killing an elite-level magical beast over the level rewarded a card-ranked treasure chest. There was no choice but to put it away and open it later. Other than that, the biggest gain was this so-called prop card. It is well known that Dave's prop store has a lot of good stuff in it, but all those strange little props tend to sell for a lot of money. Now it's so hard to have such a white-whoring opportunity. How could Li Yang not cherish it? Thinking about it, Li Yang's mind mobilized and took out the prop card from the system, and then directly afterward, he carried the card and shook it with a slight smile. Ah, Dave, my old buddy, how about giving some good ones? Look at our relationship. If you give me more good stuff, I'll be happy to come here more often in the future, right? Crazy Dave stared and replied without thinking. Crooked Bebop. Yeah, well, what do you expect him to do? Li Yang held his forehead. The card in his hand had lit up with a blinding light. The light dissipated and the card revealed the information about the new prop. Prop name, Nut Wrap. Prop's characteristics, able to plant new plants of the same kind directly on already wounded nuts/high nuts to repair them, without consuming sunlight. It's a skill that fixes nut walls. Li Yang rested his cheeks and looked at the almost unharmed wall of nuts in front of him. These things, originally, were used to stop the wraith. As a result, I didn't expect that those magical beasts were actually so weak that after pushing hard for half a day, with such heavy deaths and injuries, they couldn't even touch the dregs of the nut wall. Nut Wrap. It's not too useful now, but it may not be useless in the future. Tune in. There's no shortage of things you keep in stock that you don't use, and there's no shortage of it one way or the other. On top of that, there's $20 million of sunshine. After the battle, it happened to consume some of it, and getting all this sunshine kinda restocked it a little bit. Just done? Looking at the empty and broken battlefield, those local soldiers in the north looked at each other in disbelief, still somewhat unresponsive to what had happened. Such a huge elite-level magical beast, along with the raging tide of beasts behind it. They had all been prepared for a protracted battle. As a result, it was unexpected that a threat of this magnitude could be resolved in such a short period of time. It's simply a bit beyond their comprehension. At the same time, Du Shengding, who had turned into a giant, slowly walked back from the front. A large amount of white gas vaporized, and the giant's flesh and blood dissipated. The man with the funny round-framed glasses, blue jeans, and alpaca-like appearance showed his true colors once again. He smiled nervously and came over to Li Yang's side to thank him. Mr. Li Yang, that was really thanks to you just now. If it wasn't for your timely support, God knows how things would have turned out. Li Yang smiled politely and said that it was just a show of hands, and, more or less, he had to thank Du Shengding for helping to delay some time just now. Otherwise the output environment for dual launchers wouldn't be so comfortable. So it seems that this elite-level magical beast is the reason for the abnormal gathering of beast tides over here. After eliminating this guy, the pressure on this side will be reduced quite a bit. Just leave the rest to the follow-up troops. Mr. Li Yang, if it's on the way, why don't we go back together to resume our orders? Du Shengding handed over the task with the person next to him, and marked out all the cracks that needed to be repaired on this side of the Great Wall. And then he turned his head and extended an invitation to Li Yang. Li Yang nodded and looked at Bai Ji, who was sleeping at his feet, breathing steadily, expression peaceful. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Anyway, there's nothing left to do for myself over here. Just walk together. If conditions permitted, he would like to take the opportunity to go to a city in the far north for a bit of transferring close by. Of course, it was better to wait for Bai Ji to wake up before saying these things. In a few moments, a black armored car from the Ministry of the Army rumbled into the area. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a very young soldier inside. May I ask if the people from the Tongshan division are over here? There are 3 of them in total. Director Orient told me to come and get it. Li Yang and Du Shengding looked at each other and nodded at the same time. He then took Bai Ji, who had already slept until she was unconscious, and got into the car together. The armored car increased its speed and headed directly over to the front line. According to the soldier boy driving the car, Dongfang Changming was now stationed at the camp on the front line along with several other Tongshan division heads. According to the changes in the battlefield, timely missions were issued for every Tongzuanji transmigrator, and since it's a mission, there must be a reward. Li Yang wasn't quite familiar with it yet, so he raised his eyebrows and asked Du Shengding next to him. Du Shengding smiled honestly and explained briefly. A program to train transmigrants is by nature a long span of time. As each transmogrifier gets stronger, the higher the level, the more resources they claim to consume to cultivate them. Although the resources of the Tongshan division were backed up by Huaxia, Huaxia's resources were not unlimited. How do you allocate limited resources to different tran? The early administrators of the Tongshan division came up with a brilliant idea. In addition to the rated resources that everyone has, each transmuter in the Tongshan division who wants more resources than the others has to show strength enough to be worthy of those resources. And the strength of the trannies is determined by a number of factors. Production, combat, auxiliary, type of career, type of talent, even academic performance. The sources vary, but ultimately they are converted into scores that can be easily and uniformly calculated through a series of immensely detailed criteria. Once a year, the Tongshan division would list a unified ranking based on the different scores held by each transmuter. Finally, different resources and privileges are assigned to individual transferees based on their rankings. Hearing this, Li Yang raised his eyebrows and thought of someone. The guy named Meng Qing that he met when he first arrived at the Tongshan division. It seems to be something called the most capable of the life class transmutants. This criterion, too, comes from the rankings, right? Looking at it that way, the guy seems to have something to offer, and it's a real crowd pleaser. As they chatted, Du Shengding suddenly remembered something. A gleam came out of Bean's eyes, raised a finger, and opened his mouth. Someone like Mr. Li Yang, who was involved in such a crucial mission and made great achievements from it. There's no need to say much about the score this time. It's naturally massive. Especially the achievement of killing that Stygian abyssal fierce beast over the level and indirectly repelling the beast tide is unrivaled. When we return to the Tongshan division, student Li Yang won't need to bother doing anything more, and the ranking will already be better than 80% of the people. Li Yang laughed it off. I don't know which one is more, the resources obtained from the ranking or the highest specification resources that Dongfang Changming promised to apply for Li Yang. Or, he can have it all? Roar! While Li Yang was rambling, an extremely ear-piercing roar suddenly came from the edge of the Great Wall in the distance. Several people in the car looked in that direction in unison. On the so-called front line, which is the direction where the fighting is most intense, a magical beast similar to the previous Stygian abyssal fierce beast also appeared. That pair of giant claws, as well as the mole-like appearance, really impressed Li Yang. Li Yang was still thinking that he was afraid that he would have to fight another round when he had just withdrawn. A harsh sound of breaking wind suddenly resounded in the distance. Next, a slender silver-white shadow then suddenly shot out from the back of the battlefield. It flew straight towards the head of the ferocious beast over there that was trying to climb over the city wall. Then there was a crack. A silver-white spear that was a full 2 to 3 meters long appeared in the place of the ferocious beast's forehead, and the moment he got a good look at the lance, a cheer went up from the youngster who was driving. It's the White family's support. I recognize this lance. It's the lance of the White family's mistress Lin Huayu. Accompanied by the unmistakable excited cries of these people, a silhouette dressed in white flew out from the back. At an extremely fast speed, he flew towards the ferocious beast over there. Hearing the familiar word by family, Li Yang raised his eyebrows, opened the window and peeked out, looking at the crowd not far away. A large number of Shihua's battle forces, along with heavily armed soldiers, were standing at the back of the city wall to launch a charge. The task of guarding the northern Great Wall was mainly handled by the several great clans of the far north, together with the local military department. And as the soldier boy driving the car said, as the largest and most well-known local family, whenever an unusual situation occurred, the Bai family was the one that took the lead. The one who threw the silver spear just now and accurately hit the top of the ferocious beast's head. It was the current mistress of the Bai family, Bai Ji's mother, foresting the rain. Listening to Zhao's description of her occupation, she seemed to be a level 85 gun knight. Well, it's the same profession as some unlucky bastard named Lu Xing. The presentation, though, is clearly worlds apart. When he was on the airship before, Bai Shi said, the Bai family was the most famous and special of the several great families that guarded the land in the extreme north. Unlike other clans that were concerned with combat, what the White clan was most known for in the world was their terrifying auxiliary abilities. The most common profession amongst the Bai clan, which was also their signature profession, was an extremely rare combat-type auxiliary profession, the fortune teller. This profession is able to always divine the lucky and unlucky directions according to the changes on the battlefield, and make timely adjustments, so that all factors during the battle are in favor of your side, especially in the big battlefield against magical beasts. As long as the difference in strength between the two sides was not too overwhelming, this ability could directly determine the success or failure of every battle. Now Lin Huayu had gone into battle. What about Bai Ji's father, the current head of the Bai family? Li Yan looked around, and it wasn't long afterward that several rounds of white discs were seen rising from the back of the supporting crowd. Several complex trigrams flew out of the disc and landed on several of the main combatants fighting on the front lines. The huge ferocious beast let out a hiss, trying to lead the beast tide even further. But the bigger the movement, the easier it is to expose the cracks. In less than half a second when the break appeared, over there Lin Huayu held his silver spear in his hand and directly flipped over and leaped onto the head of the ferocious beast, slamming it downwards. Under the increase, the silver spear was like a rainbow through the sun, directly piercing through the ferocious beast's head shell and ruthlessly smashing in. A set of movements flowed smoothly, making Li Yang on this side TSK worthy of being a high-level combat class transmogrifier. He fought with movements so magnificent that it was like dancing. It was a pity that the slam did cause damage, but it still wasn't enough to seriously injure the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast shook its body violently, flinging Lin Huayu, who was on top of its head, out of the way. As he was about to move on, a few more violent shouts came out from the side. Two transmutants of about the same level leapt up and joined the fight. The ferocious beasts were slowed down quite a bit, and could only hiss with open teeth and claws while wrestling with these powerful human transmutants. The magical beasts that took the opportunity to surge in from below just showed their heads and were killed by the soldiers standing on top of the city walls, unable to go any further. Problems solved over there? Great! I heard that a magical beast like this has appeared over there as well, and although the scale of the beast tide isn't as big as our side, it's not far off, and the ones holding down that side are actually just a few young men from the Tongshin division. Do you dare to believe that? I've known for a long time that the Tongshin division is full of talent inside, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Thanks to the help of those transmigrators, we don't have to spread out too much of our battle force on this side, or else according to the scale of this beast tide now, the slightest bit of laxity would be a bloodbath. On the towering walls of the front line, a number of soldiers were gathered together, fighting and chattering at the same time. They didn't know much about what was happening on the other side. The only feeling that I have is one of celebration and gratitude. It was thanks to those young men from the Tongshin division who were able to block the ferocious beasts with the strength of a few people. If not for that, in order to prevent being caught in a situation where they were attacked from the back and faced with that ferocious beast over there, they would have had to pull their manpower from the front line to go back and help. And once the manpower is spread out, this advantage they've managed to build up will have to start all over again. As time progressed, more and more news came back from the other side. The image of those few Tongshin division transmigrators also gradually became clear in the rumors of these soldiers. I heard that there were a total of 3 people who blocked the ferocious beast. One is a teenager who can command plants in battle. One is a berserker who can turn into a giant. And one more. It's the first lady of the White family. The head of the White family was supervising the battle at the front line. Thus, it didn't take long for the news from the soldiers' mouths to reach him. In no time at all, he stepped out of the crowd with a serious look on his face. Quite seriously, he inquired about the matter concerning Li Yang. The soldiers around them chattered and described all the news coming back from the front line. And after hearing some of the local soldiers launching congratulations about seeing their own daughters and Li Yang working together to strike an extremely terrifying set of combos, the originally incomparably serious expression on the face of this Bai family head suddenly became agitated. Wait, what? My daughter has a combat ability? Or a supplementary type of combat ability? Really? Where is that young man called Li Yang? Quickly take me to see. When they heard this question, the crowd was in trouble. They had gotten the news, and had heard it from among the soldiers who came and went. But really, let them point out any Li Yang. Family head Bai Feng. If you want to find Li Yang, you can look over at the Tongshan division. A soldier suddenly pointed at the Tongshan division tent not far away. Since that Li Yang came from the Tongshan division, that eastern director inside must know something. Hearing this, Bai Feng hurriedly nodded and headed that way. It was just supposed to be a trial and error. But to his surprise, the moment he ruffled the tent, he froze in place. His precious daughter, Bai Ji, was currently lying quietly next to a teenager in a very peaceful sleeping position. And the moment he saw Li Yang's handsome side face, a feeling of being out of this world then inexplicably appeared in the bottom of Bai Feng's heart. He was the head of the Bai family and the most powerful fortune teller in China today. So many things, at the first sight, he could vaguely perceive the cause and effect behind them. Bai Feng had been divining fortunes for so many years, and naturally believed in fortune telling. Man's destiny is predestined. He could feel that this young man called Li Yang in front of him was destined to be Bai Ji's, or even his entire Bai family's nobleman. Little friend Li Yang, this time, it's really thanks to your help. Not only did they successfully hold the wall, but the battle data was collected very successfully. This, I remember as the Bai Feng family master of the Bai family. In the tent, Dongfang Changming was talking with Li Yang. Without thinking, he turned around, only to see Bai Feng standing in the doorway without saying a word. Bai Feng instantly came back to his senses and hastily coughed awkwardly and opened his mouth. I heard that Li Yang who only protected the northern Great Wall is here, so I came over to take a look. Hello, I'm the head of the Bai family, called Bai Feng. This time, thanks to the help of little friend Li Yang. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable once the northern Great Wall is breached. On behalf of the millions of people in the far north, I would like to show the highest respect to little friend Li Yang, as well as all of you in the Tongshan division who have rushed to support us. With that, White Peak very skillfully tilted his head and shook it off. With a rather elegant posture, he bowed to Li Yang. The etiquette is not as complicated as Bai Ji's, though, but at first glance, there is also more or less the charm of Angelica de Hirica. Li Yang looked at Bai Feng and then turned his head to look at Bai Ji. That's a good point. It's true that if you're not a family, you don't enter a family. I really didn't expect that there would actually be a day when my little White would be able to personally join in a battle, Bai Feng said, an expression of excitement written all over his face. Li Yang, on the other hand, managed to get poked at certain strange laughing points by Bai Feng's words. Bai Feng calls his daughter Bai. So what's White Peak's wife going to call him? Old White? Seems pretty reasonable. Dongfang Changming, who was sitting behind the desk, nodded slightly to Bai Feng and simply acted as an intermediary, introducing each other. Li Yang also stood up and bowed slightly towards Bai Feng. Bai family master. Nice to meet you. Miss White's ability played a crucial role in this battle. If it weren't for her assistance, we wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Seeing Li Yang respond like this, Bai Feng was quite good at his job. Immediately, he politely returned a bow towards Li Yang and said with a smile, little friend Li Yang is too modest. We all know that your ability is what will win this time. If it weren't for little friend, we wouldn't have known by now that our little daughter's potential would actually be so great. It's no exaggeration to say that my daughter's strength can all come to be attributed to you. So in the future, it's still necessary to ask little friend Li Yang to be more generous. White Peak is very much in the right place. Obviously, to Bai Ji, the man Li Yang was of extraordinary significance. It was because of Li Yang that Bai Ji's talent was able to accomplish a qualitative change. Nowadays, Li Yang is to Bai Ji as sweet rain is to a long drought. That's indispensable. That's why Bai Feng had already made up his mind when he met Li Yang for the first time. For the sake of Bai Ji, for the Bai family, he must bring the relationship with Li Yang closer. It's better to keep Li Yang around, but was about to say something else. A loud bang suddenly came from outside the tent. It was the sound of some behemoth crashing to the ground. The three men inside the tent stepped out to check on them, just in time to see the sight of the huge ferocious beast falling heavily back into the wall after being killed. And the person who had caused the fatal blow was none other than that highly regarded by family mistress, Bai Ji's mother, Lin Huayu. At this moment, she was pulling out the 3-meter-long silver spear from the head of the ferocious beast and sticking it sharply on the ground. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, she looked like a valkyrie signaling the dawn of victory. The tie on the head of the gun was ripped off with a single hand, and afterward, a Northern Territory flag dyed red by the blood of ferocious beasts fluttered up in the wind. Red flags drummed and proclaimed victory in the battle. It was only then that Li Yang realized that the weapon Lin Huayu used to fight was actually a lance that would only be used during the celebration ceremony. I have to say, these awesome characters, their personalities are pretty much a race to the foot. After the giant ferocious beast was declared dead, the wave of beasts that had been gathered also gradually showed a decline due to the excessive consumption, and even began to flee. Lin Huayu also left the front line, shrugging off the much safer battlefield and handing it over to the other transmutants to wrap up. She herself leapt up and jumped over a dozen meters up the city wall to the front of the tent stationed here. After listening to the small talk of the few people around him, he walked straight over to Li Yang's trio. The pace is competent and walks with a sense of humor. The black ponytail tied up high in the wind is a breath of fresh air. It was a stark contrast to the mature and stable-looking Bai Feng. May I ask which one is Mr. Li Yang? As he walked near the tent, Lin Huayu stopped and asked aloud. The few people who were closer turned their heads in unison and looked at Li Yang over here. After seeing the young guy next to her own husband, Lin Huayu instantly grinned and took a big step forward. Mr. Li Yang, nice to meet you. When I heard that the Great Wall of the North on the other side was defended by you and my family's white, I couldn't wait to come over and see it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's quite a sight to behold. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, old Whitey already introduced himself to you, didn't he? Then I'll add something briefly as well. My name is Lin Huayu. I'm Bai Ji's mom. Level 85. Gun Knight. You, well, there's no need to be too polite. Just call me Auntie. When he introduced himself, Lin Huayu had been wearing an extremely infectious and bright smile on his face. Just looking at it, you can't help but be in a good mood. And it should be high grade for that. Her looks appeared very young, and it was impossible to tell that she was from the same generation as Bai Feng. Sunny personality, generous demeanor and good looks. Such a person will be popular wherever he goes. And so White Peak was really called Old White. Li Yang arched his hand towards Lin Huayu and politely introduced himself. Late generation Li Yang, 60th level life class occupation, farmer, meet Auntie Lin. When I heard Li Yang slowly spit out the word farmer, the scene became silent. Almost everyone knew the saying that there were no idle hands within the Tongxin division. All of them also knew that those who could qualify to join the Tongxin division must be more or less unusual. But a 60th level farmer was able to repel a wave of beasts of that magnitude just now, and even killed another Stygian abyssal fierce beast. Who could believe such words? It's a farmer after all. Even if it's unusual, it's a little too far out there, isn't it? The crowd was silent, and everyone looked at Li Yang with a little more shock in their eyes. Until, ha ha ha, brilliant, just brilliant. You two, a farmer and a fertilizer man, are a perfect match. Ahem, sorry, that wasn't meant in a derogatory way, I was just emoting. Lin Huayu suddenly giggled and reached out to pat Li Yang's shoulder. Li Yang blinked and also heard something from Lin Huayu's words. Fertilizer man? At times like this, it can only mean one person. Bai Ji's occupation, as it turns out, is a fertilizer artist? Li Yang was dumbfounded. It was inconceivable that an unearthly young lady like Bai Ji was actually paired with such a grounded profession. No wonder she kept her true occupation under wraps. Not only did she choose to keep it a secret on her profile, but she even had to whisper so quietly when she released her skills. Unconsciously, time passed by. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the battle on the outskirts of the city wall was almost near its end. Lin Huayu very proactively patted Li Yang's shoulder and together with Bai Feng, invited Dongfang Changming and his group to return to the far north together. The help of the Tang Zuanji was crucial in this battle, especially on Li Yang's side. It sort of advanced the whole battle to a great extent, since the big win came back. Then naturally, the White family should sit in the east and properly receive and thank all the people who had protected the far north. Dongfang Changming had wanted to refuse, but unable to resist the enthusiasm of the White family couple, he could only nod his head in agreement. It just so happened that Li Yang could take advantage of this opportunity to transfer in the city of the far north. He could also go on the ground to investigate the cause of the beast wave outbreak. On the way back to the far north, I don't know if it's because I'm interested or simply chatty. Lin Huayu pulled Li Yang and kept chatting the whole way. I used to be one of the heads of the military department guarding the northern wall, and I met her father on the battlefield. That girl, Xiao Bai, when she was little, often pestered me to go and tell her stories about those copies. Ah, magical beasts and whatnot. It's also because of the circumstances of her life. I guess, she wanted to be like me since she was a little girl. Fantasize that you will someday be able to do what I did and be able to charge into battle and hold the flag high when the people are in a time of crisis. I've certainly advised her that with something as random as a career, she may not have been able to do what she wanted, but seeing how hard she worked, over time, we also subconsciously assumed that she could definitely turn into a combat class occupation like me in the future, or a support class like her father. But then you know what happened. A career as a fertilizer man can be a far cry from her dreams. Ever since awakening to the fertilizer master profession, she's been depressed and can't lift her spirits in anything she does. As parents, of course we want her to excel, but we also know the truth that heaven's orders are hard to disobey, and since we can't get ahead, it's better to let her be happy. But really, whether it's her or us, there's more or less some indelible regret about this incident. But thank goodness for you, Mr. Li Yang. Geez, it's really fate that we met you. A farmer who grows plants and a fertilizer man who enhances them. How in heaven's name do you think there's such a coincidence? Lin Huayu grinned, smiling brightly. At the same time, he also elbowed Bai Feng's side ribs rather vigorously. Old Bai, you also come to give a fortune telling. Let's see if this student Li Yang is related to our Bai family? Bai Feng held his forehead, his tone somewhat helpless. Nonsense, I can't just put this skill around. It's not like you don't know. It's not harmless enough to read fortunes and whatnot to ordinary people. But little friend Li Yang, this destiny of his is not something that anyone can spy on. If I don't pay attention, that's prying into the heavens. By then, this old life of mine will have to be folded in. Saying that, Bai Feng also sighed rather regretfully. And then, he looked at Li Yang and opened his mouth. In fact, even if I don't go for divination, I dare say that the future of this little friend Li Yang is bound to be bright and promising. With such strength and talent, there is only one person in the entire blue star. Such an existence will surely be able to create a monstrous wave in the world to come. He was the head of the Bai family, and it was not true that he was the most powerful fortune teller in all of China. But that doesn't mean that he can really be so predictable that he can foretell everything through divination. His ability to get information by overdrawing his life can be considered, and the importance of the information will directly determine how much of his life he has overdrawn. A person like Li Yang is obviously someone who can make a big difference in the future and even change the world landscape. Feel free to pry into the fate of such people as if you were prying into the fate of the nation. One careless move can easily put your life on the line. Listening to the couple's conversation, Li Yang smiled slightly and did not say anything more. He could hear comments like these 4 or 5 times a day, and had long since seen them. He was now just curious as to when he was going to enter the city inside the far north for his transfer. After getting so many magical beasts killed, his level had long since reached the upper limit of 4 turns. By completing the 4th turn, not only do you get new natural abilities for yourself and unlock new plant species, even longevity can be increased to a considerable degree. And it's not just him, either. It looks like Bai Ji can do the transfer as well. At that time, after Bai Ji had abundantly spared the dual launchers killed that small group of beast-tied demon beasts, providing Bai Ji with a lot of experience in the form of assists. And after killing the Stygian abyssal fierce beast, a magical beast of that high of a level, Bai Ji's body didn't light up with an upgrade aura again. This meant that her level had also reached the upper limit of the transfer. At that time, when both are done with their transfers, could use a few more plant bounties for Angelica to try. Keep a record on your side, and you can always work with what you need in the future. Anyway, transfer first, that's the most important thing. Li Yang planned it well, so as soon as they entered the city, they told the Bai family couple about their idea. Lin Huayu agreed readily, while Bai Feng said that he could send a few people to take Li Yang to the transfer plaza. Li Yang didn't refuse. He didn't have any intention of wandering around the city anyway, so he'd finish the transfer earlier and be done with it sooner. And so, shortly after entering the city, Li Yang was led by a few Bai family transfigurators to the Transfiguration Square at the very center of the city. Northland, the famous snowy city of China. The climate is similar to that of the other side of the Great Wall, with snow and ice as far as the eye can see, although the atmosphere is good. Again, because of the climate, the place is extremely inaccessible. Even if it's difficult for an ordinary civilian airship to take off, those common cars, too, can no longer drive properly in meters of snow. That's why in the far north, there are special vehicles with tracks wrapped around them, or sleds pulled by dogs, everywhere. When he came to the transfer square, Li Yang also saw quite a few souvenirs filled with the style of the far northland from the small stores nearby, went in on the way and wandered around, picking out a few things from it that were right on the eye, like what brass bells, pine needle-filled pillows, hats in the shape of Christmas trees. The few white family transmigrants who came with Li Yang still wanting to show the hospitable folk style of the far north, scrambled to be the first to plan to pay for Li Yang. However, Li Yang just calmly waved his hand, and from his own storage ring, he took out a ridiculously large gold coin and placed it on the boss's counter. He even said that he didn't need to look for it. He didn't have any extra storage rings for change. The owner, who had been sulking because of the slump in business, had a happy face. After so many years in business, it was the first time he had encountered a customer who was so generous. Solid gold. Throw it away as you go. Even the White family isn't this generous, right? While he was nodding his head and helping Li Yang pack up his things. Mr. Li Yang, what a coincidence. You're here to buy something? Li Yang was packing up his things on the counter when a familiar voice came from the side. Turning his head, he found that the honest Du Shengding, who had just been separated not long ago, was standing next to him. There was also a gray and white fancy cat in his hand. Senior Du, what are you? Li Yang raised an eyebrow, expressing his disbelief at Du Shengding's sudden appearance. The latter, in turn, placed the cat on the shopkeeper's counter, rubbing his head and smiling shyly. Aside from big events like fighting magical beasts and such, taking on various commissions on weekdays actually counts towards the score. It's not much, but a fly's leg is still meat. Accompanied by Du Dingxing's words, the cat was stretched out on the counter, looking very cozy. The adorable look made Li Yang couldn't help but be reminiscent of the chamois kittens in Dave's store. If memory serves, it seems to take 5 turns to unlock it. Mr. Du, thanks a lot. Off to the side, the store owner smiled and thanked him. Then he took the power of attorney handed over by Du Shengding and pressed his handprint with the payment attached. After walking out of the store together, Li Yang puzzledly asked Du Shengding his question. That said, Mr. Du Senpai, looking at your strength, you don't look like the kind of person who would be short on points. Is it hard to believe that the Tongshan division is really filled with experts, so that even a level 80 plus berserker like you who can be giantized has to work hard for credits? Du Shengding scratched his head, and some embarrassment flashed in his eyes behind his round-framed glasses. No, actually, my strength is already considered one of the top ones in the Tongshan division. It's just the score, and I have some other uses for it. Li Yang raised his eyebrows, signaling him to elaborate. Du Shengding had nothing worth hiding, and seeing that Li Yang was interested, he briefly explained. Student Li Yang should remember what I said before. Inside the Tongshan division, scores can be exchanged for resources, and the way to get the resources, besides the annual grand list, there's actually the option of direct redemption. If you exchange it directly, you won't be able to exchange it for those rare equipment, leveling opportunities, or anything like that inside the big list though. But as a route to obtaining material resources, looking at the whole of China, there is no more cost-effective existence than it. After all, it's backed by the top echelons of Huaxia and directly interfaces with the 6 ministries. The ones provided to the Tongshan division from above are the best of the best. The best goods? What kind of dangerous speech is this? Li Yang narrowed his eyes and looked up and down the guy in front of him with cautious eyes. Faded jeans, extremely thick glasses, honest demeanor. This guy, he wouldn't be some Tang Xuanji version of the desperate poisoner, would he? Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. Look at my brain. As Du Shengding spoke, he suddenly slapped his own head and compensated with a smile. And then he solemnly straightened his lapel, stood a little straighter, and spoke. Mr. Li Yang, I'm actually in the Tongshan division. Aside from being a combatant, it's also a part of the laboratory of the Transfiguration Research Center of the Tongshan division, and one of the main people in charge. The research we conduct in our lab is on the subject of the correlation between a transmuter's profession and talent. Although there are official grants, no matter what the research is, trying to completely let go of it creates more or less necessary waste. In order to cover these expenses, we had to use our status as a Tang Xuanji to go and exchange the points for the consumables needed for the experiment. So the score, naturally, is a little bit of what you can earn. As he said that, Du Shengding scratched his head again, looking embarrassed. After all, he was a level 80-something combat class transmuter. At this point it's all about racking your brains for a pathetic amount of points, and it's all down to taking over the task of finding cats for people from the bulletin board. As a senior, being seen by a junior with such behavior, it felt like I wouldn't have the face to hang out in the Tongshan division in the future. But at this point, in Li Yang's mind, the image of Tang Xuanji had quietly changed. No, it's, what's going on? Isn't the Tang Xuanji a training organization similar to the Higher Transfigurator Academy? How come the more you look at it, the more it looks wrong? First, Angelica de Hurica was successful in researching agriculture in Tang Xuanji, and now there's a humble senior who's gone out of his way to furiously swipe low-level commissions to keep the lab running. A combat class is also doing research? Oh, my god, You're really just going to roll it in here? Du Xingding could see the change of expression on Li Yang's face, but could not guess the meaning. Then he just smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Seeing as how you still seem to have things to take care of, Mr. Li Yang, I won't bother you. I'll go back over to the bulletin board and pick up some other commissions to work on. Try to earn another 100 points before returning to the Tongxin division. With that, he intended to leave. 100% is so much of a fight. Li Yang muttered to himself, then promptly called out to him and asked tentatively, at the risk of asking, how many points would it be worth for me and Baiji to take down that giant beast together just now? Du Shengding thought for a moment, nodded his head and opened his mouth. 800 points or so, plus points for defending the Great Wall, fending off beast tides, and such, and consolidating it would be almost 1,230. You guys are still new this year with extra evaluations. With these scores under your belt, let's not say top 10, top 20 is definitely more than enough. Li Yang understood and said goodbye to him. Looking at the back of the one wearing color-faded jeans, Li Yang was perplexed. There was some new knowledge about the Tongxin division. Let's put these things aside for now. Li Yang stretched his back a little and walked quickly towards the transfer plaza not far away. He himself had been familiar with the process of transferring for a long time. Li Yang quickly walked up to the altar and reached out his hand to touch the blue crystal floating in the air in front of him. And then the crystal lit up with white light. The familiar interface and voice. Once again, connection successful. Detected that your level has reached the requirement for transfer. Please choose whether to carry out the transfer or not. You have chosen to change jobs. The level cap is unlocked to LV 80, and the following are your newly acquired talent skills. New talent, grass and trees, white common. Talent description, with this talent, you can consume sunlight to convert any plant within 500 meters of yourself. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded and more unlockable plants have been opened. Here are the new plant cards you've unlocked: Jumbo Spray Mushroom, Watermelon Thrower, Machine Gun Pea, Ice Mushroom, Corn Cannon, Garlic. Nothing else. The name of this new talent does sound better. Transform the plants around you into your own. Li Yang withdrew his hand, while turning his head and looking around. The far north has a harsh climate and very few plants can survive. But one could still sense the plants that survived nearby through their gift. Think of it as an experiment. Find a random grass stem and transform it into a sunflower. With the implementation of the natural skill, Li Yang saw his sunlight value jumped up by 25 points. Sure enough, it worked. Looking at the golden-colored sunflower that suddenly stood up proudly from the flower bed in the square, Li Yang nodded his head quite satisfied and turned to leave. In the next few hours, he intends to empty Dave's store, then test with Baiji, one by one, the effect of all their plants after they have been bountiful. Also, in the system's prompt just now, there was a name that was particularly eye-catching. Corn Cannon. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. On the way back, Li Yang directly emptied all the new stuff inside Dave's store by hand. Looking at the wide array of plant cards in front of him, he nodded rather contentedly. The fourth turn was rightly called the watershed for transmutators. The gain it brings is unrivaled at any time in the past. Just look at what all these plants that have just been released have. Watermelon pitchers, chili mushrooms, corn cannons, high damage and wide range. Back in the day when they were put in the original game, these were capable solo presences. It's natural to check it out after you've bought it all. Watermelon Thrower. Each planting consumes 300 points of sunlight. Cooldown 7.5 seconds. Attack interval 2.9 seconds. Plant characteristics. Watermelon Thrower can deal high damage to all magical beasts up to level 80. This limit will increase with the level of the profession. And when the watermelon shatters, it splatters nearby enemies within a range of 30 meters, dealing the same damage. Ice Mushroom consumes 75 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 50 seconds. Plant characteristics. When planted, the Ice Mushroom stores its power in place for 3 seconds and then explodes, allowing it to instantly freeze all level 80. This limit will increase with the level of the profession. Enemies within a range of 1000 meters of itself. Enemies will be frozen for 4 seconds and continuously slowed down for 15 seconds after unfreezing. Corn Cannon consumes 500 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 50 seconds. Cooldown 35 seconds per planting. Plant characteristics. Corn Cannon may only be placed on 2 adjacent corn pitchers. The corn cannon can be fired manually, no distance limitation, and will cause a wide range of explosive damage within a designated area. Capable of directly killing all enemies below level 80, this limit will increase with the level of the profession within the range. In addition to these 3 most classic ones, there are things like large spray mushrooms and garlic. But the attraction that these things brought to Li Yang couldn't be compared at all. Right now, he's more concerned still. Under Baiji's increase, what kind of bounty can you get from a plant like the corn cannon, which is already considered a ceiling-level plant in its own right? After leaving the transfer plaza, Li Yang took the first opportunity to ask the people of the Bai family about the whereabouts of Bai Ji, but he learned that Bai Ji hadn't yet awakened from her previous overexertion. It was resting inside his bedroom at the moment. There was no other way. Li Yang could only find Bai Feng first and discuss about his plan to borrow a place and mass produce plants. After listening to Li Yang's needs, Bai Feng, without saying a word, immediately cleared out a large area on the hill behind his mansion for Li Yang to play at will. A few moments later, Li Yang directly followed the Bai family's butler to an open space halfway up the mountain. An open space the size of 2 soccer fields was temporarily cleared. The snow swept away from above was enough to make 4 white mounds. Looking at the black soil underneath the snow, Li Yang couldn't help but be a little puzzled. He is a farmer by trade and is more sensitive to things like dirt, so a quick glance shows that the soil here is unusually fertile. Both the aeration and water retention of the soil is a whole lot better than anywhere else. In comparison, Yunzhou, where Li Yang was located, could not see such soil. This soil is good. I guess the cultivation industry on your side should be quite developed, right? Li Yang squatted down, twisted up some soil with his hand and took a closer look, becoming more certain of his thoughts. But upon hearing this, the butler on the side just smiled helplessly. Mr. Li Yang is joking. The effects of climate are hard to compensate for with fertile land alone. The far north is covered in ice and snow all year round, and the climate is bitterly cold and harsh. As a result, there are actually very few places where edible food can be grown. Truth be told, to this day, quite a bit of food in the north actually relies on being purchased from other places. Before Ms. White's professional talent awakens, it's going to be even much worse than it is now. This piece of land right now is actually the test field that was cultivated by Ms. by herself in the beginning. There should still be a lot of undevelopable seeds buried under the land. Angelica's career. I think it was the fertilizer guy. Li Yang nodded in thought. I didn't expect that the grand lady of the Bai family would also personally do labor such as turning over the soil and raising vegetables. With her status, even if she did nothing, she could still live a good life. It seems that this Bai Ji is not quite the same as the usual pampered young lady. Thinking about it, Li Yang reached out his hand and took out a handful of sunflower seeds from inside his storage ring. The land is so fertile in this part of the world. Maybe the planted sunflowers will produce more sunshine too. Because of the existence of the third talent, plant sympathy, Li Yang could establish a connection with the plants he planted down at any time, anywhere. The original rather limited scope of the system's collection was also extended to infinity thanks to this talent. Therefore, as long as Li Yang wanted to, he can plant sunflowers anywhere to provide him with a constant supply of sunlight. Actually, Li Yang actually had the idea of establishing a large number of sunshine production bases very early, but in the way of all sorts of trivialities, it had to be slowed down for the time being. And now, it's a rare free moment. Just start in the far north and gradually start building your own plant kingdom. Li Yang held the seed in his hand and squinted his eyes slightly. This, of course, was a sight for the eyes of the butler. Housemaster Bai Feng had instructed that Li Yang was a hero who had saved the northern realm, so he must be treated well. So the housekeeper next to him didn't dare to disturb Li Yang when he saw how focused he was. He just kept standing respectfully watching. And only when he couldn't wait any longer did he propose to go to the kitchen to prepare some hot tea or something for Li Yang. But the actual Li Yang was sensing the plants beneath the land in front of him through his newly awakened talent. The housekeeper had just said that this was the test field that Bai Ji had used in the beginning. There are also a number of messy, undevelopable plants buried at the bottom. Utilizing the new talent, Grass and Treeborn, that he got from his fourth turn in order to transform any plant into his own. This makes it possible to plant a large field of sunflowers quickly and well. As the talent skill, Grass and Tree Spirit, was activated, dark currents began to surge deep within the dark and fluffy soil. The seeds that Angelica de Hurica had left in the land that failed to grow in her early years began to rapidly take root and occupy a small space of their own. Listening to the crackling sound of the mosquito buzzing in my ears, it was as if Li Yang could physically feel the smiles that bloomed on the faces of those sunflowers. It didn't take long, but Li Yang did it with great dedication. During that time, Dongfang Changming and Bai Feng and the others also came to see Li Yang. But in order not to disturb Li Yang's work, and has not dared to talk to him, it wouldn't have been too early before coming over. By the time Li Yang had finished everything, the sky was already turning into dusk. Li Yang straightened his back and moved the stiff muscles in his body, and then looked at the dark soil and snapped his fingers. Pa-dash! Countless lime green roots instantly lifted their heads from the soil, topping the huge flower bones at the end and growing straight up to a man's height. And then the flowers bloomed. Warmth shimmers from within the stamens, set off by petals the color of the sun, and the warmth goes straight to the heart. In an instant, golden light shone on the earth. At the same time, it also illuminated the entire White House. After noticing the light that was dazzlingly mapped, straight into the sky. Quite a few people from the Bai clan were attracted by this sudden commotion. A group of people chattered and approached, wanting to find out what was going on. However, everyone, including those members of the Tongshan division who had been invited together as guests by Bai Feng, were nearly blinded by the blinding golden light in the courtyard. Although they knew that this was Li Yang's ability, many of them were still too shocked to speak by the sight before them. Li Yang himself was standing in his vegetable garden at the moment, slightly raising his hand and arranging for the system to start working. Collect the sunlight produced around you in one breath. Host demand detected. Automated collection is on. Total number of sunflowers in the neighborhood, 2,800. Total amount of sunlight detected, 70,000. As Li Yang's command was executed by the system, all the sunlight produced from the sunflower instantly dissipated and turned into data, saved in front of Li Yang's eyes. And that's just the first batch of sunshine. Sunflowers produce around every 24 seconds. This field, in almost a minute's time, would bring Li Yang around 140,000 sunlight value. That's over 8 million an hour. It's already many times higher than the system rewards. And as long as Li Yang doesn't cut the link, the sunflowers in this field would be able to provide him with so much sunlight in a constant stream 24 hours a day. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. Wait. I remember just now. I don't think it was a sunflower that was planted in that pot, was it? That's right. How did this suddenly turn into a sunflower? Holy shit. Is this Li Yang's ability too? Is it able to transform any plant within a certain range? I've never seen such an ability before. It can be a surprise in battle. And on top of that, it seems that it can also be of considerable help in transforming our Chinese environment. Several directors who were also part of the Tongshan division exchanged pleasantries, their faces showing a rather excited expression. They realized the new potential of Li Yang. According to the reported information, each of these abilities displayed by Li Yang, taken individually, was quite heaven-defying. It is even more outrageous when all of these things are concentrated in one person. Along the way, they witnessed so much. So be sure, this son, he will become a great man. At this moment, Li Yang didn't care too much about what these people were discussing. Instead, they are trying to develop other uses for their talents. The third talent, plant sympathy, allows him to establish a connection with his plants. The fourth talent, grass and tree breeding, allows him to transform plants that don't belong to him. When these two talents are combined, is it possible to control those naturally occurring plants without modifying them? While Li Yang was pondering, Bai Feng walked over, smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "Little friend Li Yang, is this place big enough? If it's not enough, when tomorrow morning comes, I'll ask someone to go to the outskirts of the city and individually create a few acres of land for you to use. The land around this city has basically been bountifully fertilized by my family's ability. It's perfect for you to cultivate plants. If little friend Li Yang is willing to plant more of these plants on our side, it can kind of make our place flourish." Li Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly at his words. Plants that glow. In a sense, it's really made the North humble. Aside, Bai Feng had just finished his sentence when Dongfang Changming, who was not far away, came up with a curious face. Speaking of which, didn't Mr. Li Yang go for a transfer just now? I remember it was mentioned in the report from the Yunzhou side that student Li Yang was able to unlock some new plants every time he transmigrated, right? It's still 4 turns this time, with some extra increases. I wonder what plant fellow Li Yang has awakened. Can you show us if you don't mind? Li Yang looked at the few newly unlocked plant cards in his hand. Chill mushroom, corn cannon. It's fine to demonstrate it, but these things, it doesn't seem to be convenient to demonstrate in this kind of place, right? You have to find a place that's spacious enough that there aren't many people around. And, since it's all going to be a combat test, and by the way, also take the different combinations of Baiji's abundance of abundance ability, along with his plants, and try them out, right? Hearing Li Yang's proposal, it was not only Dongfang Changming and several other Tongshan division directors, even Bai Feng's face showed a few moments of delight. He actually wanted to know exactly how strong Li Yang's strength could be and how much his own daughter's increase in these plants was. Afterward, he hurriedly asked someone to go get Baiji. Li Yang had been sowing seeds for such a long time, and Baiji on the other side should have almost had enough sleep. But after a few moments, the butler who ran to look for Baiji did not find her. Instead, he brought over Bai Feng's wife, Lin Huayu, who had just returned from outside. I heard that little friend Li Yang planted some flowers that glow, so I rushed here to take a look. Lin Huayu changed into his regular clothes and looked much more dignified, but the essence remains the same, straightforward and uninhibited. Only after Bai Feng had spoken over Li Yang's request did Lin Huayu nod in realization. "Oh, you guys are looking for white." She was up just now, and said that she had leveled up to 60 as well, so she could transfer. "I'll just take her." We stopped by the front line on the way back, and now White is staying out there to help repair the farmland on the outskirts. Angelica de Hurica, helping people mend their farmland? Li Yang raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. I didn't realize that not only would I work the fields myself at home, outside will also volunteer to do things like help people with Toyota. At first glance it doesn't really sound like a lady of the world. This buy is really something too. The work of post-disaster repair is not something that can be done overnight. So how can it be rushed at the moment? Let's have her come back first and test the new stuff with little friend Li Yang. Bai Feng, who was standing next to him, sighed somewhat helplessly. After all, food on this side of the north was not really a pillar industry, and there was no rush to fix it. In comparison, it was still Li Yang's business that was more important. Nothing else, but anything to close the distance with Li Yang and convince him to leave some of those defensive plants on this side of the Great Wall of the North. The livability and safety of the far north can go up quite a bit. However, Li Yang raised his eyebrows and called out to Bai Feng, since Bai Ji is on the outskirts near the front line of the battlefield. Well, just in time, and there's no need to prepare any site for testing, whether it's abundance, or Li Yang's new plant. Wouldn't it be better to experiment directly in the suburbs? It's also perfectly fine to throw a class of anti-personnel weapon like a corn cannon towards the outside of the city to test the power of the thing. After Li Yang had transferred again, the special attack rule of his own plant had jumped to level 80. Just those little caramels and the beast tied outside the city. It doesn't matter at all. Bai Feng froze and said somewhat apologetically, having only just returned, and even resting, I'm letting you go back to the battlefield. How embarrassing is that? Li Yang, however, waved his hand. It didn't matter at all. Fighting on your own costs neither blue nor energy anyway. Slaying those magical beasts would also give you a chance to level up. Why not? Seeing that he couldn't argue with Li Yang, there was no way around it. So White Peak had to agree. But there was no need to make such a big deal about testing Li Yang's skills. The White family's celebration banquet also needed someone to host the preparations. Bai Feng and Lin Huayu, who had just returned, needed to go and entertain the other people from the Tongshin division, as well as some of the officers from the military department. This time, unfortunately, I was unable to go along. Lin Huayu was open-minded enough to smile and patted Li Yang's shoulder as he spoke. It's probably also because of little friend Li Yang. My little White's personality has all become a lot more cheerful than before. During this period of time, thanks to little friend Li Yang for taking care of me as well. I'll see, when the party's over, I'll give you a trinket as a thank you gift. Saying that, she slightly ruffled the broken hair on her forehead and winked at Li Yang with a smile. And then he turned around, took Bai Feng's shoulder, and greeted the people in the compound as they left the place together. I don't know why. It feels like Bai Feng Lin Huayu's two couples are treating each other a bit like brothers. Then, Mr. Li Yang, let's go find Bai Ji. I'll go arrange for a tracked vehicle. You wait here for a moment. With that, he nodded slightly and turned to leave. A few moments later, Li Yang was sitting on a local armored personnel carrier from the Northern Realm with several Tongshin division directors, including Dongfang Changming. The driver who drove the car smiled very naively and kept turning his head to look at Li Yang in the back seat and opened his mouth. The beast tied this time is so scary. I'm really thankful for Mr. Li Yang's help. The grace of saving my life is unforgettable. When I take some time, I have to call a few of my brethren to kowtow and worship classmate Li Yang together before I can do so. Along the way, Li Yang had already heard a lot of various praises and thanks, but yelling to kowtow to him was a first. Li Yang was a bit teary-eyed and politely stated that he was just raising his hand, so there was no need to be polite. The driver then kicked the gas and the track spun at speed, carrying Li Yang and his group out of the city. The white ground, under the setting sun, was reflected in a delightful golden color. The trees in the distance had fallen into the night, and it seemed especially lonely. And underneath this snowy landscape, a number of houses standing alone joined together to form the village. The rising smoke rose and dissipated in the setting sun, which actually made Li Yang feel something familiar. The village in Yunzhou has the same feeling. I didn't realize that it had only been a few days since he left Yunzhou, and Li Yang was already starting to feel a bit nostalgic. The bulky tin armored car slowly stopped, and after the driver said goodbye to Li Yang and the others, he drove towards the Great Wall like a crouching dragon in the distance. According to Mrs. Lin, Bai Ji is helping to restore the farmland in the fields around here, Dongfang Changming said, taking the lead and stepping into the village. Although the wraiths were basically stopped outside the wall, but there were still a few guys who got away with slipping through the cracks. What Li Yang was dealing with at that time was such a guy. A few sporadic magical beasts rushing into the village would surely be able to destroy the farmland and even crush the houses, though it would all eventually be dealt with by the soldiers from the Ministry of War who would follow them. But the damage they cause remains irreparable. This part of the north was already a harsh environment, and all kinds of crops had trouble surviving. The wheat in the farmland had hardly shown its head and was immediately ruined. Li Yang walked out from the village and looked at the crushed farmlands and scattered pieces of magical beast corpses on both sides. In the future, as this kind of thing becomes more and more common, the number of people who still insist on growing food in this icy land in the north will become less and less. I'm afraid, Mr. Li Yang, look over there. Dongfang Changming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, pointing to the farmland in front of him. He spoke. Li Yang poked his head out and looked in the direction he was pointing. Inside a fairly well-preserved piece of farmland, several villagers carrying hoes were gathered, eagerly waiting. Bai Ji, on the other hand, stood in the center of the crowd with a sharp pill head and wearing a white tracksuit. Folks, after I purify the soil, let's go over the ground together and check it out. If there are no problems, plowing can begin immediately. As long as we are united, rebuilding our homes is just around the corner. Accompanied by Bai Ji's silver bell-like words, bright green points of light slowly dispersed from her hands, burrowing like fireflies into the soil, and the crops in front of her. In a flash, the plants destroyed by the magical beasts grew vigorously again. The land, polluted by the blood of beasts, also became fertile again. The miracle-like change was born amidst the cheers of the crowd. Bai Ji, who had done everything, was slightly relieved and reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. And then, not caring to rest, he picked up a hoe and worked with the big guys. Well, leave her alone for now. Let Mr. Li Yang deal with it alone. Watch the scene from afar. Dongfang Changming stopped the two directors behind him who wanted to go over to greet him and exchanged glances with Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and walked straight over there. As he walked, he waved and shouted with a big grin. Oi, little white girl. Hearing this title, Bai Ji's entire body visibly trembled. Slightly stiffly, he turned back and met Li Yang's harmless smiling face. The title, white, is slightly derogatory, as well as some indefinable intimacy. So basically, only her parents would call her that. And the fact that Li Yang was calling it that nowadays meant that her parents already knew everything about Li Yang. This is definitely not good news. Actually, after witnessing Li Yang's ability with his own eyes back in Yunzhou, Bai Ji then resolved to make sure to leave Li Yang with an overwhelming impression. She knew very well that Li Yang was still an excellent warrior capable of standing alone without her. And if she didn't have Li Yang, the positioning of the living profession could never be reversed and eventually died out. Therefore, her usual knitted brows and every move was almost always through her many times of speculative thinking. In order to do so, he wanted to create an image in front of Li Yang that was very powerful, very educated, and definitely worthy of Li Yang's ability and status. But it seemed a little too hard. Seriously, she couldn't understand why she was born into a life where one parent was a fortune teller and the other a gunwriter on the premise, with his own passionate dreams of joining the front lines of combat. I can't believe I would transfer into a profession like that. Fertilizer division. Just looking at those three words is crotch-pulling. She knows that the above intends to test the possibility of her and Li Yang, and also understands that she absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. She doesn't want to live up to her childhood dreams or the expectations of those around her. What's more, she doesn't want Li Yang to find out that what's hidden behind her dignified appearance and excellent achievements is actually it's Roche's fertilizer man. She was now just fantasizing in vain, hoping that the limited information her mother had told Li Yang. I hope Li Yang doesn't know what her occupation is yet. As long as that's the case, one still has a chance to maintain one's image. Little white girl, I heard from your mom that you're a fertilizer man by trade? Those three words were extraordinarily harsh, causing Bai Ji to be struck by lightning. It's over. It's all over. The image that you have painstakingly maintained, the air of a great lady that you have tried to show, reduced to nothing by those three heartless words. Li Yang, classmate, let me explain. Bai Ji was flustered to the naked eye. However, the next half of Li Yang's sentence was a bit out of her expectation. Quite an interesting profession. What's all the fuss about? Interesting? Are you sure? Bai Ji seemed to be a bit unconvinced by her own ears and asked after her in a small voice. Li Yang then repeated what he had just said. After confirming that Li Yang's expression was not a joke, it was Bai Ji's turn to be puzzled. She had never imagined that Li Yang would use the word interesting to describe her career. Looking at Bai Ji's bewildered expression, the few farmers beside her, on the other hand, had a simple smile on their faces. Thank you so much, Ms. White. Without you, I'm afraid all this land would be deserted and nothing else could be planted in a short time. The warmest time in the north is about to pass, and if we miss it, all of this year's harvest will rot in the dirt. A couple of farmers were talking next to each other, with very genuine gratitude in their words. Bai Ji's cheeks were slightly red and she waved her hand repeatedly, not knowing whether it was out of shyness or embarrassment, and noticing that Li Yang had still been looking at himself. Bai Ji knew that he had understood everything. Under hesitation, Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh heavily. I'm sorry, Mr. Li Yang, I've been hiding something from you before. I just kind of can't get my head around the reality of what I'm doing with my career so far. I also don't know if such a life-type occupation would be acceptable to you as an aide during battle. I often wonder if someone like me is really qualified to be accepted into the Tongshin division. This girl, obviously because life experience is not rich enough, so far did not figure out where their own position are. Both want to go to war and die for their country like everyone else in their family. It also felt that since I had become a fertilizer man, I should not think of any unrealistic dreams every day, and that I deserve to be honest about what I should be doing in a lifelike profession. This mentality of both wanting and wanting just screwed up her whole being very much. Actually, in the Tianyun Academy that Li Yang had stayed in before, there were a lot of such people. Say, when did you awaken your profession? This question of Li Yang seemed to have nothing to do with what Bai Ji had just said, but Bai Ji didn't think much about it and subconsciously replied, about half a year ago. Li Yang asked again, what about level? How many levels and how many turns now? Bai Ji's hand clenched a fist slightly in front of her chest. In the end, it's thanks to you utilizing the plants after my abundance to kill that elite monster from before. After gaining assist experience, I also broke through the level 60 mark and completed my 4th turn. Li Yang raised his hand, patted her on the shoulder, and smiled faintly. That's not all. An 18-year-old level 60, 4-turn life class occupation isn't talented enough? Bai Ji froze for a moment and explained in a panic. No, I didn't brush these levels out on my own. She knew very well in her heart that the reason she had upgraded so quickly was nothing more than the care of her family since she was a child, coupled with the Tung Xuanji's regard. However, Li Yang bristled. 6. How many auxiliary professions have you seen that rely entirely on themselves to brush monsters and upgrade? A career is a specialty given to you. It's not a limitation given to you, and it's not up to you to choose where you should go in your own future, is it? Making it seem as if life class professions have to be honestly hidden away for the rest of your life. According to your idea, wouldn't I, a farmer, have to go back to Yunzhou to farm for the rest of my life? Li Yang's occupation is farmer, and he was currently the only transmuter in all of China who had completed the 4th turn in less than half a month after graduating from the academy. That's not really a problem for him to say, and even without mentioning him, there was a berserker senior who was all about research just now. Bai Ji froze slightly, having been touched somewhere deep inside by Li Yang's words, and Li Yang extended his hand at the right time, invitingly. So, I'm going to be testing some new plants I got from the transfer next. Do you want to come? After hearing that, Bai Ji froze slightly, then hastily nodded and held Li Yang's outstretched hand. Steady, steady. These two, as long as they are given time to bond, their combat power will definitely be able to subvert everyone's perceptions. Far away. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Changming immediately glanced at each other and several other Tongshin division directors, a rather pleased look appearing in his eyes. Powerful plants that can be used in combat, plus over-the-top plant enhancements. How fortunate was it that these two people were accepted by the Tongshin division at the same time? They were originally worried about what to do if Li Yang and Bai Ji couldn't get along. As it turned out, I didn't expect it to go as well as it did. When the White family's banquet opened in the evening, they would have another reason to drink more. A few moments later, Li Yang's group came to a clearing some distance beyond the village. The original plan was to travel to the Great Wall of the North and test the power with a magical beast. The result was that after inquiring, he learned that the beast tied on the front line had already receded, and the outside was now full of soldiers who had gone out to clean up the battlefield. Then there's nothing to be done. How much damage these plants do can only be visually assessed. But with most of Li Yang's plants, there's always a target to aim at. After a few moments of thought, it was Dongfang Changming who stepped forward to set an example. He was an 86th level shadow dancer profession. The 5th talent creates a shadow doppelganger that exists for a limited time. The doppelganger will inherit about 90% of the body's panel attributes, roughly around level 77. It was a bit taller than that Stygian abyssal fierce beast that Li Yang had dealt with, and it was more than enough to serve as a target for the new plant. And on Bai Ji's side, there was also good news. She had completed her 4th turn at the moment and received some brand new abilities and talents. A new talent that reduced the amount of energy expended when she unleashed her bounty by nearly 70%. No longer would she be able to put in one abundance and doze off all day. And the newly acquired skills are very exaggerated. Ability to hybridize any plant without causing any rejection. Can easily grow apple-flavored oranges, or potatoes that grow on trees. As for what kind of increase it can bring to Li Yang, well, we'll have to try it to find out. It's not too late. Dongfang Changming released his doppelganger and stood on a mound more than 300 meters away. Several directors next to him also hurriedly set up their cameras and started recording with pen and paper in their hands. And the first one, the heavyweight, Corn cannon. Activate. Li Yang throws out 2 seeds of corn pitchers and places them side by side, and after that, stack the corn cannon on top of it. In a flash, 2 large cornstalks on the ground became entangled. It began to fuse together at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually growing into other shapes. After about 5 seconds or so, a giant corn that was 4 or 5 meters long and 1 person high appeared right in front of everyone's eyes. Student Li Yang, this is the one you were talking about. Corn cannon? Dongfang Changming was first startled by the behemoth's outrageous size. Bending down slightly, he looked at the top grains of topaz-colored particles. This stuff, if replaced with an equivalent amount of explosives, how powerful would that be? The director in the back had already recorded the information about the corn cannon with his appraisal. The look of astonishment on his face hadn't changed since just now. After they were all pretty much ready, Li Yang stretched slightly and opened his mouth. If all are ready, then, I'll begin? Upon receiving an affirmative answer, a flick of the finger, pa dash. It was accompanied by the sound of Li Yang wringing his finger. The giant corn lying on the crate beside him slowly raised its head. Like a missile silo, the corn used as a shell was placed perpendicular to the ground. Following which, giggle, with a violent vibration of the ground, the bottom of the corn came out of its husk, making the sound of compressed gas as it was expelled. 3 or 4 meters tall and thick as a couple of people's arms, the corn slowly rose into the air in full view of the crowd. The moment the corn as a whole left the base, it began to accelerate, straight into the clouds and disappeared. The people present looked at each other, looking a little surprised. Just like that? Fly away? They were expecting the thing to move a little more. However, at this moment, Li Yang suddenly narrowed his eyes and detected some dangerous implications. Directly unleashing the 4th talent, grass and tree life, he transformed the several small grasses at his feet that were buried under the surface of the snow into 3 rows of nut walls, blocking in front of the crowd. Solid nuts broke the ground and turned into a solid shield in front of the crowd. Almost at the same time, the golden-colored large corn that had just rushed up into the clouds locked its direction and smashed straight towards the hill that was 300 meters away. The giant corn hit the ground, and the moment the two came into contact with each other, an incomparably blinding glare erupted. The crowd behind the wall of nuts hastily lowered their heads, unable to look directly at them at all. Ice and snow splashed, debris scattered, and smoke filled the air. The power of the cannon explosion made the entire snowy mountain tremble, and the ground shook in an instant. A huge shockwave rushed through the cold air, raising the snow and ice high up on the mountain. The flying snowflakes were like wild petals, tumbling and spreading in all directions, forming a white mist that spread for nearly 1,000 meters. That explosion instantly leveled the entire mountain, and the raging flames rolled up monstrous smoke. Waves of hot air swept through the area, turning everything near the hill into ashes. The original hill was surrounded by the white mist flying in the sky in an instant, and then dissipated without a trace with the impact, eventually leaving only a lifeless ruin. As for the doppelganger that Dongfang Changming had left at the center of the explosion, naturally, it was vaporized in an instant and has long since disappeared without a trace. Although the shockwave was stopped quite a bit by the nut wall, the vibration spread along the Earth's crust, still causing the few Tongshan division directors behind Li Yang to stagger and nearly fall. These directors have kind of seen a lot of action. Still, the moment that mind-shattering explosion rang out, one could not help but feel a palpitation. It was inconceivable that they, level 70 to 80 transmutants, would be scared to the point of weak legs by a skill unleashed by a level 60 farmer. The power. I'm afraid even Li Yang didn't expect it to be this big. Looking at the snow and ice that had been washed away around his feet, and the white fog that obscured the sky, Li Yang smiled slightly awkwardly and opened his mouth. It seems, a safe distance of 300 meters is a bit not quite enough, haha. Pay more attention next time. Pull at least 500 meters away. That, to the few directors of combat-oriented professions in the room, had been kind of Versailles. Ask yourself, they can't just achieve that kind of destruction, can they? The thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the center of the explosion that had been covered. The flames, ignited by the heat, gradually died out with the passage of time. The previously raised hill had been turned into a charred, blackened pit of ground covered in thick dust. The white snow and ice melted clean, leaving only some dark mixture of mud and water on the ground. At this time in the White family compound, the White family looked extraordinarily busy. But suddenly, a violent tremor suddenly came. The vase of flowers that had been placed on the edge of the table, the decoration that had been erected in the corner of the wall, instantly collapsed in a large part of the room. Earthquake! Earthquake! Emergency evacuation! Get to open ground! Holy shit! The far Northland usually doesn't have earthquakes. What's going on here all of a sudden today? Nonsense! The beast tide in the past wasn't this intense today. In my opinion, this is going to change the sky. A group of Bai family subordinates chattered and discussed. rushing out of the house in a panic with pots and pans and the like on their heads. Those generals who stayed behind in the White House reacted immediately, preparing to go out and evacuate the people. By phone, and Lin Huayu, on the other hand, frowned. The far north is not on the seismic belt and has never had a disaster like an earthquake in 100 years. If it happened so suddenly, there must be a reason for it. Lin Huayu commanded the Bai family to evacuate while calling the military team guarding the northern Great Wall to inquire about the situation. Bai Feng, on the other hand, directly turned on his skill to do a rough divination of the incident. However, the result of the divination was a great blessing. Bai Feng was puzzled. It wasn't until Lin Huayu hung up the phone with a smile on his face and walked over that the doubts were answered. What? This commotion was made by Li Yang? In this short day, Bai Feng felt like he had already been shocked by the name Li Yang 4 or 5 times. Recalling a casual conversation with Dongfang Changming, the other had said that Li Yang's occupation was a farmer. Farmer. Casually flinging a big bang farmer, Bai Feng walked out the door and looked back at the countryside. A huge white mushroom cloud slowly blossomed out over the distant hills. On the wind, it seemed to carry some of the fragrance of popcorn. The suburbs at this time. The test for Li Yang's group was still in full swing. Next, let's see. Try plumping up another charm mushroom. And then crossbreed the charmed mushroom with the watermelon pitcher to see if you can breed something as outrageous as the charmed mushroom pitcher. Li Yang said and planted the charming mushroom and watermelon pitcher on the ground at the same time. Bai Ji nodded and quickly stepped forward, launching her ability. Green and red points of light spread out from the palms of his hands. Then, new information surfaced before Li Yang's eyes. Seducing mushroom, plus version, a bountiful upgraded version of the seducing mushroom, which is a special plant and can't be recorded in the formation save card. Plant characteristics, bountiful state lasts permanently, during which the charm effect of the charmed mushroom does not require the target to engage in devouring behavior, and touching it will charm it and strengthen the control effect, enhance the target's combat strength and prolong the control time. Watermelon pitcher, hybrid charmed mushroom, a hybridized version of the watermelon pitcher and the charmed mushroom, which cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be entered into a formation save card. Botanical characteristics, drawing on the strengths of the watermelon thrower and the charmed mushroom. It can inflict high splash damage, and when the enemy eats the watermelon thrower, they will be subject to the charmed mushroom's control effect. The abundance version is kinda awesome, but this hybrid, it's too much luck, isn't it? Li Yang looked at the seductive mushroom that was a circle bigger bubbling with golden light and was quite satisfied with it. But next to this watermelon pitcher with a mushroom on his head, being eaten can charm, but the watermelon pitcher thing doesn't stand a chance of being consumed by the wraith. Who's a good person to put such an expensive output plant in the front row? What the hell is this? LOL, wait. What about the reverse of planting a watermelon pitcher on a charm mushroom? Can you do it in reverse? With that in mind, Li Yang immediately asked Bai Ji to change some of the order of precedence. Crossbreeds watermelon pitcher over charmed mushroom. The red glow didn't go into the two plants and then dissipated. Next, two unrelated plants began to merge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seducing mushroom, hybrid watermelon thrower, a hybridized version of the seducing mushroom and watermelon thrower, which cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be entered into a formation save card. Botanical characteristics, drawing on the strengths of the charming mushroom and the watermelon thrower. It will throw the charming mushroom, causing a non-damaging ranged splash effect, and enemies that are splashed will be controlled by the charming mushroom. The effect is equal to that of the normal charming mushroom. This time, the thing that changed out was not what it was just now. A charmed mushroom wobbles around on the ground with two signature stun-like circles on its stem. Long curved strips resembling watermelon stems protruded from the back of its head and contained a tiny umbrella cap. It looks very weird, but in the midst of the weirdness, there were a few moments of reason. Li Yang cried and laughed, secretly memorizing the combination. Although the hybridized plants cannot be saved as ready-made plant cards, but it can still be saved in a formation protection card like a normal plant. The point is that this hybridized plant, which sort of combines the characteristics of both plants at the same time, is only one plant. It's much more cost-effective to test a few more interesting ones now and save them directly to the formation protection card when the time comes. But now he's also down to one save card that he hasn't used yet. It's better to think twice before deciding exactly what to save. Mr. Li Yang, what is this called? It looks so cute, Bai Ji suddenly asked, pointing at a huge mushroom. It was a mushroom with a purple umbrella cap that looked dun and very soft, and one of the most iconic plants in Dave's store. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and casually said, "This one, is called the big spray mushroom. Besides, if you want to see something, just put an appraisal on it." Bai Ji nodded, bent down and reached out her hand, touching it on the huge umbrella cap of the big spouting mushroom. The QQ bouncing in her hand instantly put her in a good mood. Looking at Bai Ji's performance, Li Yang raised his eyebrows. "You like this?" Bai Ji nodded without thinking. I think it's chubby and soft. It feels cute and secure looking. Li Yang smacked his lips, and somehow, suddenly thought of a certain dude who had asked for a large spray of mushroom shibori pictures in the forum. There really are people in the world who control big spray mushrooms. Mr. Li Yang, can I try to be bountiful to it? Bai Ji's voice sounded again. Li Yang nodded and let her go. Anyway, according to Bai Ji's own words, now that she had completed her 4th turn, using abundance on these divine plants was far less tiring than before. Also, coffee beans is the plant that helped her the most. It was also tested in the following process by Bai Ji using abundance and hybridization in turn. As for the results, coffee bean, plus version a rich upgrade of the coffee bean, which is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation save card. Botanical characteristics, the state of abundance lasts permanently, during which the coffee bean's refreshing effect is greatly enhanced, and the refreshing effect is transformed into a berserking effect. The effect lasts for 30 minutes, and the berserk target will receive a certain degree of increase in attack power, as well as a persistent state of fury. Coffee bean, multi-hybridized version, a hybridized version of multiple coffee beans, which cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be entered into a formation save card. Botanical characteristics, repeatedly overlapping the effects of multiple coffee beans. It can prolong the refreshing effect of the coffee beans. The prolongation time is related to the number of crossbreeds of the coffee beans. The former's abundance increase effect is more applicable to combat class professions. It doesn't mean much to Bai Ji. However, the multiple hybridized coffee beans are able to provide Bai Ji with longer wakefulness for a sustained period of time on top of the original. For Bai Ji, this was undoubtedly a great enhancement. In order to make it easier for her to use it, Li Yang also went along with all the coffee beans he had hoarded during this period of time. Bai Ji thanked him repeatedly, the excitement on her face still not fading. On the contrary, Dongfang Changming, who was still crossing his fingers not far away, had long ago given up the idea of using his own doppelganger as a target for Li Yang. Under such a heaven-defying plant of Li Yang, his detachment could not survive for more than a few seconds each time he released it, and it was simply meaningless. He directly led the next few directors in this side of the pen. The hands of the camera also click shot non-stop, frantically recording the plants Li Yang showed. It was only after a while of memorizing that Bai Ji finally showed some fatigue. Li Yang asked Dongfang Changming for what they had recorded and examined it in general. This time 10 plants were tested for their abundance status, as well as several hybrids that were either useful or useless. There are many different kinds of noteworthy bastards at the moment. For example, the abundance version of a sunflower has the ability to spew out a lot of sunlight in a short period of time. It's a skill that can be used for emergencies when sunlight is in short supply, but it seemed unlikely that the current Li Yang would encounter such a situation either. In addition, the bountiful version of charming mushroom, which strengthens the control effect and extends the control time. A bountiful version of the largemouth flower that lengthens its rhizomes and dramatically extends its range of attack. The abundance version of the corn cannon could, after flying into high altitude, diffuse corn kernels with extremely high explosive power in all directions in a state similar to that of a swarming bomb, and automatically track the target designated by Li Yang to deal a devastating blow to the area where the target was located. However, according to Bai Ji, the amount of energy consumed when increasing the corn cannon was 3 times more than other plants. This is presumably because of the special nature of the corn cannon. After all, it's a brand new plant synthesized from 2 corn pitchers, but the power of this one is really justified by the energy expenditure. Also, any mushroom plant crossed with coffee beans can be made to work right out of the box ignoring day and night conditions. You can also use frozen mushrooms and big spray mushrooms during the day later. Speaking of the big spray mushroom, the abundance version of the big spray mushroom's ability to attach an extremely corrosive effect to the spores it sprays out has been aggressively tested by Bai Ji. It can still come in handy against some enemies with stronger defenses. Student Li Yang, your power is really too amazing. The strength displayed by the two of you in conjunction with each other is at a level that no one has ever seen before or since when looking at the entire blue star. God bless Huaxia. Truly God bless Huaxia. This time, several directors of the Tongshan division greeted them. Even though he was already doing his best to restrain his emotions, it was still hard to hide the look of ecstasy on his face. After a moment, a few people looked at each other again, and it seemed that they could see a touch of meaning in each other's gazes. Well, the time is almost right. Now, it's time to tell Li Yang's classmates about that too, isn't it? About that copy thing. Which copy? Look at the directors who are trying to say something. Li Yang couldn't help but get a little curious. On the side, Dongfang Changming laughed slightly and opened his mouth to explain. When I just met with you, Mr. Li Yang, earlier, I introduced you to the business scope covered by the Tongshan division so far. I wonder if you still remember. Speaking of which, it was actually just 2 or 3 days ago. Li Yang blinked in thought. The Tongshan division, or the Tongshan program, was initially developed to cultivate China's own special talents in response to the rapidly changing world situation. And as the times progressed, the Tongzuanji gradually took on more responsibilities. Things like exploration of the otherworld, containment of beast tides, and the like were all within the scope of business of the Tongxin division. Come to think of it, that senior named Du Shengding seemed to be the head of some Tongxin division's transmigrator lab. Come to think of it, what they do is included in the concept of exploring the otherworldly, right? Well, the copy mentioned this time should also be. Actually, it's not just this beast wave that happened in the north. Unusual magical beasts, spatial rifts appearing out of nowhere, increasingly frequent beast attacks everywhere. All of these things, they can't be disconnected from a copy. Dongfang Changming opened his mouth, but the details contained in his words made Li Yang feel puzzled. As far as he knew, this problem of frequent beast tides appeared to be a worldwide disaster come to pass. What copy? That can affect the whole world? This doubt had only just popped up when a concept suddenly surfaced in Li Yang's mind. Supersized world-class replica. Looking at Li Yang's expression, Dongfang Changming also understood that Li Yang should have realized something. Then, relieved, he continued to explain. As we all know, what we commonly call replicas are essentially a rift in space that appears in our world. About 5 months ago, all the space monitoring agencies in all of Blue Star received an extremely unusual signal. Shortly after the signal appeared, about 100 or so rifts appeared at the same time in more than 200 countries and regions across the blue planet. And these rifts, all of them lead to one place dash. Speaking here, Dongfang Changming paused slightly. Taking his cell phone out of his own pocket, he flipped through it and found a picture. Showed it to Li Yang and said the name of the place word for word. The septuagenarian Yudu. Li Yang squinted his eyes and looked at the photos in Dongfang Changming's cell phone, and couldn't help but feel a little bit shocked. The photo shows a rift in space that leads to the septuagenarian spooky capital. Generally speaking, such rifts actually teleport in both directions. Not only can human transmutants go in, but what's inside can come out. The creatures inside the rift, in their own way, will continue to change the environment around the rift, making it more and more similar to their own internal environment. Thus, the so-called replica refers not really only to the space inside the replica, but also to a small area near the rift that has been similarly altered. This area is often referred to as the outer domain, and is generally what best reflects the inner space of the rift. And what is shown in the photo of Dongfang Changming is the world-class copy, the outer domain of the septuagenarian Yudu. Looking at the background, the rift of the sedentary spectre is unfolding in the middle of a mountainous forest. The originally green lawn on the ground was twisted to scarlet red by some kind of power, and the overall momentum of growth became extraordinarily strange. The branches of the surrounding trees also appeared to be quite rough, and a number of hideous eyeball-like patterns appeared on their crumpled skins. Other than that, the most eye-catching thing was a light red mist that spread out from the fissure and went straight to the sky. This fog, it spread all over the world. After our comparisons and studies, we have been able to affirm that it is the spread of these mists that has caused the disorganization of the copies in various parts of the Blue Star. Whether these fogs have any effect on the human body, we don't know at this point, but it does make the magical beasts in the various copies become brutal and bloodthirsty and uncontrollable, followed by the outbreak of a beast tide that gets worse and worse. Moreover, this red mist will build up more and more in the atmosphere and will not be able to dissipate, the ultimate consequence of letting it continue. The recent wave of beasts has had nothing to do with this stuff. Although Dongfang Changming wanted to say something, the seriousness of the problem had already unfolded. The red mist was able to disorganize an otherwise stable copy, causing magical beasts to go into a berserk rage regardless of their species or level. This will only lead to one result. The wave of beasts will intensify and eventually drift out of human control. The Warcraft crisis that accompanied the gamification of the world 100 years ago will be repeated again. And the solution to the problem is actually pretty straightforward. Once you pass this copy, everything will be solved. As the first world-class copy that Blue Star had ever faced, the country that cleared it for the first time even got what was called a hidden prize. The rewards provided by world-class copies were naturally things that could change the world's landscape. In order to solve this worldwide disaster and also to capture this so-called reward, a group of countries then banded together and created a group that regularly raided the replica. Every 2 weeks, groups are formed and collectively attack the inside of the replica. It was a pity that because of the special nature of the rules of the world-class replica itself, humans hadn't been able to successfully breach its first level so far. Hearing this, Li Yang instantly became a bit curious. What kind of heaven-defying rules did this copy have that could make so many transmigrators in the entire blue planet unable to overcome it for months in a row? And he does have a personal interest in these issues related to it. The red mist had spread throughout the blue planet, and although it was not visible to the naked eye, it was there for sure. For the time being, it was uncertain what effect it could have on humans. But the increasingly frequent waves of beasts because of the red mist were devastating to ordinary people. It was no exaggeration to say that a beast tide of sufficient size could completely and easily overthrow a city. Li Yang was someone who had personally experienced the beast tide, and he was more than familiar with that kind of natural disaster-level devastation. Thinking back to the neighboring Amas and the folks back home in faraway Yunzhou, Li Yang slowly raised his head and opened his mouth to ask, I assume there's something I can do to help when Director East brings this up all of a sudden? If it's a need for plants, that goes without saying, I manage enough. Seeing Li Yang being so proactive, Dongfang Changming was a bit of a noob for a while. He opened his mouth before nodding and speaking. Classmate Li Yang has a heart. Not bad, because having witnessed your strength with our own eyes, we were greatly shocked by this, and agreed that with your power in place, the raid on the septuagenarian Yuta should be a great success. So sure? Li Yang himself didn't even say he was 100% confident. Dongfang Changming paused, changed to a more serious and earnest tone, and slowly said, the world-class replica of the septuagenarian spooky capital is quite special in every sense of the word. It has the power to change the entire world, and there are quite a few rules that override our world. At the very least, for those transmogrifiers who are trying to discover the secrets of it. Dongfang Changming made a serious pile of padding. Looking godly, the other director next to him couldn't look away, held his forehead and spoke bluntly to explain. The recommended level for the septuagenarian spooky capital is 80 to 100, and it doesn't allow you to use the equipment you brought in there. As we all know, the role of equipment becomes more and more important as you get higher and higher in level. But no matter what kind of transmutator it is, as soon as it enters the spatial rift of the sacred spectral capital, all the special quality equipment on its body will be instantly disintegrated. Even storage rings, a whole bunch of nakedly armored combat class transmutants go in and face all the level 80 or higher magical beasts. That naturally results in only waiting for death. Although Huaxia is considered to be as strong as the clouds, unusual combat class transmutants are naturally unable to utilize their strength in such a replica. In that case, for the raid on the septuagenarian Yudu, we'll have to hope for the Tongxian division. That director even sighed slowly when he finished. The rules of this copy are clearly designed to be disgusting, but in a sense, it's sort of a balance. After all, the copy resources of each country on the blue planet varied, and the strength of each country's transmogrifier had a huge gap as a result. This rule of not allowing any equipment to be brought in by the Shedding Spectre is considered to have fundamentally leveled the strength gap between the various transmutants. Li Yang rested his chin and nodded slightly as realization dawned on him. No wonder Dongfang Changming said that his ability was important, even enough to change the world. So that's not a compliment. It's a statement of fact. The strength of the combat class transmigrator, in addition to their own extremely high attributes and a variety of skills, the most indispensable thing, is those equipment. Living professions, on the other hand, can be completely unaffected by this rule, like pea shooters, hot peppers, cherry bombs, corn cannons and the like. Essentially, it's just plants. 2. Put in this copy. It's a natural-born killer. While everyone was carefully brushing the monsters for barely usable equipment, China's raider team, which directly sowed seeds into soldiers, was a distant second to God. This kind of image is really exciting to think about. Li Yang sort of understood what these directors meant, so he nodded without thinking. Fine, use my plant raid copy, huh? Simple. Just give me enough time to prepare properly. Besides, I'm kinda curious, does Bai Ji need to go into the copy with you guys? Saying that, Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Ji, who knocked down another coffee bean next to him. Since we have to be way ahead of the game, we definitely have to utilize all the resources available to us. But Angelica's ability to. Li Yang recalled the scene when she used the skill. Both reached out and released something like a firefly that flew into the soil and inside the plants. This kind of skill, similar to that of an auxiliary class occupation, must surely be used as it is used, right? But Bai Ji was only at level 60 now, and the minimum recommended level for Sedition Spectre is 80. It wasn't that he looked down on Bai Ji, it's just that this level 20 after 4 turns, the gap is simply an unfillable sinkhole. After reaching level 60, the experience required for each subsequent level would increase exponentially. Such an exaggerated amount of experience brought about a gap between each level, and all of them were quite large. The difference between the 4th and 5th turn was separated by 20 levels, and it was, moreover, a sinkhole. Letting a defenseless Bai Ji go in, even if it was more tightly guarded, the risk was not much smaller. However, whenever they were sneak attacked by those level 80 plus magical beasts, or even other transmutants with bad intentions, she didn't even have a chance of surviving. Going in like this is no different from cannon fodder. Dongfang Changming saw Li Yang's misgivings and smiled cheerfully. No harm, no foul. Naturally we can't send you on an adventure. For the raiders, We just need to bring some of the plants you grew and the fertilizer produced by Angelica. When needed, simply combine the two to outperform anything swiped from a copy. Ah yes, Angelica is the fertilizer guy again. Li Yang nodded thoughtfully and turned to Bai Ji. Your profession is essentially production as well. But don't I see you lifting your hand and firing out a bunch of points of light when you use your skills? And I don't see you using fertilizer. Hearing this question, Bai Ji froze on the spot, her cheeks burning slightly. Fertilizer? Fertilizer? I'm in labor. It's just, not often in front of people. Those things that are spread out are actually fertilizers. It's just that the fertilizer production process is not very easy to show. After all, most of the best quality fertilizers I produce today are organic. Hearing this, Li Yang froze and almost blurted out, organic fertilizer. Ah, do you use manure? Bai Ji panicked and interrupted in a high voice. No, not. I haven't used it. Then, as if realizing that her reaction was somewhat embarrassing, she blushed again and lowered her head. Just unusual straw and soybean meal, wine lees and sugar residue and stuff like that. I'm not going to use those obscenities, though I know they might work well. But I'll make the fertilizer needed for the raid copies as soon as possible, Bai Shi said, her head getting lower and lower, and in the end, she even hated to bury her chin into her collarbone. There was some laughter from the crowd. Bai Zi without that big lady frame looks a lot better to get along with, but also finally let Li Yang have some feelings of closeness. On the way back to the White House, Li Yang asked about some other information related to the world-class copies in passing. For example, the list of raiders selected this time, and the plan that the Chinese side intends to adopt. It was then learned that the next copy of the raid was scheduled for 3 days after that. The candidates, for the most part, were the best people selected from within the Tongshan division. The leader, a female boxer who was extremely strong but had a somewhat lazy personality. This should be the best combat class occupation for raiding such tricky copies. The vice team, on the other hand, was a berserker who was in charge of managing the Tongshan division's laboratory, Du Shengding, who possessed a giant bloodline. As for the team members, they were some of the Tangzuanji transmigrants who all had guaranteed strength. Among them, the one most worthy of mentioning was a superbly gifted life-class transfigurator, Meng Qing. Meng Qing. Li Yang always felt as if he had heard this name somewhere. Who was it again? It was only after Bai Ji's reminder that Li Yang came to a realization. Wasn't it the one he met when he first arrived at Tongxianxi? The little kobold he met when he first arrived at Tongxianxi? According to that guy, he's like the battle leader of the life-class transfiguration or something. This title, Li Yang originally thought was a joke, but looking at the evaluation of him by these directors of Oriental Changming, it seems that this guy still has some strength. And there's Du Shengding, together with the plants he provided himself, and the fertilizer provided by Bai Ji. Why does it feel like this raid group is full of familiar faces? Out of curiosity, Li Yang asked Meng Qing and Du Shengding in passing what their talents were. Dongfang Changming did not have the slightest intention to keep it a secret. Anyway, they are all his own people. There is nothing to hide. Actually, Meng Qing's occupation was a pickpocket, which in real life could be described as the existence of everyone. However, he had awakened a special talent called taking by force. The ability is simple and brutal to the extreme. In one word, robbery. He is able to directly grab one of the designated target's skills and turn it into his own for a period of time. Likewise, the target of the snatch will, for a short period of time, lose the right to use the skill. At critical moments, it can serve to instantly turn the tide of battle. It was also because of this that Meng Qing was officially included in the Raider squad as well, even though he hadn't reached level 80 yet, and Du Shengding's talent was named Giant Bloodline. Its ability, which was passively activated when he was raging, could turn him into a massive giant over a dozen meters tall, with all panel attributes increasing exponentially. Now Li Yang finally understood why he had to slap himself twice before he turned into a giant when he supported Du Shengding earlier. After all this time, it turns out that you're saving your anger for yourself. But this talent, it's passively activated? Whenever he gets angry, does he inevitably turn into a giant? With that talent in place, I'm guessing that guy hasn't had a lot of torture in his life before. No wonder it has developed such a naive and honest character. Thinking back to Du Shengding's face that was too honest to be true, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional inside. And the time after that, the group walked and chatted as they quickly returned to the Bai family's mansion. At this moment, the Bai family, and even the entire city, was all lit up, with lights and colors everywhere. It's almost like New Year's Eve. The streets were cleared of snow, and the streetlights were lit up with a dim, warm glow. One by one, the residents of the city took to the streets to share in the joy of the aftermath. Li Yang and the others came in from the side of the transfer square, and as they passed through the square, they also saw some familiar faces. The owner of that gift store was holding his cat in his arms, which had 4 little red boots on its paws. Du Shengding, who was busy earning points, didn't know what commission he had taken on again, and was hanging out on a chimney near the square, busy. Bai Feng was nowhere to be found, but Lin Huayu was standing in his gown on the street near the Bai family home, entertaining the guests that came and went. Upon seeing Li Yang and his group, Lin Huayu's face was immediately filled with smiles, very positively waving up to the side, appearing more lively than Bai Ji, who was her daughter. At this time, the banquet atmosphere within the White family had become more and more lively. Some of the sergeants who had been seated early pushed and laughed. Upon seeing Li Yang enter, Bai Feng, who was entertaining important people inside, hurriedly walked out with a few heads of the military department to greet him with a smiling face. Quickly, everyone from the Tongshan division, take your seats. The delicacies and wine are all ready, so when you are seated, we will officially begin. That's right, Mr. Li Yang, as the big contributor this time, do you want to go up on stage and say a few words? In response, Li Yang waved his hand and politely declined. Still, it was Changming Dongfeng, as a representative, who very skillfully took the stage and spoke for more than 20 minutes. Although Li Yang didn't feel much, however, Dongfeng Changming's words resonated with quite a few people from the Northern Military Department. A group of people enthusiastically chanted the name of Tong Xianxi from below, excitedly expressing their gratitude. During this period, many local dignitaries came forward, found Li Yang, greeted him, and mixed up their acquaintances. The biggest feeling of the people in the far north, compared to the people over in Yunzhou, was that they were a lot warmer and their manners were a lot more troublesome. A large number of people toasted one after another, with 1,000 strange routines, so that Li Yang did not slow down for half a day. Subsequently, it was still Bai Ji who stepped in and very skillfully helped Li Yang politely rebuff a number of people. Li Yang's ability to drink was always still not good. After 3 rounds of drinks, it's all a bit on the nose again. Lin Huayu had long noticed Li Yang's slightly reddened cheeks, and then smiled heartily and waved towards Bai Ji. Smiling, he stuffed a box to Bai Ji and told her to help Li Yang to rest first. All of this was seen by Li Yang. On the way back, Li Yang chewed a coffee bean without moving. The main function of the coffee bean is to wake up, which is more or less helpful for drunkenness. Bai Ji assisted Li Yang to the guest room and helped him sit on his bed. Then he hurriedly went to make a cup of honey water for Li Yang and brought it over with both hands. When Li Yang took the cup and drank it slowly, she did not leave. Instead, he stood in front of Li Yang and became gulping. Alright, I've got nothing else to do. Do you want to keep going back to the party? Li Yang drank the water in his cup, then raised his head with interest and looked at Bai Ji. Bai Ji opened her mouth and froze slightly, then pulled out a beautifully decorated wooden box from her back. That, Li Yang student, don't be a classmate, just call me Li Yang. Well, Li Yang, this time's defense of the Northern Great Wall was thanks to you. Mother said before that she wanted to give you something. It's right here. Obviously in front of strangers to act very decent and talkative. The official set of words do not carry heavy. However, when in front of Li Yang, Bai Ji behaved uncharacteristically and was as clumsy as an untutored child. Li Yang smiled, rubbed his somewhat stiff face, and took the wooden box from Bai Ji's hand. After weighing it, it didn't look like gold coins or other money inside. Under Bai Ji's curious gaze, Li Yang directly reached out and opened the box. A silver pendant lay silently on the velvet lining of the wooden box. In the warm lighting, it looked as if it had been around for some years. This is what grandmother left to mother. Bai Ji obviously recognized the origin of this thing and was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and didn't rush to ask, but directly released an appraisal spell on this thing. Immunity talisman, quality, gold, legend. Item description, a talisman crafted by artisans in the far north, carrying a mother's true hopes for her daughter. Able to be triggered passively when the wearer's blood level falls below 10%, causing the wearer to enter a state of invincibility that lasts for 30 seconds. Immunity to all damage and abnormal statuses during this period, but you are frozen and unable to move. Disposable item, please use with caution. Li Yang was a bit surprised. This thing, it's Bai Ji's mom's heirloom? Looking at Bai Ji's equally somewhat astonished expression, Li Yang instantly understood what was going on. Although he was slightly drunk just now, Li Yang had really seen it. This box, Lin Huayu personally stuffed it to Bai Ji, and now they're turning around and giving it to themselves. There must be more to it than simply expressing gratitude. Lin Huayu's abacus beads are scattered all over the place. Li Yang had a black face. Anyway, whether it's the Northern Realm or me personally, it's thanks to you this time. Just take it, and in the future, I'll have to ask for more guidance. When Bai Ji finished, she let out a long breath of relief as if she was relieved. After a quick goodbye, he scrambled out the door, but when she came outside the house, she suddenly stopped again. Carefully, he turned back and gently helped Li Yang close the door, revealing half a face through the doorway. So, Li Yang, good night. Li Yang nodded. Good night. Bai Ji's face showed some delight and she hurriedly closed the door. After making sure there was no movement in the house, she slowly paced the yard, leaning against the gate of the courtyard. He rubbed his slightly heaving chest to calm himself. White, did you send it out? Suddenly, a familiar voice came out cold. Bai Ji was startled and turned back to the voice to see her mother's smiling face. Sent it out. But I didn't realize that it was actually filled with that kind of stuff. Listening to Bai Ji's voice, it seemed that she still had some heart palpitations. Lin Huayu always had that sunshine-filled smile on his face. After hearing her own daughter's words, she came a little closer and took Bai Ji's head into her arms and said softly, Silly girl, once you don't take the initiative to fight for a lot of things, when you regret it, it's too late to regret it. Mother has asked father to help you count. This young man is a little rough, but he has a good character and is upright. Mother wouldn't forgive herself if she missed out on this. That's why mother gave him that heirloom. It's both to thank him for his merits this time, as well as to hope that this little friend, Li Yang, will treat you well in the future. As she said that, she gently stroked Bai Ji's silky silver white hair with her hand. A white dress Bai Ji in the light of the sunflowers in the courtyard, bright as if the stars in the sky. Sasha, the sunflowers swayed without wind, their leaves rubbing against each other, setting the night sky in an extraordinarily serene mood. Inside the house, Li Yang was lying on the bed, utilizing his empathy with the sunflower to hear the entire conversation between the mother and daughter. I was originally worried about something so expensive. As it turned out, it was just Lin Huayu simply wanting to be his mother-in-law. After hearing these words, Li Yang sweated and smiled. In passing, he picked up the string of silver pendants and hung them around his neck. The system was then reopened and began to organize all the plants that had been obtained since the initial transfer. Just switched to having a pea shooter, sunflower, wall of nuts, marigold, potato mine and dual launcher. The firepower at this stage already possessed the level of being able to withstand the small beast tides that occurred in Yunzhou. Further on in the second turn, there are a number of more deadly plants on top of that. Chill shooter, big mouth flower, cabbage pitcher, corn pitcher, vulcan and cherry bomb. Especially the power of the last cherry bomb, which had shocked many people when it was tested in Yunzhou. In the third turn, he gained the plant sympathy talent, and the plants he unlocked, too, gradually moved towards functionality from mere output. Pumpkin heads, torch stumps, ground thorns, charm mushrooms, coffee beans, fiery peppers. The coffee beans in it also provided Bai Ji with no small amount of help. It was also from this moment that he came into contact with the Tongshan division. It was a pity that he had only just been in the Tongshan division for a short while when he encountered this incident with the Great Wall of the North. He came without stopping, used the plants he already had to fend off the beast tide, and with the help of Bai Ji's abundant skill killed the level 70-odd elite grade magical beasts. He also reached turn 4 in the process, unlocking the grass and tree spirit talent. As one of the most important turning points in the life of any transmuter, the plants unlocked at turn 4 are once again back to the beginning. This aspect of lethality has been substantially enhanced. Big spray mushrooms, watermelon throwers, machine gun shooters, garlic, chill mushrooms, corn cannons, most of the stuff that counts is at the top of the original game's output capabilities. Expensive, yes, but these are definitely worth every penny. And it was also at this stage that Bai Ji obtained the hybridized plants talent. Not only do you get yourself out of the energy limitations when using the abundance skill through multiple hybridized coffee beans, it even helped Li Yang figure out quite a few rather outrageous plant combinations. What a charm mushroom thrower, nut wall shooter, strength aside, fun is really fun. So next, Li Yang looked at the remaining unlocked plants inside Dave's store and felt the anticipation begin to grow. The unlocked plants, though, are all present in silhouette form, but it's never been easier to recognize them by their silhouettes. The plants that will be unlocked at turn 5. Li Sunshine already knew quite a bit just by looking at the icons. Clover, shamrocks, destructive mushrooms, hiss, clover, shampoo and destruction mushroom, a full map tracking strike and a thermonuclear weapon. What is the virtue of this clover? The idea had just popped up when Li Yang thought of the end. His system isn't a numerical monster. It's a rules monster. Clover. People don't blow the wind. It's a flying unit instead. Remember in Plants vs. Zombies, no matter what the contraption is, as soon as your feet leave the ground, it can all be blown away by the clover. This thing was a concept god in the game back in the day, not to mention on his side. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will not be able to blow away all the airplanes and dirigibles. Rely on STH. The scene. It's really exciting to think about. Li Yang stretched and yawned. Through drunkenness, he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, At sunrise, Li Yang sat up covering his somewhat dull head, listening to the chatter of some unknown person outside the house. Li Yang put on his jacket and walked out the door. Over the course of the night, the sunflowers planted outside had produced over $70 million of sunlight for him. Looking at the sunlight value reserves that had doubled several times, Li Yang's heart blossomed with joy. Lack of sunlight? It doesn't exist. There was so much sunshine now that he couldn't use it up by just splurging. After that, Tomohiroji's side wanted to use his Plant Raider world-class copy with it. When the time comes, as soon as you get into the book, just put a couple dozen corn cannons in to wash the ground. Doesn't that just straight up scare the hell out of the raiders in other countries? Mr. Li Yang, breakfast is ready. We can deliver it to you if you need it. Li Yang was squatting in front of his sunflower field and admiring the scenery when the Bai family's housekeeper poked out half of his head from the courtyard entrance and spoke. Li Yang nodded to show his tacit approval. In the lull between the butler turning back to the kitchen to fetch the meal and taking advantage of last night's heat, he opened Dave's prop store and looked around. And with the sound of crooked bee babies, the first thing that caught his eye was the thing he'd been thinking about day and night: the props, lawn trolley. Unlocked. Requirements, kill 1. 000. 000 rates, 3279/1. 000. 000. It always feels like it's a long way off. Sure enough, you still can't force something on the level of a cart. At the time, the system had said that other people killing monsters with his plants on their end actually counted towards that kill count. Looks like it's time to find an opportunity to send more plants out into the fray. In this gap between the butler pushing the cart to bring Li Yang's food, Dongfang Changming also made a trip to Li Yang. But this time it's just business. Now that the problems in the north had been solved, there was no need to stay any longer. Although the Bai family still wanted to stay for a while, the Tongxian division wasn't free every moment. If Li Yang didn't have anything else that needed to be taken care of, then let's depart today and return to the imperial capital. It just so happens that the documents and formalities that were not finished for Li Yang when he left in a hurry last time can be finished together this time. When he mentioned this matter, Li Yang took out a black blank token from his storage ring. The back of the token was engraved with the floating seal and name of the Tongxian division, but the front was empty, because he came out in a hurry. Dongfang Changming didn't have time to customize a separate piece for Li Yang, so you'll just have to make do with this piece. However, according to Dongfang Changming, the piece that belonged exclusively to Li Yang had already been made. When he returned to Tongxian division, he would be able to send it to Li Yang along with other important documents. On top of that, Li Yang's battle in the north this time had been scrutinized half-heartedly by those above him. It was ultimately decided that more resources would be allocated to Li Yang separately for growth. It was also thoughtful to Li Yang's need to want to cultivate sunflowers on a large scale. There is an undeveloped crater behind the research area of Tongzuanji. If Li Yang needed it, he could send someone specifically to clear the mountain out properly, leaving more than enough space empty for him. The person above also said that given Li Yang's special status, he was willing to provide him with specialized protection. As long as Li Yang had a need, they would try their best to satisfy any reasonable demands that were casually raised. The only unfortunate point was that Li Yang belonged to the level of no one before him, both professionally and talent-wise. As a result, even in a place like Tongxian Division, where there were a lot of weirdos, it was difficult to find suitable teaching and training resources for Li Yang. The development of Li Yang's talent could only be left to the directors within the Tongxian Division, as well as Li Yang himself to study together. During this period, Tong Xianxi would do his best to assist in all of Li Yang's actions. He gabbled a whole lot and dazzled Li Yang, all the way to the end. Dongfang Changming also specifically asked Li Yang if he had any other needs that he would continue to report. It was Li Yangkai who hurriedly shook his head, stating that there was none for the time being. Kidding aside, just by looking at this stance, one would think that the Tongxian division was specialized in working for him alone. So many resources from official sources came together. It was still a bit too much for him to digest. Dongfang Changming was at least someone who had recruited quite a few special transmutants. Those transmigrants of all shapes and sizes have a variety of origins. Having seen a lot of people, I have naturally practiced my ability to read people. So after seeing that Li Yang looked as if he was a bit uncomfortable, Dongfang Changming hurriedly smiled and opened his mouth. It's okay, there's no rush. Whenever you need it, feel free to mention it to me and I'll keep it up. Originally, the Tongxian division exists to cultivate powerful transmutants, and the various resources within it naturally serve the strong. So no need to be formal. As I said before, when you come to Tongzuanji, treat it like your home. Well, you dine first. After Bai Ji gets up, we'll take that light airship from the military department back. As they were chatting, the butler came into the yard pushing a food cart. Finish your meal and pack your things. Li Yang then came to the Bai family's parlor early to wait, just as he had promised. Lin Huayu had long been waiting here with Bai Feng. and after seeing Li Yang, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Especially Lin Huayu. After seeing the silver-white pendant worn around Li Yang's neck, the corners of his mouth suddenly grinned a bit, and then it was goodbye. Before he left, Li Yang left a number of seeds of plants for the Bai family, instructing them to plant them when they needed them. If a similar situation happened again this time, having the help of the plant army would at the very least help them slow down quite a bit. Afterward, Baiji gently covered the back of her neck and hurriedly rushed to the parlor. After confirming that everyone was in order and that nothing had been forgotten, Li Yang and his party then boarded the light airship that they had traveled on their way here, and flew in the direction of the imperial capital. Along the way, Baiji covered her neck, swaying around with the swaying ship's body in a distinctly awkward manner. Li Yang asked why out of curiosity. Baiji smiled in embarrassment and opened her mouth to explain. Too much sleep and too soft a pillow, so a slip of the tongue. Some fall out of the pillow. There was some fatigue in his eyes as he spoke. It looked as if it would fall asleep at any moment. Li Yang had given her quite a few coffee beans before, but this situation didn't require an emergency and she didn't want to waste them, and it was still some time away from returning to the imperial capital. It would be nice for her to take a little break while it lasted. Baiji leaned against the window and muttered in a voice as thin as a mosquito buzz. Now my neck is raw and I can't sleep comfortably. Trying to sleep and not being able to sleep can be so torturous. Li Yang raised an eyebrow and suddenly thought of something. With that, he opened his storage ring and pulled out a half-human high pillow from it in front of Baiji. Baiji was dumbstruck, her mouth open for half a day. No, what kind of a person carries a pillow around with them? Li Yang directly shoved the thing into Baiji's arms and casually explained. This thing was a souvenir he bought from the gift store next door when he first went to the Northern Transit Plaza. It was the first time he had seen a pillow made of pine needles, so he bought it out of curiosity and played with it. Didn't think it would come in handy. It just so happens that it's a return gift for the pendant as well. It's a traditional virtue to give and receive. Li Yang, you really surprised me in every way. That was awesome. Baiji blinked with some adoration before taking the pillow, sniffing the familiar smell of pine needles on it, and instantly feeling like she was back at her old home by the fireplace. With that, a wave of sleepiness hit her and she fell back to sleep. The frown that was slightly furrowed because of the pain in his neck was also soothed by the fresh aroma from the pine needles. It didn't change positions until the blimp landed. On what grounds? I'm not convinced. By what right is this year's year-end reward directly internalized? Who the hell is this extra guy on the big list? I'm not convinced. There's definitely something shady going on. There's definitely something wrong with the system. I've worked hard for a year to save up more than 600 points, and this 2000-point John Doe suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? Did this guy save the world by getting so many points? He's not anonymous on the Qitong Xuanji Grand ranking either. Who the hell is this guy? The airship had just landed when a cacophony of voices came through the porthole. Baiji opened her eyes with some effort and looked out. Only at this moment, the streets were already filled with indignant young transmigrators. They waved their fists and protested loudly, saying that there was some strange shady business inside this year's annual grand list and demanded a reinvestigation. The exact situation, it seems, is that when the big list was updated last night, the first place of the big list, which had not changed much, suddenly became a blank name. This person showed no information whatsoever, except for a score of more than 2,400 points, more than 200 points ahead of the original leader of the list, becoming the new number one. Who was at the top of the original list? That was the most recognized strength amongst the combat class transmutants in the Tongshin division. The perpetually rambunctious Tong Xuanji's number one fish-touching king, the winner of 3 consecutive year-end grand rankings, the unattainable white moonlight of countless trainees, female boxer, Jiang Xiaoxiao. This was an existence that had once dry-humped half of the Tongshin division directors by himself in order to avoid training. No one in the Tongshin division would dare to have a problem with her taking first place. Outcome. This well-deserved first place was actually stolen by a nobody. That's just a bit biased, isn't it? What's this blank identity guy's story? Is this really not a system error? Hiss. Director Dongfang. If any need can be satisfied. This airship, I think. While a large group of people outside were gabbing for fairness, Li Yang beside him was still calculating what request he could have for Tong Xianxi to help fulfill. Hearing this, Dongfang Changming cried and laughed. It's possible. But can you fly this airship? These high-precision light airships require regular visits to a specialized place for maintenance, which can be a lot of hassle to go back and forth. If it's just to use this thing as a means of transportation, I can get you in touch with someone over at the Ministry of War later. Li Yang nodded. That's fine and dandy. Mainly this thing is really handsome. This streamlined fuselage. This smooth swept back wing. TSK. Just looking at it every day. That's prolonging your life. Li Yang sighed as he unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped down from his position. Dongfang Changming had gotten up and pulled open the cabin door. The retractable ladder unfolded to the ground, and the crowd in the cabin finally rejoined the land of Tongzuanji. As a result, as soon as they went out the door, several directors, including Dongfang Changming, were surrounded by the other trainees. A large group of people questioned sternly, wanting to make a claim for the bizarre scores on the big list. Actually, it's not just that John Doe. This northern support has resulted in a number of combat class transfers getting high scores, but a leap straight into the top 10 would be unheard of. A group of directors looked at each other, looking at the cell phones held high in the air by the cadets. It finally dawned on me what was going on. The one that's a distant second to the top-ranked John Doe. Where's some kind of system bug? That was clearly Li Yang, whose file identity hadn't finished being entered yet. In fact, last night, during the correspondence with the senior management, these directors, including Dongfang Changming, had counted, killing 75 elite-level magical beasts and blocking the beast tide. These scores added up to almost 3,000 points, distributed according to the number of participants in the battle at that time. Du Shengding, Li Yang, and Bai Ji. There were only these 3 people in total. Later on, Du Shengding also specifically stated that killing that elite-level magical beast, as well as these acts of defending against the beast tide, he actually didn't help much and was willing to only need a portion of the points. So basically all of these 3,000 points were split between Li Yang and Bai Ji. Li Yang, of course, took the lion's share, plus the extra score from his life class profession and the high bonus points from the possibility of matching with Bai Ji. 2,400 points is actually more than enough. This guy, Li Yang, even without special approval from the top, it was also able to get the most resources within the Tongshan division by relying on the grand list rankings alone. So, faced with a crowd of trainees, the directors smiled at each other and said in unison that there was no problem with the rankings. If you want to know exactly who this John Doe is, just hold your horses and wait patiently for the big list to be refreshed tonight. Looking at the secretive manner of these directors, those trainees below immediately understood what was going on. Out of the blue, could it be that in the Tongshan division, there was some existence that was even more terrifying than the king of touching fish, Jiang Xiaoxiao? That, how outrageous must such an existence be? The cadet's skepticism quickly turned into a wide range of speculation. A group of people look at me and I look at you, suspecting that the master is right next to me. Alright, Mr. Li Yang, come with me first if it's convenient. Let's go finish those formalities of yours and perfect the tokens and stuff on the way. After dealing with the curious trainees, Dongfang Changming turned back to Li Yang again. Li Yang nodded and temporarily said goodbye to Bai Ji, following a few directors and leaving the tarmac. Scores and all. In fact, on the way here, Dongfang Changming had already made it clear to Li Yang. He even thoughtfully helped Li Yang connect to the Tongshan division's internal network, making it easy for him to check the grand list and such things at any time. Look at that John Doe who's riding way ahead of the pack. Li Yang almost failed to tense up. And, after learning about this year-end incentive, Li Yang also understood why it caused so much chaos this time. The reward for topping the grand ranking this time was a prop that could give one a chance to awaken an extra talent. Speaking in terms of the normal process, someone else is 60 levels and 4 turns. He gets this. And level 60 is the equivalent of 5 turns. More transfers than others. More talents. On the battlefield, it's all about crushing strength. No wonder this stuff is used as a year-end reward. It was only natural that such an important thing should be distributed to transmutants who were strong enough to best utilize its advantages. So many people were outraged that Li Yang actually didn't even feel anything. Only the second on this big list. This girl named Jiang Xiaoxiao. It is said to have been the top of the list for 3 consecutive years, and is an unapologetically ruthless man. This guy, he wouldn't sneak over for revenge because he stole her position and reward. Would he? Li Yang was a bit helpless, so he specifically asked Dongfang Changming. However, Dongfang Changming laughed out loud when he heard Li Yang's question. Ha ha ha, you mean tiny? It's okay, with her nature, there's no way she's going to bother you with that. Besides, she'll have to rely on your plants a lot afterward to raid the world-class copies. Ah, it's just as well. She's here too, so you guys take this opportunity to get acquainted? Saying that, Dongfang Changming raised his hand and pointed to the lawn below the official building. Looking in the direction that Dongfang Changming was pointing, a girl with short brown hair, sunglasses, a short light yellow shirt, and an extremely well-proportioned figure was lying comfortably in a lawn lounge chair with her legs crossed. The golden sunlight poured down, reflecting off her glowing skin and giving her a sense of vitality. Noticing the visitor on this side, the guy then sat up and pulled his eyes down slightly, squinting. Director East, you're back? This handsome-looking young man next to me, is he a new student? Dongfang Changming walked between the two and introduced each other. Li Yang, this is Jiang Xiaoxiao. Tiny, Get acquainted. This is Li Yang. Hearing this name, Jiang Xiao blinked, then lightly leaped and jumped to Li Yang. Taking off his sunglasses and holding his chin, he looked up and down, then nodded gently. Ah, Li Yang, I've read about you from the side of the head of the archive. I heard that this new top of the list that came out of nowhere is you. It's a pleasure to meet you, and please take care of me in the future as well. She spoke in a very lethargic tone, and after lightly shaking hands with Li Yang, she stretched and yawned to make way for them. Li Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit strange. Then he wondered, those people out there are saying that there are shady practices in this grand ranking, but it feels, you don't seem to care much about grand list rankings or anything like that. Jiang Xiao tilted her head slightly and turned back, replying carelessly, doesn't matter. Anyone who can make it to the top few of the grand list must have terrific skills. The Tongxian division's rewards are for those with strength. For you to beat me in ranking is already proof of your strength. Well, with that, he waved his hand in a dangling manner and loped back to his lawn lounger. Putting on his sunglasses again, he crossed his legs and slowly lay back down. Dongfang Changming shrugged his shoulders and threw Li Yang a "See, I told you so" look. Then, he led Li Yang into the official building. Before entering the door, Li Yang purposely returned. He happened to see Jiang Xiao on the recliner tilting her head and looking this way. Although he couldn't see his eyes through a layer of sunglasses, Li Yang always had the feeling of being stared at by a stern gaze. This Jiang Xiao should not be as simple as it looks. After entering the official building, the rest of the things basically didn't need Li Yang to worry too much. All kinds of files, the staff inside the official building had long since helped Li Yang prepare. You just need to wait for Li Yang to come over and confirm that the information is correct, and then you can import it directly. At that point, wait for the big list to be refreshed tonight. Li Yang's name, and the source of those scores for him, gets to appear at the top of the big list. At that time, I'm afraid that the name Li Yang would resonate throughout the entire Tongxian division just like Jiang Xiao did back then. After handling the matter of the file, Dongfang Changming took out a token engraved with Li Yang's name and solemnly handed it over to him. Looking at the ink-colored cloud pattern token, Li Yang nodded slightly and took it back into his storage ring. Oh yeah, if you need any equipment or materials, feel free to contact me, Dongfang Changming reminded him so that Li Yang wouldn't forget. After all, there was an official behind Li Yang who was backing him up, and if there was any demand, the Tongxian division would try its best to fulfill it. Li Yang nodded, and after cooperating with them to complete all the necessary formalities and documents, he left the place with his token. When I came out, it was already night outside. Jiang Xiao, who had been staying on the recliner in the doorway, was long gone, and the bustling crowds in the distance had all gradually calmed down. The Tongzuanji under the night looked as if it was no different from an ordinary university town. The forest of buildings, the lush vegetation, the young men and women coming and going. Except for the rare and unusual abilities that some have shown, it really felt like it made him dream of returning to Yunzhou. Go back to your place and push open the door to your room. Was about to start planting sunflowers all over the yard first to start building up the sunlight coming in. As a result, after entering the door and looking at the several bulging packages placed at the door, Li Yang fell into deep thought. It's express? Li Yang saw the familiar courier order, and the delivery location was very conspicuous. Yunzhou. It's a bunch of deliveries from Yunzhou. He's only just left Yunzhou a few days ago, right? Who would send him a courier? Li Yang was a bit puzzled, and after entering the house and closing the door, he casually took a small knife and picked open the packaging of those things. And then, wow, the mess spilled all over the place. One of the most conspicuous four-sided boxes contained a pair of bracelets that emitted purple light. The rest were large and small Yunzhou souvenirs. Some were mushroom snacks only available in Yunzhou. Others were sealed-up cheese pastries and whatnot. This, at first glance, I could tell it was the handiwork of the village congregation, especially the big bag of rice cakes placed in the very middle, obviously made by the neighbor's aunt herself. Li Yang would smile and casually grabbed a piece and threw it into his mouth, then shoved the rest of that food into the fridge. Immediately after that, an appraisal spell was thrown at the pair of bracelets. Name of item, Starry Mantle Bracelet. Quality, purple, epic. Item description, a bracelet crafted with artisanal care and containing the power of the stars. No profession required. After equipping this item, the person who equips it can gain an additional 20% spell casting range. Bracelets that increase the casting range. Who would think to send him something like that? It's an epic piece of equipment though, but when placed in Yunzhou, it's definitely not a bargain either. I can't help but come. Li Yang shrugged and put the bracelet on his hand. With that, activate the fourth talent, grass and trees. Sure enough, the range of plants one could feel became much larger. The current range is almost over 600 meters. Basically cover this housing area you are in with ease. Just as well, since the talent skill has been unfolded. Then Li Yang also made use of his talent by the way and transformed those weeds in his compound into sunflowers as well. Moments later, almost 200 sunflowers appeared in Li Yang's front yard. The amount of sunshine, which has already broken the 100 million mark, has once again gained some degree of growth. It's just a pity that Bai Ji isn't here right now. Otherwise one could use her plant hybridization skills to get a sunshine mushroom stacked with sunflowers or something out of it. As he was thinking this, a phone rang suddenly. The name of the caller. It's Zhang Mingshu, mayor of Yunzhou City. Zhang Mingshu. Li Yang instantly understood who those messy packages were from. So he hurriedly picked up and opened his mouth to answer. Surprisingly, on the other side, besides Zhang Mingshu, there was also the voice of the neighbor's aunt. There were so many people on the phone that it made it sound rowdy over there. Li Yang couldn't help but smile. Listening to the bunch of people over there shushing each other, Li Yang couldn't help but smile heartily. Without realizing it, I have become a wanderer who was missed by so many people. After chatting briefly for a while, having indicated that he had no difficulties on his side of life, and having thanked the municipality for the gifts they had given him, Li Yang asked about the recent situation over in Yunzhou in passing. Having left his hometown for such a long time himself, it must be a lie to say that Yunzhou has not changed. However, Li Yang was still slightly surprised when Zhang Mingshu talked about what happened over there. The first is in the area of staffing. As mayor he is of course unchanged. Previously, Su Minghong, the director of Cloud Sky Academy, had also succeeded in taking up the position of the director of education because of his merit in discovering Li Yang, which was considered an old tree blossoming into a new flower. Li Yang had already heard about these things when he left Yunzhou. And what he never expected was that the Minister of Military Affairs of Yunzhou actually had a change of position during this period of time as well. The original minister, Wei Tsongfeng, was transferred to other regions to hold down the fort, and now the minister's position was temporarily vacant, so it was temporarily taken up by Fong Wen, the squad leader that Wei Tsongfeng valued the most. At the same time, that Heavenly Cloud Academy Grand Ranking List second-ranked Fire Royal Mage, Su Gue, also followed Fong Wen's lead and entered the military department to work. And that bracelet, in fact, was the gift that Wei Tsongfeng had purposely captured from the local auction house in Yunzhou before he left, emphasizing that he wanted to give it to Li Yang. As for the village on the outskirts, that is, Li Yang's old home, with the help of the gold mine left behind by Li Yang, the development has skyrocketed. In a short period of time, it's completely changed. Not only are the buildings raised on level ground, but even a number of specialized fortifications have been laid out specifically for the purpose. With those plants left behind by Li Yang, it can be said to have become a completely impregnable mini-fortress. This time, even if Li Yang wasn't there, this village would be able to get through unscathed in the face of a beast wave of that level in the past. At the same time, the whole city also because of the existence of the gold mine, has a very solid economic foundation. All kinds of infrastructure improvement and construction is also in full swing. In addition, that hidden copy of the Dawn Canyon that was previously cleared due to Li Yang had also managed to bring great benefits to the transmigrators in Yunzhou. Right now, the average level of Yunzhou City's transmigrators had jumped to 55 in one leap from the original pitiful 40-something levels. Having enough strength to explore outwards, it was believed that before long, the comprehensive strength of Yunzhou's transmigrators would gradually approach level 60, or even 70. Once this kind of level that could cause a qualitative change in a transmigrator was reached, then the fate of the entire cloud state could surely undergo a pervasive change as well. One day, it could even be comparable to the first-tier cities of China, and all thanks to Li Yang. Speaking of which, Zhang Mingshu also specifically expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the feats done by Li Yang. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Li Yang hung up the phone. Looking at the bracelet on his hand that was faintly emitting a purple glow, he felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. Can I come in and sit down? A slightly familiar voice suddenly rang out. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and turned around, saw the languid figure at the door. It was Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was holding the half-open door and stretching very casually. Sister Jian? Li Yang recognized the visitor and then made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled, walked into the house, and closed the door with a bam. Then unceremoniously sat down on Li Yang's sofa and smoothly dug in his own pocket, pulling out a handful of small dried fish and shaking it towards Li Yang. Li Yang was a bit speechless for a while and waved his hand without taking it. Jiang Xiaoxiao wasn't annoyed either. She just shrugged her shoulders and threw the small dried fish high up into her mouth. The pair of sunglasses she wore during the day were used as a pin in her hair. It's almost like the word hangdog is taken to the extreme. Just by looking at her like this, it was really hard to imagine that this was a Tongshan Division recognized expert. It's getting late. I wonder if senior sister Jiang came over to find me. Is she planning to? Li Yang asked with some curiosity. Jiang Xiaoxiao grinned. Don't call me senior sister. It seems how strange. Call me Xiao Xiao is. Just now, Director Dongfang had a chat with me, explaining about the world-class replica. I've been given a couple of team members to captain, and I've been asked to take the next few days to talk to each of them and familiarize myself with them more or less. So I came to please you. Hearing this, Li Yang was a bit confused. Zhang Xiaoxiao Raider's world-class copy of the team? But he's just providing plants, so that shouldn't count. This idea had only just popped up when Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa, waved her hand. I know. Technically you're not considered a member of my team. Only sort of. Off-site assistants? But Director Dongfang spoke highly of you, and said that, unsurprisingly, your ability is the key to our successful passage through the world-class replica. It just so happens that you're still ahead of me in the grand ranking. That's why I'm curious to see how exaggerated your strength really is. After saying that, he took out a handful of small dried fish from his other pocket and handed it to Li Yang. Seeing Li Yang's refusal, he also explained somewhat seriously. This one is different. The one just now is spicy, and this one is 5 spice. Li Yang was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was already a bit powerless to spit. Damn, who asked you that? Besides, aren't you here to please me? You're testing the cadres with small dried fish? Or the little dried fish you pulled out of your pants pocket? This, Li Yang held his forehead, while Zhang Xiaoxiao on the opposite side finished the small snack in her hand at the speed of light and winked playfully towards Li Yang. So, how's it going? Can you satisfy my curiosity? In exchange, I'll also tell you what my powers are, just to show you my 2 successes. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a serious face, she compared a yeah. Li Yang felt like his head was spinning. Staying up all night to come to him for these. This guy, his thinking is a little too clear. Yes. And, that what? In my past experience, it's not really entirely a good thing that you got such a high score when you first arrived. I guess it won't be long before a whole bunch of defiant little guys run out and question you in all sorts of ways, and hang around your ass all day like paparazzi. How about if you promise me I'll come and take care of those guys for you? That's a good offer. Li Yang held his chin, finally thinking seriously about her words. This time, the ranking of the grand list had obviously attracted the attention of many people, and the battle that had been created could be known just by looking at those crazy crowds during the daytime. When the big list was refreshed tonight, he himself would definitely become the center of attention. If you're pestered by one challenger after another who won't give up, or by a source who wants to find out what's going on, it does seem like a bit of a waste of energy and a pain in the ass. Zhang Xiaoxiao was also considered a bit prestigious among the cadets. It would have saved a lot of trouble if she, the former top of the list, had proved it on her behalf. In that case, fine. Li Yang held his chin and pondered his answer. Anyway, those plants of their own, Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others would have to come into contact with them sooner or later. Being able to familiarize them with it early is a little bit better than improvising after you get into the book. Zhang Xiaoxiao leapt up and nodded with great satisfaction. Good. Then it's not too late. Let's go directly to the martial arts performance hall. Hey, by the way, besides you, I heard that there's a newcomer who cooperates with your plant to play as a support. What's her name? Bai Ji, right? What about this guy? How is he related to you? It's fine. I was just asking. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. I don't care. And yeah, are you familiar with a couple of the other players? Ahem, don't look at me like that. I'm usually very busy too. I don't have that much free time to socialize. Along the way, Zhang Xiaoxiao was looking for a topic to chat about. For some reason, listening to her speak, it was almost as if she was a newcomer to the city. It stands to reason that a big hitter like her, who has topped the charts for 3 consecutive, anymore, it's not like that. The Performing Arts Center is not that far from the residential area. This was because the majority of the Tongshan division was made up of combat class transmutants. That's why there are actually quite a few martial arts performing halls spread out in here, making it easy for trainees with itchy hands to get on the stage and compete at any time. The main body of the martial arts performing hall was actually a square ring set up with a forbidden system. The ring was made of hard granite and reinforced with certain formations for firmness. Its hardness was comparable to that of diamonds, and it was difficult to destroy it with the combat power of an unusual transmogrifier. And upon entering this martial arts arena, the unexpected, Li Yang actually encountered 2 more familiar figures, familiar enough that he could even call it by name straight away. Senior Du, and, kobolds? Who are you calling a kobold? Not far. Hearing this, Meng Qing's forehead rippled with veins, and he stopped his feet in place in anger. Li Yang smiled and ignored it. Du Shengding, on the other hand, put down the mop in his hand and straightened up with a smile. Greeting Li Yang, student Li Yang. I didn't expect us to meet again. Wait, this one next to you is Jiang Xiao. After seeing the familiar figure next to Li Yang who was stretching and yawning all the time, Du Xingding's eyes went wide. No one would have expected that Li Yang, such a newcomer cadet, would be able to make acquaintance with this Tongshan Division ceiling level figure on his first day of enrollment. Jiang Xiao also blinked and waved her hand very casually towards the two in front of her. Oh, I've heard of you, Du Xingding. And this, Kobold? This name is also strange. Rare Lu. Meng Qing almost didn't hold back from exploding on the spot. My name isn't Goblin. My name is Meng Qing. Still no one cares. On the side, Li Yang looked at Du Xingding and asked with some curiosity. Senior Du, you guys are work study? Both had sanitation tools in their hands, or in a particularly messy place like the drill hall. The purpose of this is already self-evident. Du Xingding didn't expect that he would be bumped into twice by Li Yang and didn't know how to reply, so he smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Meng Qing felt completely unresponsive and opened his mouth to explain. I'm on a work-study program, and this DU senior is saving up for his lab. On the contrary, what are you guys doing here? A bigwig of Jiangzhao's caliber shouldn't be so short of money that he's doing odd jobs for the Tongshan Division, right? Li Yang wanted to say that this Jiang Xiao was so poor that he lived on small dried fish all day, but thought about not saying it. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, was very straightforward and unabashed. Let's test Li Yang's strength. Wait, your name is Meng Qing, right? I remember you. You two were on my Raiders roster too for a while. Okay, just in time. Come along and show what you can do, said the man, beckoning. With a leap, he jumped directly onto the ring of the martial arts arena. The three people below looked at each other, each in disbelief. Meng Qing was the most puzzled, almost completely outside the situation. What kind of team member am I? What strength does Li Yang have? What's going on here? You first, little kobold. On stage, Jiang Xiao stood at the edge of the ring and waved towards the bottom. Meanwhile, Du Xingding, who was the first to react, finally understood the current situation and told Meng Qing about the world-class copies. Meng Qing then remembered that he had just been approached by Director Dongfang not long ago, appointed himself to some world-class copy of the raid. He has been treating this matter as a top secret and has been hiding it from anyone. But, why is Li Yang here? Does he have anything to do with copy raiding? What this guy does for a living he doesn't even know. Fellow Goblin? Jiang Xiao was already sitting in the ring, lazily resting her chin as she waited for Meng Qing's response. Meng Qing somewhat clumsily rolled onto the stage, patted the dust on his clothes, and then, puzzled, asked, So, what am I going to do? Jiang Xiao let him show what he could do, but his ability is to snatch other people's skills. How is this going to be displayed? Jiang Xiao on the opposite side took a long breath and slowly stood up. Fight me. I refuse. Meng Qing ran towards the stage without looking back. Just kidding, he's a lifelike profession. Fighting the number 1 ranked female boxer in the entire Tongshan division? Even if you can steal one of her skills, what's the point? She'd have punched her to death anyway. Watching Meng Qing dash off the stage in a puff of smoke, Jiang Xiao blinked, looking somewhat innocent, and then turned her gaze to Du Xingding. So, you coming? Du Xingding also smiled awkwardly. I wouldn't be able to. My ability is gigantization, and I'm afraid the building won't stay much longer if I use it in a cramped place like this. No way. Jiang Xiao sighed and finally looked at Li Yang. That, Mr. Li Yang. It's better if it's just the two of us. Li Yang was helpless. Alright, how do you want to fight? Hearing this, Meng Qing, who had just rushed off the stage, immediately turned back, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Out of the blue. Li Yang, are you crazy? Do you know who she is? She can punch through this performing arts building with one punch. Although when they first met, Meng Qing was a bit unable to stand Li Yang's poisonous and stinky mouth, but he wasn't the type to see death. Li Yang is purely a beginner in this way. If he dies on stage later, no one will take his body. But after hearing Meng Qing's words, Li Yang, however, grinned expansively. Looking down on who? I could blow up this house even if I planted a cherry, he said, taking 3 or 2 steps up to the ring. Du Xingding had seen Li Yang's strength, and now that he saw Li Yang confronting Jiang Xiao, he became agitated. One is the 3-time reigning top dog. One was the savior of the north who had crossed more than 10 levels to kill elite-level magical beasts and almost repelled the beast tied by himself. The matchup between these two, it might make good research material. Jiang Xiao also slightly moved her joints and twisted her wrists, with a look of eagerness to try. Meng Qing was the only one who was confused in the wind. The entire group was frozen in place, hesitant to call an ambulance. So, what do we do? Li Yang walked onto the stage and straightened up to look at Jiang Xiao on the opposite side. The latter shrugged gently and said very casually, You hit me, I'll hit you. Just let me know how good you are. So casual? Li Yang cried and laughed a little. With that, he took a planter from Dave's store, and without moving, slipped a pumpkin head seed into it, then dropped it. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked and lightly raised her hand to catch it. Full of doubt, he opened his mouth and asked, "A flower pot? That's what you can do? I can't see this thing." Before he could finish his words, Li Yang snapped his fingers. Boom! Second gift. Subtle phytomancy, unleashed. The seed in the pot grew rapidly and in an instant became an immense pumpkin head. From top to bottom, Jiang Xiaoxiao was firmly inverted inside. In the end, it even smashed a fine crack directly on the ring at his feet. Looking at the chasm that spread out, the duo of Du Shangding and Meng Qing, who were watching the battle under the stage, both had their eyes widened at once. Meng Qing, in particular, was instantly reminded of some of the strange anecdotes his grandmother had told him when he was a child. It is said that a major taboo for people living in the mountains is to never sleep in a bamboo forest on a spring night. After the first rains of spring, the shoots that flourish will defiantly grow upwards. Whether it is a rock or a human body on top, it will not hesitate to pierce it. The power of plant growth is far more frightening than they seem to be. This story aims to educate people to respect nature. But right now, Meng Cheng had seen what it meant for fantasy to shine into reality. Huge yellow pumpkin with that creepy smiley face. It was just buckled to the ground, as immovable as a rock. This is. Meng Qing looked at the scene in front of him, half speechless. Before that, he didn't have the slightest idea of Li Yang's strength. The only thing I know is that Li Yang, like him, is a lifelike profession. Like him. Bullshit. This kind of monster like Li Yang can also heckling be called a life class occupation? Snap snap snap. Just then, applause came from inside Pumpkinhead. Then, Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice came out from underneath the pumpkin. Awesome. I can see why Director East picked you. It's amazing that a pumpkin can reach this hardness. It's absolutely rare. But you shouldn't be able to just grow pumpkins, should you? Words. Li Yang smiled and didn't say anything more. But the next moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The cracks underneath the pumpkin's head became a little more visible all of a sudden. Apparently, it was Jiang Xiaoxiao inside who was trying to launch an attack on Pumpkinhead. However, with her strength, it should also be difficult to do any effective damage to this thing in a short period of time. After all, his plants were not numerical monsters. Rather, it is the presence of the actual playing of the rules. All beings are equal under the rules. Li Yang was now at level 60. Turn 4. Then his targets that were restricted by those plant rules naturally went up quite a bit along with them. Today's Pumpkinhead can withstand up to 100 attacks from any unit below level 80. Even if you exceeded this 80 level limit, each level higher would just be less to carry. Looking to take a shot at this Pumpkinhead, unless Jiang Xiaoxiao had reached level 180, everything was exempt. But obviously, Jiang Xiaoxiao is very good at improvising on the spot. After she had thrown about 10 flying punches at this Pumpkinhead in a row, she looked at the unharmed Pumpkinhead and fell into a deep thought. Then, gladly, he changed the target of his attack and turned to slam his fist into his foot. The ring floor is much more brittle compared to this Pumpkinhead that can't be hit in any way. Along with that extraordinarily violent shaking, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly and violently smashed through the ring, drilling out of the crack that had been smashed open. Li Yang also threw out 2 seeds from the wall of nuts as the ring split under his feet and stepped firmly on them. Jiang Xiaoxiao lightly jumped up high and sat on that upside-down pumpkin, crossing her legs and looking at Li Yang in front of her, her eyes full of praise. On the contrary, Meng Cheng and Du Shangding under the stage were completely dumbfounded. After spending so much time in the Tongxin division, this was the first time they had seen the scene where the ring of the performing martial hall was collapsed by a single punch. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao's identity as the strongest person in that Tongxin division was unchallenged. But this solid destruction, they are unheard of. At this very moment, everyone, including Li Yang, felt a certain shock at the strength Jiang Xiaoxiao had displayed. While the Pumpkinhead wasn't exactly an offensive plant, the weight of the thing was such that it was going to be a big puddle when it hit the ground anyways. The fact that there were actually only 2 cracks that shallow when smashed on this kind of ring was enough to show the high hardness of the ring itself. The materials used to make the ring were by no means ordinary. This Li Yang could be sure of. But even so, in the end, it was still hard chiseled through by Jiang Xiaoxiao with her fist. The girl. TSK. That lazy look. It's purely an act. Ha! It feels like you're curious. So just ask whatever you want. Jiang Xiaoxiao could see the curiosity in Li Yang's eyes. So she crossed her legs and spoke. Li Yang wasn't ambiguous and asked bluntly. Tell us about your profession and abilities. Jiang Xiaoxiao stretched and rubbed her face. Then, casually unfolded a career interface. At the same time, opened his mouth and said, Level 88, 5th turn boxer. What about the talent? It's called Sea of Qi. As the name suggests, there is endless qi like the ocean law. Oh yeah, This so-called chi. You can think of it as a blue bar for a fighting-type profession like a boxer. I can unleash unlimited skills, and there's basically no limit to the amount of power I can put out. Plus a little bit of martial arts. Insignificant little talent. That's pretty much as far as it goes, said, and spread his hands. A brief display of the mangled pieces of the ring beneath him. It seemed that what he had just done was just a trivial and insignificant thing. With that said, she jumped off the large pumpkin again and patted herself on the back. Well, that's the end of my introduction. It's your turn next. Li Yang sighed and threw out his panel as well. The three people on the opposite side of the room instantly came over curiously, squinting their eyes and watching carefully. After seeing the words LV, 60-inch on the level, even Jiang Xiao, who had always been lazy, revealed an extraordinarily surprised expression. I'm not mistaken, am I? You've only just completed the 4th turn? A level 60 life class transmuter with this kind of strength. Facing Jiang Xiao's astonishment, Li Yang's face didn't show much emotion. After all, he's used to it. Yet just then, there was a loud thud. Meng Qing, who was next to him, suddenly fell to his knees with a pale face, muttering under his breath. No wonder. Back then, Director Dongfang didn't travel far to bring Bai Ji to personally pick you up to come to Tanshan Division. For a life class profession to be able to level up to 60 and exert such strength in just a short period of time, it's no wonder that it would attract so much attention from the Tanshan Division. It's just horrible. It's horrible. The only word he could think of to describe it was horrible. Li Yang held his forehead. Don't hold out hope for this guy's literacy level though. But that wording is just too limited, isn't it? What the hell is wrong with this goblin? It's hard to imagine how the hell this guy got drafted in the first place. The genus is intriguing. However, just as Li Yang was contemplating, across the room, Meng Qing suddenly didn't know what kind of determination he had made again. Straight away, he climbed up from the ground and looked at Li Yang with determined eyes. Li Yang, I admit that I did underestimate you at first, but I'll also use my strength to prove that I, Meng Qing, am not inferior to you at all. Sooner or later, I'm going to reclaim the name of the living class profession battle ceiling. Looking at Meng Qing's contentious look, Li Yang smiled somewhat helplessly. Jiang Xiao next to him suddenly came over and asked in a whisper with her ear. You seem to know him well. Is this guy always like this? Why don't I go talk to Director Orient and kick him out to let you in? Li Yang had a black line on his face and hurriedly denied it. Familiar with this guy? What an international joke. On the contrary, Bai Ji should probably know this guy quite well. Jiang Xiao was not a fan of complicated human relationships. Just rubbing the corners of his eyes, he turned to Meng Qing. You're also one of the players on the Raider squad list, so you should have some special strengths as well, right? Come on, take it out and look at it. It's a mule or a horse, more or less, or I'll set you up for a head start when we get into Ben. Jiang Zhao's order. Meng Qing of course did not dare to disobey. After all, she was also the top of the Tanshan Division's list and the leader of a world-class replica raiding squad. To a larger extent, it's your own predecessor plus the division. This kind of person, Meng Qing had a lot of respect for, so he also followed the example of Li Yang and Jiang Xiao just now and raised his hand to throw out his information interface. Also, an explanation is attached. I'm a 68 level life class occupation pickpocket, and my natural ability is forcible taking. In short, it's actually the ability to take another person's skills and use them for yourself for a short period of time over a limited distance. The person whose skill is taken will also briefly lose the right to use the skill as a result. When the words came to this point, Du Shengding, who had been stifling his head and not saying anything next to him, suddenly issued a question. Can you take skills? Can any skill be taken? There's no restriction on levels or professions? Let's say you're level 68 right now. Can you forcefully take the Great Blessing spell of a level 80 or 90 priest and add it to the whole team? Meng Qing froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I've already experimented with director orientation already a long time ago, and this is completely achievable. This, Du Shengding and Jiang Xiao looked at each other and nodded slightly. They were considered to be of the senior generation, and their understanding of skills was definitely a bit deeper than someone like Meng Qing would recognize. There were so many areas that Meng Qing could develop with this seizing skill. The most basic operation is to lock up the support profession Wild Grip and the hostile team from a great distance. Take all their gained skills and put them on your own team. The more advanced ones can go on to capture the core skills of the opposing combatant during an engagement. For example, a large range of control, or a high amount of decimating attacks. Put a silence on the opponent's core profession at a critical moment, or even turn the tables. It can be a miracle in a battle between squads of transmutants. Li Yang, who was on the side, also slightly nodded his head, and in his heart, he finally had a slightly changed image of this goblin. This kid, though, feels a bit underage and childish in character, but the individuals are still very good. Just in time, while Meng Cheng had also finished introducing himself, the last person on the field, Du Shengding also very consciously flashed his career information, 83 levels of Berserker, gifted with giant strength that can be triggered in anger. A dozen meters tall level 80 plus Berserker was a real killer wherever it was placed. Up to this point, Li Yang also largely understood Dongfang Changming's thoughts on finding someone. The 4 people present, including Bai Ji, all of them are special transmutators who can utilize their strength to a great extent without the aid of any equipment. Recall the description of the world-class copies by a line of directors such as Changming Dongfang at the time. It was a copy with a recommended level of 80, and the rules of the copy were greater than those of the human world. After going through the rift and entering the copy, all transmutants are not allowed to carry any equipment on there. Doing so would be the equivalent of sensibly drilling the copy. And it was true that such a special transmuter could only be found from within the Tongshin division. And those picks. There's a giant as a front row anti-damage, an extremely strong boxer for output, and someone who can both silence and replicate the opponent's skills for support. Simply perfect. Li Yang had to admire Dongfang Changming's wisdom, but beyond that, a number of other uncertainties have been taken into account. It stands to reason that more than just Wasia should have noticed such a large opening, right? In other countries, there might be similar transmutations in existence. If the two sides meet, it's all about who's the more unexpected. At this time, together with Li Yang's plants that didn't belong to the equipment at all, and Bai Ji's fertilizer, TSK, don't even know how to lose. Okay, it's not over yet. Li Yang, this pumpkin, it should be considered your defense class skill, right? Show off your fighting plants next. Don't mention it, just let out whatever you have. I'll top that. Didn't wait for the crowd to continue to talk a little deeper. Zhang Xiaoxiao then waved towards Li Yang and resumed her previous dangling appearance. Li Yang nodded and lightly stomped his foot. Several flower pots sprang up on the ground. Then the plants flourished. 2 machine gun shooters, 2 watermelon pitchers. Next, let Zhang Xiaoxiao see how the output of this plant of his own really is. The gaze of Zhang Xiaoxiao on the opposite side suddenly blazed up, frowning slightly. Finally took a serious stance and pulled the first stance. As for the next battle, there wasn't really any suspense. Li Yang main attacked while Zhang Xiaoxiao focused on dodging. Although the effects of Li Yang plant's attacks were very bluffing, most of them were also charged with force and could be easily dodged. For a moment, both sides were surprisingly difficult to distinguish between them. However, this seeming indistinguishability is really only momentary. Zhang Xiaoxiao's own strength was very strong, and there was still a level gap of more than 20 levels between him and Li Yang. Plus, as the attacking party, Li Yang also more or less collected some force. The peas and watermelons that flew out were either deftly dodged, or were dissolved by Zhang Xiaoxiao's weird punching technique. It's true to say that, but the truth was, whether it was the rain of bullets fired from Li Yang's side, or Zhang Xiaoxiao's terrifying speed and bizarre stance, the strength displayed by both sides was still at a point where it could shock ordinary people to their core. Du Shengding and Meng Qing had completely forgotten the purpose of their arrival here. Hurriedly pulling back some distance, he sat down in the viewing gallery and enjoyed it. Looking on, Meng Qing's eyes grew wider and wider. Turning his head to look at Du Shengding next to him, he asked suspiciously, "Senior Du, where exactly did this Li Yang come from? Have you heard of this man before?" Du Shengding didn't answer, but pulled out his own cell phone and looked at it. It's now just after 0 hour. It's time for the big list refresh. Du Shengding opened the large list and brought it directly to Meng Qing. A word is worth 1,000 words. On the Tongshan Division's Grand list, at the top of the list, Li Yang's name was clearly written. And when you open the drop-down menu, the sources of the scores are all spelled out clearly. As the main guardian of the Northern Wall, plus 1,200. Slaying an elite-class wraith and assisting in repelling the beast wave, plus 600. Extra points for life occupations, plus 100. Participation in major research projects in China, plus 550. Total, 2,450. It was exactly 250 points higher than Zhang Xiaoxiao in second place, but those plus points above, none of it can be challenged. At this point, Meng Qing was already somewhat speechless. The more I know about Li Yang, the more out of reach I feel. A moment ago, he was still jumping at the chance to compete with Li Yang in a real fight. But now, he just wanted to know which was the most efficient way to apologize. In fact, those who had participated in the defense battle of the Northern Great Wall had more or less known about Li Yang. It was just that the members of the Tongshan division involved in the battle at that time were indeed too few, and placed inside the entire large public opinion. They could not make any waves. When tomorrow, those directors come out to explain, the matter of Li Yang will be clear. As for whether there would be any other unconvinced trainees who would want to come and try to find Li Yang to compete in spar. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao over there who was being chased all over the place by peas and watermelons, Du Shengding shook his head and withdrew the idea. With Li Yang's strength, there was no need to be afraid of any so-called challengers. Phew, stop. No more, I'm exhausted. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had already begun to be chased by the dense barrage of bullets, finally waved her hand and admitted defeat. It was only after Li Yang stopped all firing that he did a Harrier flip and jumped down from the ceiling light stand. After landing steadily, he bent over and gasped for breath while looking up at Li Yang. Awesome. You're much better at chasing the enemy than the group of teachers who chased me when I skipped class. That's still a case of you pulling back. Phew, that's nice. Li Yang was dumbfounded. I didn't realize that this guy had actually done something like that. He thought that a title like King of the Gropers or something like that was just a nickname that fit her personality. Well, with these plants of yours around, our most basic fighting abilities are guaranteed. It feels like it won't take much effort to clear the copy this time, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, sitting on his butt on the ground, casually taking out 2 small pieces of dried fish from his pocket, throwing them into his mouth and chewing on them. Li Yang also noticed at this time that even though he had just fled for almost 10 minutes by flying over the eaves, he was panting when he came down. Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't mean to be exhausted either. Instead, after a couple of chats, he returned to his previous rambunctious, hangdog demeanor. It was as if that fatigue just now was feigned. Thinking of this, Li Yang narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Jiang Xiaoxiao who was sitting on the ground resting in front of him. Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed Li Yang's gaze and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Hey, the way you're looking at me right now, it's almost exactly like Director Dongfeng. You don't think I'm muddling through too, do you? Yeah, don't look at me like that. I was trying so hard earlier, just now, for that long time, it was enough to make me, almost 40 to 50% of my strength. This is already rare, don't forget. The two of us are more than 20 levels apart. I couldn't even use 30% of it when Director Dongfeng asked me to pull it off. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao with a serious face, she made a gesture of 3. Li Yang once again let out that exclamation. It's worthy of being the Tongxin division of the imperial capital. It's true that there are still a lot of strange people in the big city. After resting for a while, Jiang Xiaoxiao climbed up again in a single bound and opened her mouth to emphasize. Well, that's pretty good. And after seeing how strong you 4 are, I'm quite a bit more confident about the copy raid. Then turning his head, he looked at Du Shengding at the back and opened his mouth rather seriously. That, Du Shengding, right? You're our vice captain again. I seem to remember working in the labs of the Tongxin division. A scientific researcher. You must have a good brain then. Then, as captain, I'm going to lay out the first battle plan to you. When you get back, you'll need to organize your tactics based on our staffing and prop types. When the time comes inside the replica, you'll be in charge of the whole situation. Du Shengding froze, then nodded. Okay, I understand. Jiang Xiaoxiao then turned her head back to Meng Qing. That, fellow goblin. Meng Qing waved his hand in protest. My name is Meng Qing. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded. Goblin Meng Qing, I'll give you the list of the other team members in a moment, so you can help me contact them. And by the way, make sure they're good at what they do. When the time comes, 1 copy will be sent to me and 1 to Du Shengding. Hear this. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to remind. You're the captain. So what do? Jiang Xiaoxiao replied back in a serious manner. The leader is the backbone of a team. And with such an important duty, you have to keep your spirits up at all times. If you don't rest well, the whole team's winning percentage will be greatly reduced. To speak human is to be lazy. Li Yang held his forehead and grabbed Jiang Xiaoxiao before she could bolt. Wait a while. You've got to figure out what the core props are for. In addition to these few plants I've just shown, there are a few more that might be useful to study. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Xiaoxiao to resist. Straight away, he raised his hand and shoved a large handful of seeds into her hand. It was neither right for Jiang Xiaoxiao to let go, nor right for her not to let go. The whole person was reluctantly pulled by Li Yang to the grove near the martial arts center. One night without words, the time turned and came to this morning. Li Yang was awakened by the sound of a doorbell. Sleepily, he went downstairs and looked at the room, which was still a bit strange, before realizing that he had officially become a Tongxin division student. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again, and with regularity, only every minute. This guy outside, he rang the doorbell with some finesse, so who else could it be for someone so preachy? Li Yang casually found a jacket from the sofa and put it on, walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door, the first thing that caught his eye were his lush sunflowers. Looking down again, there was a glowing white head. Ah no, it's just that the white hair stands out too much. Bai Ji, who was outside the door, withdrew her hand that was ready to press the doorbell again and smiled sweetly at Li Yang. Good morning, Li Yang. As promised yesterday, I came to you to continue the test of plant abundance. Was this a bad night's sleep? Bai Ji noticed that Li Yang's face carried some fatigue, and her complexion suddenly became a bit embarrassed. Li Yang rubbed his hair and briefly told what happened last night. The former head of Tong Xuanji came to him in the middle of the night and dragged him to the martial arts center for a fight or something. Bai Ji's eyes glistened as she listened. That Jiang senior sister actually came to look for you in person. Even got in the ring and sparred with you personally. Ugh. Damn. Why wasn't I there last night? As a fertilizer master who dreamed of becoming a combat profession, being able to see the strongest of the Tongshan division strength in battle would be a great fortune. Maybe I can learn a lot from that Jiang senior sister too. Li Yang laughed. Learn? The only thing in her that's worth learning from is the skill of being lazy and groping for fish. That guy could hang upside down from a tree and sleep like a snot bubble. Bai Ji opened her mouth, dumbfounded. The illusion of a strong man was mercilessly shattered by Li Yang. Li Yang, do you want to take a rest first? I can wait for you to take a nap and bring you back breakfast on the side. After coming back to her senses and seeing that Li Yang was still yawning from time to time, Bai Ji couldn't help but be concerned. When she came back from the northern border, her mother gave her 1,000 instructions, telling her to cultivate her relationship with Li Yang. So, today, besides coming over to delve into hybrid plants with Li Yang, she also wanted to hurry up and have breakfast or something with Li Yang. But he didn't realize that Li Yang hadn't rested at all. Disturbing other people's rest is a very impolite behavior, which Bai Ji knows very well. So looking at Li Yang like this right now, a strong sense of guilt immediately surged to his heart. But Li Yang just stretched his back, took out a coffee bean from his ring and crunched it. There's no need. After all, it was all agreed upon yesterday. Let me clean up, go to dinner, and then get down to business. Words. Bai Ji froze for a moment and hastily nodded her head. The reservation at the restaurant was then rechecked. A few minutes later, Li Yang followed Bai Ji and arrived inside a self-run cafe within Tongshan Division. Mount Cafe. Li Yang blinked, looked at the exquisitely decorated building in front of him, and then looked at Bai Ji beside him. No, is that what this girl usually eats for breakfast? Haven't you had enough of chewing coffee beans? The stuff in this store. Looks like I'll have to take the time to inquire where the proper places to eat are in Tongzuanji. Li Yang, what would you like to order? Bai Ji handed over the menu and signaled that Li Yang could spend as much as he wanted and she would pay the bill. Li Yang blinked and fell into deep thought as he looked at the menu clear of sweets. Oh, Mr. Li Yang, come here for breakfast? A familiar call came from the side. Li Yang turned back and saw Dongfang Changming sitting at the window seat with a few directors, smiling and greeting this way. It just so happened that the directors were getting up to pack up their things as they had just finished eating. Dongfang Changming walked straight over and casually greeted him. How's it going, Li Yang? Did you sleep well on your first night in Tongshan? If there's anything you're not used to, or if there's anything you need, feel free to mention it to me, and we'll arrange it for you right away on our end. Li Yang smiled and shook his head, stating that everything was as usual except for Jiang Xiaoxiao, who suddenly visited in the middle of the night. Dongfang Changming held his forehead somewhat helplessly. I'm really sorry, fellow student Li Yang. I gave her the assignment and made a point of telling her to find a time to ask you out. I didn't expect this girl to run off in the middle of the night to harass you. I'll be sure to teach her a lesson when I get back. When he said that, he paused slightly, turning to bring up one thing. In addition, this afternoon our Tongshan division will be hosting an awards ceremony. Don't forget to come then. This matter, Li Yang hadn't really heard about it. Ceremony? Because of what? Dongfang Changming took out his cell phone from his pocket and flipped through the Tongshan division bulletin board, then showed it to Li Yang. Then after looking around to make sure nothing could hear, he lowered his voice and whispered. Originally scheduled for these days is the time for the settlement of the grand list. Coincidentally, and met the Great Wall of the North, this file of events Tongshan division has made a merit. The higher-ups, they have also specially organized some outstanding contribution awards for life class professions, intending to give you a name first, so that you can also move around inside the Tongshan division afterward. It just so happens that they're all in these days, and when the Tongzuanji side combined their efforts, they simply got them all together. As it happens, the division also intends to take this opportunity to give a good talk about world-class copies in the Beast Tide crisis, so that the trainees will all be a bit more vigilant, and to catch up on the school spirit and discipline and all that. Anyway, you're the star of this award show. Originally I wanted to wait until after dinner to inform you in person, but since I ran into you here, I'll tell you in advance. After Dongfang Changming mysteriously finished these words, he got up and left. Across the room, Bai Ji also added this matter to her schedule very seriously. Bread, coffee and tea for both of you. Enjoy. Shortly after Dongfang Changming left, the previously ordered items were served. but Li Yang's attention was not on the bread in front of him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the apron-tied, blustery waiter beside him, then blurted out, "Senior Du, why you again?" After bumping into Du Shengding, who was working to earn points at the cafe, Li Yang and Bai Ji met another familiar person on their way to the Agricultural Research Center in the research area, Meng Qing, who was chasing after a white-coated doctor's sister and frantically asking for contact information. It was only after a casual conversation that Meng Qing was actually carrying out the task that Zhang Xiaoxiao had arranged last night. And, after seeing that scene last night with my own eyes, Meng Qing's attitude towards Li Yang had undergone a 180-degree transformation. The guy's demeanor and tone of voice when he spoke to Li Yang were obviously much more polite. Afterwards, as if to offer his services, he also made a copy of the information he had collected so far on the several Raider Squad transfigurators and sent it to Li Yang for a look. After bidding farewell to this guy, Li Yang and Bai Ji went to continue testing up plant hybridization and abundance and stuff like that according to the original plan. Of course, between that and the afternoon activities, the focus of this test was all on hybridizing plants that were not as energy intensive. After a morning of tinkering, Li Yang finally grew sunward sunshine mushrooms, fireball shooters, ground spike nuts, big mouth vulcans, and other bullshit tea like he wanted. It's a great example of 100 flowers. After shoveling out the last of the fireball shooters for sunshine, Li Yang pulled out his shadow staff and combined it with his fourth talent with the bracelet that could extend the range of spell casting that Yunzhou had sent him. With the cooperation of the three parties, Li Yang directly planted almost half a mountain of sunflowers in the back of the research area. Looking at the golden-colored flowers that roamed the mountains, as well as the sunlight value that had risen in a steady stream and had long since exceeded 100 million, Li Yang even felt that his mind was a bit inflated. Zhang Xiaoxiao's talent was the Sea of Qi that could release skills infinitely. So, this one of his, could it be called the Sea of Sunshine? If only there was some way to directly convert sunlight into an attack. Direct giant jets, sun rays, space-based cannons, or just take on the form of a light giant or something. Of course, that would be a bit of a dream. As crazy as this crazy Dave is, he can't sell God's light sticks. Wait, just in case, take a look first. Li Yang opened Dave's prop store and roughly rummaged through it for a while. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything to be seen that looked suspiciously like a shifter. Alas, pity. Dave, you've been given a chance and you're not using it. Ding, this system is a divine planter system. Please give up your fantasies and keep your feet on the ground. This system will fill the inventory in Dave's store as appropriate based on the host's performance. For subsequent updates, please stay tuned. The system's voice rang out at the right time, echoing in Li Yang's ears. Although he was advised to give up his illusions, but the second half of that sentence, Li Yang's tiger's body shook and he got goosebumps. Nima, this thing comes with a follow-up update? Will stockpiles also be filled, as appropriate? In that case, there's a lot of things that can be developed in the future. Li Yang felt his breath catch a little, but then, still, it quickly adjusted itself. According to the system, everything should be done on the ground, one step at a time. Nowadays, he's only just unlocked the corn cannon and hasn't even gotten the destruction mushroom yet. Not to mention the carts you get after 1,000,000 kills. The stuff he's thinking about is somehow even more supermodeled than the cart. Naturally, it wasn't something he should be thinking about at this stage of his life. But, it's always right to keep some expectations. Li Yang rubbed his face and took a long breath. Next to her, Bai Ji returned to Li Yang's side after tidying up the venue and reminded him softly, "The award ceremony is about to start. Let's go over there quickly. Director Dongfang said that you'll be the main character this time." The two of them traveled together, and along the way, Bai Ji was actively explaining the layout within the Tongxin division for Li Yang. By the time he arrived at the largest auditorium within the Tongxin division, this side was already filled with people inside and out. Almost all of the trainees were paying extra attention to this grand list ranking. Zhang Zhao's abdication was shocking enough. The one who took her place, the one called Li Yang, was even more outrageous. Click on Li Yang's name and the plus points shown below are all unquestionably authoritative achievements. Fend off the beast tide and slay the magical beasts. This sort of thing has been corroborated by a number of people who have been involved in the defense of the Northern Wall. The participation in major research projects in China, an achievement that has an official certificate issued by the upper echelons of China, is even more unquestionable. That leaves the extra bonus points for this life class career. But even without this extra point, Li Yang was still 150 points higher than Zhang Xiaoxiao. Moreover, this Li Yang was a life class occupation. How did he manage to achieve such a horrible accomplishment? Everyone was eagerly awaiting to meet this figure who was already at the level of a Tongxin division legend. In addition, there was actually a suspicion that Zhang Xiao would not feel displeased when she was robbed of the top spot by such a first-timer. In response, Jiang Xiaoxiao herself was very active and made a statement on Tong Xianxi's personal account. Last night, I asked for a fight, but I was defeated. It was accompanied by a picture of himself hiding and shivering in a lampstand. The watermelon blooming in the back, like some kind of blown-out head, is a pretty explosive visual. It's a win-win situation. Once this statement was issued, Li Yang's gold continued to rise. Where else would a prick dare to challenge him? Numerous trainees were talking and frantically worshipping the big brother at the bottom of the Tongshan division's internal forum. It was a pity that no one had ever issued a picture of Li Yang. Whether it was the Tongshan division officials or the people who participated in the northern defense battle at that time, whether this Li Yang is tall or short, fat or thin, no one can tell at all. At this time, Li Yang himself, who was worshipped by all, was standing at the main entrance to the auditorium, looking around at the handsome men and women coming and going in deep thought. The people coming and going around were basically dressed in formal attire and looked quite serious and grave. Looks like a little attention to grooming is in order after all. Formal wear was something that Li Yang had never specialized in. If you go by it now, you won't be able to make it back for a while. Li Yang thought for a moment and directly called Dongfang Changming. Anyway, Dongfang Changming himself had said to look for him if he needed anything. After succinctly explaining the situation, Dongfang Changming on the other side instantly hung up the phone. In no time at all, he walked out quickly from inside the staff passage with a brand new suit. While handing over the things in his hand to Li Yang, he sighed that it was fortunate that Li Yang thought to give him a call. This time it was indeed his poor consideration that had overlooked the situation. This ceremony was attended by important figures from the upper echelons. If Li Yang just casually went on stage, it was expected that it would more or less produce a little bit of not so good influence. And, after all, this is a formal occasion, so it's better to take it a little more seriously. As Dongfang Changming spoke, he also slightly pointed at Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had already come in early in the field. Jiang Xiaoxiao, who has always been famous for her laziness, also wore a rare set of dresses at this time, and sat in the partial back row of the seat with her head down and dozed off. Li Yang smiled, took the clothes and followed Dongfang Changming into the backstage changing room of the auditorium. Listening to Dongfang Changming's narration, Li Yang also nodded his head in agreement, and then simply put the suit on his body. I don't know if it's because I'm used to roughing it up on a regular basis, but this is the first time I've ever worn formal attire, and I don't know how to look at it. Small problem, leave it to me. Seeing this, Bai Ji, who was following beside her, hurriedly took the initiative to raise her hand, indicating that it would be left to her to take care of. Then, with amazing efficiency, he helped Li Yang pack up everything on his body in 3 tries. Even the tie around his neck had changed 4 or 5 ways of tying it before and after, for fear of affecting Li Yang's comfort. After all the tidying up, they also helped Li Yang with a temporary hairstyle on the way. Li Yang looked at himself in the mirror and was secretly somewhat impressed. It's not just admiring Bai Ji's good handiwork, it's mostly just this face of yours. After primping, it's quite handsome. Well, front row seats have been reserved for you, so just head straight over there later. 3rd and 4th in the 2nd row. I have things to do, so I'm going to go ahead and get busy. So call me anytime you need me. Dongfang Changming pointed to the seat over there, then made a gesture of making a phone call and hurriedly left the place. Shortly after Li Yang's entrance, the award ceremony began as scheduled. The ceremony covered a wide range of topics and naturally attracted a lot of attention. It doesn't matter about awards like Defense of the North and Outstanding Contribution. Most of the people within the Tongshan division wanted to see with their own eyes what that legendary Li Yang was really like. After a few of the directors on stage stepped forward and symbolically spoke about something that had been repeated countless times long ago, the awards ceremony officially began. The first to start was naturally the grand ranking settlement that all Tongshan division academies were eagerly awaiting. The head of the archives department, who was responsible for tallying the scores of the grand list, quickly stepped onto the stage and placed the real-time rankings of the grand list on the large screen behind him. Starting with the 20th place, one by one, their corresponding rewards are distributed. First place, rank 20, 800 points, combat class transmuter, Du Shangding. Second place, ranked 19th, 1,820 points, combat class. After that, it's basically the same routine. The person in charge calls the roll and reads out the basic information. The stage then immediately walked up to a young transmigrant who was dressed in formal attire and fully clothed. But without exception, all the time when Jiang Xiaoxiao's name was read, it had always been a combat class occupation. In the past, these top 20 rewards were actually all wrapped up by combat class transmutants, with no suspense at all. After all, the Tang Xuanji scores were mainly derived from a wide variety of contributions, and in such a gamified world, the biggest and most common contribution is combat. But this time, things are very different. A life-class transmogrifier came out of nowhere and jumped to the top of the grand list. He even won against the former leader of the list, Jiang Xiaoxiao. The impact of this incident is no less than a meteorite hitting the earth. Living professions have always been tied to responsibilities such as logistics, support, production, and the like. While numerous, most are incredibly mediocre in the combat department. Even if the life-class transmutants who were recruited did have some distinctive skills. But this is the Tongzuanji. The Tongzuanji that doesn't keep idle hands. What kind of person can come in that isn't special? With the same special abilities, special talents, the gap between combat class professions and life class professions is still hard to bridge. Apart, top of the list today, Li Yang. It's coming. After Jiang Xiaoxiao, Li Yang will be next. I purposely brought my camera here to record this historic moment. The Tongxian division has existed for so many years, and there are only a handful of life class transmuters who can make it into the top 20, let alone the top of the list. What kind of god is this Li Yang? I have to meet him properly. Jiang Xiaoxiao took the rewarded redemption coupon and rolled it into a cylinder and clipped it behind her ear. Then he waved his hand and walked off the stage in a leisurely manner. Then, finally, it was time for the moment of truth. The people on the stage all concentrated and looked forward with their full attention, meeting the eyes of the crowd either expectantly or questioningly. Li Yang slowly stood up from his seat in the second row and walked onto the stage. There were no flamboyant toasts or proud testimonials. Li Yang, just like all the people in front of him, came to that person in charge with incomparable calmness and received the trophy and prizes from him, then turned back to the stage. The crowd on stage was in an uproar. Is this the one who beat Jiang Xiaoxiao Li Yang? This is the legendary living class career ceiling. This little brother can really make history. If not for the presence of leaders today, I have to rush up and take a picture with this little brother. Not. Am I the only one who thinks this little brother is growing on my aesthetic? I want to get Li Yang's contact information so badly. The crowd on stage marveled. The original doubts and curiosity all disappeared without a trace the moment they met Li Yang himself. As early as the first moment after the big list update, many people had already seen the source of those outrageously high scores of Li Yang. It's all unquestionable stuff, and there's no room for any semblance of doubt. And after Li Yang took the stage, he struck while the iron was hot. Dongfang Changming took the stage next and briefly recounted the defense of the Great Wall in the north. In particular, it tells of the importance of the Great Wall of the North, the consequences that would be caused by its destruction, and the dangers of copy disorder and the invasion of beast tides. After letting the people present thoroughly understand the importance of the defense of the Great Wall in the north, then he suddenly changed his words and handed the medal in his hand to Li Yang. Unexpected and reasonable. Meanwhile, there were still a number of trannies who had been involved in the battle whose names had been called to walk up to the stage. None of these people, however, were obviously as high as the honors Li Yang had received. The biggest contributor to the battle, directly crushing the Beast Wave conspiracy and driving the battle to victory. Dongfang Changming did not mince words in praising Li Yang. Immediately afterward, the transmigrants who were honored like Li Yang also went up to the stage and received their own medals. Dongfang Changming said some more words of motivation, and then had all the people who had participated in the defense battle take a picture together on the stage. Of course, Li Yang is bound to be the one standing in the C-suite. Applause thundered from the stage, and the crowd on the stage met the applause by coming off the stage. But the ceremony was not meant to end there. Dongfang Changming walked off the stage and whispered a few words to a certain big shot sitting in the first row. After muttering for a while, he rejoined the stage. Just as the crowd was wondering, Dongfang Changming suddenly waved his hand and opened his mouth. Next, I would like to invite the direct head of the Huaxia Heavenly Mansion, Mr. Lu Owen, to make a speech. A round of applause. The moment these words came out, almost the entire room was in an uproar, and the crowd under the stage exploded. It's actually the Heavenly Mansion. I've long heard that there are some high-level leaders attending the ceremony together this time. I thought it was some leader from the 6 ministries, but I didn't expect it to be the direct head of the Heavenly Mansion. That's the highest unit above the 6 ministries and below the imperial throne. This kind of big shot solves international events, but he actually comes to the Tongxian division. Damn, I'm a little out of breath. Unconsciously, the voices of the people talking on the stage were much lower, and then, as the crowd watched, a middle-aged man clad in a white trench coat with some wrinkles etched on his face slowly got up and walked onto the stage. All of a sudden, there was no sound. The man, named Roan, came out of the gate with an imperious aura. Between his hands and feet, he exuded unquestionable majesty. This feeling cannot be dissociated from the word Heaven's Mansion. As we all know, the 6 ministries of officials, households, rituals, military, penal and labor, are in charge of all the trivial matters of China, big and small, in cities of different sizes. There are also some deletions in the 6 parts, where appropriate. The remote Yunzhou, for example, has basically only one military headquarters stationed there because the number of people is too small and the area is too small. The remaining 5 departments, with only their corresponding heads, are organized in municipal work. And the city's relationship with the War Department. It is the relationship between the Heavenly Mansion and the 6 ministries in the imperial capital today. If the 6 divisions are the enforcers of compartmentalization and rule perfection, the Heavenly Mansion, then, is the maker of plans and rules, the direction of China's advancement, its external and internal attitudes, and all sorts of large-scale matters were basically finalized by the heavenly government and then handed over to the 6 ministries for implementation. Therefore, it is not at all an exaggeration to say that the heavenly palace is the highest unit under the emperor and above the 6 ministries. Among the heavenly mansions, there are actually different refinements based on duties, but none of that matters today. This Luowan, who was on the stage in front of him, was the direct head of the entire heavenly mansion. It's the second highest power existence inside the whole of China. This is the kind of big shot that you usually only see on the TV news. I didn't realize that I would actually appear at the Tongshan Division's award ceremony now. There was only one feeling in the crowd. That is, it's going to change. Something big had to happen in the Tongshan Division today. All of you students of the Tongshan Division should have heard of the shedding specter in one way or another, right? Roan, who took the stage, didn't babble about anything, but cut straight to the chase and talked about world-class copies. After a short pause to allow the crowd on stage to understand what he was about to say, Roan spoke again, recounting it carefully. The septuagenarian Yudu, the first counterintuitive, counter-rule mega world-class copy to appear in the century of the world's gamification. At first, upon discovering the rift that leads to the septuagenarian ghost capital, everyone assumed it was just a hidden copy on a larger scale, but a few months have passed, and the entire Blue Star has changed in one way or another because of the appearance of this world-class copy. More and more evidence is mounting to prove that the septuagenarian Yudu is slowly changing the ecological structure of our world in its own way. If we don't pay attention to it yet, what awaits us will only be the end of our demise. When he said that, the room was silent. To be honest, quite a few people have actually heard about world-class copies for a long time. They also take an active interest in every worldwide plenary copy raid. But, 4 months, every single raid on the septuagenarian Yudu ended in failure. The worst time, the team that went to the raiders even ended up with a total loss. The impact of the shed Yudu on Blue Star is evident, and if it is not raided again, God knows what will happen in the future. Because of the peculiarities of the septuagenarian capital and the gradual effects it has begun to have, Heaven's Mansion finally decided to personally intervene in the raiding of that copy. At the same time, the cultivation of the talents of the Tongshan Division will thus rise to a new level of importance. On behalf of the Chinese heavenly government, I would like to make an announcement to everyone in the Tongshan Division. Starting today, the Heavenly Mansion will fully support the Tongshan Division's talent cultivation, with various scientific research programs. Those who possess special strengths and can make significant contributions to Huaxia can receive the absolute support of the Heavenly Mansion. And student Li Yang, as a representative of the first cooperation between the Heavenly Mansion and the Tongshan Division, will be the first transmigrator in China to receive this honor. Say it and get off the stage. Dongfang Changming came back and announced in his official capacity that Li Yang was the first transmuter in the Tongshan Division to receive direct support from the Heavenly Mansion as a very special transmuter. For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Dongfang Changming handed the microphone to Li Yang as per the usual practice and asked him if he had anything he wanted to say to the crowd. Seeing this, Li Yang slowly stepped forward to take the microphone. With that, fell into deep thought. The crowd on the stage was full of anticipation at first, holding their breath, but as time went on, it all started to become a bit puzzling. He's been standing there for half a day. Why doesn't he say anything? It's not stage fright, is it? Ahem. It's not out of the question. After all, this first time here, the crowd under the stage was murmuring, and Oriental Changming and the other directors of the chair became slightly nervous. It was even thought that this Li Yang, who had made history one after another, could be suffering from stage fright. But suddenly, Li Yang's voice broke the silence. Gentlemen, why have you come to the Tongshan Division? Is it to realize your dreams, or to earn a good paycheck? Or maybe it's just because you've been chosen, so you're here in a blur? So, does everyone know why I'm here? The stage was silent. Li Yang paused for a long time and slowly spoke. It's actually very simple. The purpose of me joining the Tongshan Division is to use the power of the state to become even more awesome, bullish enough to be able to stop a wave of beasts with his own power, to be able to use his own power to protect the people he wants to protect. I think a lot of the students on stage are hearing this and must be saying that this kind of great lines are already making them vomit just listening to them. Since you were children, teachers, parents, all kinds of elders, have been teaching you with similar words. Study hard, try to become strong, and protect humanity under the demonic beasts, blah blah blah. But, have you ever felt for yourselves the despair caused by a tidal wave of beasts? The black press of magical beasts came like waves of sea, instantly destroying our proud buildings, damaging our facilities, slaughtering our loved ones and friends, and turning the prosperous city into a sea of corpses and blood. Truth be told, I, Li Yang, crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of dead people like that. The last brief sentence instantly brought a silence to the arena, especially Bai Ji, who was sitting in the front row, subconsciously covered her mouth. Through Li Yang's every word, it was as if that apocalyptic scene could materialize in her mind. Back then, I personally saw the towering walls of Yunzhou toppled, magical beasts rampaging through the streets, and my parents were even instantly torn to pieces and died right in front of me. That wave of beasts is probably nothing more than a string of numbers to the vast majority of you, or a report that has long since faded into oblivion. But I, Li Yang, an orphan who eats 100 meals, if there are no those kind folks to receive help in childhood, no neighboring aunt to take care of them as if they were her own. Nowadays, it's just one more in that string of numbers. At this very moment, there are still a great number of people suffering in places where no one can see. The wealth they have worked so hard all their lives to accumulate will be wiped out in just one beast wave. So here I am. Come and fuck the damn beast wave over hard. Not only for the dead, more so, for the sake of, well, the living. Li Yang said, nodding gently and returning the microphone, looking at his figure as he descended from the stage. The crowd under the arena had different expressions. After a moment of silence, there was thunderous applause. At this point, the ceremony ended. Listening to the discussion of those who left the meeting, this one was one of the most topical ceremonies they had seen in recent years, including Li Yang's feat at the Great Wall in the north, and the support of Luowen, the head of the Heavenly Mansion, and Li Yang's final speech. All of them were on the Tongshan Division's forums, and had a not-so-small degree of discussion. Originally, after the ceremony, there were quite a few people who took the initiative to come up and wanted to get closer to Li Yang, but after seeing a whole bunch of directors around Li Yang, and that Luowen from Tianfu, one by one, however, they were all like shrunken turtles, cowering and not daring to come forward. Jiang Xiaoxiao, on the contrary, flipped over from the back in 3 or 2 moves, jumped behind Li Yang, and gently knocked on the back of his chair. Hey, what a great speech just now. It's all moving me, but still, congratulations, Li Yang, from now on you're the new top of the list. How does it feel to be the man of the hour? Li Yang raised an eyebrow, looked at the medal hanging around his neck, and smiled faintly. In all seriousness, it doesn't really feel like much. Jiang Xiaoxiao instantly looked as if she had found a soulmate, with a face of emotion. Right, I've always felt that way too. It feels really weird to see all their behavior of hooking up and getting their heads in the sand for a place. Anyway, no matter what number, you eat the same and sleep the same, making it seem like the number one on the grand list can live forever. I've said that more than once, and they all end up saying I'm pretending. Li Yang was dumbfounded. That's fine for other people to say, which is to say it's a joke, but coming from the top of the list, isn't that the same thing as I don't like money? Not long after, Du Shengding and Meng Qing also squeezed through the crowd and found their way over from the back row, the first to congratulate Li Yang. Although after seeing Li Yang's strength last night, they had all probably guessed that this would be the end. Yet the appearance of Luowen, the great leader of the Heavenly Mansion, still gave them an unexpected shock. Just in time to talk about Roan, Luowen, who was arguing with several directors in the front row, also cheerfully turned back to Li Yang at this time and congratulated him. And compliments by the way. At that time, when I saw the video of your skills, I already had a vague feeling that you were by no means ordinary. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level after only a short period of time has passed. It seems that not only is your occupational talent special, but your own talent is also unusual. Be sure to keep up the good work. Mr. Li Yang, I'm sure you have more potential than that. When chatting face to face, Roan didn't have the same sense of majesty that he had just had on stage. Instead, he became much more gracious, and at first glance, he thought he was an ordinary neighborly uncle. And after praising Li Yang, Luowen raised his head again and briefly swept it over the bodies of the people around Li Yang. Then, somewhat dubiously, he said, the squad members who are rating the world-class copies this time are mainly you guys, right? But I remember there were 5 other people besides you. Hearing Roan talk about it, Meng Qing, who had previously been entrusted by Jiang Xiaoxiao and was in charge of tallying the information of the team members, immediately stood up and saluted, reporting solemnly, Report leader, MS. Nada in the medical area is busy with 2 surgeries, so she won't be able to attend this ceremony. Ditto for the Tsong family siblings who serve in the Ministry of War, also due to their busy schedules. Without waiting for him to finish, Ron gently waved his hand and called him off. No harm, no foul. There's still a few days before the copy raid anyway. You must bond well within this period of time, and learn to make good use of the assistance provided by the duo of Li Yang and Bai Ji, as long as it's done reasonably well. The first pass of this world-class replica can definitely be for us. Huaxia, I have complete confidence in that. Saying that, Luoan also turned his head and nodded slightly towards Li Yang. The genus has given full recognition to Li Yang. Afterwards, Ron gave many good words of encouragement with the crowd and instructed many do's and don'ts of world-class copies. I'm close to writing the words extraordinarily attentive on my head. This time, he personally visited the Tongshan division. In addition to getting to know No Li Yang, he has another big thing coming down the pike, and that is to personally oversee and direct all the work regarding the world-class replica. And looking at his attitude, this copy of the Raider seems to be a must. As for the other 5 he mentioned, Li Yang had wanted to ask about it, but then thought of the list Meng Qing had shown him earlier. Copy Raider squads, which usually consist of 8 people. Its structure, universally specified as 2 front rows, 2 auxiliary with 4 outputs. Li Yang and Bai Ji, as external helpers, naturally didn't count. Then excluding Jiang Xiaoxiao, Meng Chang and Du Shengding who were present. Indeed there should have been 5 other talents. According to the list, the remaining 5 people were Nada, an 82-level pharmacist from the Tongshan Division's medical district, the 85-level Spirit Realm Hunter and 83-level Spirit Realm Assassin who had jumped from the Tongshan Division to the military ministry, the 2 siblings from Wind and Rain. There was also a Dark Rider whose name was unknown, and a level 85 summoner Su Qingcheng. All of these people did not attend this ceremony for their own reasons, so there was no chance to meet them, but there are still a few days before the copy raid, so thankfully, it's not a big problem. They were definitely going to meet formally when they had time. After all, it was a temporary squad. If even the most basic cooperation could not be done, then after entering the book, it would only fall into the rations of the magical beasts. Incidentally, these found combat class professions may not be the group with the highest strength in Huaxia, but they are definitely the most suitable. Almost every one of them perfectly fits the characteristics of a world-class copy that can't be entered with equipment. Whoever it is, they are all more or less capable of fighting with their bare hands. For example, the pair of siblings, Song Yun from Rain, can do so without eating equipment at all. Their weapons, all of them, were extra transformed spirit world weapons through their own skills. There's also that Dark Rider, who, as a solid front row profession, has the ability to coalesce black mist to forge armor for himself. The Tang Xuanji's eye for choosing people was still excellent. Such a team would be able to maximize their strengths inside the copy of the seditious Yudu, coupled with the various bountiful plants that Li Yang and Bai Ji collaborated on as a means. It's not even a dream to level a copy along the way. After bidding farewell to the congregation from the auditorium and leaving, it was getting dusk. As Li Yang walked back, he briefly counted today's harvest. The reward for the grand ranking was a prop that would give him an extra chance to transfer. It was said to have been brushed out from inside an extremely rare hidden copy, and was very precious. The reward for the Battle of the North, on the other hand, was a medal, and a large sum of money. Add to that the fundraising from the Heavenly House, and it's almost in the neighborhood of $70 or so million. It is indeed tempting enough for the average person. But to Li Yang, who owned marigolds, the money was really just a sprinkle. More to look forward to, but also this extra transfer opportunity. Detected that the host has an additional transfer opportunity. Please go to the transfer crystal for transfer. Seemingly detecting Li Yang's emotions, the system's voice, too, sounded in his mind at the right time. Li Yang also no longer hesitated and turned his head to look at Bai Ji who was following beside him. By the way, where is the Tang Xuanji's transfer crystal? Bai Ji froze for a little while, and then without thinking, she said that she could take Li Yang there. The two made their way to the very center of the Tongshan division. A huge transfer crystal stood in the square of the Tongshan division, slowly floating, worthy of being the Tongshan division. It was really rich and generous, and actually had its own large transfer crystal. Although Li Yang didn't know much about how good or bad crystals were, but just in terms of size, this piece in Tongshan division was quite a bit larger than the one in Yunzhou Square. TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Yang directly stepped forward and pressed his hand on the crystal. The system began to resonate, connecting with the crystal. Subsequently, much the same process as in the past, the connection successful. Detected that you have additional transfer conditions. Please choose whether to carry out the transfer. You have chosen to transfer. Here are the additional natural skills you have gained. Additional talent, 100 herb seed box, white common. Talent description: you gain a seed box, which allows you to manually save any plant as a plant card and place it in the seed box. The maximum limit of the seed box will be related to your level, and every time you level up, you can gain an additional save field. Remaining space in the Hayakuso seed box. 10. Save any plant? What's the point? What other plant in the world is as good as what he has in Dave's store? Li Yang held his forehead, feeling as if this thing was more or less a chicken rib. Maybe we can come across some death-saving spirit herbs in the future, or poisonous herbs that can be preserved in passing when touched? Li Yang subconsciously thought of only this one use. Then, it was contemplated and the hand was removed from the crystal. Then resting his chin, he glanced at Bai Ji who was on the side. All of a sudden, there was a flash of light. Yeah, save any plant. Does that count for plants that have been bountiful and hybridized? Naturally, there was no need to mention that abundance was extremely restrictive, as each use depended on Bai Ji's state. A lot of those hybridized plants work wonderfully. Wouldn't it be a lot easier with this new talent? Thinking about it, Li Yang instantly became a little excited. Looking down at Bai Ji, he opened his mouth and asked, "Any other plans for tonight? If not, come do me a favor." Bai Ji hadn't turned the corner a bit, but looking at the expression on Li Yang's face, she knew that it should be another case of him awakening some very powerful new ability, and it was rare for Li Yang to ask for her help. Where's the sense in saying no to that? So without hesitation, he nodded his head in agreement. The time after that, without the interference of various trivial matters, Li Yang and Bai Ji, the two of them, devoted themselves to the experiments of abundance and hybrid plants. At the same time, Li Yang had almost understood the characteristics of his new talent clearly. The 100 herb seed cartridge, indeed, can preserve the hybrids transformed by Angelica de Hurica as plant cards. Hybridized plants are a little more expensive than normal plants, both in price and cooldown, but will have the characteristics of both plants, which is an enhancement of sorts. As for plants that have been enhanced by abundance, it's not impossible to save, but the plant card, after saving, is a disposable prop. The state of abundance was very strong and thus could not be easily replicated, which Li Yang could understand. It's slightly unfortunate, but not really a big problem. In addition, in order to facilitate Li Yang to be able to use the abundance skill anytime, anywhere even when he was not around, Bai Ji specially packed quite a few fertilizers that she had handled and handed them over to Li Yang. Of course, these fertilizers that were produced were naturally less effective than if she had done it herself. But the difference is also mostly just in how fast the fertilizer works, and how long it lasts. It doesn't have much effect on the strength of the bountiful plant itself. Anyway, combat-wise, there are already horrors like the limitless cherry cannon, pepper thrower, and so on. There are still a few days to go before the expected copy of the raid. Li Yang then planned to take advantage of this time to stock up on more hybrid plant seeds. Building up more firepower will still help raider squads a lot. Without realizing it, the time came to the last day to officially enter the replica. Li Yang specifically called Jiang Xiaoxiao to come over, and gave her the new hybrid plant seeds that he had gotten out, along with a whole bunch of conventional plant seeds. For those assorted hybrid plants, Li Yang was too lazy to specifically categorize them, and just instructed Jiang Xiaoxiao not to forget to sweep them with the appraisal technique before using them. When mentioning the plant damage, it was additionally emphasized for her to be careful with it, lest she blow the entire copy over in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao cheerfully said that with these plants provided by Li Yang, this time she could rightfully swing for the fences with this brush. After the copy was cleared, he must treat Li Yang to a big meal. Meanwhile, on the other side, a strangely shaped airship descended over Tongzuanji. Some familiar faces came out of the airship one after another. Bai Feng, Bai Family Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. By way of introduction, this is the direct head of the Heavenly House, Mr. Roan, Mr. Luowen. This is the strongest fortune teller in China today. Bai Feng, the Bai Family Master. Dongfang Changming stood outside the airship's gangway, helping both sides make introductions. The silver-haired White Peak was the first to arch his hand and greet Roan with a smile. Roan also returned the salute and said politely, "This copy raid is very special. It is our first attempt to form a formation with all special transmutants for the first time, and its success or failure is crucial. I hope that Family Master Bai will be able to divine the clouds and show us the way." Pai Feng nodded gently. "That's for sure. It just so happens that my daughter is also in the middle of this operation, and I am very concerned that the trip is going well." Dongfang Changming made a pleased gesture. "We've already packed out the place. This way please, Bai Family Master." Bai Feng nodded and waved his big hand. Behind them, the entourage carrying large bags of things stepped down from the airships and followed them into the interior of the Tongshin division. In fact, Bai Feng was also specially called by Luowen. In order to confirm the success or failure of this trip, Luowen had done everything he could to prepare. Not only did he ask someone to get the records of all the previous raiders of the seductive specter, he investigated all the magical beasts that he could access within the copy clearly. Different battle plans were also crafted specifically based on the characteristics and abilities of the members of this raid. The responsibility that was originally given to Du Shengding by Jiang Xiaoxiao was unexpectedly and perfectly solved by this big brother who came from the heavenly mansion. The genius made Du Shengding a little ashamed of himself, and after he read Luowen's battle planner with his own eyes, his entire being was even more overwhelmed. The Roan Plan book mentions more than just the various things that each member is expected to do in the copy. Even the matter of how one should go about filling in the gaps when certain members are unable to fight due to accidents has been taken into consideration. It was said that this Luowen big brother was a reputable military commander before he became the head of the heavenly mansion. There seems to be no doubt about that now. As to why, according to Roan himself, China was not the only country that had formulated a brand new plan for this copy raid. Next door, the Ugly Kingdom, the Sunset Empire, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, among others, all brought out their best. The likelihood of this world-class copy being completely raided is not low. If the Huaxia side doesn't put in enough effort, the world-class copy will not necessarily go to the right person. This is the first copy of this size to appear since the world was gamified. According to the usual experience of raiding common copies, as well as rare copies, after clearing the world-class copy, in addition to being able to stop this beast-tide crisis that is spread throughout the blue planet, successful raiding of a country or region should also result in some sort of unprecedentedly huge reward. It's not certain that this will change the landscape of the world. It's a huge temptation and a reason to go all out. It's not too late. Line up and open the altar. White Peak clearly understood the importance of the matter, so as soon as he arrived at the place, he couldn't take a break and ordered his subordinates to help with the formation. A number of specialized props were placed on the ground, and Bai Feng held a milled ink brush in his hand, dipped in a large red dye, and sketched patterns on the ground. After packing up everything, Bai Feng slightly flicked his sleeves, looked to the sky, and slowly said, "Next, watch the sky. You need to wait for darkness, if you don't mind. In the meantime, I'd like to check on my little girl's side of the family." Dongfang Changming naturally had no opinion and hurriedly bowed slightly and spoke. "Of course I don't mind. Bai Ji should be over in the research area with Li Yang. Please follow me." Bai family master, Luowen, who was on the side, also nodded. "Then I'll go check on the raiders' side at the end, and labor to ask you all to say hello to Li Yang's classmates for me. I'll pay him a personal visit when it's later." A few people each leaned in to say goodbye, and then left. The Bai clan's entourage stayed in place to protect Bai Feng's formation from being disturbed. On the way to the research area, Bai Feng also habitually counted Bai Ji's destiny by pinching his fingers. Most of the current white family members have had bad lives. Only Bai Ji, accompanied by an ordinary occupation, was born. Although the life will not have any earth-shattering action, but the most smooth, the most stable. A life without the companionship of a great Yoshi or a great evil. But under the guidance of White Peak, he was also able to walk down the path of a small Yoshi one way or the other. This had always been the result of Bai Feng's divination, and it had never changed. Until now, Bai Feng anticipated that Li Yang's appearance would change Bai Ji's fate, but he didn't expect. Ever since Bai Ji left the Bai family with Li Yang, her destiny has been obscured. No longer was it a regular person's life path that Bai Feng could calculate with his hands, but it was tightly tethered to some massive existence. Bai Feng followed Dongfang Changming after he arrived at the research area. Bai Ji, who was crouching in a large flower bush and mulling over hybrid plants, looked up. At a glance, he saw his father, who had silver hair and stood out in the crowd. He stood up and came forward to greet them with a good face. Bai Feng smiled and nodded, then raised an eyebrow and looked around a bit suspiciously. But there was no sign of Li Yang. Bai Ji could see the curiosity on her father's face, so she turned slightly sideways and pointed to the back of the research area. "Li Yang is over there planting sunflowers. It says to make the best use of everything and not to waste every inch of land." Bai Feng nodded, already understanding. The huge pile of sunflowers that Li Yang had left behind in the Bai family before was on the verge of becoming some kind of holy ground. Many soldiers who had participated in the Battle of the North, as well as residents of the North who had been saved because of Li Yang, had specifically applied to go in the hope of personally admiring them. So much so that White Peak was planning to circle that sunflower specifically as a monument to the Battle of the North. Although I don't know what exactly Li Yang planted so many sunflowers for, but since it's him, he must have his own reasons for being there. Bai Ji's face couldn't hide her excitement, and she kept pulling her father to ask questions. The losses over in the north that were once caused by the beast tide have now been greatly alleviated, and because of the acres of fertilizer that Bai Ji transformed before she left, almost all of the north's already small fields were saved. The earliest batch of crops have even sprouted in these few short days. The scene of Bai Ji and Li Yang guarding the Great Wall in the north was also compiled into a nursery rhyme by the locals, and was celebrated in the streets and alleys. Bai Ji's dream of being a hero since she was a child has been partially realized in a different way, and without Li Yang, none of this would have been possible. Bai Ji looked at the light that lit up over the back mountain from time to time, her heart filled with gratitude. Not long after, Li Yang slipped back from the back of the mountain alone, slightly surprised upon seeing the unexpected visitor. He then called out to Uncle Bai and exchanged pleasantries with him for a while. After learning about the purpose of Bai Feng's visit, he couldn't help but feel some admiration for Luo En's level of attentiveness again. After Dongfang Changming opened up a meal with Bai Feng and wandered around the Tongshin division for a while, he finally waited until it was dark. Bai Feng suggested that it would be better to go over to the formation together. Li Yang's plants and Bai Ji's fertilizer are both essential and important factors in this copy of the raid. The probability of divining a great fortune might have been much higher if they had been present. Li Yang readily accepted and followed the crowd. It was just as well to enjoy the scene of the practice of the so-called strongest fortune teller in China. Why not? Looking at the stars looming in the sky, Bai Feng casually walked to the altar and gently closed his eyes. Reciting words under his breath, he whirled around and used some skill that Li Yang couldn't quite see. A few seconds later, the crowd then saw the formation on the ground, faintly lighting up, refracting the starlight in the sky. It cast a number of star reflections in the center. Bai Feng stepped into the middle of the formation, as if he was under a sea of stars. The light around his body kept flickering, transmitting good and bad fortune and good and evil through the vast starry sky. Bai Feng's silver hair glittered in the starry sky, as if it had been transformed into a floating silver-white ribbon. Bai Ji, who was spectating outside the formation, had the same color reflected on her, and from a distance, she really had a few of her father's tones. Li Yang was thinking so. Inside, however, Bai Feng suddenly frowned, his expression becoming somewhat appalled. How? There was shock and confusion in his voice. Bai Feng in the center of the formation instantly became serious, raising his hand and flinging it slightly. The projected stars shifted as he moved, seemingly changing the orientation of the observation. But no matter how it changed, the expression on White Peak's face never eased. It so happened that at this time, Luo En, who had returned from the training campsite, also arrived here. As soon as he came over, he heard Bai Feng say the two words he least wanted to hear in an incomparably serious voice. The Great Foul. No matter how the directions are changed, the results of the divination are all very bad omens. How is this possible? The previous few raids didn't show such a situation. The crowd in the room was a bit stunned. This was the first time that Xia attempted to raid the septuagenarian capital with a completely new strategy. The candidates for the raider squad are all experts with special abilities and strength, and without the limitation of equipment. These people should be the most suitable candidates inside the whole of China. The big bad? Doesn't that mean that this brand new program is all but lost before it even officially begins? Dongfang Changming turned his head and looked at the narrator. Luo En. Ron's brow was furrowed and his expression was more serious than ever. Bai Feng's strength was unquestioned, and his former achievements were too numerous to count. As the most recognized and strongest fortune teller in all of China, his divination could almost be described as absolutely accurate. So, Ron pondered for a while, then asked slowly with a frown, Bai Family Master, this copy raid is very important to Xia. So, can you reveal some clues? Bai Feng's ability, which was essentially a peek into the heavenly Tao, was something that would break his life? Much cannot be told bluntly, and at best ambiguous clues can be described. Bai Feng sighed slowly and nodded slowly. I'll look again. Even if it's only a minor foul, there's still the possibility of reversal. But, big foul, this will never work. To ask Jiang Xiao and the others to force their way in while knowing the great evil was tantamount to pushing them into the fire pit. If this went on, it would be better to send those normal powerhouses in as usual. But that would, for one thing, lead to empty defenses everywhere. Secondly, unusual transmutators would be constrained by their equipment, and it would be difficult for them to compete with special transmutators from other countries in the shedding specter. It's going to be tough. Found it. The problem. Out of the copy itself, there were some unexpected people and things that didn't work as well as they should have. White Peak broke off and finished. His hands slammed out, brushing away the astral image that had coalesced in the air. After just 2 words, he was already sweating profusely and somewhat exhausted. A world-class copy. The heavenly Tao involved was actually so great that it really made the hearts of the people present palpitate. Bai Shi rushed forward and assisted her father, helping him to sit on the steps of the doorway to rest. Luo En thanked Bai Feng, his gaze looking much more stern. This position as the head of the heavenly mansion, he hadn't been in charge of it for nothing. The 2-sentence clue was a bit vague, but it's enough. The reason for the great evil has nothing to do with the copy itself. Because of the effects of the copy, Certain important people and things don't work at critical moments, which can ultimately lead to a failed ending. Then the problem can be solved by troubleshooting what this key person and object is. And what is this person and thing? Luo Xin, in fact, probably had an answer. If the clues given by phone were people or objects, Luoan might still have to ponder for half a day. But people and things are different. Although there is only a difference of one word, the connotations within are worlds apart. There are only two items that play a key role in this copy of the raid. One is Bai Ji's fertilizer and the other is Li Yang's plant. Both of those things might be rendered ineffective by the replica. This ultimately leads to the raiders ending up in the big bad in their copy. Actually, Bai Ji was okay with her ability, which existed as a support. The key point is Li Yang. This copy raid was originally intended to use Li Yang's plants as the main means of output, and there was no doubt about Li Yang's importance. If Li Yang's plants did not work as well as they should for some reason, it would indeed be a great disadvantage to the Chinese side. Thinking that, he slowly turned his head to look at Li Yang, who was on the side. If the problem is really with him, that's a bit of a problem. Although, according to understanding, Li Yang has quite a few means on him that are out of the ordinary. But then again, he's a life-class profession in a world-class copy full of higher magic beasts. There is still some risk involved. If the problem really lies with Li Yang, then Roan, perplexed, slowly voiced his guess. But before this statement could be verified, new news was suddenly received on the side of Dongfang Changming, sent in by the team that specializes in detecting septuagenarian spooks, over at the Replica Management Office. Emergency, emergency. Additional rules have been added to the current round of Sadai Yudu. Props can only work when both the maker and the item are present. Otherwise they are invalid. Dongfang Changming fell silent and showed the message to the crowd. There was a dead silence. Li Yang also frowned slightly, holding his chin in thought. Obviously, the key to success or failure is in yourself. In that case, one thought to this. Li Yang smiled slightly and spoke. There's no other way out of this. So it's my turn. Other than that, I'm pretty good when it comes to self-preservation. The crowd was shocked. Roan, however, frowned and shook his head slowly. No, this kind of thing is no joke. You are, after all, a life-type profession, and the four-dimensional attributes themselves are not comparable to those of a combatant profession. Those magical beasts in the replica, as well as the transmogrifiers from other countries, have every possibility of charging into the back row and killing you in a very short period of time. And those plant seeds of yours take at least 3 seconds to grow from the time they are planted. Hearing this, the people present also nodded their heads in succession, with a worried look on their faces. However, Li Yang smiled and shook his head. I think you should have forgotten something. Just as well, let me demonstrate it live. After saying that, Li Yang lightly stomped his foot. Fourth talent, grass and trees. Activate. The weeds underfoot transformed instantly, turning into giant nuts in less than half a second. In an instant, it surrounded the people present. On the contrary, Li Yang himself was grasping the grass rake that he had touched at some point. The whole thing was protected by a huge piece of pumpkin head. A number of voodoo, dashin, and other plants sprang up around it as guards. Seeing this scene, everyone present was in an uproar. The seed's growth time is limited simply because they are not in my possession. If it wasn't for the copy rule restrictions, otherwise I would have a lot of life-preserving equipment to use. As for Bai Ji, there would be no need for her to enter the field. We saved some of the plants that had been bountiful during our experiments earlier, and they would come in handy now. Seeing that Bai Ji was also eager to reach out and introduce herself, Li Yang added another sentence. In fact, if there wasn't a world-class copy rule in place, whether it was the immunity amulet that Bai Ji was currently giving away, or that blood spring wrist guard that the Yunzhou Craftsman Association had given away earlier, they were both good life-preserving equipment. But even without that, the plants alone would be perfectly adequate. Li Yang's sudden display of intensity was unexpected by everyone. The people present, especially Luoan, all had their mouths wide open, not slowing down for half a day. Strictly speaking, although Li Yang was a life-class profession, to a certain extent, his ability to protect himself was quite a bit stronger than those combat-class professions of Jiang Xiaoxiao. When we really get to the copy, it's really not certain who will protect who. Afterward, Roan shook his head, regained his serious expression, and said earnestly, I understand, Mr. Li Yang. I don't want you to put your life on the line, but it's done, and we have no other choice. Today's hopes are placed in you. The Heavenly Mansion side will also do everything it can to help you. Li Yang nodded and didn't say anything more. The rules of this copy, he had long since learned about them from Eastern Changning side. All weapons, armor, and functional equipment like storage rings are broken down. Potions, materials, and other useful or useless items, on the other hand, will not be broken down. This was also the reason why Tong Xianxi initially wanted to utilize Li Yang's plants as the main means of output. But it's times like these when a new rule is suddenly added. Props and makers must be entered together or they will expire. That's more than a little excessive, isn't it? But, again, a bit of déjà vu. It always feels like I've encountered it before. Li Yang opened the system without moving and checked the mission interface. Fruity. New quest, successfully raid the world-class replica of the septuagenarian capital, 0/1. Mission reward, 3 million sunlight value. Zen Garden. 1 plant formation saving card. Zen Garden, you can grow plants in the garden space, which will bring you a variety of additional effects. Seeing this, Li Yang's heart shook. A Zen Garden? What's with all this stuff? Wouldn't that phonograph that was in Dave's prop store, which was so cheap, come in handy? It's quite interesting when you think about it. Early the next morning, world-class replica, the entrance to the septuagenarian Yudu. The airship coming from the Tongshan division slowly landed. The group of 8 people, including Li Yang, walked out of the cabin and stepped on the scarlet grass. Aside from Li Yang and Jiang Xiaoxiao, the faces of the others, more or less, revealed some apprehension. Luoan specifically instructed them that world-class copies were different from all previous copies, and that once they found a problem, they should exit the copy immediately without hesitation. Each of them is an important special talent of Huaxia, and none of them can be left out if not necessary. As is customary, the 8 men split into 2 squads and split up to keep in touch. A team was formed by the slave siblings, who specialized in high-speed guerrilla attacks, with the Dark Rider and the pharmacist at the head of the line. The more robust style of Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others formed the second team, responsible for patting the back, just in case. As for Li Yang, he had directly replaced that original summoner's position and joined Jiang Xiaoxiao's team. After all, in a sense, Li Yang's ability was also considered a summoning. It's still a very high-intensity summoning. When the time was up, the crowd finalized their props and walked into the replica with a sense of trepidation. World-class replica, shedding of the world specter. Recommended level, LV, 80. Copy synopsis. This is a world that has fallen into the endless void, a land belonging to the dead. And from the moment you step through the gate, there is no turning back. The equipment on the body was disassembled, while the rest of the stuff was kept. Luckily, clothes aren't ruled as equipment and won't be disassembled. Otherwise, the first thing you do when you enter a copy, you still have to pick leaves from the grass to make clothes. It was too late to lament the fact that the crowd immediately began guarding the exit to test their skills. Fortunately, all of their abilities functioned properly and were not limited by the copy change. The same goes for Li Yang's plants. Seeds placed by himself are still able to take root from the soil and mature instantly. Seeing this scene, the people present were more or less at ease. Luckily, the copy rule change was detected in advance. Otherwise, if they waited until they encountered a strong enemy, they would find that the seeds didn't work. Then they're not expected to end up much better. Moreover, on Jiang Xiaoxiao's body, she could carry thousands of different plant seeds that Li Yang had gotten out with a throw of money. If they entered without Li Yang, those seeds would all be nullified. Just looking at the losses is heartbreaking enough. Li Yang stretched his back and finally checked the bountiful plant card in the 100 herb seed box. After making sure there was no mistake, he turned back to the others. Okay, if it's all okay, let's get ready to enter the copy, shall we? As Li Yang's words fell, the raider squad is officially deep inside the replica. Looking around him at the slightly muddy soil, the blood-red grass, and the dim sky, Li Yang only felt a slightly depressing aura coming over him. A thick fog spread around, and the air smelled vaguely of rotting flesh. And looking ahead along this path they were on, some towering black buildings could be faintly seen. Unsurprisingly, that would be the main city of the sedentary Yudu. According to the information provided by the Tongshan division, the entire copy of the Shedding Spectre capital was divided into 4 main levels. From the inside out, they were the outermost scarlet forest, the outer layer of the septuagenarian Yudu, the inner layer, and the deepest biochemical laboratory. Led by Li Yang, the raiders and their team launched into action. As discussed beforehand, the 8 people were divided into 2 detachments, one in front and one behind, always keeping their distance. The first team was responsible for scouting and covert protection, while the second team shouldered the responsibility for the main battle and padding. The siblings from the family looked at each other and utilized their powers to coalesce their weapons, then concealed their figures into the darkness. That Dark Rider also very consciously used the black mist to envelop the pharmacist in the group, taking her along with him and disappearing in front of Li Yang's eyes. At this moment, the only 4 people left on the main road were Jiang Xiaoxiao, Du Shengding, Meng Cheng and Li Yang. Let's just keep up the pace and move slowly. I'm afraid that this time, the septuagenarian Yudu is not like any of the previous ones, Du Shengding said with a serious expression. then hurriedly took 2 quick steps to the front row of the line. According to Jiang Xiaoxiao, Du Shengding, who was a scientific researcher, was the most lucid thinker among the 4 people present. This responsibility of commanding the battle was naturally given to him. As for Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was the captain of the team, she yawned slightly, not a bit of tension visible on her face. According to the information learned in advance, most of the magical beasts inside the sedentary spectral capital were some undead like ghouls, zombies, and the like. Individually, they weren't much of a threat, but when these things showed up, they were a swarm, and basically won by sheer numbers. Say, how many teams are we in? Li Yang suddenly asked. Du Shengding, who was walking in front, raised his hand and made a point in the air, conjuring up an information interface that was visible to everyone. Above it is a leaderboard, labeled from top to bottom with the time each team entered. Because each copy of the rift was completely open at a different time, there was a slight difference in the order in which each team came in. Their team was the 30th or so to come in. Progress seems to be slightly behind, but not a big problem. What made Li Yang more concerned was whether those countries that came in early would give up on taking advantage of the advantages to brush the monsters early. Instead, they crouch in other countries' birthplaces and surprise them with sneak attacks. After all, according to past records, this had happened to this copy as well. But in no time, the news came back from the team that had gone to explore the road. Indicates that there are no transferees from other countries nearby. However, there is a bit of other trouble. In the area in front of them, it was unknown what kind of person had caused some commotion, causing a whole bunch of undead magical beasts to be confused. The brainless monsters were converging and advancing in all directions. One of the strands was rushing towards Li Yang and their side. The average level of those guys was almost all around level 75. Not too fast, not too powerful to be particularly outrageous. The numbers, however, are horrendous. Not long after this news came back, there was a sudden rumbling vibration on the ground. The few people present were instantly alert and on guard. A little grayish-white soot gradually rose from the side of the building in the distance. It looked as if something huge was moving fast close to the ground. Li Yang cried and laughed a little. No, why is there a wave of beasts everywhere? Then, with a lift of his hand, he stopped Du Shengding and Jiang Xiaoxiao, who were preparing to activate their abilities. Tell them to watch the back and just leave it to themselves. Then, leisurely, he flung 2 seeds at his feet. Hybrid plant, cherry shooter, debuts, machine gunner, hybrid cherry bomb, a hybrid version of machine gunner and cherry bomb, which has been preserved in the Hayakuso seed box. Botanical characteristics, drawing on the strengths of the cherry bomb and the machine gun shooter. The machine gun shooter turns red, and the peas spewing from the barrel will also change into single cherries that explode on touch with 50% of the range of a normal cherry bomb. After obtaining the extra talent, Li Yang specifically went to Baiji to experiment. There are a total of 10 empty spaces in the 100 herb seed box, 5 for keeping hybrids and 5 for keeping bountiful plants. And, between the limited number of columns, the hybrids he kept, naturally, had to be cost-effectively pulled full circle, representing a super high output. The cherry shooter is a 4-shot a second bombing frenzy, as well as the ultimate control effect frozen mushroom thrower, which freezes the entire field with a few shots. There are even dueling corn cannons that take a long time to load, but have superb firepower. Of course, on top of that, he also messed with the charmed mushroom thrower and stack-on-stack nut wall, which he had tested before. As for abundance, because the bounty plants are kept in the Bacchus seed boxes, they are disposable items. In the choice of plants, Li Yang naturally deliberated and deliberated. In the end, the more functional choices were chili mushrooms, pumpkin heads, corn cannons, toucans and coffee beans. The main idea is a surprise. After all, he's had enough fight so far. What needs to be met with abundance is a variety of contingencies. Roar! The wave of beasts in the distance had already rushed into view. Looking at those densely packed and incomparably hideous undead creatures, Du Shengding's brows had wrinkled slightly. The leader of the zombie dog's fur festered, and a large amount of tendons were exposed, laying bare the white bones. Dragging such a body, he exploded into an extremely astonishing speed. After seeing the living, he increased his speed several times more and had almost come to the crowd. Jiang Xiaoxiao just planned to make a move. The first cherry shooter planted by Li Yang just now finally started its first round of sweeping shots. 4 reddish cherries pierced through the chamber and smashed impartially into the head of the lead zombie dog, knocking it to the ground. Immediately following the next moment, a beam of dazzling white light instantly burst out from that red cherry, nearly blinding the eyes of everyone present. What followed was a wave of scalding heat, sweet cherry breath, and a shock that shook one's insides. For a full 50 meters or so, that cherry cleared clean, The few zombie dogs that had rushed to the front could not even make a sound before they were shattered into pieces in the deafening sound of the explosion. Boom boom boom. The remaining 3 cherries slammed through the smoke kicked up by the explosion and straight into the wave of beasts behind them. Then it exploded, lifting off a swath of rotting limbs and arms. Just by planting 2 plants, he was able to block the beast tied in front of him to a place 100 meters away. At this moment, Jiang Xiao and the others, looking at Li Yang's expression, had already changed. The strength displayed during the test with Jiang Xiao at that time was nothing compared to what it was now. They all knew that Li Yang had many means and was very strong. But look at the situation at hand. Li Yang, this guy, obviously still had a lot of means hidden in him that they didn't know about. Boom boom boom. Another round of bombing. Looking at the immortal demon beasts that were blocked hundreds of meters away and blown all over the sky, Li Yang sighed softly and temporarily gave up the idea of replenishing 2 more cherry shooters. He himself was now at turn 4. And Cherry Bomb's spike cap was level 80. What's in front of you is pretty much just an appetizer. 1 round of cherries could kill a bunch of them. At this scale now, it would be more than enough to deal with just these 2 cherry shooters under his command. Thinking of this, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional again. With his own strength today, going against the kind of beast tide that erupted in the cloud state was simply no big deal. To think that he himself had to make all sorts of arrangements and plans in order to fend off the beast tide. And now, he could easily stop the beast tide 100 meters away by planting some cherry shooters evenly on the walls of Yunzhou. Sheesh. When there was time, it would be good to send more newly developed seeds back, so that the Yunzhou military department side could arrange for the deployment of the defense. Ding! All transferees have been detected to be in the replica, and the sub-channel will be activated soon. First mission issued, defend against the tide of corpses. Quest description, the chemical virus lab located in the central area of the replica has been destroyed, and the undead creatures imprisoned in it are leaking in large numbers. These undead are eager to transform all life into their own form, so please survive their onslaught. Reward for the mission, level 1 pass card for the septuagenarian capital. While Li Yang was rambling, such a message suddenly popped up on his career panel. After checking with others, I found that everyone had received the same message. Apparently, this quest was issued for all transmutants. Meanwhile, new news was given from Du Xingding's side. Guys, look at the charts. With that, he opened the leaderboard he had just viewed and unfolded it in front of the crowd. The list, which was originally ordered by the order in which teams entered the book, has changed very significantly. Their rankings, from the 30th or so, jumped up and straight to 3rd, 1st and 2nd, respectively, are the Ugly Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom. Following the team information, there is also a constantly changing number labeled 489, 495, 510. Several people looked at each other, not quite reacting for a moment, that is, until another round of cherries exploded through the corpses, setting off a large number of undead. The numbers behind the Chinese team went up a bit again. It's the amount of monsters that were swiped, and this copy ranked us based on the amount of monsters that were swiped. Meng Qing exclaimed in great surprise, drawing caring retarded stares from the remaining 3. Jiang Xiao held her chin suspiciously and muttered, since there are rankings, it means there must be rewards. I think that we can work on that a little bit, though she herself was the one who had little interest in competing for rankings and rewards. But the position is different now. She was representing Huaxia, so she couldn't afford to be too slack. So with that said, she moved her joints a little and got ready to go on. But then, the fist that had just been clenched was pressed down by Li Yang on the side. There's no need. You guys getting on might even affect my output, Li Yang said and pointed to the back of the crowd. At some point over there, 2 crates carrying huge corn cobs grew out of thin air. Oh, I remember this one. The corn cannon. I've seen it in training. Jiang Xiao recognized these 2 things at a glance. Yet Li Yang smiled and shook his head, indicating that she should look more clearly. What lies on each crate is not a single corn, but 2 hybrid plants. Dichotomous corn cannons. The effect is as simple and straightforward as its name suggests. It's gone from shooting 1 shot to 2, the polar opposite of the reduced range, efficiency-seeking cherry shooter. Duplex corn cannons, sacrificing their loading time for a blast range that was fully twice as large. Coverage, up to 1,000 meters. If you don't take precautions in advance, there won't be an inch of grass within 1,000 meters. Li Yang gently stomped his foot and the 4th talent, grass and tree life, was unleashed. A wall of nuts sprang up from underneath their feet, enclosing all those present, including the rest of the team who had hurried back together. Cannon fire ensued. Snort. The huge corn cannon in the rear made a sound of deflating pressure. The huge corn that was originally lying flat slowly stood up, and after a short period of storing up its strength, it shot straight up into the sky. About half a second later, It descended from the sky and headed straight towards Li Yang's preset position. There are two groups of golden yellow corn, one in front of the other. One set is used to clear the screen, and one shot is used to check for defects. Rumble. Unlike the previous cherry explosion, after the giant corn collided into the ground, it synchronized a large amount of energy into the ground. The sound emitted was extremely dull, and even drove the ground to initiate a burst of violent vibrations. The location of the explosion was about 800 meters away from Li Yang and the others. Despite the nut wall as a defense, the oncoming, almost naked eye visible shockwave still brought a great shock to the crowd. For a moment, all was silent. The wave of corpses that had been incredibly noisy and flailing just a moment ago almost seemed to have been wiped out directly from the ground, with not even a bit of dregs left. At the same time, halos representing upgrades rose one after another above Li Yang's head. Your duplex corn cannon successfully kills the sedentary walker, LV. 72. You gain experience, 68. 730 points. Your duplex corn cannon successfully kills sedentary walker, LV. 77. You gain experience, 78,961 points. The kill records directly began to brush the screen, and Li Yang had to turn off the system interface in order to temporarily get a moment of peace and quiet. Solving thousands of magical beasts with a single move brought a huge amount of experience, especially for Li Yang, who was only level 60. It was more than he could use. He watched as his level skyrocketed, his experience bar almost always full. It wasn't until after this level was stuck at 78 that it finally came to a slight halt. And on the leaderboard, there is no doubt that China has instantly topped the charts. The numbers in the back, from over 500, went straight up to over 4,000. With a crushing force, they compared the top two countries, Ugly and Woolly Bear, to each other. Ding, ding, ding. The so-called side channel, which also finally activated at this point, began to blow up. Click on it and the words of each country appear. It was only by clicking on the translation option that the densely packed statements in the channel were finally made clear. The Sunset Empire leader, no. Was there an earthquake just now? Gallic leader, thanks for the invitation. Man is in the forest and is hiding from the chase. I'm struggling to defend myself. How do you guys care about killing monsters? Sakura Nation leader, what's going on with Huaxia's rankings? Did they kill over 4,000 undead in a matter of seconds? How is this possible? Cheating, right? Ugly country leader, it's indeed fishy. Even as strong as we are, we've only gotten over 1,000 points until now. How did the Chinese get over 4,000? Gallic leader, at Huaxia leader. Are you there, buddy? Did you guys find something good for extra points that's so efficient? Share it. Looking at the words coming out from inside the world channel, Zhang Xiaoxiao was too lazy to pay attention. Straight away, he turned off the interface in front of him, muting the channel alerts in the process. At this time, Li Yang had already withdrawn the nut wall barriers used to protect his side. Alone, he walked over to the blasted over clearing in front of him and crouched down to turn over the charred dirt. Afterward, he dragged out a one-handed axe of good quality from inside and beckoned towards Du Shengding. Senior Du, equipment or not? Du Shengding was a bit flattered and hurriedly nodded and walked over quickly. The shedding specter does not allow transmogrifiers to carry their own equipment. Transmutants fight, all relying on their own abilities and what they swipe from their copies. This, coupled with the new restrictions that had temporarily appeared this time, resulted in the transmogrifiers not even being able to bring in the necessary potions and magic scrolls. If you want to use these things, you have to sacrifice the support position in your team for a life class alchemist. But how much combat power does a life class have? Many of the transmogrifier teams suffered heavy damage as a result, and even within half an hour of the opening, some teams from smaller countries had already fled in a hurry. That's right, the necrotic tide is really just the first trial of the sedition specter. As written in the synopsis of the replica, the moment one steps through the gate, there is no turning back. In other words, as long as you haven't crossed the gate, you can still retreat. As for what this gate is, needless to say, it's inevitably the place you can enter after getting that Shedding Specter's first-class passcard. As Li Yang was rummaging through the equipment in front of him, he suddenly heard a system alert. The amount of undead remaining within 3,000 meters of you is less than 500. Congratulations to your team for completing the mission and receiving the mission reward. The route to the sacred city is marked for you. Please use the pass to enter. Hint, after formally entering the sedentary specter, you will not be able to exit the copy until you kill the next elite level magical beast. Please choose carefully. With the prompt, a beam of faint golden light lit up in front of Li Yang. A white card emerged from it. Li Yang raised his hand and pocketed it, and then everyone in the team received the same alert. A team would understand and took the card from Li Yang's hands, once again hiding into the darkness and going forward to explore the path. After about 10 minutes or so, An alert from the duplicate was posted directly in the duplicate channel. The Chinese team has used the passcard to open the gates of the septuagenarian capital. The Chinese team has already settled and won the ranking award. First place award, legendary equipment, necrotic enchanted scepter. As soon as the announcement came out, the already noisy side channel exploded. Sakura Nation leader, bagger, we've only killed 500 undead. How come the Chinese team has already entered the city? Ugly Nation leader, the reward for first place is actually a legendary necrotic scepter? Fark, I should have known to take it slightly more seriously. Camel country leader, at Huaxia leader, are you selling the equipment you swiped? Let's set a place to make a trade. We have an alchemist with us in our team. We can trade you for many potions. Sunless Empire leader, at Camel country leader, epic equipment or not? We brushed it out. We have wounded on our side and desperately need life potions to save their lives. Camelot Nation leader, we have no shortage of epic equipment. And we have limited potions. But you guys can quit. Sunset Empire leader. Huaxia leader, and all members want to know the secret of Huaxia's team rating so quickly? Huaxia's secret weapon giveaway. The mysterious weapon with unlimited bullets that can kill an undead in 10 shots can now be redeemed for as little as 500 bottles of life potion. We'll see you at the septuagenarian Yudu. HWA leader, click to view location. Gallic leader? Sakura Nation leader? This passage was sent by Jiang Xiaoxiao as requested by Li Yang. After sending it out, Jiang Xiaoxiao pondered for a while, still having some concerns, making deals with other countries in the copy. Li Yang, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Li Yang just smiled meaningfully. Of course it's serious. Everything is on schedule. Looking at Li Yang's mysterious look, Jiang Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Meng Qing, who was next to him, suddenly had his eyes dribbling around and nailed Li Yang's plot. I get it. 500 bottles of potion for a pea shooter plant. You're taking advantage of the fire. Taking advantage of the fire? After hearing this, Li Yang lost his smile and shook his head. Smaller pattern. You don't really think that it's just the potions that I care about, do you? Ultimately, this deal, by nature, is not reciprocal. Actually, Li Yang's idea was very simple. One's team doesn't have a potion and someone else does. Then find a way to get some from someone else. You know, in order to bring along an alchemist, those teams from other countries must have, more or less, weakened their own combat units. While we're at it, let's snowball a bit and give them some pea shooters or something. Of course, Li Yang was not some saintly mother of compassion. Selling you is selling you, but whether it works or not, I say so. After the deal, the plants can be started and stopped all by him. Beyond that, because of the existence of the third talent, plant sympathy, Li Yang could even achieve surveillance and eavesdropping by sharing his senses with the plant. By then, the composition of other countries' lineups, their strengths and weaknesses, their positions, and their strategies and tactics, he would have the opportunity to eavesdrop on all of them. It can be said that if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Well, get ready to continue the battle. Li Yang waved his hand, signaling the crowd to engage in battle. From the hints of the copy, the goal after entering the inner city of Sedentary Spectre was to kill an elite-class magical beast. He didn't intend to waste time on the small monsters that were wandering around haphazardly, so he simply arranged for a team to search for that magical beast's traces in the shadows. He's over here on his own, setting up a stall to make some extra money. Wait for a team to find the wraith and then go straight over to harvest it. Now that's what I call efficiency. As he spoke, he had set up a dozen pots of pea shooters in front of him, just waiting for customers to come in. During the wait, Li Yang also stopped by to check the legendary grade weapons that had just settled out of the copy leaderboard. Unleashing the appraisal technique, the information of the equipment unfolded in front of him. Equipment name, Necromantic Scepter. Equipment quality, Legendary, Gold. Equipment description, a scepter filled with necromantic power that can be utilized to enchant any item with necromancy. The enchanted item will be transformed into its unique necromantic state, e.g., a skeleton can be enchanted to become a skeleton soldier. This thing looks like a necromancer's equipment, but like the previous shadow staff, there is no equipper profession requirement. Well, it's worthy of being legendary, but this necrotic enchantment effect isn't too useful for him to keep, is it? This thing is, quite frankly, a scepter for summoning undead creatures. But undead creatures? Are any of his plants any good? Thinking of this, Li Yang suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wait, this thing says that it can enchant any item. And can his plants be enchanted? The plant's necromantic state. What can it be? Holding the mindset of giving it a try, Li Yang slowly lifted that necromantic scepter, aimed at the pots of pea shooters in front of him, and used the enchantment skill, Buzz, accompanied by an inaudible buzzing sound. A beam of black-green light instantly shot out from the ink-colored skull at the top of the scepter. The light instantly fused with the pea shooter that Li Yang had chosen. Crack dash. The flower pot suddenly cracked without warning, scattering the soil contained within. A couple of people next to me looked at each other in disbelief. But change, it doesn't stop there. As Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others watched, the thin layer of dirt on the ground gradually rumbled. The pea shooter left only a head on the outside, and the whole thing was swallowed up in that mud. Then the next moment, a pale, dry arm suddenly came out of it. At the same time, there was an eerie hissing sound. Aha! A walker slowly burrowed through this thin layer of soil and staggered upright. Jiang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, subconsciously alert. But after seeing what the walker looked like, he dropped his hand in tears. The walkers in front of them were, on the whole, not unlike the ones they had seen in their copies. Only the most crucial, the head that exists as a weak point. It actually turned into a pea shooter's head. Such a strange sight was unexpected by everyone present, including Li Yang. Also have a look of, what the hell is this? Holy shit, plant zombies? Li Yang froze for a long time before calling out the name. The name is quite dry and descriptive. But Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others didn't know that the name that Li Yang pronounced actually had another layer of meaning. Plant zombie, a special type of zombie that appeared in the original Plants vs. Zombies game levels. The biggest feature is that it has the body of a zombie and the head of a plant, and has all the abilities of a plant and a normal zombie. Such a presence. In a sense, it was considered a hybrid plant belonging to Li Yang himself. Originally, Li Yang had actually been struggling with this issue. The firepower of those plants of his was certainly good, but the biggest drawback was the inability to move freely. After eliminating the enemies in an area, you have to replant new ones elsewhere. Zombies, on the other hand, are a whole different story. These guys may move a little slower, but they're essentially flower pots that can move. A whole bunch of zombies with cherry shooters on top form a wave of corpses. What a spectacle that would be. Li Yang was already feeling a little excited. With that, a number of different kinds of plants were planted in the ground, both in mass production and in testing. What plants can be transformed into plant zombies, and what plants can be maximized after being. Unfortunately, the skill of the necromantic scepter consumes the energy of the scepter itself. Although it could be slowly recovered over time, the number of necrotic enchantments in a single sitting was limited. Currently, the number of plant zombies that Li Yang could create in a single time was almost around 50. These are also enough, through experimentation, except for the corn cannon zombies that are so big they get squashed right after they turn into zombies. The other plants, basically, managed to change their forms. Among them, there are even a number of hybrid plant zombies. After Li Yang tested it and confirmed that he could create a connection with these plant zombies through his third talent, plant sympathy, then, with a direct wave of his hand, he commanded them to scatter and head deeper into the Shedding Spectre capital. Relying on the first squad to find elite monsters alone was a bit inefficient. It just so happens that there's a lot of free labor here, so it's not worth it. At the same time, Li Yang had also set them the task of automatically attacking the duplicate magical beasts when they saw them. This way, as they moved forward on their own, they could also brush more monsters along the way, giving Li Yang a boost of experience and the progress of unlocking the cart. Speaking of trolleys, Li Yang pondered and opened Dave's prop store. Unlocked. Requirement, kill 1. 000. 000 rates, 8926/1. 000. 000. The number of corpse walkers that he had just cleared out was about the same as all the magical beasts he had killed so far combined. It seems that this kind of magical beasts that walk like a walker and go in a bursting stream can be considered for more fights in the future. The sooner you unlock the cart, the sooner you can be invincible too. Your machine gunner zombie has successfully killed the walker killer, Tsunami Demon, LV. 82. Congratulations on gaining experience, 87,935. Your experience has reached its limit. Congratulations on your level increase, current level, LV. 79. As he watched, another halo representing an upgrade suddenly popped up above Li Yang's head. He blinked and sighed. If it were possible to transfer within the sedentary Spectre capital, 2 more days here and I'd be able to dry brush my way up to level 100. Jiang Xiaoxiao sat on a high railing, swinging her legs leisurely, and then suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked at a certain location in the distance. Li Yang, someone's coming. Li Yang supported all the plant zombies he had summoned, gently clapped his hands and looked over there. At the other entrance, a small team from another country came slowly. The man at the head of the group was a strong paladin, but with a number of wounds hanging from his body. A team of 8, none of whom seemed to be in great shape. This squad was rushing towards Wasia, and after seeing it from afar, they waved their hands vigorously towards this side. Friends of China, do not attack. We're here to trade. We brought a lot of potions to trade with you. Du Shengding looked up at Jiang Xiaoxiao. The latter, on the other hand, sought Li Yang's opinion, and after obtaining consent, nodded with a slight nod. the group was allowed to be released and hurried to this side. As soon as they met, the alchemists at the back of the group got busy unloading down the line. Because of the special nature of the copy rules, they couldn't bring in something like a storage ring, so the potions were all kept in the alchemist's treasure chest. Bam! A wide array of potions were revealed in front of the crowd. The alchemist opened his mouth to explain that there are only a limited number of potions that the treasure box can carry. We only have a total of 400 vials of life potion, and the rest are things of other uses, like stealth potions, bestiality potions, berserking potions. It adds up to almost 800 bottles. If you can you show us what your secret weapon is first? We are trading after all. We can't be unknown, can we? Want to check the goods? Li Yang casually spread his hands and pointed to the 4 pots of pea shooters placed next to him. Watching those 4 little green heads bobbing around, the team the alchemist was with looked at each other, a bit unresponsive for a moment. This is Hua Xia's secret weapon? A few people looked at me and I looked at you. The expression on his face gradually changed from confused to puzzled. A burst of red and white. They're transmigrants from Gallia. After seeing the strength of this copy, it was found that it would be difficult to complete the clearance with his own strength, so it was decided to take it for what it was worth. But before that, they also want to use their last chance to create some value for their country. For example, figuring out what the hell HWA's secret weapon is. Of course they knew that the Huaxia people couldn't be stupid enough to put all their secret means up for sale. Anything you're willing to take out must be more backward. But that's something that can sustain Huaxia to take out thousands of walkers in a few seconds. Even if it's backward, you can still use it to see something. They intended to exchange the potion for some of the secret weapons of Huaxia and bring them out of the copy for a closer look. But, after seeing it in the flesh, they were more or less stunned. This harmless-looking potted plant, the so-called secret weapon of China? That's a bit much for a joke. Are you kidding me? That alchemist smiled awkwardly and forced himself to hold back his anger as he spoke. This little Chinese brother. You really aren't kidding about this? These potted plants will help you kill that many walkers? You should know that our potions can be different from ordinary potions. All the materials used to prepare them are carefully selected. Even the water used for distillation is still ice melt water from the polar region. Putting it outside the replica to sell, 1 bottle can top the price of 10. Buy it or leave it. Li Yang grinned, not bothering to listen to and push for more. The guy on the opposite side froze, never expecting Li Yang to have this attitude. The expression on his face suddenly became serious, frowning and saying seriously, Huaxia's little brother, we are seriously trading with you. The difficulty of this copy is different from the past, and if you want to explore deeper, you can't do it without potions. Li Yang slowly got up. Jiang Xiao, see off the guests. Jiang Xiao leapt down and flicked her wrist. Li Yang is here to make a deal. In a sense it's really just to kill time. This guy buys what he wants or gets out. Where does he get off? He wasn't going to spoil it. The paladin on the opposite side stepped forward and blocked the alchemist. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. The expression on that alchemist's face suddenly became tense, and his breathing was slightly shortened. Okay, he admitted. He had just spoken a little too loudly. You can be a life-class profession yourself. When a fight broke out in such a narrow place, a combatant-capable being like him wouldn't even have the chance to drink a stealth potion before being shattered by the aftermath of the fight. He rushed to raise his hand to break the ice. Wait a minute. Friendship first. It was our attitude that was wrong just now, and we apologize. We buy. Why risk it here when you were going to quit the copy yourself? 500 bottles of potions. We'll take a slight loss. 400 bottles of restorative potions, plus 100 other potions, and trade you for a plant. These potions are all handmade by me. The quality and safety are guaranteed. You can check them with appraisal. That alchemist scrambled to explain. However, before the words were finished, Li Yang slowly opened his mouth to interrupt them. Changed the price. Now, all of your potions, plus your treasure box. Only 1 plant can be exchanged, he said, and gave a slight wave of his hand in a gesture. Mengqing picked up a pot of pea shooters from the ground and walked over to the guys. The alchemist on the opposite side of the room stared blankly, almost bursting out on the spot. Sit on the ground. Have some shame. He was a renowned alchemist in Gaul, and a bottle of the most common recovery potion could be speculated to a high price of tens of thousands of dollars, not to mention all the other stuff. This time, the potion he brought with him, when sold on the black market, could casually be speculated to hundreds of millions of dollars. As a result, you're trading a potted plant for a potted plant? Is there any justice? Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at him with interest. The expression on his face seemed to be a vivid reinterpretation of the phrase "buy what you like, buy what you don't." The alchemist from the Gallic kingdom stared dead in the face at the potted plant in Mengqing's hands, his mind doing a fierce battle of thoughts. Eventually, it was a meaty nod. Switch, let's change. They already knew that they wouldn't be able to brush through the copy, but they had paid so much to enter the copy this time, so at the very least, they had to bring something useful back with them. When the composition of the Chinese secret weapon is parsed out, they might be able to develop such a power directionally as well. Zhang Xiaoxiao walked up and closed the treasure box with a bang. After seeing these people leave, Du Shengding also hurriedly used his appraisal technique to fully inspect all the potions. With that, he gave an okay sign to Li Yang and the alchemist was right. These were of good quality and not laced with anything weird. It can be used with confidence. Ding dong. It didn't take long. Once again, a new message came out in the sub-channel. As soon as Li Yang opened it, he saw the shocked exclamation from the leader of the Gallic country. Gallic leader, holy shit, the Chinese little brother really didn't lie. This thing can take out a walker in a few rounds, and it has unlimited bullets. What the hell is the principle of this? Also included is a picture of a paladin killing a monster with a flower pot. It looks a little funny, but the walkers on the other side of the quadrant are no joke. The only way for this monster, which is so survivable, to be truly dead is to completely destroy the head. When melee, it is difficult to take care of the front row of the output class occupations, so it often leads to a situation where the opponent can still get up and continue to attack after half a day of fighting. But these potted plants shoot out. It's a mandatory kill no matter where you hit. It's simply horrible as hell. This is still the version that Wachovia puts out for sale. They use it themselves, and it must be even more exaggerated. When you think about it like that, it seems to make sense for them to clean up thousands of walkers in a few seconds. The leader of the Gallic nation cheered, feeling that he had just made a fortune on the deal. That's it. Take it out and slice it up and study it. Surely something can be more or less researched. However, what they didn't know was that their own little plans had long been seen through by Li Yang. It's still inside the copy, so just keep the pea shooter for you guys to experience the experience. However, as soon as they left the replica, that pea shooter would immediately carry out the orders given by Li Yang in advance. Instantly withered and turned into pieces of dust and ashes. After that message from the Gallic country went out, many of the weaker countries that were still hesitant have made up their minds. Even if you can't use these plants to brush up on your own down the road, bringing it outside the copy and taking it to your own country for research would be money well spent. Though I don't know exactly where this powerful force of Wasia came from, but with proper research, maybe in time they can catch up with Wasia. Subsequently, those plants that Li Yang had gotten up were snapped up in almost no time at all. With the exception of the wealthy Camelot nation, people from the Stick Country, White Elephant Country, and Maple Leaf Country also poured out their potions for a pea shooter plant and left satisfied. But the Ugly Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom, which ranked right behind Huaxia, were nowhere to be seen. Guys, we've found signs of a massive battle, not like something an unusual walker could pull off. The location has been sent to the team channel. How do we move next? The beep sounded in Li Yang and the others' ears, and when they opened the channel interface, the message from the first team stood out. Looking at the coordinates they sent over, Li Yang realized that he also had 2 plant zombies over there as well. So while greeting Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others as they packed up their things, he cut into the plant zombies' perspective, intending to find out what was going on. As a result, the connection had just been established and was instantly snuffed out. Checking from the talent space, he realized that the signals of the 2 plant zombies over there had all disappeared. Apparently it was taken out by something. The 2 that were taken out seemed to be machine gun shooter zombies. With the combined firepower of these 2 things, it shouldn't be a problem to fend off some small waves of corpses. No more seconds. Li Yang slightly raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit puzzled. Then he joined Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others and ran over there. Not 2 steps into the run, a team message came out of the team channel again. The Woolly Bear Nation and the Ugly Nation are fighting, and the walkers are helping the Ugly Nation fight the Woolly Bear Nation. What's all this? Although the news coming back from the first team was very simple and easy to understand. But, it's too magical, isn't it? So the so-called massive battle marks are those of the Ugly Kingdom and the Woolly Bear Kingdom? It was probably a few minutes later. Li Yang and the others finally arrived at the place marked by the first team. It's a large arena building in the middle of the city, and the overall shape of the building is somewhat like the ancient Roman Colosseum. That sister from the family, Song Yu, was crouching on a window at the side of the Colosseum to receive Li Yang and his party. Before the 2 sides could converge, a hissing sound of a walker emanated from inside the arena. Roar! The sound was deafening, as if the ground was shaking. Li Yang didn't even need to think about it to know that the commotion was definitely not from anything small in size. The 2 sides rendezvoused, and Du Shengding hurriedly inquired about the battle. The one dark rider from the first team came over and briefly explained the ins and outs. Based on the clues and evidence collected along the way, it was enough to prove that there was more than one elite-level magical beast. And this Colosseum was one of the locations of the elite-level magical beasts in the outer city of the Shedding Spectre capital. It's just a shame that they, however, weren't the first ones here. The Ugly Kingdom and the Furry Bear Kingdom had also set their sights on this place at the same time. And in order to compete for the chance to be the first to kill an elite-grade magical beast, the two sides fought greatly. As for the walkers who helped the Ugly Nation join in thrashing the Woolly Bear Nation, according to one team's observation, it all originated from the necromancer at the end of the Ugly Kingdom's group, the one wearing all black robes. The vast majority of the equipment that the Ugly Kingdom team had previously swiped from the copy was all piled up on that mage's body at the moment. It even included a staff that was rewarded by the duplicate. Moreover, that guy seems to have awakened some special occupational talent. Not like other unusual necromancy professions that require dead bodies and undead to create undead creatures, but rather the ability to directly control the walkers within the copy. So much so that the walkers near the Colosseum are now being pulled over to fight by him. Hearing this, Li Yang came to a realization. No wonder the Ugly Kingdom brushed the monsters so fast when they entered the copy at the beginning. Turns out it was all that necromancer's doing. Do you directly force control a large number of units to fight? In that case, his charm mushrooms might have the same effect. The battle, however, is now a bit more scorched. In terms of head-to-head combat, it's clearly the Woolly Bear Nation that's superior, but that necromancer had used some unknown method. After each hit, he was able to instantly recover from his injuries and go into battle with full energy. It looks almost as good as being immortal. So even though a bunch of berserkers in the Woolly Bear Nation can punch a little kid, facing the endless tide of corpses, with the unkillable necromancers, there was only the part of having their strength consumed for nothing. Right now it's knuckling down and kind of going to be a reunion. But Li Yang didn't care which of their two sides was stronger or weaker. Instead, it asked a critical question. These two teams have been fighting for so long. Where's the elite-level magical beasts? The apothecary of the first team side, gesturing to the tide of corpses spread across the entire field below, and spoke slowly. Down there. The whole field down there. See that crack in the ground in the middle of the field? Jump down. It's the monster room where the elite-level magical beasts are. The guys on both sides of the ball are just grabbing at the opportunity to go down there. After all, if only one party goes down there, there's a high probability that they'll be robbed or even stabbed by the other party while fighting an elite-level magical beast. Only by driving out all the others will they dare to officially go to war with the wraiths. By the way, that would be a pretty big one, and that's what made that roar just now. Li Yang pondered. So, then since they're all so humble, let's just be nice and go down and collect the monsters for them. As long as we get rid of the monsters in seconds, they won't have a chance to rob them or stab them in the back, right? That apothecary froze and nodded. That's true, but before the words fell, Li Yang stood up and slightly raised his hand. I'll get ready to charge straight in later. Then, looking at the incomparably chaotic battlefield below, he narrowed his eyes slightly and aimed at the rift. Fourth talent, grass and trees, unleashed. Select any plant in the center of the battlefield and transform it into a frozen mushroom and coffee bean. Sunlight is consumed and the ability is activated. A blue mushroom that popped up in an unnoticed corner. A brown coffee bean was born beside it, then dissipated, drifting into it as dust. Ice mushroom, consumes 75 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 50 seconds. Plant characteristics, upon activation, the ice mushroom will briefly chant for 1 second, instantly freezing all hostile creatures within a range of 500 meters for 4 seconds. And upon thawing, all creatures will be subjected to a continuous slowing effect for 15 seconds. This effect is weakened for enemies over level 80. Rolling eyes. The blue mushroom slowly expanded, like a sleeping fairy spirit opening its eyes. And then, crack dash. The whole field is frozen. A deep blue light began to spread with the frozen mushroom at the center. It spread across the battlefield in an instant, freezing everything firmly in place. The original battlefield that was filled with the hissing of the undead was filled with the sound of killing. There was a dead silence. Vaguely, there are still some crystallized snowflakes falling. After frozen mushroom control, Li Yang and the others who had been waiting on the side for a long time immediately rushed towards the gap right in the middle of the field. The frozen mushroom only freezes for 4 seconds, after which the effect changes to a slowdown. But 4 seconds, for them, was also perfectly enough. Li Yang casually threw Du Shengding a coffee bean and told him to eat it. There was something peculiar about that coffee bean. The overall appearance is not an unusual tan color. Instead, it was a dark red color that emitted a faint ethereal light. Somehow it always looks a little manic at first glance. This is the plus version of the coffee beans that have been fertilized by Angelica. Coffee bean, plus version, a rich upgrade of the coffee bean, which is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation save card. Botanical characteristics, the state of abundance lasts permanently, during which the coffee bean's refreshing effect is greatly enhanced. and the refreshing effect is transformed into a berserking effect. The effect lasts for 30 minutes, and the berserk target will receive a certain degree of increase in attack power, as well as a persistent state of fury. It was a bountiful plant that was experimented with over in the north at the time. After learning about Du Shengding's ability, Li Yang secretly finalized the usefulness of this thing. Du Shengding's gigantism requires him to rage up, and this berserk coffee bean, when eaten, grants him constant rage, just the right solution to the character's naive inability to get angry. Without hesitation, Du Shengding chewed it up. With that, a bellowing cry, the 10-meter-tall giant stood up out of thin air and grabbed Li Yang and the others. With that, he directly stepped over the heads of the corpses below and jumped directly into the chasm. In an instant, inside the entire septuagenarian Yudu, such a prompt appeared before the eyes of every transmigrator. The Chinese transfiguration team is the first to arrive at the location of the elite-level beast, the sedentary titan. There are 60 elite magical beasts of different species in the outer city of Shedding Spectre. Please speed up the progress of the other transmigrants. For seconds had then elapsed. The two sides of the slowly thawing ugly nation of Woolly Bear Nation in the huge Colosseum looked at each other in disbelief. The higher-ranked human transmigrants had gradually returned to normal, while the walkers were still in a slowed-down state of bubbling blue light. While frozen, they can all retain their consciousness. In other words, they were watching those Chinese who suddenly sprang out from the corners rushing into the rift while doing nothing about it themselves. The Ugly Kingdom's party was even more incomparably stifled, seeing that after a fierce battle, he was already inching his way to victory. As a result of this, I can't believe I was robbed of my who by a halfway decent Chinese. It's just a strange shame. Ha 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 ha. Didn't expect that, did you? Everyone from the Ugly Kingdom. It doesn't feel good to work hard and fight us for half a day, only to have the prey snatched away by someone else, does it? The Woolly Bear Nation and their group laughed out loud, appearing not as angry as the Ugly Nation. After all, they actually found this place first. The Ugly Kingdom came later and saw that they were about to defeat them and take the elite monsters for themselves. But I didn't realize that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow bird was behind. Ha ha ha, it's simply deserved. Now, the Woolly Bear Country has been greatly wounded because of the Ugly Country's attack, so naturally, it can't go on to fight against it. One can only stand back for a moment and laugh at the dilemma of the Ugly Country. Damn, forget about those Maoists. Go ahead and clean up the Chinese down there. How dare you even rob the prey we've set our eyes on? You're really tired of living. The necromancer from the Ugly Country glared viciously at the gloating furry bear across the street, before commanding the corpses to run towards the chasm with a big wave of his hand. The Chinese are killing the surprise, but the elite-level magical beasts below were not vegetarians either. This group of Chinese managed to shake a little wit though, but not too naive. Do you really think that jumping into the monster room first gives you a head start? There was only one consequence of being so reckless, and that was having no time to take care of the situation around them while engaging an elite-level magical beast. He was eventually engulfed by the tide of corpses he was so proud of, and ended up with no money. He didn't care what Wasia had relied on to eliminate getting thousands of points in seconds before, and he, with enough confidence, he was the only one in the entire seductive Spectre capital who could kill an undead elite-level magical beast in seconds. Yet the next second, ding! A team of Chinese transmigrants has successfully defeated the elite-class Wraith, the sedentary Titan, and achieved the passage condition. The Chinese transmigration team has obtained the sedition card. Wasia transients have gained access to the relay station buffer, and have been transmitted directly to the relay station area for rest and recuperation. The number of remaining elite-level magical beasts is 59. Please continue to work hard for the other transferees. Ha! The Ugly Kingdom transmutineers who had gathered at the edge of the rift, ready to rush in, were all instantly petrified in place. The necromancer at the head of the group had a green and white face. The expressions are so wonderful. The team from the Woolly Bear Nation standing at the entrance of the Colosseum, ready to evacuate, froze at first, then burst into laughter. A whole bunch of muscular, burly men were rolling around on the floor with joy. Ha 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 ha. People go straight for seconds. Ha 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 ha. You guys have been fighting us for 10 minutes or so. The other Chinese went down for less than half a minute. Ha 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 ha. Why bother? Why bother having to fight us? What a laugh. Ha 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 ha. The people of the Ugly Kingdom were infuriated, but they didn't know where to direct their anger. After all, he was actually considered a monster robber himself, so how could he have the face to accuse others of robbing monsters? How did things come to this? The necromancer in charge was angry and annoyed, but he was puzzled. That's odd. Elite-level magical beasts were almost always at the level of a small lord-level boss. The elite level in this copy, at the very least, had to be around level 90. It would take him 2 or 3 minutes to go down there and utilize his undead skills to control it. Turns out they were done in 10 seconds or so. What the hell did these Chinese use? Step back in time, 10 seconds or so ago. After Du Shengding transformed into a giant and jumped into the crack with Li Yang and his party. It took the crowd a moment to realize that the black-looking crack could be much deeper than it looked. The hissing of the giant creature rang out from the bottom, sounding very distant and even a little mellifluous. Well, 2 seconds later, they were at the bottom of the hole. The dark scene around them snapped to life, revealing the area as it was meant to be. Heck, it was a huge underground laboratory. A culture tank that was more than 10 meters high was placed in the middle. The glass body of the tank had long been broken, and the green liquid inside flowed all over the place. And behind it, a pair of cloudy yellow eyes slowly lit up. A giant, about the same height as the giant eyes Du Shengding, stood up against the suddenly bright light and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, the monster's information also appeared on Li Yang and the other's information interface at the same time. Elite Class Wraith, Sedentary Titan, Rank, LV. 92. Description: a gigantic experimental body discovered from the underground of the Shedding Spectre. Its body has undergone countless processes to transform into the most massive being in all of the Shedding Spectre, thus earning it the nickname of Titan. The Sedentary Titan possesses pure physical strength, and its body is extremely tough, requiring an extremely high output to bring it down. If encountered in a confined space, one can only fend for themselves. That's quite a statement. But to Li Yang, this thing was nothing more than an enlarged version of a walker. He had thought of all the countermeasures before he acted. That ugly country's necromancer controlling other walkers can be judged by the copy as a quick kill. In that case, wouldn't he have full control of his charmed mushroom? So controlling an elite-level magical beast with a charm mushroom counts as a spike in some sense? Theory ends and practice begins. He had prepared two things in advance in his hands as he fell through the crack. Hybrid plant, charm mushroom pitcher, as well as simply charming mushrooms. The former to groups, the latter to singles. In this way, no matter what kind of enemy is encountered, he can handle it all perfectly. The Titan at hand, on the other hand, is clearly the latter. The first one to land, Meng Qing, directly raised his hands high and spread out a flash of golden light in all directions. This was an invigorating spell that had been taken in passing from the opposing paladin when he had traded potions with the Gallic Nations team earlier, and it was able to very noticeably increase the attack speed of all of his party's units. Jiang Xiao, you cooperate with Senior Du and stuff this into the mouth of the Sedentary Titan. Li Yang also uprooted the charming mushroom in the flower pot and threw it at Jiang Xiao in front of him. Jiang Xiao casually caught it, looked up at the huge Du Shengding, and grinned. Okay, Du Shengding, go, give it a punch. Du Shengding, who maintained his state of fury, didn't even bother to speak. A roar erupted directly from him, and he took a step towards the opposite Titan. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to unleash her true chi attachment and leapt onto Du Shengding's shoulder like lightning. The opposite Sedentary Titan did not show any weakness and threw its head back and roared at the charging Du Shengding. As a result, as soon as it opened its mouth, Du Shengding had already rushed to its face. The next moment, the cheek, which was already somewhat rotted, took a solid punch. With a dull thud, its nose instantly shattered. The massive Titan fell backwards into a stagger. Almost at the instant Du Shengding threw his punch, Jiang Xiao, who had long been ready, directly dragged the half-human tall charming mushroom and leapt up in the air like an arrow out of the string. The impact from the jump caused even Du Shengding, who was a giant, to take several steps back, revealing an incredulous look. Jiang Xiao instantly pulled back in the air, mobilizing the sea of chi in his body and transforming into an invisible swimming dragon. It directly shattered the Titan's teeth and smashed the charmed mushroom raw. With that, he landed comfortably from a height of more than 20 meters, leisurely unloading his strength and breathing a long sigh of relief. Li Yang also squinted his eyes and found the seductive Titan that had fallen into a charmed state in the talent space. With that, the third talent was utilized to take control. The whole process, which is flowing, is done in one go, adding up the time consumed. It didn't even take more than 10 seconds. Congratulations, your team has successfully defeated the Sedentary Titan and reached the pass condition. Congratulations on obtaining the Sedentary Capital Level 2 access card. You have defeated the Elite Level Wraith Shed Titan, LV. 92, and gained 385 experience points. Your experience has reached its limit and your level has been raised. Your current level is LV. 80. Your team has been granted access to the relay station. Would you like to enter the relay station for a short break? Li Yang took the card that emerged from the light in front of him and put it away. Looking at the information displayed in the system, Li Yang was slightly puzzled. A relay station? What is this place? Looking at Jiang Xiao and Meng Qing on the side, the two of them also had a puzzled look on their faces. Has this never been the case before in the previous Raiders of the Sedition Spectacle? That's fishy. But, since it says it's a place to use for a short break, It's a waste not to go. Li Yang chose okay. With that, a white light emerged from the bodies of everyone in the group. Half a second later, the group teleported and disappeared without a trace. And after Li Yang and the others managed to defeat the boss, the side channel exploded once again. Woolly Bear Nation leader, ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Ugly Nation standing at the door of the monster room, watching their monsters being robbed. It's just like a clown. Ha 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 ha. Woolly Bear Nation leader, click to view image. Woolly Bear Nation leader, at Hua Hua leader. Thanks, Devaris, for helping us out properly. Ha 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 ha. Ugly country leader, Fark, shut up. How dare you clamor for the next elite monster when you're just a loser. Sakura Nation leader, to actually be able to steal monsters from under Ugly Nation. What kind of tactics did Huaxia use here? Woolly Bear country leader, who knows? It took less than half a minute in total for the Chinese team to go from entering the monster room to passing out the defeat notification. This speed is simply divine. System notification, Gaul's team has successfully defeated the elite level beast, the Raging Light Corpse Tide, and has met the conditions for passage. Gaul's team received an item, a second-class access card to the Septuagenarian capital. The number of remaining elite-level magical beasts is 58. Please continue to work hard for other transferees. Sunset Empire leader, at Gaulish leader, I thought you guys evacuated? Why are you scurrying out to fight monsters? Gallic country leader, ha ha ha, that thing I bought from Huaxia, 10 rounds apiece for hitting normal walkers and 20 rounds apiece for this kind of elite monsters. It's simply too strong, but our paladins are also somehow missing a skill. I wonder if it has anything to do with this thing. Gallic leader, no more. My friends, we've fought this far and we're satisfied. Let's go first. Bye bye. After sending that message, the alchemist of the Gallic kingdom closed the interface in front of him. It was also thanks to their luck that they had encountered one of those group-type elite monsters. Although there were a lot of them, none of them were strong individually. After the control class skills are given up, it's up to the paladin to add the buffs and end up shooting the flower pots all over the place. As a matter of fact, most of the transmogrifiers among the Gallic nations favored the support in front row. While the reviews are great in the world, it's all as a teammate. Letting them form a team alone to raid this kind of world-class replica. It was already great to have gotten this far. Come to think of it, this time it's really thanks to Huaxia. When you go out, you can convince the people above you to bring the relationship with China closer at an early date. With this kind of power, it's only a matter of time before Huaxia is on top of the world. With that in mind, he slowly nodded and turned back to greet his teammates, preparing to evacuate together. Turns out that just turned around. Put. A silver-white ninja blade suddenly passed through his chest. An airy sneer followed. Don't blame us. If you want to blame it, go blame the Chinese who gifted this to you. The sound. It's cherry blossom language. The alchemist of the Gallic nation opened his mouth and tried to make some sort of noise to alert his teammates. But after opening his mouth, he just gushed a lot of blood out of his own windpipe. Life slipping away. The alchemist staggered a step and fell to his knees, wide-eyed. His mind went blank as he watched his teammates fall one by one in front of him, as well as the Sakura ninjas dressed in black. They were ambushed. But, when was it? That's that special kind of power in Huaxia. It's really unusual. Perhaps it's also one of the divine objects. Ha! The ninja who had backstabbed him slowly came to the front and lifted the flower pot containing the pea shooter from the ground. Then, looking at it, he muttered, "This thing, I'm surprised it didn't attack us automatically. It seems like the offensive units will only target the wraiths." After looking up and down for a while, the ninja casually tossed the pea shooter to his sidekick, and then he crouched down, looked straight at the kneeling alchemist and let out a grim laugh. The world has never been about survival of the fittest. Blame it on your weakness, he said, raising his hand to give a signal. A large group of ninjas instantly disappeared as if they had never been there. Just 2 bottles with open lids were left where they had been. Inside the bottle, an extremely strong smell of blood emanated, wafting out in all directions. Seeing the ninjas of the Sakura country all leave, the alchemist of the Gallic nation, trembling, removed a bottle of restoration potion from his pocket and attempted to pull the cork off with his progressively colder fingers. When dealing with Huaxia, he actually kept a slight eye out. The potion used for trading is not all. He'd actually left a few bottles behind on the sly, just in case. If only he could drink the potion in his hand, he could be saved. His teammates can also roar. It was accompanied by a low growl. The ground rustled and shook. There was also a disturbing movement from the grass in all directions. The wave of corpses in a radius of thousands of meters were all attracted by the strong smell of blood. Obviously, that group of Sakura people intend to use the knife to kill and destroy the body. Looking at the raging walkers at the end of the road in the distance, the alchemist's hand shook and flung the potion bottle to the ground. The pill bottle made a cracking sound, but it couldn't cover the deafening low roar of the walkers. End up STH. System alert, Gallic team encountered a wave of corpses from outside the region. All of them were killed. Please be safe and keep up the good work for other transfers. Vice Channel. Woolly Bear Nation Leader. What's going on with the Gallic regiment? Aren't they leaving? Sunless Empire Leader. The walkers in the outer districts were pretty much taken care of, right? They were all able to kill their way from the outer districts into the Shedding Spectre. There's no reason for them to be taken out by a wave of corpses. Sakura Nation Leader. Bad luck. Just happened to hit the remnants of the necrotic tide. That's how brutal this copy is. White Elephant Country Leader. This is too unlucky. Ugh. Do any of you know where they died? I'll go see if I can pick up some equipment or something. Sakura Nation Leader. Give it up. We've already gone and checked. The walkers' methods are extremely brutal, and we've only found the level 2 passes they typed out. That's why we're leaving first. Woolly Bear Country Leader. Hey, shame on you. Picking up dead people's things? People's hard-earned things are used by you as stepping stones? You little cherry blossoms have nothing else but this kind of underhanded tactics, don't you? Sakura Nation Leader. Survival of the fittest. This world is so cruel. You powerful countries certainly don't know yourselves. And it's not like you've ever thought about us small countries that are surviving in the cracks. Leader of the Ugly Kingdom. From a rational point of view, that's a really good point from the Sakura Kingdom. Woolly Bear Nation Leader. One picks up corpses. One steals monsters. You two are a fucking race. Sakura Nation Leader. Laugh it up. You're just jealous that we picked up a great deal for nothing. Sunset Empire Leader. At Sakura Nation Leader, enough is enough. It's disgusting. The replica relay station of the Sedition Spectre is located in a separate space. The shape was not unlike some human city, the only difference being that there were no living people inside. As the only safe zone in the entire copy, this place provides all the resources a transmogrifier would want. Food, water, even alchemy materials, and a safe place to rest, as well as the essential in every city, the transfer crystals that are exclusively used for the upgrading of the transferees. Li Yang and the others had collected quite a bit of food from the side, and were currently sitting in the transfer plaza taking a short break. Drip drip drip. The sub-channel was ringing off the hook. Mengqing casually opened it and glanced at it, then frowned with a puzzled expression. It's... The Gallic Kingdom is destroyed. Li Yang had an energy bar in his mouth and didn't respond. Zhang Xiao on the side shrugged and spoke. No surprise. Their strength is indeed almost interesting. Mengqing proceeded to scroll up, trying to make sense of the context. After looking at them for a while, they suddenly clenched their fists and slammed the ground in droves. Shit. That's fucking disgusting. Sakura Nation went to pick up the corpse and picked up the passes that Gallia just swiped. What's the difference between that and stealing someone's tribute? As he spoke, Mengqing blinked and suddenly asked in confusion. And, did they only pick up the passes? As I recall, it seems that Yang's pea shooter is also. Hearing this from Mengqing, Li Yang immediately turned on plant sympathy, and found the pot of pea shooters that he had previously traded to the Gallic Kingdom. With the connection established, he hadn't even seen anything before he heard a familiar Sakura whisper. Yosi, this plant weapon. It's a great big wow. We've picked up a great bargain with this wave. Getting a great deal? As his vision became clearer, Li Yang laughed coldly, maneuvering the pea shooter directly. He aimed a shot at the head of this little Sakura in the lead. Put. A muffled sound. The little cherry blossom that was playful 1 second. Only moments later he was blasted away by a giant pea. Nani? Isn't this thing for fighting monsters? Why did it suddenly start hurting people? Baggery. See this scene. The other Sakura transfigurators present were suddenly like enemies. After panicking for a while, he hurriedly released his strong control skill and brought the pea shooter that was shooting everywhere under control. To this, Li Yang shrugged his shoulders full of unconcern, having wanted to just remotely eradicate this pot of pea shooters. But on second thought, it looked like it would be more useful if it stayed on the opposite side. The fire start and stop of all plants is always under your control anyway. Staying on the opposite side of the room would be just the thing to use to keep an eye on Sakura's movements. After all, these guys were very used to engaging in any underhanded tricks, and leaving a means of surveillance was a precautionary measure. Thinking of this, Li Yang cut the connection and returned to reality. Then it was time to eat and drink. Replenish your energy with your teammates. When you've had enough to eat and drink, you'll have to turn a job. Everything is in order. Nowadays, with Li Yang's help, the Huaxia squad was far ahead, going forward with an amazing advantage. As long as you continue to keep up this pace, the first pass of a world-class copy is not a problem at all. Roar. Not far. The giant-eyes Du Shengding let out a dull roar, then gave the Titan Walker next to him a not-so-gentle punch. It seemed to be depressed that he couldn't eat with Li Yang and the others. After all, bountiful over plant cards are disposable. It was rare for Du Shengding to turn into a berserk giant once in a while. Wouldn't it be a waste to turn back after only fighting an elite monster? As for the Titan Walker next to him, simply after being controlled by Li Yang, he became a friendly unit and was teleported along with the copy. In this way, Li Yang's team was equivalent to having two giants sitting around. Subsequent battles can definitely be a lot easier. Ugh, tiny. Try stuffing the Titan's shoulders with the seeds from these corn cannons. I'd like to see what kind of chemistry can come out of these two coming together. And then by the way, I'm going to make a career change. Rest a little longer and let's move on. As he spoke, Li Yang slowly walked underneath the huge transfer crystal. The huge blue crystal several meters high emitted a faint ethereal light. Suspended high above the empty square, it spread out enough power to keep all otherworldly visitors out. No one knows if these glowing blue crystals are a gift or a cunning tactic used by the otherworld, but at least for now, it was still the last and only means for humans to defend themselves against the Wraith. Li Yang held his breath and established contact with the crystal. Connection successful. Detected that your level has reached the requirement for transfer. Please choose whether to carry out the transfer or not. You have chosen to change jobs. The level cap is unlocked to LV 100. And the following are your newly acquired talent skills. New talent, plant replacement. Talent description. With this talent, you can ignore the limitations of distance and space, and replace the plants with which you have created a connection with any unlocked plant. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has received a boost that has opened up more unlockable plants. The following are your newly unlocked plant cards: Twin Sunflower, Tall Nut, Mimic, Groundhog King, Balsam, Destruction Mushroom. Wait, Destruction Mushrooms? Li Yang froze. The expression on his face looked a bit agitated, and he even blurted out a sentence. Holy shit, against all odds. Next to them, Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others came closer and curiously inquired about the situation. Li Yang didn't hide anything either. Go into Dave's store on the spot and buy up all the newly lit plant cards in there. Then casually threw out a flower pot and dropped the seeds of the destructive mushrooms into it. The black mushroom, which didn't look like it would be very nice to mess with, slowly emerged and startled the crowd. Li Yang waved his hand, signaling them to use appraisal to see the situation. The leader, Jiang Xiaoxiao, thoughtfully walked towards the black mushroom. Then, slowly raising a hand, Destruction Mushroom, consumes 125 points of sunlight per planting. Cooldown 50 seconds. Plant characteristics: Destruction Mushroom explodes after 1 second of chanting after activation, and can reach the power of a 10,000 ton equivalent nuclear weapon explosion. Destructive Strike will directly kill all transmutators below level 150 within the range. The shockwave caused by the explosion can spread up to 5 kilometers, and its radiation effects will persist for a long period of time. Please use with caution. Hint, this plant limit will increase with career level. The introduction to the Destruction Mushroom is long and at first glance seems a bit cumbersome, but just watch it and realize. The introduction of the Destruction Mushroom is all about how much power it can inflict. Nuclear weapons with a 10,000 ton yield, 5 kilometers of shockwave range, and long-lasting radiation. This thing exists simply to kill. If it was detonated here, I'm afraid that it would instantly level the entire copy, killing all the transmutants in the copy indiscriminately in the process. For a weapon with this kind of power, it's actually only 120 sunshine, not even half the size of a corn cannon. How counterintuitive is this? As long as Li Yang wanted to, he could totally stock up on a whole bunch of destruction mushrooms and give the surface of the blue planet a thorough cleanup. Li Yang possessed a power that was enough to destroy the world, while he himself was actually only level 80 right now. This is simply, for the first time, an unexpected expression appeared on Zhang Zhao's face. Looking at the destructive mushrooms in front of him, and then at Li Yang in front of him, he applauded without saying a word. Meng Qing, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, mouth wide open, eyes rounded, half speechless. He held his tongue for half a day before finally asking cautiously, "So what, Brother Yang, can I try your skills?" Seeing so many outrageous maneuvers by Li Yang along the way, at this time in Meng Qing's heart, Li Yang's image had completely changed, from being a nobody in the beginning, to being a hit when he fought with Zhang Xiao. Then again, the power to level copies at every turn. Meng Qing wouldn't dare to say something big like catching up with Li Yang sooner or later, so powerful that he was content just to let him touch it. Li Yang had come to be interested, wanting to know whether this legendary, take by force, could replicate his own ability or not, so he nodded his head in agreement. Meng Qing, who had received permission, was so elated that she hurriedly walked next to Li Yang and activated her ability. There was no hesitation in getting that power. Place it out directly against the soil on the ground. With that, a huge black mushroom slowly grew out and stood silently over there. It looks as if it's not unlike the destruction mushroom next to it, but it gives off a completely different vibe. Li Yang went up first and used the appraisal technique on that thing. Items: large black-capped umbrella mushrooms. Type: plant. Description: rarer fungus. Inedible. Apparently, Meng Qing had managed to seize his skills but couldn't replicate them. This was not a surprise. And Meng Qing had actually thought about it. His ability to take powerfully is a way of taking another person's skills, not their talents. For example, Jiang Xiao, he could seize any of Jiang Zhao's skills, but without the support of the Qi Si, the power exerted would still be very limited. As for Li Yang, these strange plants were obviously the same as Jiang Xiao's Qi Si, all belonging to a unique talent that he himself could only use. It is not to be taken away, nor can it be duplicated. Well, get ready for all of them. When we're ready, we're off. Li Yang put away the destruction mushroom, then looked at Jiang Xiao beside him. Jiang Xiao nodded and tapped on the copy screen that popped up. The system pops up and prompts. You have selected rest completion and are about to transmit out of the relay station. Please confirm here again to start the transmission. Jiang Xiao did not hesitate and clicked OK. The familiar beam of white light reappeared, enveloping each and every one of them. With that, the light dissipated. Not a single person was to be seen in the large transfer square. Just as Li Yang and the others were busy raiding the septuagenarian Yudu, the crowd outside the replica was also busy solving the trouble they had encountered. Originally, the crowds in the outside world had already hooked up with the inside of the replica through the replica authority. Seeing the Chinese squad perfectly grabbing the monsters and taking the lead in killing the elite-level magical beasts and entering the relay station, almost everyone is cheering for this. Li Yang and the others were not the first group of Transfigurator squads to enter the relay station, but one that can still get to the relay station at such a fast pace despite the copy's elevated difficulty. They're still the first. Almost everyone thought that there was a high possibility of success for this copy raid and were already preparing to celebrate the victory. An alarm, however, suddenly came from the military ministries all over China. And what these alerts convey is the same thing. A wave of beasts has erupted on a scale beyond control. Request for backup. The Imperial Capital Military Department was, in a sense, the core of the Chinese military department. Some of the more complex strategic matters encountered by local military departments can generally be referred to the Imperial Military Department for solutions. For example, the transmogrifier unrest. For example, the oversized beast crisis. But all over China, a wave of beasts erupted at the same time. How could there be such a coincidence? The 6 ministries of the imperial capital quickly functioned to conduct an investigation into the matter. The heavenly mansion had also begun to get busy, participating in the task of suppressing beast tides everywhere. At this time in the Tongxin division, in the small courtyard that Dongfang Changming had prepared for Baifeng, Lu Owen, the head of Tianfu, hung up the 18th phone call he had picked up, holding his forehead with a serious expression. A beast wave breaks out, or at a time like this. What the hell is going on here? Coincidence? Or is there some force at work in the shadows? Baifeng, who was setting up the formation, slowly sighed and looked up and said, there are never any coincidences in this world. Everything is connected. If you can't figure it out, it's only because you haven't thought about it. It was a hint that White Peak should have seen something on the end of the line to say such a thing. Roan knew it very well, gradually calming his restless heart, took a deep breath and thought it over. There is something that is able to connect these simultaneous outbreaks of beasts. How should there be a connection between a wave of beasts and a wave of beasts? At this time, it just so happened that new news came from the Heavenly Mansion side as well. According to the reports made by various countries one after another, the problem of frequent beast tides does not only appear in China. All over Blue Star, this has happened. And accordingly, all of the septuagenarian Yudu rifts everywhere were locked up. Upon hearing this, Luoan was enlightened and suddenly released off. No wonder. So that statement was not only addressed to the raiders in the copy. It's more like speaking to the entire human race on the blue planet. One of the purposes of the original raiders of the Seden Spectre was to stop the beast tides that were becoming more frequent because of it. The world-class replica of the septuagenarian Yudu has the ability to make all magical beasts go berserk. And now, because Sadai Yudo had realized that he was about to be successfully raided, he then used a bit of tactics in an attempt to slow down the human speed of raiding it. At the very least, it does look that way so far. And once this inference is established, mankind will have to face an extremely serious question. That is, these copies, or spatial rifts, born from the other world. Maybe there's a consciousness of its own, or some other mysterious force behind it that's doing the directing. The latter didn't even need Roan to think about it. As Li Yang and the others got deeper and deeper into their raid on the sacred spectre capital, those beast tides that were triggered by the shedding spectre were sure to get worse as well. And then, it will come to 2 endings in this premise. Either the shedding spectre is the first to be raided, and the tide of beasts collapses with it. Either humanity wouldn't last that long, and would be exterminated by an infinitely growing tide of beasts before the septuagenarian Yudu was raided. As for giving up on the raiders, unfortunately, the Transmuter squad was now deeper into the depths. having long since crossed the gates of the septuagenarian spooky capital. As stated in the description of the sedition Yudu replica, from the moment you step through the door, there is no longer a way back. These words were spoken not only to the raiders, but to the entire human race of the blue planet. There is no way to interrupt the raid on the septuagenarian capital. So naturally, there is no option called abandonment. And, give up? The opportunity that countless transmigrators had come before and after, spending more than 5 months and exchanging so much blood and sweat for, had finally come to fruition. Why did they give up? It's a trial, and the trial is for everyone. Roan frowned, pulled out his cell phone, and dialed a string of numbers. Put it in your ear and speak slowly. Activate the emergency plan to balance the Chinese war effort everywhere. Fight the beast tide with maximum strength. And make sure to hold out until the copy raid is completed. Did you hear everything? Roan's voice was strong and unquestioning. The person on the other side of the phone froze slightly, then hurriedly responded. Yes, sir, Lord Roan. Immediately afterward, Roan's directive was drawn up by the Heavenly Mansion and sent to the Ministry of War. It was then handled by the Ministry of War and passed on to the masters guarding the towns across China. The Ministry of War and the Heavenly Palace operated at full power, analyzing the situation facing all parts of Huaxia at an extremely fast speed and making a list based on the threats encountered in each place. The strongest members of the town guards from all over the world, as well as hefty transmigrator groups or lineages, would rush to all parts of China in order to provide support based on the rankings on this list. This would ensure that all the cities in Huaxia would have enough strength to deal with the beast tide. It would not be a situation where one side was overpowered in defense while the other side was instantly flattened by the beast tide. Bai Feng, who was located in the star formation, slowly nodded his head, the serious expression on his face easing slightly. Apparently also learned what was going on through the method of divination. In the face of the challenge posed by the otherworldly world, Huaxia chose to face the threat head-on, and this choice ushers in an end that is unquestionably the Ikichi. Wait a minute, not right. The expression on Bai Feng's face gradually changed a bit. The signs of heaven and destiny will slowly change over time. The choices that certain people make can often lead things to a completely different alternate ending. And now, he watched as the trigrams in front of him that signaled great fortune changed. The biggest of these problems occurred in the southeast. Bai Feng was unable to peer deeper, so he had to first inform the bystanders of the information he had already obtained. After hearing this information, the two of them, Dongfang Changming and Luoan, looked at each other with some confusion. Roan called the head of the military department directly and asked him if there was anything improperly defended in the southeast. It turns out that when you ask, you really do get some. The southeastern part of China has a lot of rugged and complex terrain due to the change in world gamification. What was once a huge city has been divided into small states by various terrains. If each of these places, each state-level city had to arrange a strong person to guard them, there simply aren't enough strong people in Huaxia to divide it up. So some small places that were less important and where the beast tide was not very threatening were left undefended for the time being. At most, only a portion of the troops were sent there, and no strong men were assigned to them. If you're on the far southeast, that would be Yunzhou City. Yunzhou? Isn't that Li Yang's hometown? The people present were a bit shocked, but the War Department does have it right. The terrain in the south was complicated, and it was unlikely that each state-level city would send a strong person to guard it. One can only arrange for a few more flexible high-level transients to move wherever they are needed. In this part of Yunzhou, copy resources are extremely scarce, and the city's resources and guarding forces are far inferior to those of the big cities. However, even if a beast tide broke out, most of them would be at the level of 40 or so, on their own, plus some of the troops sent over from the imperial capital. 80% was not much of a problem. But, to prevent surprises, it would be prudent to give more care to weaker places like Yunzhou. Speaking of Cloud State, I do have a suitable candidate. Suddenly, Dongfang Changming spoke. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Bai Ji. In fact, in the mention of Cloud State just now, Bai Ji, who was standing in the crowd, already had a noticeable change in her demeanor. And at this moment, Dongfang Changming suddenly made a suggestion. Naturally, it also has to do with her ability. Yunzhou is Li Yang's hometown. That power of Li Yang also started to show from Yunzhou. The previous Li Yang had a record of stopping a small wave of beasts alone. As a result, Li Yang also left quite a few plants in Yunzhou. This was something that Dongfang Changming had specifically confirmed with Yunzhou. And as long as those plants are in, Bai Ji's ability will be able to make a huge difference. The beast tide over there wasn't too threatening, and handing it over to Bai Ji to deal with was a rare opportunity for actual combat. Now it was just a matter of seeing if this Miss White, who was a life-class professional, could muster up the courage. The result is the next second. Bai Ji, who was focused by the crowd's gaze, did not hesitate for a second. Immediately, he said in a decisive manner. I'll go. I'm going to protect Yunzhou. At this very moment. In Bai Ji's opinion, at a moment like this, as a member of the Bai family, she was even more a part of the Tongshan division. How can you not come forward and take responsibility? Besides, last time, Li Yang had helped defend the northern border. How could she see death to Li Yang's hometown? Yunzhou has traces of Li Yang and is the best place for her to go. So what's her hesitation? That's a good point. Li Yang's plants, plus Bai Ji's fertilizer, against the kind of 40 or 50 level. No, even if the danger is raised this time, it should also be more than enough to deal with a level 60 beast tide. Several people looked at Bai Feng in unison. After all, he was Bai Ji's guardian. Something like letting your own daughter go on an adventure is a bit more. Bai Feng over there nodded, the expression on his face surprisingly calm. Okay, and take your mom with you by the way. With that, he turned his head again and looked at Roan. Is it alright to arrange for Lin Huayu to guard the key cities near Yunzhou? With her around, one person can spread the pressure of the vast majority of the beast tide. All the state cities in the surrounding area could be a lot easier. Luo nodded. I'll have someone arrange it. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at Bai Ji, his face easing up a bit. Then, the task of guarding Li Yang's hometown is in your hands. Ms. Bai Ji nodded and solemnly gave Luo a military salute. The standardization of its movements even made this veteran from the military department TSK can't help but exclaim. These days, no one cares about these onerous rituals of the past. Bai Ji, as a life-class transmuter, was actually so preoccupied with such things. It's so unexpected. He then picked up his cell phone and directly contacted the Northern Military Department. Sure enough, it's pretty much what I expected before. With Li Yang around, our copy rating is really a lot easier. Inside the replica, the streets of the inner-city urban area of the septuagenarian ghost capital. Jiang Xiaoxiao stretched her lazy waist and sat on Du Shengding's shoulder, yawning and speaking in an extremely leisurely manner. As for Li Yang, he was sitting on the palm of Du Shengding's hand with Meng Qing, busy pondering over his new plans and abilities. The first squad was still doing its old job, scouting ahead with the advantage of speed. The responsibility for the output of Li Yang's group was all placed on the head of that sedentary titan that had been controlled by Li Yang. A giant walker over 10 meters tall can smash a building with a single punch. It had a corn cannon on each shoulder. As soon as they finished spinning a round of CD, they would be fired directly by Li Yang's remote control with random bombardment. Overhead is a whole bunch of machine gun shooters and watermelon throwers. Live was decorated to look like a Christmas tree. The walkers and various mutants that had swarmed up around them couldn't even get close at all. As soon as they showed their heads, they would be blasted to slag by the intense firepower on the Titan. The group just hung on to fellow giant Du Shengding for a good time. Plant turnover. Replace the plants that are small enough with something like cherry bomb destruction mushrooms and it should be about right. That said, the corn cannon is converted directly through the corn pitcher. Does that already count as a form of plant replacement? Li Yang sat cross-legged on Du Shengding's hand with several flower pots around him. Every now and then it gets replaced with all sorts of weird plants. The appearance of the twin sunflowers was a great surprise to Li Yang. Originally, sunflowers crossed with sunshine mushrooms, or sunflowers self-crossed with sunflowers, would have been enough to double the output. Now, direct double selfing twin sunflowers, 4 times the sunlight output of regular sunflowers. Simply gorgeous. When he gets back, he'll replace all the sunflowers in his garden. In addition, because of the leveling up of 20 levels one after another, his additional talent, the capacity of the 100 herb seed box, was also expanded from 10 to 30. Now, there's no shortage of plaid to use. When the time comes to save a big pile of the bountiful version of the destruction mushroom, just dump it out like crazy when you need it. TSK, 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 TSK. Destruction. Oh, and shampoo and mimic. Both of these things are heavyweights too. The shambles thing was anticlimactic enough in the original game. Full court tracking, catching whoever you can. After the system conversion, it's even more outrageous. Fragrant pandanus, each planting consumes 225 points of sunlight, cooldown 50 seconds. Botanical characteristics, shampoo can release guided needles, 2 at a time, with an attack equal to that of a pea. Once the needles are locked onto an enemy, unless the enemy changes the plane they are in, they will be hit until they die. A single attack with a tracking bullet that still chases you all the way to death. As for what this altered realm referred to, Li Yang speculated that it should be this relationship between the copy and the blue star. But it doesn't matter. An attack equal to a P means that with just 10 shots, you can take out an enemy. Shampoo 2 shots at a time. That's 5 shots. Its attack interval is 1.4 seconds. so that adds up, that's 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Full blue star range. It's horrible. As for imitators, Li Yang clicked to view it with a thought. Mimic, variable sunlight consumption per planting. Cooldown depending on the mimic. Plant characteristics, the mimic can mimic any plant or magical beast specified, and after planting it, chant for 3.2 seconds to transform. The transformed mimic will inherit all the attributes of the mimic and will steadfastly fight for you, can be manipulated through the third talent. Can you mimic the wraith? Good. Without even having to hesitate, Li Yang had already thought of the usage. Glancing directly back at the fighting shed titan, he casually tossed out a mimic seed. It's decided that it's you, the second giant zombie. Swish, swish, swish. The mimic grew up quickly and began to spin in midair. By the time it landed, it had changed into another gray titan over a dozen meters tall. Rumble. The earth trembled. Du Shengding was also startled by this scene and stumbled a bit, nearly throwing Jiang Xiaoxiao on his shoulder. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaoxiao was flexible enough to make a magnificent airborne turn and flip herself back again, jumping from Du Shengding's left shoulder to his right shoulder, still with that lazy look, half squinting into the distance, following which, a slight frown suddenly creased his brow. Over there are so many plants. The hills are all green. Plants? Li Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on Du Shengding's hand, also straightened up slightly and looked toward the place that Jiang Xiaoxiao was pointing to. It was just as she said. Head down this street about 2 miles away. The majority of the city ruins were shrouded in a shadowy green. All kinds of vines and ferns crawled everywhere on the ruined walls. The reinforced concrete of the street was buried by flowers and weeds, and the sunlight poured through the dense foliage, casting dappled light on the ground. The road that was once there was no longer recognizable, torn apart by roots and vines to create a narrow, winding path. It was good that they were able to fight their way through with the presence of the three giants. If one were to walk in normally, they were afraid that they would lose their way forward as they kept plucking away the branches and grass. There was still a slightly fragrant scent of plants in the air, a variety of unnamed wildflowers intertwined with the smell of green leaves, accompanied by the slightly pale sunlight overhead. It actually gave the illusion of an outing. This place, it's kind of Yang's home turf, isn't it? Doesn't Yang have that kind of ability? Just that ability to turn ordinary plants into his own plant weapons. Meng Qing was sort of resourceful and thought of this. Li Yang also nodded and casually activated the fourth talent, replacing some of the small flowers and grasses around him, replacing them with his own plants to be used for vision. Then, it was time to rest his chin and look thoughtfully at the scene in front of him. The septuagenarian Yudu, by definition, is a Resident Evil-like setting. The virus leaked and the city fell. Deserted streets, streets full of walkers, and abandoned labs. But how could such a green place exist in the context of such a world? It's not unusual for abandoned, uninhabited cities to gradually be overrun by plants and wildlife. But it's only right that the changes over here usually start in the outer areas of the city. Never heard of a plant invasion erupting from within the city. Copy notification. The Ugly Kingdom Transfiguration team has left the relay station and will be randomly teleported to a specific area in the inner city. Mission objective, identify and defeat the Lord-class wraiths in the inner city. Please note that there is only one Lord-class wraith in the inner city, and after defeating it, the path to the core area will be opened directly. But only the team of transmigrants that defeats the Lord-class wraith will be rewarded for the quest. Suddenly, a new prompt popped up in front of the crowd. This is the 10th entry in so many moments. Every few moments from the time they left the relay station, they could see this message pop up. After them, the second group to come out were the Sakura people who had picked up the passes to the Gallic country. The third group is the Woolly Bear country and the fourth is the White Elephant country. I had thought that the Ugly Kingdom would be in a hurry to come out, but I didn't realize that they had dragged their feet until now. It's not clear what's in the repeater that's so worth keeping them around. Squads coming out of the relay station are randomly teleported to any location in the inner city. Like Li Yang, they belonged to the less fortunate ones and were directly thrown at the edge, and had to walk in little by little. Looking inside the side channel, some lucky guys seem to have been dropped directly into that plant-covered city, land and start fighting monsters. But no matter what, everyone's goal was the same, to find and finish off the Lord-class magical beast that ruled the inner city. There are rewards for kills and no penalties for non-kills. So this time, the transmigrants from each country got along extraordinarily well. All of them were searching for the boss while promptly sharing the clues they found in the channel. Until White Elephant Nation Leader at all members, our first squad is lost. Have any of you seen it? Woolly Bear Nation Leader, there's something weird about this place. And our team is suddenly missing 2 people too. Stick Country Leader, shit, it's haunted. I just saw a White Elephant man being dragged away by something unseen. White Elephant Country Leader, where is your location? We'll be right there. Stick Country Leader, click to view location. leader of the stick country, you'd better hurry if you want to save someone. I feel something fishy here. We're not staying here. We're leaving first. A long silence followed inside the channel. During this time, Meng Qing also hurriedly contacted the first squad on his side. It was only after confirming that their condition was unharmed that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. And Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at the positioning sent by the stick country, thoughtfully lowered her head and looked at Li Yang in the palm of Du Shengding's hand. This place doesn't seem to be far from us. Should we go check it out? Maybe the culprit is the Lord-class magical beast we're looking for. Li Yang nodded in agreement. It didn't matter to them what was haunted or not haunted anyway. The three giants on this side can bulldoze everything as far as the eye can see. At Li Yang's order, the two titans stood on either side of Du Shengding one after the other. One to open the way, one to hold the rear. Looking at the entire replica, more than 200 national teams, no one has been able to do it in such a dominating raider way. It's a little slower, but no harm done. After going some distance forward, the prompt popped up again before the eyes of the crowd. Replica Bulletin, the White Elephant Country's transmogrifier team has been wiped out. Please be vigilant. How long has it been? Distance from the White Elephant State received a message about going over to the rescue. It's been less than 5 minutes. And they're gone? Ugly Country Leader, at Stick Country Leader, what's going on over there? Lord-class magical beasts have appeared? Woolly Bear Nation Leader, at Stick Nation Leader, come on out and tell me. You guys must be in the neighborhood. What's going on over there? No one answered. But moments later, Replica Bulletin, the team of transients from the Stick Country has been wiped out. Please be alert. The crowd in the side channel was stunned. Can instantly destroy 2 squads. Ordinary walkers and mutants couldn't do this. The ability to have this power in a copy of. It's definitely a Lord-class magical beast. After confirming this, the massive transmigrants finally finalized their direction and began to march. Naturally, the Chinese squad side wasn't idle either. The first squad, with the advantage of speed, also rushed towards that place, intending to scout the enemy's intelligence in advance. The 3 giants on Li Yang's side also sped up and headed deeper. During this time, Li Yang also utilized his 4th talent to transform some of the surrounding plants in an attempt to find something fishy. But it's a shame. I wonder if that wraith is jealous of their strength. That Lord-class magical beast did not show itself near them. What you see through the 4th gift is still just a deserted city covered in greenery and walkers wandering aimlessly below. But the further in you go, the more dense the vegetation becomes. Walk to the back in order for the 3 giants to pass together. They had to spend less time cleaning up the plants that had almost become one with the building. Also almost at the same time, the first squad that went to scout came with not so good news. They encountered a large number of mutant walkers at their target location. The evacuation went slightly awry. The sister from the family and that dark rider were both slightly injured. Although it was supported by the recovery potion from the Gallic country that Li Yang had exchanged for earlier, the wounds caused by these walkers were oddly tinged with the effects of some necromantic spells. This kind of wound, I guess only a skill like Holy Light Technique can solve it. They had withdrawn to a safe place and meticulously stayed there for the time being. We'll meet up with Li Yang and the others when things get better. Walkers with necromancy spell effects. Li Yang subconsciously thought of the ugly country's necromancer from before. Is it possible that the guy secretly retaliated by arranging an ambush with a small group of walkers? Li Yang sighed and asked Du Shengding to put them on the ground. Decided to improve some of the efficiencies going forward. The Titans, including Du Shengding, were first on standby outside, and then come straight over for support if you need it. Subsequently, Li Yang, Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Meng Qing began to push deeper. As a result, he didn't walk for a while before he heard a mournful scream. The 3 looked at each other and felt forward. Picking through a bush, he happened to see 2 Sunset Empire transmigrants running this way in a panic. While running, he also let out a hysterical scream. It's alive. All the plants here are alive. The entire inner city is a fucking boss. It's impossible to pass this copy. I'm not going to fight. Let me out. I won't fight. But not before running to Li Yang. One of them then suddenly fell to the ground, with a look of utter terror on his face. He waved his arms frantically in an attempt to grab his teammate, but then a ghostly green vine suddenly wrapped around his leg, dragging him hard into the bushes behind him. With that, the guy's mournful screams instantly disappeared. The large forest once again returned to silence. The sunset transmuter who had managed to escape sat down with a thud, his eyes full of unspeakable fear. After seeing Li Yang and the others, it was as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Hurriedly stumbling up, crying, he was about to hug Meng Qing's thigh. Meng Qing was so scared that he jumped 3 feet high and hurriedly jumped to the side. Gu, what are you doing? I'm not interested in men. The man fell to his knees and incoherently began to cry about his side of the story. There was no way they could complete the raiders. This entire inner city of the septuagenarian ghost capital was alive. Those plants, Much more dangerous than walkers. They hide in every dark corner waiting for their chance. As soon as they realized that someone was alone, they would immediately grab that person in an instant like a python coming out of its hole and drag them into the ground. As for where it was hauled off to, who knows? But it's already popped up 2 squads in a row with the reunion alert. You can imagine what happened to those people. It was probably all taken by this monster as its own sustenance. Anyway, our squad. I'm the only one left in our squad. Please, save my life. If you fall alone in a place like this, you're just waiting to die. I don't want to die. I have a wife and child at home waiting for me to return. Oh. Looking at this guy's snotty appearance, Meng Qing kicked him in the ass without any good reason. Go. Get up. Are you still a man? Why is there no blood at all? Li Yang, on the other hand, frowned slightly and turned quite a few plants around him into sunflowers, trying to use his plant's eyes to get a good look at what's really going on here. Looking around, many of the flowers and trees all simultaneously retracted into the ground and turned into a golden sunflower. That Sunset's transmigrant was instantly scared pale and two-stranded, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Under his breath, he kept saying, "It's over. It's over. It's on to us. It's over. It's over." Meng Qing gave him a blank look. "What are you nervous about? This is my brother Yang's ability. You really haven't seen the world." The guy froze for a moment and followed Meng Qing's eyes to Li Yang. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and sort of acquiesced to the statement. At once, that Sunset guy's eyes were glowing and he rolled and crawled to Li Yang's side. "Yang, brother Yang, you can control plants. Well, maybe you can actually take out that boss. Can I join you? There's no way out of the sedition you do now, and the only way out is to live to tell the tale. I just want to live. All of our squad's equipment will be given to you, and after we get out, I'll apply for resources from the country to repay you for saving our lives. We should have left a long time ago, but we couldn't help that we simply weren't strong enough, but they all wouldn't listen. Now it's fine. They're all dead, but I don't want to die." The more this guy talked, the more excited he got, and he was even a bit incoherent. He was fighting the urge to live. I originally thought that there was no hope, but I didn't realize that this brother Yang in front of me actually possessed this kind of power. He had also long been concerned about Huaxia's record. So, if it was by the power of Huaxia, it might actually be possible to get out alive. But Li Yang sighed and said silently, "We don't need any of that shit you're talking about, either. Do we look to you like we're short on equipment or money?" The Sunset Transfigurator on the opposite side was speechless, his face pale and his lips trembling. He was afraid that if this brother Yang gave an order, the Huaxia squad would leave him here alone to die. However, Li Yang only pondered for a moment and suddenly the topic changed. "Here's the deal. What are you capable of? If it would help us, we'd consider it. After all, the copy in front of us is full of crises. We don't want to bring a procrastinator in the group for nothing." As soon as he heard this, the guy was like grasping the last straw and hurriedly said, "I'm a holy light priest. I know healing magic. I'm the most skilled priest in the entire Sunset Empire." "A priest of holy light? The holy light skill, which just so happens to restrain the necromancy system. It looks like there's no need for the first team to stay until the end of the copy." Li Yang and Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at each other, and their attitudes were already self-evident. This guy, on the contrary, could be put to good use. Li Yang pulled Meng Qing aside, intending for him to seize this priest's skills. However, Meng Qing shook his head with an embarrassed expression, stating that his skills would have to cool down for a little while. The previous captured increase still works, but trying to get a new one would be. Upon hearing this, Li Yang sighed. Immediately, he threw a look at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded and went forward to pat the transmigrator on the shoulder. "Okay, we'll allow it. Follow honestly, no other plans. Or I won't have to wait for the walkers over here to do it. I'll blow your head off first. Hear me?" he said, and shook his fist slightly. It was just a little girl who wasn't really tall and didn't really look strong. But somehow, those fists of hers were just filled with some kind of powerful oppression. This Sunset Empire transmigrant nodded his head repeatedly, not daring to have a moment's hesitation, then hurriedly introduced himself. "My name is Edward Adam Davis. You can just call me Davis. I'll tell you everything our squad has gathered about this Lord-class magical beast. Please, you must protect me." Li Yang also nodded, signaling to talk while walking. On the way, Davis told the story of everything that had happened to him so far. After completing the mission in the forest, the Sunset Squad was already experiencing personnel injuries. At that time, he proposed, feeling that his party was not strong enough to make it to the end of this monster-ridden copy, and once they stepped through the gates of the Shedding Spectre, they would never have the chance to leave again unless someone passed through. But the teammates around him felt that it was just beginning. A whole lot more chivalry and such was trotted out as rhetoric. A large group of people bought a number of potions from Camelot Nation, intending to use them as a support to get to the end in one breath. It was also with the support of these potions that their battle against the elite-level magical beasts in the outer city area went quite smoothly. The gang then decided to strike while the iron was hot and head straight for the inner city. So neither rested long at the relay station and immediately started a new raid on the hoof. They were lucky and were teleported directly into the depths of the inner city. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by lush greenery and a not-so-high number of walkers. They were confident and felt they could go all the way to the end. And then, the thing appeared. The flowers, plants and trees around them all looked as if they had come to life. While making a rustling noise to distract them, he quietly exchanged his position to separate everyone. One by one, the squad members fall off the wagon and go missing, until the last three were left to resist. It was only at this time that they realized how ridiculous the so-called chivalry really was in the face of truly overwhelming strength. The three of them hugged each other and kept rushing out like headless flies. But the terrain of the forest had long since changed, and everywhere a dragnet had been laid. Wait, you're saying the terrain will change here? Meng Qing suddenly interrupted Davis. Davis froze and nodded cautiously. Meng Qing screamed, "Damn! Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Brother Yang, what should we do? Brother Yang? We're not going to be unable to get out, are we?" Li Yang helplessly skimmed his mouth. "Damn you! Can you stop being so shocked? What's wrong with getting lost? It's not like we don't have beacons," said the man. With a lift of his hand, the ground suddenly rumbled and shook. Startled, Davis looked back and nearly died suddenly on the spot. A huge, white-colored walker was poking its head through the leaves on top of its head. Walkers, giant walkers. Davis nearly bit his lip to make it bleed, stuttering so hard he couldn't say a word. Li Yang glanced at it and didn't even bother to explain. Or was it Meng Chang who had a face of dawning realization and crossed his arms again to act like a pussy? Bull. Ha, haven't seen it before, have you? This is also my Yang's ability. Davis stared at Li Yang with a shocked expression. This is also your ability? This brother Yang, where exactly did you get such terrifying power? Li Yang glanced at him and returned indifferently. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Davis hurriedly covered his mouth and apologized profusely. Kidding aside, one's life was now in Li Yang's hands. How dare he say another word? Li Yang looked at the road ahead again. Keep going. Take us to where you first encountered this beast. Davis nodded back and forth, not daring to slow down. I had wanted to use this as a clue to follow the trail a little bit and find out where that Lord-class magical beast was. As a result, after walking forward for a while longer, a message in the system channel instantly attracted the attention of all the people present. Woolly Bear Nation Leader, we found it. We found that Lord-class magical beast. Woolly Bear Nation Leader, this thing isn't normal. Request backup. Requesting backup. Woolly Bear Nation Leader, click to view location. The location given was almost 2 kilometers away from them. A few people looked at each other and called up Du Shengding and the 2 titans, who were on standby. With that, he immediately headed that way. At this time, the battlefield where the Woolly Bear country was located was already in a mess. Large swaths of trees around them were uprooted, and every flower and plant was burned to ashes by the blazing fire. A pitch-black humanoid stood in the middle of the ring of fire, staring deathly at the members of the Woolly Bear Nation across the street through a face that could not be seen as anything else. The Woolly Bear Nation squad totaled 8 men, 4 wounded and 1 killed in action. The remaining 3 also simply shut themselves in the ring of fire, confronting the darkened humanoid across the room. The leader of the Woolly Bear Nation spat and stared viciously at the opposite magical beast. Little beast, quite the pattern. It actually managed to escape by the plant. If I hadn't checked the bodies of those stick men, I would have let you sneak up on me. Come on, fiddle with your plants again, run again. There was a rustling sound from the dark figure, as if it were speaking or the subconscious murmur of some inhuman creature. Immediately afterward, underneath the black shadow, 2 vines as thick as an adult's arm instantly broke through the ground and drew towards the 3 people from the Woolly Bear country. The trio began to berserk, hardening themselves against the output of the demonic beast and charging straight towards its face. I'm about to get it. Whoosh! A shimmering hand sword pierced through the flames and lightning-like stabbed into the throat of one of the furry bear transmigrators. The man who had been struck stumbled and stuttered in place, covering his throat. Without having time to fend off the wraith's follow-up attack, he was hardened into 2 halves by the powerful vines. Someone's sneaking up on us. The Woolly Bear Nation transmogrifier in the middle of the battlefield saw the problem at once. Shouting, he hastily dodged from his position and rolled to the side. But just after pulling away from a certain distance, another black shadow suddenly fell from the sky. With a ninja sword in hand, along with the wraith's attack, he instantly stabbed another person before instantly teleporting away. The situation was instantly reversed for the team from the Woolly Bear country, which was still in the upper hand of the advantage. And that woolly bear nation transmogrifier, who was the captain, didn't even see exactly who suddenly killed out of the middle of the road. The opposite magical beasts were obviously also a bit surprised, standing still, slowly turning their heads to look at the leader of the furry bear country, who was the last person left. Once again, there was a rustling sound in the body. It's almost like a mockery. Fuck, letting the wraith go without a fight. You're here to thrash your own people, aren't you? What beast did this? That woolly bear country leader let out a roar of rage, and then watched as the magical beasts came to kill him. He had no choice but to carry it hard. Raising his hand directly, he yanked hard on the vines that were drawn over, a force that broke all laws, dragging the dark-colored magical beast across the room hard. At this moment, the tree more than 10 meters away from the battlefield, two Sakura ninjas crouched in place and were exchanging information in whispers. There's one living combatant left in the woolly bear nation, and they won't last until the rest of the team gets here. The one who can fight this magical beast afterward must be either Huaxia or the Ugly Kingdom. To find an opportunity to rely on this magical beast to settle another one of them, preferably Huaxia. They also seem to have traces of divine power in their hands. They cannot stay. It would be best to also find a way to take the power out of the hands of Huaxia, or worse, figure out the source of their power. According to the instructions of the Sakura royal family, this operation is only to be successful, not to fail. After this raid, the Sakura country will surely lead above the entire blue planet, becoming the first country to touch the god's domain. Long live Sakura nation. Wait, what's this commotion? Something's coming. It's Huaxia. With this last exclamation, a lightning-like silhouette sprang out of the bushes on one side and shot straight up into the sky. Then, it instantly changed angles in the air, carrying a huge force and ruthlessly smashing into the demonic beast right in the middle of the fire circle. With a loud bang, the beast was hammered hard into the ground. The sweeping impact also instantly extinguished the wavering wall of fire. The sight was dumbfounding to the Sakura people who were monitoring everything. They never expected that Huaxia would be so fast. It's reasonable to say that Huaxia is still about 2,000 meters away from this side of the world. How could they have arrived in such a short time? Li Yang and the others were certainly not that fast. In fact, the only one who came in time was Jiang Xiaoxiao. Now that it has been confirmed that the wraiths are at war with the woolly bear nation, then there's nothing to be afraid of when you're down in the jungle. What's more, with Jiang Xiaoxiao's strength, she wasn't afraid of any vines that suddenly drilled out. Solely take a quick step and go ahead and see what's going on. Maybe even grab a monster. Li Yang and the others slowly walked out from the bushes, and at a glance, they saw the leader of the furry bear country over there kneeling on the ground with blood bubbling out of his body, as well as Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had pulled back and was ready to fight another 300 rounds with the demonic beast. Meanwhile, for finally coming into contact with the wraith, that guy's message was also finally delivered to the system interface of everyone present. Lord Class Beast, Sedentary, Order of Planting. Rank, LV. 95. Introduction, a mutated walker. A Lord-level magical beast born from the combination of power granted by the gods. The power is more like some kind of demon than a necromancer, possessing the authority to control vegetative life. He can drive all plants in nature at will, and can transform himself into some kind of conceptual energy body into the plants he touches. This thing is pretty pushy. According to the system's introduction, the ability of this magical beast was to hide inside the plants and escape with the help of the intricate plants in this place. But all it can drive are plants in nature. From Dave's store, of course it doesn't matter. With this, Li Yang could be emboldened. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly approached Jiang Xiaoxiao's side while utilizing his fourth talent to connect to the surrounding plants. Only a short distance away, the wraith slowly crawled out, his body standing up in a highly unnatural position, both in terms of appearance and the power this guy possesses. Apparently this guy no longer had anything to do with walkers other than having a human form. It can use the plants around it to escape. Don't let it touch them. Our squad. It took our lives to leave it behind. Don't let this beast go. The heavily wounded woolly bear leader roared sharply, then covered his chest and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. This has been mentioned in the wraith's informational presentation. A magical beast that can control plants. That guy maneuvered the vines underneath him to break through the ground again and jerked towards Jiang Xiaoxiao. At the same time step away and try to escape to the bushes not far away. The inner city is covered in plants for most of the city because of it. As long as it has access to that vegetation, it can instantly move to other places. And with the guard up, it would be hard for it to be caught by a human in the same way again. If you want to take this guy out, you have to do it now. Jiang Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes as the sea of qi within her body churned. Immediately, he took an arrow step and instantly rushed behind the magical beast, preparing to yank it back with a sucking palm. Turns out the next second, whoosh, a yellow talisman paper suddenly flew to her feet, bursting apart the moment it touched the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang, Although Jiang Xiaoxiao dodged in time and was not affected by the explosion, the sudden attack still interrupted her rhythm. She stared viciously in the direction where the runes had just flown from, but it was empty there. That exploding talisman paper is an artifact. There's someone screwing around in this copy. And it was a success. The planting order made it surprisingly fast. Even with Zhang Zhao's small speed, I'm afraid it would be difficult to catch up with it again. The leader of the Woolly Bear Nation fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Just now, after getting out of danger, he slowly crawled over to his teammate's corpse, took out some potion from it, and tilted his head to drink it. It is a life that has been retrieved. But the opportunity that so many brothers had fought to the death for had just slipped through their hands. It was worse than killing him. He could only watch the pitch-black magical beast run further and further away without being able to do anything about it himself. But suddenly, there was another rustling sound from all directions. A red chili pepper half a man's height unexpectedly appeared out of thin air in front of where the demonic beast was. After a second of chanting, boom, a wall of fire more than 10 meters high rose up into the sky. On the other side of the room, Li Yang replaced the plant in the distance with a fiery chili pepper through his fourth talent. Detonate directly as the guy tries to escape. Boom, the flames rose into the air. This battle is much more spectacular than what the Woolly Bear Nation just made. The wall of fire rose so high that it even caught up with the height of the three giants standing by outside. You can see it from a great distance. At this moment, the Ugly Kingdom squad that received the news was rushing at full speed to the coordinates sent by the Woolly Bear Kingdom. Looking at the wall of fire that enveloped half of the jungle in the distance, each of them froze in place with wide eyes. What is this? What country's ability is this? Such a big commotion. It can't be Huaxia again, can it? Where did they get the power? Ice and fire again? The leader of the group, the necromancer, frowned and said hatefully, pick up the pace. Even if we can't get the first kill of this magical beast, we should at least take advantage of the chaos and finish off Huaxia here. Today our biggest rival is only China. There's one last level left in the copy, and if we can't fuck them up before then, I'm afraid we'll never get another chance. The crowd around them nodded in unison, then quickened their pace. The purpose of the Ugly Kingdom's raiders of the Shedding Spectre capital was never as simple as stopping the beast tide. Any fool could see that the power contained in the Shedding Spectre capital was extraordinary. As the first world-class copy of Blue Star, as long as one could take its first pass, it would be extremely helpful to the entire Ugly Kingdom. To that end, the Ugly Kingdom is willing to do whatever it takes. It doesn't even matter if you kill all the other countries' transmogrifiers before you pass. They have enough power anyway. After the conquest of the Septuagenarian Yudu, it might not be possible to just showdown to the whole world and lift the table. They want to prove to the whole world who is the real Blue Star overlord. Just as the Ugly Kingdom was busy hurrying along, the Sakura Nation team that had messed up twice in a row also withdrew from the battlefield as fast as they could. As they retreated, a few of them were still celebrating. Bugger. That's scary. Did you guys see the look in that girl's eyes just now? It's a good thing we lurked well. Otherwise I'm afraid we would have been dragged straight over by that guy and beaten to death. It's a good thing that Huaxia has already made a big commotion. So big that it's sure to lure the Ugly Kingdom here. Let's bring up that to find a good place and prepare to reap the benefits. When Huaxia kills the Lord-class magical beasts and fights the Ugly Kingdom, we'll swarm them again and finish them off. Ha ha ha, it's perfect. This way, not only will those relics of the God's realm be within reach, even the entire Septuagenarian Yudu will be owned by my Sakura Kingdom. Retreat first, wait for the Ugly Country to meet up with Huaxia, then wait for the opportunity to move. A whole bunch of ninjas spread out and disappeared without a trace in no time. Perhaps head-on combat was not something these Sakura people were good at. But these things that Sakura was proud of were never hard-hitting martial arts either. Rather, it is a conspiratorial device that hangs on life and death by touch. Of course, in their culture, the professionals who use such tactics have a very uniform name, the ninja. Ha, keep running. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve. At this time, on the battlefield on the Chinese side, Jiang Xiaoxiao stood in place, one hand in front, one hand behind her back, and hooked her hand toward the opposite plantation order envoy. The ambassador of the planting order also seemed to understand that he had reached a moment of desperation and had to fight with his back against the wall. Solely gave up on running away as well. Slowly, he stood up and looked over. Jiang Xiaoxiao, it can sense danger, but the guy next to him who summoned strange plants doesn't seem like much of a threat. Then take him. The messenger made a rustling noise. With a lightning-fast momentum, he rushed towards Li Yang, but the next moment, poochie pop, a big lump of butter suddenly went through the flames and hit the guy square on the head. Kidding aside, how could Li Yang be satisfied with just one fiery chili pepper? Behind the wall of fire could be covered with a large circle of messy plants waiting to open up for this guy. To the ambassador's great surprise, he realized that his body was unable to move at all as if it had been sealed. After half a day of frantic twitching, when he finally moved a slight gap, put, a hand grasped at its wrist. Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in his ears. Move. Stop. Hammer. All it felt was its body floating lightly, blown up by the wind. Then it suddenly became as if it weighed 1,000 pounds and crashed to the ground. Rumble. The airwaves that came out from the smash caused the surrounding firewall that was more than 10 meters high to violently toss and turn for a while. The land underneath the angel sank down by more than half a meter. The ground around them was all cracked and looked even a little appalling. Davis, who was watching the battle from the other side, froze in place with his entire body, his mouth open almost enough to stuff his fist. On the side, Meng Qing started to cross his arms and brag again. Hanging, isn't it? Never seen it before, have you? This is the strength of my sister Jiang. Davis nodded with a shocked look on his face, then blinked. So, brother Meng, what strength do you have? Meng Qing smiled contemptuously. What strength do I have? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I say it. So let's leave it at that. After dropping this sentence, he whisked his sleeves away. Davis sweated slightly and turned his head again to look at the duo of Li Yang and Jiang Xiaoxiao over there. In his heart, he had a new understanding of the strength of Huaxia. It's almost, like, so strong that it's not in the same world. When he got out, he might be able to find a way to report what happened in the copy to the royal family. Let's get some distance between the guys up there and Wachovia sooner rather than later. Ding! A team of Chinese transmigrants successfully defeats a Lord-class beast, the sedentary plantation envoy, and achieves the passage condition. The final area of the septuagenarian capital is now open. Please prepare yourselves. The rewards for killing the Lord-class magical beasts have been issued. Please receive them in time for the members of the Chinese Transfigurator Squad. With a small output from Jiang over there, the planting order ambassador ended up being smashed alive without the ability to fight back. The experience turned into a ball of light and flew into Li Yang and Jiang Xiaoxiao. The two looked at each other and raised their eyebrows at each other with expressions that seemed to say, that's it? A regiment of Lord-ranked magical beasts from several countries. And that's it? There's no denying that a direct attack on this guy's main body was indeed possible without the Woolly Bear Nation hitting the head. But, is that all this thing has? It didn't even do any damage. Cough cough. Traitor. Inside the human race, there are traitors. The leader of the Woolly Bear Nation over there finally slowed down and coughed and shouted. Look how excited he is. Davis kindly reminded. This friend from the Woolly Bear country, with your injuries, even if you drink the potion, you've just barely saved your life. You still need to rest properly. Don't get so emotional. That leader of the Woolly Bear Nation roared with anger and a look of fury, staring dead at Davis in front of him with indignation. What do you know? My old team would have been close to finishing that guy off, but someone shaded us. Someone is fucking helping the Wraith kill people. The more this guy talked, the more agitated he became. And at the back he even couldn't help but cover his chest and cough up blood. The few remaining surviving members of the Woolly Bear Nation rushed up and urged the leader to take it easy. No amount of anger is going to help when it comes down to it. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoxiao also frowned slightly and looked at Lin Zi, who was on the side, and said thoughtfully, I saw it too. As I was about to pull the planting order envoy, a yellow piece of rune paper suddenly flew to my feet. That thing is definitely man-made. I'm sure of it. Jiang Xiaoxiao's words immediately caused the crowd present to fall silent in unison. The humans who sided with the Wraith. Is this possible? Odds are, there are still people who want to take advantage of the chaos to rob the monsters, or even kill people to take the treasure, right? It's understandable when placed in a usual small copy, or even a hidden copy. However, this raid on the copy of the Septuagenarian Yudu was an attempt to stop the worsening crisis of the beast tide worldwide. If you mess up at a time like this, aren't you making an enemy of the entire Blue Star? It was the ugly country that did it. Definitely them. I could see the insidiousness of these guys when they were out there robbing the elite-level magical beasts before. This is a bunch of lunatics who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They intend to get rid of everyone who is against them before monopolizing the resources within the world copy. Absolutely. The leader of the Woolly Bear Nation blackened his face and turned the spear on his nemesis. And a very reasoned guess is given. There are three major powerhouses on the blue planet today, namely the Ugly Kingdom, Huaxia and the Woolly Bear Kingdom. The one who has the ability and the guts to lift the table can only be one of these three powers. Since both Huaxia and the Woolly Bear country are here together against the enemy, then the only one left to mess up behind the scenes is the Ugly country that has not shown up until now. Work with the Wraith for your own benefit. Only the Ugly Kingdom can do such a hurtful thing. After all, the matter of fighting against other transmutants in order to snatch and kill magical beasts had already happened once not too long ago. Speaking of which, that leader of the Woolly Bear Nation got so excited that he started coughing up blood again, scaring his teammates around him half to death. Ugly country. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered a little. The first team encountered a strange horde of walkers besieging them while scouting, and the two who were more seriously injured had traces of necromancy spells on them. Based on this alone, Li Yang could already suspect that it was the ugly country people who were making trouble out of it. I didn't realize the guys wanted to do more than that. If only there was a chance to slip a plant into the hands of the ugly nation. This would allow them to monitor their every move at all times. And no matter what this group of ugly countrymen did, they would not be able to escape Li Yang's eyes. But, unfortunately, the uglies still act with great caution. The guys hadn't even bothered to buy them when he sent pea shooters out before. So I'm afraid there's not a lot of opportunity to set them up. Li Yang casually extinguished the ring of fire released by the fiery chili pepper and connected the surrounding plants, ready to check the nearby wind. At that moment, Jiang Xiao came over from over there and handed over a green crystal. This is? Li Yang frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Xiao shrugged. It popped out after killing that thing just now. I looked at it and it felt as if it would suit you. You see if it works. Li Yang blinked and picked that up. With that, release the appraisal spell. Apostle's Core, planting, mutilated. Type, material. Quality, gold, legend. Item description, a crystal containing the power of Phyrexian, capable of connecting to a specific authority and creating an apostle with miraculous powers. The so-called apostle is the surrogate of a certain existence, possessing strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, this core seems to be slightly mutilated. It looks like this thing is the source of that weird power that planting order makes. The specific use of this thing seems to be to create what are called apostles. But how to use it again? Look inside the description and it specifically emphasizes the crippling nature of the thing. Then this is even more puzzling. What does the crippling or not crippling of this thing really affect? Apostles created to be surrogates for a certain kind of being. Does that mean that if you use this thing, you will become a laborer for this so-called certain being? Since then, will you lose your freedom and not be able to do what you want? Welp, keep it for now and study it slowly when you get out. Whether it was the planting order envoy or the things that popped out, it was just too strange. God knows why a copy of a Resident Evil type of thing would swipe a guy with such a clean drawing style. As for now, they have some other things to take care of. Li Yang suddenly narrowed his eyes, having noticed the movement of some uninvited guests gradually approaching. Through the plants planted nearby in advance, Li Yang clearly saw, in the surrounding jungle, a number of walkers appeared one after another. It's a horde of walkers in extremely exaggerated numbers. It's exaggeration Chengdu. Even a glance can see that the number cannot be a copy of the natural generation at all. Rather, it is thought to be created. Li Yang sighed helplessly and shook his head. Really? Who says the ugly countrymen aren't present? Isn't this coming? Or come bearing gifts? Leader, all units are in place. When do we start? In a building 100 meters away from Li Yang's group, one of the ugly kingdom's sharpshooters slowly brought his eyes to the camera and reported back to his leader. The necromancer. Not a moment later, the necromancer's response rang in his ears. For the sake of efficiency, everyone give me your full strength. Bring out all the skills of your watchers. Wait for the array master to take his place and finish setting up the silence spell. Let's make it official again. For this operation, make sure to kill all of the transmigrants from China and the woolly bear country. They must not be given a moment's respite. Is that understood? The marksman nodded in unwavering response. Understood. Wait. Leader, look over at the target. He built a wall, accompanied by this sharpshooter's exclamation of surprise. The necromancer, who was ambushed in the shadows, also saw the situation over there through the vision of the frontline walkers. As a result of such a look, he froze in place on the spot. Their original plan was to first use the wave of corpses to attract the attention of the crowd of the Huaxia squad, then take the opportunity to set up a good silence spell to block the skills of everyone in range, and then finally, the distant sharpshooters will cooperate and combine with the tide of corpses to make a big attack. It ended up wiping out the entire Huaxia and woolly bear squads. As it turned out, the plan had only just begun when an unexpected turn of events occurred. There was actually a large, fully 3-meter-high huge nut growing out of thin air over there. A large pile of nuts lined up in a circle. It was almost as if an impenetrable wall had been formed. It directly blocked all the bullets from the horde of walkers and the sharpshooters. Damn it, they actually have the ability to instantly cast fortifications? The necromancer of the ugly kingdom frowned and muttered. Unbeknownst to him, his every word and action was under Li Yang's surveillance. If he looked down just a little, he could actually spot a number of coffee beans with half their heads out of the ground buried in the grass around his feet. And actually, even if he could spot these things, he wouldn't even care too much. After all, who would have thought that these perfectly ordinary plants around them were the eyes of the other side if they hadn't been told in advance? Meanwhile, Li Yang, who had built out the high nutty city walls, frowned slightly as he listened to what that necromancer said. Formation masters, necromancers, and sharpshooters. Pretty well organized for infighting. At the same time, Several of the transmigrants from the woolly bear country cursed indignantly. This sound, this scale, definitely the damn ugly country necromancer didn't run away. Damn, actually taking advantage of someone's danger, falling down a well, and engaging in this kind of underhanded trick. These ugly countrymen will all go to hell in the future. Li Yang ignored the curses of those furry bear people, but turned his head to Meng Chang and Jiang Xiaoxiao on the side and hooked his finger towards them. I've located a couple of ugly countrymen across the street. They intend to utilize the array master's skill to silence us, and combined with the sharpshooters ambushed from afar, they'll take us out in one fell swoop. Jiang Xiaoxiao slightly clenched her fists, and the expression on her face remained very calm. What do you need me to do? Just say it. Meng Qing, who was on the side, nodded along and rubbed his hands together slightly, with a look of eagerness to try. Seeing this, the woolly bear man, who was recovering from his injuries, and that Davis of the Sunset Empire also rushed over, asking if they could help do something together. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at them with skeptical eyes. It wasn't that Li Yang looked down on people, but now this pile of scraps. The leader of the woolly bear country smiled slightly and said with a sincere attitude, as was the first human to go into space, Yuri Gagarin, the blood of the pioneers has always flowed within us woolly bears. When we entered the copy in the first place, we were ready for certain death. We hope to solve the beast tide crisis through our own efforts, and dedicate our lives to our country, and the entire human race on the blue planet. It's unlikely that we'll get out alive after what happened. Please let's work for the Raiders' cause until the very end. Even if we have to burn out in the copy, we'll at least pull a few ugly country assholes on our backs. Sunless Davis, on the other hand, scrunched his neck slightly. That, Brother Yang, I don't have that big of an ideal. I'm trying to get out alive. I'm just trying to do as much as I can in a small way so that I can survive. Just tell me what you need me to do and I'll do my best to accomplish it. Look at these people with a look of death. Li Yang was a bit dumbfounded. These guys, I'm afraid, haven't figured out what's going on yet. It couldn't be that he was looking at the opposite side of the corpse tied in such a large formation that he thought it was a particularly tragic battle. Could it? These guys? I'm afraid they don't have any misconceptions about their strength. That's weird. Wasn't the wall of fire that was more than 10 meters high just now enough to make them realize their strength? Right now, it looks like the ugly kingdom has the upper hand, but in reality, both in terms of firepower and in terms of the information available, it's all about being way ahead of your own side. LOL, what naivety. It wasn't just Davis and the woolly bear man. Even the ugly countrymen who tried to take them down using schemes were just as naive. Li Yang sighed and slowly spat out a few words. There's no rush. See what happens. Leader, after those guys put up the fence, they didn't make any other moves. It's hard to. The walkers can still smell the meat in the enclosure. Those guys are still in there. So, that's strange. I thought they would use some kind of surprise maneuver to escape. Get ready to forcefully break through the wall. That necromancer left those words before giving the order for his army of corpse tides to launch an attack directly at the high nut wall. Although the permission to use appraisal to appraise items was not open to confirm the information of the high nut through appraisal, but the walkers on their side have clearly wreaked havoc on these giant tan-colored nuts. It won't be long before the walls are successfully torn down. At that time, have the formation masters mixed in with the tide of corpses rush straight in to activate the formation and seal the skills of everyone over there. The walkers swarmed all of them. Click 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 dash. With stiff movements, the walkers nibbled at the thick, tall nuts bit by bit. Even the high nut, which was twice as durable as the nut wall, looked a bit overwhelmed by such an attack. It's really only a matter of time before it gets chewed up. Click 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 dash. A high nut in the very center became fragmented, followed by snort. Durability zeroed out and turned to smoke. A large group of walkers finally found a breakthrough and began to fish their way in. The result was a head-on encounter with a tidal wave of pea bullets, along with an assortment of disorganized flying objects. Behind the high nut wall, it was really unexpected that there was so much guard firepower hidden. And then the next second, leader, someone's coming out of there. She's so fast, we can't catch up with her. It happened so suddenly that the distant marksman didn't have time to react. After firing a shot in a panic, he watched as Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had suddenly scurried out, disappeared into the dense forest of ruins. The necromancer, on the contrary, seemed very calm. There's no need to rush. Leave it to the second team. You keep guarding the door and don't let the others slip out. These guys have decent firepower, but that's as far as it goes. Formation masters, go, block their skills. A few moments later, the plant fire over there was still ferocious and not half as bad. Formationist, are you deaf? I told you to get on. The necromancer impatiently prodded, and a long time later, the voice of the array mage came to his ears. Leader, my skills are gone.